on the Xuanyun Continent within the Tianyin Kingdom. That night, at Xuanyun Cliff on the outskirts of the imperial capital, a full moon hung high as the night wind raged. A young girl stood at the edge of the precipice, her frail figure swaying, as if she might hurl herself into the abyss at any moment. The night wind seized her long black hair, making it billow together with the blood-soaked hem of her dress. The scene was wretched and desolate. "Run. Go on, run. I want to see where else you can run." An arrogant female voice rang out, dripping with mockery. The girl slowly turned around. A knife wound crossed her face from her right cheek to the left corner of her lips, hideous to behold. The wound had yet to heal and was still oozing blood. "Oh my, I may have drawn that blade myself, but seeing it still makes me shudder." A girl in luxurious purple robes glided forward with delicate steps. Her red lips curled in a triumphant smile, for guards following closely behind her. The eyes of the girl at the cliff edge reddened, and 2 streams of bloody tears slid down her cheeks. Her voice trembled with pitiful hope. "Yi, why are you treating me like this?" The girl addressed as Yi was named Yin Shushua. At that familiar name, a vicious glint flared in her eyes as she snapped coldly at the girl on the cliff. "Feng Yinxing, you are not allowed to call me that. That name disgusts me." Every time she heard Feng Yinxing call her that, she was dragged back to the memory of being rescued by Feng Yinxing from a band of beggars. That unbearable childhood past, she had tried countless times to forget, would resurface with every soft Yiya from Feng Yinxing. Yiya was her original name. Yin Shushua was the name the Feng clan had given her. At her cold rebuke, the girl's shoulders jerked. Though fear flickered in her eyes, they still held hopeful expectation as she stammered out apology after apology. "Shueshue, don't be angry. I won't call you that anymore. Shueshue, it hurts so much. Please don't hit me again, all right? I want to go home. Let's go home together, all right?" Yin Shushua looked at the simpleton she had beaten half to death, contempt deepening in her eyes. She walked forward with light, graceful steps and stared with undisguised disgust at the filth-covered Feng Yinxing. "Home? You have no home. A brainless fool who cannot cultivate. Someone like you is utterly useless to the Feng clan. With you around, the Feng clan will never again be able to lift its head in the imperial capital." Feng Yinxing shook her head. The salty wetness of her tears stung the wound on her face, yet her eyes remained as pure as a fawn's as she sobbed miserably, "I am not useless. Grandfather said I am not a good for nothing. The Feng clan is my home." "Woo woo woo. Your grandfather lied to you. You're nothing but trash with a mixed spiritual root. You even occupy the title of eldest miss of the Feng clan for nothing. Worse still, you still cling shamelessly to that engagement with the crown prince. What right do you have?" Yin Shushua took another step forward, forcing Feng Yinxing to retreat a pace toward the void behind her. Her sinister eyes locked tightly onto Feng Yinxing's gaze. "Feng Yinxing, you deserve to die. I am not useless and you are not Shueshue. Shueshue would never scold me, let alone hit me." Feng Yinxing shook her head, her expression turning dazed. She could not understand how the Shueshue who had grown up with her had become like this. "Go die." Yin Shushua's lips curled upward, her gentle features twisted with venom and gloating. She gathered spiritual energy at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage into her palm and struck fiercely at the defenseless Feng Yinxing before her. Feng Yinxing, with not a trace of cultivation, could not possibly withstand a blow from a 9th stage Qi refining cultivator. Her entire body was flung backward off the cliff behind her. "Grandfather, save me." In the darkness of the night, only Feng Yinxing's shrill, anguished scream echoed above the chasm, gradually fading into silence. At the foot of Xuanyun Cliff, a cold mist gently caressed the girl's dirty face, teasing her faintly trembling lashes. Amid a ground littered with dry bones, the filth-covered girl suddenly opened her eyes. Her phoenix-like eyes, cold and beautiful, burst forth with a rippling violet radiance. As they opened, a powerful aura surged from her body. Feng Yinxing sat up, those violet-lit eyes sweeping the surroundings with indifferent calm. Only after confirming that the area was safe did she lower her gaze to her own hands. They were covered in blood and wounds, even the fingernails had been torn out. "I did not expect my life to be so stubborn, to be reborn into your body." Her voice was low and cool. "Since you have given me this chance at rebirth, I shall avenge your grudges in your stead." As she spoke, a bloodthirsty gleam flickered across the violet depths of her eyes. She bore the same name as the original owner of this body. She too was called Feng Yinxing. She had been the only female emperor lord of the 9 provinces, her cultivation already infinitely close to that of a true god. Yet when she attempted tribulation transcendence to ascend to godhood, she was betrayed and harmed by a petty villain. When she opened her eyes again, she had awoken in this body. Though their names were the same, this body was known as a foolish waste incapable of cultivation. Furthermore, this was the Xuanyun Continent, a place she had never once heard mentioned during her centuries as Emperor Lord of the 9 provinces. Perhaps she was no longer within the 9 provinces at all, but had come to an entirely different world. Although her former body had perished, her soul and divine sense remained extraordinarily powerful. She used her spiritual sense to look inward at this body and discovered a cluster of 7-colored light in her dantian. To think this body actually possesses a chaos spiritual root identical to my former self with a peerless aptitude for cultivation. In her previous life, she had become Emperor Lord precisely because she possessed the Onsen Tintasandier's chaos spiritual root, allowing her cultivation to advance at a pace far beyond ordinary people. Yet in this body's memories, she found no record of chaos spiritual roots. It seemed that on the Xuanyun Continent no one had even heard of such a thing, much less possessed a cultivation art suited to it. Thus, the original owner had been branded a useless waste. Feng Yinxing lightly touched the area of her dantian, her tone softening, even dropping the imperial first person she had always used. Truly they were blind to gold inlaid with jade. Still you and I are fated indeed. I must have been reborn in your body, because we both possess the chaos spiritual root. Rest assured I will live on in your place and trample all those who looked down on you and bullied you beneath my feet. She glanced around at the heaps of bones. But staying among these piles of skeletons is rather unpleasant. I should find a more comfortable place to spend the night. Feng Yinxing stood and strolled through the tranquil forest under the night sky at a leisurely pace. This should be the outer perimeter of the forest beneath Xuanyun Cliff. She encountered no demonic beasts along the way, and as she walked farther in, she gradually entered the inner forest. Strange, weren't there supposed to be countless demonic beasts beneath Xuanyun Cliff? Yet she had not seen a single one. A dense white mist slowly seeped through the trees. Narrowing her eyes, Feng Yinxing peered ahead and saw a rich golden light faintly flickering within the white fog. A treasure. It seemed her fortune remained as extraordinary as ever it had been so in her previous life, and even in this foreign world it was the same. Her steps quickened, and when she entered the white mist, she discovered that the golden radiance came from a vast ceiling formation. The entire array was erected over a hot spring pool. Dense golden runes twined along concentric golden halos, circle upon circle, rippling inward like waves on water. At the very center rose a golden pillar of light, dazzlingly bright, obscuring whatever was sealed beneath. Standing outside the array, Feng Yinxing studied the transparent barrier before her, then tentatively reached out to touch it. The next instant, she watched as her fingertip actually passed straight through the barrier. Withdrawing her hand, Feng Yinxing examined her fingers, caked in blood, yet perfectly unharmed. Never mind, fortune favors the bold. Lifting her foot, she stepped straight into the formation. The instant she entered the formation, every pore on her body seemed to grow restless. The spiritual energy within the array was incredibly dense, all of it emanating from the hot spring pool. Even the rising steam was composed of pure qi. Unfortunately, this body had yet to draw qi into it. The spiritual energy surged about her like ants on a hot pan, circling Feng Yinxing in frantic currents. Clouds of vapor coiled above the pool, veiling its depths from sight. Standing at the bank, Feng Yinxing sent her powerful divine sense sweeping through the entire hot spring pool. All was silent without the slightest disturbance. She crouched by the shore, and the placid surface reflected a solitary figure. A vicious scar marred the girl's face, yet her pair of violet eyes were so striking they seemed to seize one's very soul. Feng Yinxing lifted a hand to touch the corner of her eye. To think the illusory world eyes could be reborn as well. Of course, those illusory world eyes had been obtained when her soul entered a secret realm, so naturally, they followed her soul in rebirth. The illusory world eyes could pierce through every art beneath the heavens, such as formations and seals. Yet their greatest power lay in the ability to look within another's body. To see through a person's cultivation was merely the most basic use. By observing the flow of qi within, they could swiftly deduce the technique that person was about to unleash. In her previous life, after obtaining these illusory world eyes, she had evaded countless ambushes and pursuits. Feng Yinxing dipped her hand into the hot spring, feeling a pleasant warmth. The fingers that had been aching all along no longer hurt. Lifting her hand, she saw the nail Yin Chushu had torn off, slowly growing back. Astonished, she murmured, "It seems this spring water possesses miraculous healing properties." Ignoring whatever dangers might lurk within the pool, Feng Yinxing only wanted to hurry into the water to wash herself clean, to heal the whip and sword wounds covering her body and the injuries upon her face. A single glance at the water's surface had shown her just how terrifying her face had become. She had witnessed innumerable injuries in her life, yet they had always been on others. The number of wounds she herself had suffered was few indeed. The only time her own body had exploded, her consciousness had blurred in that instant, and she had never seen how mangled and bloody she had become. Clothed, Feng Yinxing stepped into the water. Comfort suffused her entire body, and at the same time, she could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy all around her. Perfect. While I heal my wounds, I'll begin drawing qi into my body. Moreover, the qi here was so abundant that she did not need to consciously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Successfully gathering qi would surely be easy. Feng Yunqing glanced toward the distant golden pillar of light. Yet even with her illusory world eyes, she could not see what was hidden within. It would be safer to investigate only after she possessed spiritual power. When it came to cultivation methods for the chaos spiritual root, no one was more familiar than Feng Yunqing. If in her previous life in Jiuzhou there were still people who had heard of the cultivation art chaos formula, then on this Xuanyun Continent, not a second person would know of it. The rising sun tinged the horizon with bands of orange-yellow clouds. Pale golden morning light slowly spilled over the land, illuminating the depths of Xuanyun Cliff's valley floor. Warm beams of light filtered through the towering canopy, refracting upon the surface of the hot spring pool until the entire expanse of water shimmered with rippling radiance. Fragments of broken light scattered across the face of the girl in the pool, rendering her fair rosy skin almost translucent, her entire being like a delicate porcelain doll. Feng Yunqing slowly opened her eyes, the corners of her cherry lips lifting. Qi Refinement 9th Stage. After an entire night of absorbing spiritual energy, once she successfully drew Qi into her body, she quickly gathered Qi and directly advanced to the first stage of Qi Refinement. At the moment she succeeded in gathering Qi, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to find an entrance and surged madly into her body, jostling to pour in. The dantian of her chaos spiritual root grew exceptionally crowded. Yet this was nothing to fear. The chaos spiritual root simultaneously possessed the 5 elemental roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 3 variant roots: wind, ice, and thunder. 8 elemental roots in total. This amount of spiritual energy was nowhere near enough to satisfy them. Thus, over this single night, Feng Yunqing's harvest was immense. She charged straight to the 9th stage of Qi Refinement. On Xuanyun Continent, cultivation realms were divided into Qi, gathering, Qi Refinement, Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent, Soul, Spirit Transformation, Void, Refining, Body Integration, Great Ascension, and Tribulation, Transcendence. Each stage was further divided into levels 1 through 9. After the 9th level, one could advance to the next realm. It was not much different from the cultivation system of her previous life. The sole difference was that all realms beyond Tribulation Transcendence had vanished. Could it be that on Xuanyun Continent one becomes a true god directly after Tribulation Transcendence? As the thought surfaced, her violet eyes grew bright and sparkling. In her previous life, she had longed to become a true god. Now that several stages had been removed, it should be far easier. After all, these were 2 different worlds. Allowing herself a little anticipation was hardly unreasonable. In high spirits, Feng Yunqing took a breath and dove beneath the surface, swimming toward the golden pillar of light that had intrigued her all along. The girl's slender figure moved like a nimble fish as she slowly drew near the blinding golden column. Underwater, aided by the illusory world eyes, Feng Yunqing could see the scenery below with crystalline clarity. The golden pillar lanced straight down into the depths, imprisoning a black giant egg within the water. The egg floated there in utter stillness, quietly bound by the beam. A strange egg indeed. With a light flick of her toes, Feng Yunqing propelled herself closer to it. Perhaps startled by her approach, the moment she neared the giant egg began to shake violently, and a tender childlike voice rang out, "Mother! Mother! Mother, hug me!" Was it calling her? When had she ever given birth to an egg? "Are you calling me?" Feng Yunqing reached out and poked the black shell. It was warm to the touch, and she could feel a formidable power sealed within. She had not expected that tiny barbs covered the shell's surface. With a single touch, they slit open the pad of her finger. Scarlet blood welled up at once and smeared across the black egg. In an instant, white light flared, enveloping both her and the black egg. The blood mark is formed, the contract is sealed. An ancient incantation-like voice echoed within Feng Yunqing's sea of consciousness, and she saw a master pet contract linking herself to the black egg. Jiu Tianlong, an archaic, ferocious beast. The thought flashed through Feng Yunqing's mind, and she instinctively shoved the black egg away. The egg grew anxious and rolled right back toward her. "Mother, you are my mother." Feng Yunqing's beautiful eyes widened as she hurried to deny it. "Don't speak nonsense. I am only 16. Besides, how could I possibly have something like you?" Before she could finish, fissures began to spread across the surface of the black shell before her eyes. With a series of sharp cracks, a seam split open down the middle of the giant egg. A small black head poked out, a pair of sapphire-like eyes blinking at her. 2 chubby arms reached toward her as a milky soft voice called "Mother." Adorable. Yet this was the Jiu Tianlong, an archaic, fiendish beast. And at this moment he appeared as a little boy. He really was impossibly adorable. After a brief internal struggle, Feng Yunqing simply surrendered to her true nature. She instantly cupped the little boy's face in her hands and rubbed her cheek against his soft, tender one. "So cute, so very cute." "Mother," the boy called to her in a soft, milky voice, 2 rosy patches blooming on his fair, plump cheeks. How wonderful. Clearly his mother liked him very much. Feng Yinqing emerged from the water with the little boy in her arms, noticing that the intense golden light pillar had vanished and the seal array of the hot spring began to subtly loosen. It seems that this seal array is about to break, but she wondered what would happen once it does, her purple eyes betraying a hint of unease as she held the little boy. This place had been tranquil, without any disturbances from monsters likely due to this array. If it were to disappear, the beasts at the bottom of the cliff would surely find their way here quickly. The spiritual energy in this hot spring was rich, not only attracting Feng Yinqing, but also the beasts. Mother, my eggshell is still in the water. The little boy gazed up at her with his large sapphire eyes looking quite pitiful. Feng Yinqing placed him on the bank, pinching his little face. Wait here, it'll help you retrieve it. The eggshell was quite heavy. After retrieving it, the little boy sat on the bank, munching on the eggshell, making a crunching sound. Let's call you Xiaojiu from now on. How does that sound? Feng Yinqing watched him nibbling on the eggshell, feeling the urge to squeeze his chubby little face. Xiaojiu, with his cheeks stuffed, nodded vigorously while eating. Xiaojiu likes this name. Feng Yinqing evaporated the moisture from her body, using her spiritual power, tying her long hair into a high ponytail, while keeping an eye on the situation of the entire hot spring. The spiritual energy had begun to leak out. The nearby flowers and plants, tainted by the rich spiritual energy, had their leaves and petals becoming more vibrant. No, she wanted to cultivate here for a few more days, as she could not afford to lose this treasure of a location so soon. Feng Yinqing carefully examined the spiritual lines of the entire seal array, reinforcing it was not an option since it was meant to suppress Xiaojiu. Finally, she found a spiritual line within the array, a line that ran through the entire array, yet was uniquely misaligned with the sealing talismans. Feng Yinqing infused her spiritual power into that line, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed toward her body, continuously providing her with usable spiritual power. After a moment, Feng Yinqing looked at the thickened golden spiritual line and nodded in satisfaction. Now the seal array had only lost its sealing effectiveness, while its defensive and concealment functions remained intact. Just as she was admiring her accomplishment with satisfaction, a powerful divine sense suddenly sensed a mysterious force rapidly approaching. Feng Yinqing glanced at Xiaojiu, who had just finished eating. He was sitting by the bank, rubbing his little belly, his small feet splashing in the water. Seeing her look over, Xiaojiu raised his little face and smiled brightly at her. Mother, I'm so full. Feng Yinqing moved like the wind, executing her unique shadow pursuit step from her past life, and in the blink of an eye she was before Xiaojiu. Before Xiaojiu could react, she had pulled him into her contract space. At the same time, that mysterious force entered the array. Feng Yinqing had no suitable weapon at hand, so she picked up a branch and assumed a defensive stance. The newcomer did not seem friendly. It must be that Xiaojiu's seal has been broken, and the one who set up the array has discovered it. A figure dressed in dark arrived unexpectedly, stopping not far from Feng Yinqing. The newcomer wore cold black clothing. His handsome face resembled a divine being descended to earth, with sword-like eyebrows and deep narrow eyes slightly lowered, the indifferent black pupils partially concealed by thick lashes, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips pressed together in a lazy expression. He stood there exuding a chilling aura, as noble as the divine light refracted from the golden peaks of snow-capped mountains utterly unattainable. Feng Yinqing was looking at him, and he was also looking at her. The man's brow raised slightly, and as his lowered lashes lifted, he spoke softly. It was you who broke the seal. As he began to speak, his voice was as pleasant as golden bells and jade, momentarily distracting Feng Yinqing, who nodded in response. This man was not only captivating in appearance, but his voice also felt like the sunlight atop the snowy mountains, warm and melodious, yet carrying a hint of chill. The man took a step forward, but when Feng Yinqing retreated a step, he halted. What about the ancient fierce beast? Feng Yinqing feigned ignorance, asking, What fierce beast? I have never seen it. The man's lips curled into a faint smile, instantly melting the ice and snow, adding a hint of charm and wickedness. The Nine Nether Sky Dragon. I have never seen it. Absolutely, she could not hand over Xiaojiu, such a cute and obedient child. How lonely he must be sealed here. Are you afraid of me? As soon as the indifferent tone fell, the man appeared before Feng Yinqing. The branch in her hand swung out simultaneously, but it was gently flicked away by his long fingers, turning into smoke and dissolving into the thick spiritual mist. Feng Yinqing realized she couldn't move. The cold, beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with purple light. What do you want? Damn it. She couldn't see through this man's cultivation level. She couldn't discern anything about his body, making it impossible to gauge his techniques. He must have already attained divinity or was wearing some divine-grade artifact. She looked him over again and again, yet saw nothing. Yuan. The man slightly bent down to meet her gaze, his beautiful thin lips uttering two words. A peculiar fragrance lingered at Feng Yinqing's nose. It turned out the aroma within the array was left by him. I don't care what you are called. Let me go. Feng Yinxing could not move, only able to gaze at the handsome face that grew larger before her. Their breaths intertwined, the sweet scent mingling with the exotic aroma, almost touching at their noses. Mo Yuan saw her glaring at him like a puffed-up kitten, his thin lips curving as he silently chuckled. His laughter, with a magnetic and melodious tremor, intertwined around Feng Yunqing's ears like little hooks, capturing her heart. Having lived over 200 years in her past life, she had encountered countless men, and during her reign as an empress, many sought to ally with her, including quite a few handsome ones. However, none could compare to a single strand of hair from the man before her. One could say that throughout the entire 9 provinces, no one was as extraordinary as this man. Every smile and frown seemed to seduce her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Mo Yuan raised his hand, his long, delicate fingers revealing a black ring. He took Feng Yunqing's left hand and slipped the ring onto her middle finger. "What is this? I don't want to wear it." Feng Yunqing attempted to move, but found herself unable, only able to protest with her lips. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu in the contract space giggled. "Mother, Daddy gave you a token of affection." When this man first appeared, Xiao Jiu kept calling him Daddy, leaving Feng Yunqing feeling overwhelmed. With Xiao Jiu calling this Mo Yuan Daddy, was it not implying that she and Mo Yuan were a couple? This simply could not be, as she did not know this mysterious man at all. Considering his good looks, maybe they could at least spend a few days together first. Mo Yuan's deep, pleasant voice resonated. "This is a spatial ring. This hot spring was taken out from within it. You can take the spring back with you. Are you sure you don't want it?" Feng Yunqing furrowed her brows slightly. She wanted it. Why would she refuse such a good thing? She huffed, but resolutely declared, "No, a gentleman does not accept food offered out of pity. The Nine Nether Sky Dragon is still young and needs a large amount of spiritual energy to cultivate for self-preservation. Although you have a contract with him, your cultivation is relatively low. This is a support allowance from the true self for both of you." What kind of talk is this? What kind of talk is this? The words child support were pronounced heavily by Mo Yuan. Feng Yunqing frowned at him, yet her divine sense was communicating with Xiao Jiu. "Why do you call him father?" "Because father's aura feels very familiar, just like mother's. Moreover, father often comes to see me and nourishes me with his spiritual power." Feng Yunqing was very curious as to why this arrangement had benefited her. Because only mother can form a contract with Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu is mother's little baby. Feng Yunqing clearly saw Xiao Jiu holding his little face, his expression full of shyness. What a cheeky little boy. What exactly is he shy about? Mo Yuan noticed her staring at him, his enchanting purple eyes flickering, leaving him unsure of her thoughts. He looked down at their joined hands. The girl's hand was small and fair, with delicate slender fingers and a small black jade ring on her middle finger. The contrast of black and white was striking. The delicate pink and white intermingled with the inky hue, causing a slight dryness in his throat. He moved his wrist slightly, letting his fingertip graze the fine skin of her little hand. Feng Yunqing exclaimed, "Pervert." Mo Yuan was taken aback, lowering his eyelashes to conceal the hint of embarrassment in his gaze. The Nine Nether Heavenly Dragon is an ancient, ferocious beast forbidden by the divine realm. I sealed it here to protect it. Mo Yuan released the little hand and continued to gaze at Feng Yunqing, saying, "Now that the seal has been broken by you, and it has become your contracted beast, this ring will protect you by concealing your spiritual energy and cultivation level. Since this ring has so many benefits, I shall accept it." After careful consideration, Feng Yunqing felt that accepting it was quite good. This ring could not only conceal her newfound spiritual power, but she also truly needed this hot spring pool. As her cultivation improved, Xiao Jiu's power would also grow stronger. Otherwise, if something happened to her, Xiao Jiu would also perish. Mo Yuan smiled slightly. "Just drop a drop of blood to recognize it as your own." Feng Yunqing was about to say that she couldn't move, but saw Mo Yuan grasp her hand again. His long fingers glided over her fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood flew out, landing on the black jade ring. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all, and there was no wound. Feng Yunqing established a connection with the ring and instantly saw the space within. Endless spiritual plants, and even a top-tier spiritual vein. Retrieving her divine sense, she looked at Mo Yuan. "Who exactly are you?" Such a precious item was just given to her. She had seen many good things in her past life, and she had a similar spatial ring which she had fought hard to obtain in a secret realm. Mo Yuan took a step back, a faint smile hidden in his dark eyes. "You will find out in the future. May I meet the Nine Nether?" Feng Yunqing agreed, and found she could move again, stepping back twice. She activated her divine sense and released Xiao Jiu. As soon as Xiao Jiu emerged, he dashed towards Mo Yuan. "Father, Xiao Jiu misses you." Mo Yuan squatted down, embracing Xiao Jiu in his arms. "Xiao Jiu, what a nice name." He gently ruffled Xiao Jiu's hair, and then looked at Feng Yunqing, who was frowning at them with an unclear expression in her eyes. Feng Yunqing observed the deep bond between the father and son. Xiao Jiu was so fond of Mo Yuan it seemed her interactions with Mo Yuan would only increase. The little precious Xiao Jiu who had just been recognized now had another man to share with her. Not pleased, Mo Yuan led Xiao Jiu to her. Since we are fated, may I ask for your name, miss? Feng Yinqing. Mo Yuan nodded slightly, his tone clear and refined. Miss Feng from the Feng family, indeed a beauty that captivates all. Feng Yinqing saw no hint of lust in his eyes, nor any disdain or mockery, and felt a moment of warmth in her heart. You flatter me, young Master Mo. After speaking, Feng Yinqing turned and raised her hand, instantly storing the entire hot spring pool into the ring. Feng Yinqing gazed at the dense white mist of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy must not be wasted. I need to cultivate, so I will not chat with young Master Mo any longer. Before Mo Yuan could respond, she had already turned and sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Xiao Jiu shook Missouri Yuan's hand. Father-mother is very powerful. In just one night, she went from Qi introduction to the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Mo Yuan looked at the girl with her eyes tightly closed, replying gently, she is naturally the most powerful. At dusk, the tall and dense trees in the forest caused darkness to fall early at the soul-severing cliff. Feng Yinqing felt the spiritual energy within her stirring restlessly, knowing she could no longer suppress it. She suddenly opened her purple eyes and dashed out of the formation. The sleeping Xiao Jiu in Mo Yuan's arms seemed to sense something and opened his eyes, seeing Feng Yinqing flash out of the formation, bouncing up to chase after her mother. Mo Yuan reached out to stop him. Your mother is about to establish her foundation. Do not disturb her. There are beasts outside. Oh, I must protect mother. Xiao Jiu wiggled Mo Yuan's hand, his little figure both anxious and adorable. You conceal your aura, and we will go together. Xiao Jiu nodded eagerly, and his sapphire-like eyes instantly turned black. Mo Yuan stood up holding Xiao Jiu's hand, and they vanished in a flash. Outside the formation, thunder rumbled. Feng Yinqing's position was not far from the ceiling formation, amidst a thicket where there were no towering trees. Looking up, she could see the thick, dark clouds overhead. The chaotic spiritual roots are favored by the heavens. Any advancement in cultivation receives special attention from the heavenly way. The tribulation that ordinary cultivators dread is merely routine for Feng Yinqing. This foundation establishment tribulation is also called the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. There are 9 lightning strikes that can help Feng Yinqing refine her essence, strengthen her tendons, and cleanse her spiritual roots and body. Feng Yinqing was well prepared. When the spiritual energy within her dantian was completely full, she looked at the sky with her cold and beautiful phoenix eyes. Come. The heavenly thunder seemed like a well-behaved baby striking down upon her at her command. Mo Yuan held Xiao Jiu, standing not far away. His divine sense swept around, causing the restless beasts to flee in all directions. The petite figure ahead was entirely enveloped by the thick lightning, and the large hand hidden in her wide sleeves involuntarily clenched into a fist. Xiao Jiu bit his lip, watching the bolts of lightning with tightly clenched fists. Finally, the muffled thunder in the sky ceased. The dark clouds dispersed, and the cool moonlight poured down. A charred figure illuminated by the moonlight was none other than Feng Yinqing, who had been struck 9 times. Mother! Xiao Jiu ran towards Feng Yinqing. Don't come over. Feng Yinqing's little face was darkened, her dazzling purple eyes shining astonishingly. Wait for me to change my clothes. After she spoke, she vanished. Entering the spatial ring, she jumped directly into the hot spring pool, her entire body smelling as if she hadn't bathed for hundreds of years. Moreover, her clothes had been destroyed by the lightning, so she couldn't let Xiao Jiu see her, especially with Mo Yuan still nearby. After a quick wash, she suddenly realized she had no clothes to wear. Feng Yinqing was submerged in the water with only her head exposed. How could she face anyone like this? Perhaps she should ask Mo Yuan if he has something. Xiao Jiu's sweet voice immediately came through. Mother, why aren't you out yet? Father is roasting a rabbit. Ask him if he has any clothes. Men's clothing would do. Father said he has some. Good, put the clothes on the ground. I'm coming out now, but remember to cover his eyes. Fortunately, even in the ring space, Feng Yinqing could still communicate with Xiao Jiu nearby. Before long, Xiao Jiu began to shout, Mother, hurry out. I've covered Father's eyes. Feng Yinqing could see the situation outside, noticing Xiao Jiu using his little hands to cover Mo Yuan's eyes, while the little one was looking around curiously. Forget it, he is just a 5-year-old child, and moreover a fierce beast. Feng Yinqing did not hesitate any longer, and directly exited the space. She grabbed the clothes on the ground and disappeared again. Little did she know the moment she came out, Mo Yuan had covered Xiao Jiu's eyes with his hand. Mo Yuan's hand was large enough to cover Xiao Jiu's entire face. There are distinctions between men and women. From now on, whenever your mother is not wearing clothes, you must close your eyes. His tone was as cold as the autumn wind, carrying a commanding tone. Xiao Jiu nodded repeatedly. Father, I remember. Mo Yuan lowered his hand, gazing at the rabbit meat roasting over the fire, his ears slightly flushed. Feng Yunqing soon emerged, immediately inhaling the fragrant aroma of the roasted meat. Your cooking skills are quite good. Feng Yunqing naturally sat beside him, reaching out to Xiaojiu. Come here and give your mother a hug. She wore a white dress, her face unadorned yet radiant, with long hair parted into 2 strands tied at the back of her head, her slender waist glowing under the firelight, making her resemble a celestial maiden beneath the moonlight, ethereal and untouched by the mundane. Mother is so beautiful. Xiaojiu's dark eyes sparkled as he leapt into Feng Yunqing's embrace. Mo Yuan glanced at Xiaojiu with a neutral expression, then said softly, "Your hands are so dirty, but don't soil your mother's clothes." Oh, Xiaojiu was quite timid, immediately stepping aside. I just picked up some firewood and haven't cleaned my hands yet. It's all right, mother can perform the cleansing technique. Feng Yunqing extended her hand, using a finger to cast a spell towards Xiaojiu, and instantly his slightly messy hair became neat. She hugged Xiaojiu again, pinching his little face. Mo Yuan pressed his lips together, the flickering firelight reflecting in his half-covered dark eyes, yet he radiated a cold aura. Why do I still feel a bit cold sitting next to the fire? Feng Yunqing murmured to herself, tightening her embrace around Xiaojiu. Mo Yuan then slightly restrained his breath and naturally reached out, pulling Xiaojiu from her arms. Sit here and eat by yourself. A piece of rabbit meat was handed to Xiaojiu, who happily clutched the meat, sitting aside and starting to nibble. Feng Yunqing inhaled the rich aroma of the meat, swallowed, and blinked her big eyes at Mo Yuan. What about mine? Seeing her delicate face, Mo Yuan felt an inexplicable fondness for her big bright eyes. He simply broke off a rabbit leg and kindly said, "Be careful, it's hot. I've established my foundation, so I'm not afraid of getting burned." Feng Yunqing accepted the meat and took a big bite, chewing while nodding, and she repeatedly nodded at Mo Yuan. Okay, your cooking is really good. At least it was better than what she roasted. Mo Yuan watched as she ate with her cheeks puffed out, then raised his hand to wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth, his movements natural and smooth, as if he had done it 1,000 times. This action left both of them momentarily stunned. Feng Yunqing, forgetting the meat in her mouth, looked at Mo Yuan in surprise. What was this man doing? Did he really consider them as a couple? Mo Yuan was surprised at his own familiarity. Apologies, you had something at the corner of your mouth. I have a cleanliness obsession. His tone was very serious. It's all right. Perhaps it was just a casual act, as she shouldn't think too much about it. Xiaojiu looked puzzled. His father's cleanliness obsession only aimed at me. Why doesn't he find the grease at mother's mouth dirty? After finishing their meal, Feng Yunqing looked at Xiaojiu, who was dozing off in Mo Yuan's arms, and asked him, why did Xiaojiu's eyes change color? Mo Yuan, like a good father, looked at her gently. I made him suppress his fierce beast aura so as not to attract the attention of the divine realm. After resting for a while, Feng Yunqing felt it was time to return home. She called Xiaojiu awake and said to Mo Yuan, I need to go home. I've been away for too long, and I'm worried my family will be concerned. Mo Yuan nodded. I'll escort you. Let Xiaojiu enter the space. Feng Yunqing did not refuse, as she was unfamiliar with the Broken Soul Cliff, and letting her go alone might take a lot of time. She placed Xiaojiu into the MOU ring, which had dense spiritual energy suitable for Xiaojiu to stay in. Mo Yuan stepped forward, reaching out to Feng Yunqing, who hesitated before placing her hand in his. The next second, Feng Yunqing was pulled into his embrace. His large hand was warm against her waist. When she slightly raised her eyes, she saw Mo Yuan's sharply defined profile, his jawline smooth and handsome, with his thin lips naturally alluring. They had already flown halfway into the sky, with moonlight illuminating his profile, rendering him breathtakingly beautiful, cold, and abstinent. It must be said that this man was truly captivating. Feng Yunqing thought the Broken Soul Cliff was probably very high. Mo Yuan had been carrying her for quite a while. Standing once again at the cliff's edge, she recalled a memory, and her expression darkened. She released Xiaojiu, let him bid farewell to Mo Yuan, and then took his hand as they soared towards Xuanyun country. Mo Yuan watched her departing figure, the sweet fragrance of her still lingering in his nostrils. Behind him, two figures fell, which were Sui Feng and Lu Ying. Mo Yuan ordered coldly, go investigate the Feng family in Xuanyun country. The two responded and disappeared in a flash. The Feng residence was located on a bustling street, and at this moment many pedestrians were passing by. Feng Yunqing pulled Xiaojiu and knocked on the large door, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding citizens. The door was opened by a young servant who, upon seeing Feng Yunqing at the door, immediately screamed in terror, Ghost! There's a ghost! The young lattice vengeful spirit has returned. He howled as he ran into the estate, drawing the attention of everyone in the various courtyards. The Feng family had 3 elders, and at this moment all 3 had arrived. The eldest elder frowned at the servant. What are you howling about? Where's the ghost? The servant trembled and said, at the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the young lady standing there. How could that be? Feng Yunqing, that waste, is already dead. The second elder coldly snorted. The servant pointed towards the door and was frightened into shouting, "Here she comes. Look, it's the young lattice vengeful spirit." Everyone looked in that direction. A young girl in a white dress was walking gracefully under the moonlight, her figure swaying, her steps slow. Her small face, as white as jade, was stunningly beautiful. Although her lips curved slightly, her cold purple eyes gave no hint of the smile within. "Am I human or ghost? Can you see clearly?" Feng Yunqing's voice was icy yet melodious, laced with murderous intent. A delicate female voice exclaimed in surprise, "You're not dead." Feng Yunqing's gaze shifted slightly, and she saw Yun Chuxue staring at her in shock, her panic evident in her eyes. Soon Yun Chuxue composed herself and hurriedly said, "Qingqing, you're back. I was just too surprised a moment ago." She always addressed Feng Yunqing in this manner. "Are you very disappointed?" Feng Yunqing tilted her head slightly, a broader smile curling at the corners of her lips. "What are you talking about, Qingqing? Of course I'm happy you're back." Yun Chuxue quickly denied it, then showed a troubled expression. "But the elders all know about your affair with a wild man, and that you jumped off the cliff together in a show of love." The Grand Elder immediately scolded Feng Yunqing. "Feng Yunqing, how can you still have the face to come back? Truly shameless." The second elder looked at Xiao Jiu with a sneer. "Did you spend 2 days indulging yourself and bring back a child? Truly despicable." Xiao Jiu, who had been following Feng Yunqing, looked very serious, a hint of red flickering in his dark eyes. "Don't say that about mother." From his small, tender voice, it was clear he was very angry and on the verge of exploding. "What did he call you? Mother?" "Feng Yunqing, how shameless can you be?" The Grand Elder was speechless with anger, pointing at Feng Yunqing and saying a slew of ugly words. The second elder chimed in, occasionally hurling insults as well. Feng Yunqing squeezed Xiao Jiu's hand to calm his fury and then stored him into her ring. Xiao Jiu had just shown his fierce side. If she hadn't been there, he would have likely gone on a rampage. Even though her cultivation level as the owner was low, the pressure from an ancient fierce beast would likely leave no one in the Feng residence unharmed. Yun Chuxue had been acting as if she were invisible, yet she was always paying attention to Feng Yunqing. Seeing the little boy suddenly disappear, her heart raced with alarm. She hurriedly asked, "Qingqing, what happened to that child? How could a person just vanish into thin air unless Feng Yunqing had some spatial treasure on her?" Everyone's attention turned to Feng Yunqing, waiting for her explanation. Feng Yunqing, disinterested in explaining, crossed her arms and looked at the crowd with a cold, mocking smile. "Who said I was dead? Don't change the subject. What about that little boy?" The Grand Elder vaguely guessed something and looked at her eagerly. "I'll ask again, what did you mean by what you just said?" Feng Yunqing didn't even glance at the Grand Elder. Her gaze fell on Yun Chuxue's face. "Yi, why don't you explain?" Upon hearing this address, Yun Chuxue clenched her hands tightly in her sleeves. What a shameless person, using this address to humiliate her. The usually silent third elder finally spoke. "Miss, last night Yun Chuxue returned and said she saw you being intimate with a man in the woods. She tried to stop you, reminding you of your engagement with the Crown Prince, yet you claimed you truly loved the man. Then, to avoid implicating the Feng family, you jumped off the cliff together in a show of love. And indeed, you didn't return all night, so everyone believed you were dead. Just like her mother. So promiscuous." The second elder spat in disdain. Feng Yunqing's gaze suddenly turned cold. Rumors in the imperial capital said that the Feng family's unmatched genius Feng Zhongyu married a promiscuous woman. Many claimed to have seen that woman secretly meeting a handsome man at night, and after giving birth to Feng Yunqing, she ran away with the man. Her mother did indeed disappear after giving birth to her, and her father died on the battlefield. The only one in the Feng residence who treated her well was her grandfather Feng Peiyuan. Although Feng Yunqing had never met her mother, she learned from her grandfather that her mother was not as shameless as the rumors claimed. In fact, her mother was a very gentle person. "Shut up." The girl's voice was icy, making one shiver upon hearing it. The second elder shrank back under her gaze, but suddenly realized something. "Feng Yunqing, what's wrong with your eyes?" The Grand Elder immediately asked. "Yes, and what about that child? What's the matter?" Feng Yunqing looked at the two elders with a cold smile at the corners of her lips. "As you can see, I have obtained an opportunity to cultivate, and the child is my contracted beast." Yun Chuxue gasped in shock. Cultivation? Contracted beast? The sudden revelation of Feng Yunqing's ability to cultivate made her so furious she was about to grind her teeth. And now there was the addition of a powerful contracted beast. The Grand Elder's murky eyes were clouded with uncertainty. It is said that newly born divine beasts can take the form of children, and as the divine beast ages, it will grow into adulthood. "You've contracted a divine beast." Yun Chuxue screamed again, her face twisting in disbelief. Why would this fool have such good fortune? Feng Yunqing looked at Yun Chuxue's contorted face with satisfaction. "Surprised? I've indeed gained fortune from misfortune. The phrase fortune from misfortune rolled off her tongue lightly, but to Yin Chuxue, it felt like a silent warning. The second elder stroked his beard and laughed at the sky. Great. Great. The heavens have not abandoned the Feng family. Finally, the Feng family can hold their head high in the imperial capital. After speaking, the second elder looked at Feng Yunqing, changing his previous scorn into respect. You must participate in the upcoming Xuanyun trial in the eastern region. It was not a question, but a command. Only the third elder showed concern for Feng Yunqing, asking, Miss, what is your current cultivation level? Feng Yunqing pondered for a moment, glanced at Yin Chuxue, and replied, 9th stage of qi refinement. What a... Yin Chuxue was about to faint. You just started cultivating and you're already at the 9th stage of qi refinement. How is that possible? She was only at the 9th stage of qi refinement herself. Her voice was shrill, and her loud exclamation caught the attention of the crowd gathered at the entrance. In an instant, the crowd began to murmur. It seems Feng Yunqing not only can cultivate, but has also inherited her father's talent. She is a genius. I've heard some strange tales get said that 100 years ago there was a person who couldn't cultivate, but after gaining an opportunity, their cultivation skyrocketed overnight. It seems this rumor is true. Indeed, fools have their fortunes. One should take a fresh look after 3 days of separation. Feng Yunqing, tired of their chatter, left with a single statement. Now the Feng family was in turmoil, and everyone in the imperial capital wanted to take a piece of the Feng family's pie, not to mention the watchful royal family. Although these 3 elders treated her poorly, they were undeniably loyal to the Feng family. With their support, the Feng family would not fall apart, and other families would not dare to act rashly. She didn't want to waste her breath on them. Scolding them would only be a waste of time. Her main task was to quickly raise her cultivation level and protect her beloved family. She needed to grow stronger to safeguard the entire Feng family and protect her grandfather and her home. As for her recent display of cultivation and divine beast, it was entirely due to the deep-rooted impression of waste left by the original owner. The elders of the Feng family loved to pander to the powerful, and her actions were a straightforward way to reclaim some of the wasted impressions left by the original owner. In the future, when the 3 elders did their work, they would remember that she, Feng Yunqing, was the true young lady of the Feng family and a direct descendant possessing a divine beast. Meanwhile, Yin Chuxue's status had already begun to diminish. The 3 elders looked at her retreating figure, their expressions varying. Yin Chuxue clenched her fists tightly, a mouthful of blood rising in her throat. She looked at the Grand Elder with a pitiful gaze. Master. Yin Chuxue was a water spirit root with exceptional talent, so the Grand Elder took her as his disciple. The Grand Elder looked at her, his expression softening. Xuanyun, don't be anxious. She only obtained an opportunity to cultivate, and whether she can achieve foundation establishment is still uncertain. You will surely succeed in the Xuanyun trial. Yin Chuxue nodded, her eyes lowered, filled with resentment. Feng Yunqing, even if she gained fortune, it doesn't matter. The Shaoqing secret realm in a month will be your burial ground. Feng Yunqing walked into her courtyard and casually released Xiaojiu. Mother, is this our home? Xiaojiu looked around the yard, his big eyes filled with curiosity. Feng Yunqing patted his fluffy head. Yes, we will live here from now on. The yard was empty, devoid of any servants. Yu Xiang, Feng Yunqing called out. Yu Xiang was her personal maid, given to her by her grandfather, possessing a foundation establishment cultivation at the first level. If the original owner had taken Yu Xiang with her that day, she might not have met her demise. The tall magnolia trees exuded a faint fragrance, with blossoms glowing under the bright moonlight. The scenery was desolate, as if silently responding to Feng Yunqing. Yu Xiang had no reason to leave the Feng family. Feng Yunqing hurried toward Yu Xiang's room, but found it empty. She expanded her divine sense and quickly detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Feng Yunqing hurriedly opened her door, and indeed Yu Xiang was there. Yu Xiang was graceful and dignified, but she always wore a stern expression, like a humorless old sage, only smiling at Feng Yunqing. At this moment, Yu Xiang's face was full of injuries, her limbs incapacitated as she leaned weakly against the bed. A hairpin, the one Feng Yunqing often wore, lay on the ground next to her hand. Yu Xiang, can you hear me? Feng Yunqing's hands trembled as she looked at the battered Yu Xiang, feeling utterly helpless. Yu Xiang's eyelids flickered, opening a narrow slit. Miss. With that, she closed her eyes again. Feng Yunqing saw the spiritual energy within her rapidly dissipating, with her foundation establishment cultivation showing signs of decline. She quickly began to channel spiritual power into Yu Xiang's body, sealing her damaged meridians to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Feng Yunqing initially wanted to bring Yu Xiang into her ring space, but found it impossible. She could only fill the bathing tub with hot spring water and place Yu Xiang inside. White mist emerged from the tub, and spiritual energy filled the air. Feng Yunqing formed seals with her hands, using spiritual power to draw symbols, placing 5 transparent talismans around the tub to set up a closed formation to prevent the spiritual energy from escaping. Soaking in the tub, Xuanyun's wounds were healing at an astonishing speed. Xiaojiu, who had been obediently watching Feng Yunqing bustle about, finally asked in a babyish voice, "Mother, who is she?" "She is mother's maid. You can call her Sister Xuanyun," Feng Yunqing replied, glancing at Xuanyun's wrist. Xuanyun's wounds had healed, but her meridians were still severed. It seemed that the hot spring water was not a cure-all. She looked towards the spiritual plants in her ring space, which included several spiritual herbs that could heal meridians. Feng Yunqing retrieved all the necessary herbs, processing them one by one. While the herbs were excellent, not all parts could be used. Some branches, leaves, and roots needed to be discarded. After processing the herbs, Feng Yunqing focused her thoughts, igniting a blue flame in her palm. This was Xiaojiu's innate flame, the Nine Nether Mystic Fire, which she could now use at any time after their contract. Under her control, the Nine Nether Mystic Fire gently wrapped around a vibrant green herb. As the herb was roasted, a faint mist began to rise, and a drop of emerald liquid floated above the flame as the herb turned to powder. Feng Yunqing stored that drop of medicinal liquid into a small bottle and began to refine the remaining herbs in turn. With her current cultivation being low, she could only use spiritual power to control the flame to refine one herb at a time. In her past life, she could refine 100 herbs at once using an alchemy furnace. I must make the most of my time to cultivate, otherwise I will always remain beneath others. Feng Yunqing glanced at Xiaojiu, who was looking at her with admiration in his big dark eyes. And Xiaojiu can't just stay outside all day with me either. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Yunqing poured the entire bottle of medicinal liquid into the tub and used the flame to heat the water again. Amidst the rising mist, she once more held Xuanyun's wrist to check. Very good, the meridians are healing. She just needs to soak a couple more times before she can use spiritual power again. Feng Yunqing murmured softly, gently tucking Xuanyun's damp hair behind her ear. Xuanyun's forehead was covered in fine sweat as her slightly sculpted eyebrows twitched. Feng Yunqing was overjoyed. "Xuanyun, you're awake." "Miss?" Xuanyun looked at the bright-eyed girl before her, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. "It's good that you're all right." "I'm fine, but what happened to you?" "I already have the answer in my heart, but I still need to ask clearly. It was Yunchushua. That day you went out with her, but only she returned. She even slandered you in front of the elders. How could I tolerate that?" Xuanyun's eyes turned crimson as she spoke, seeming as if she wanted to devour Yunchushua alive. "That night I found her and asked about your whereabouts, but she had someone severely injure me and sever my meridians, claiming you had already died." Feng Yunqing grasped Xuanyun's hand and coldly said, "It was indeed her. When grandfather went to the frontier, she began to act recklessly. Now Yunchushua has the protection of the elder in the Feng family, plus she is quite talented. Furthermore, the three elders have made a promise that if she ranks first in this year's Qingyun trial, she will be allowed to change her surname to Feng and be included in the family tree, thus becoming the second young lady of the Feng family. How come I didn't know about this?" The original owner's memories held no such information. "The family head told me." Suddenly remembering something, Xuanyun bit her lip and looked at Feng Yunqing with some concern. "Miss, are you not angry that I spoke ill of Yunchushua? After all, you have always treated her well." Feng Yunqing's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "She pushed me off the Soul Sunder cliff and left me for dead. How could I ever blame you?" "What? She pushed you off the Soul Sunder cliff?" Xuanyun's eyes widened, and she tightly gripped the edge of the tub, about to stand up. "I want to kill her." Feng Yunqing pressed her shoulder down. "Not so fast, you need to heal first. I will take care of her myself." "That's right, mother is very powerful." Xiaojiu peeked over the edge of the tub, revealing a fluffy head. Xuanyun was startled. She hadn't expected there to be someone else in the room. "Miss, who is this?" "This is my contracted beast named Xiaojiu. He likes to call me mother." Feng Yunqing lifted Xiaojiu to let Xuanyun see clearly. "Call her sister." Xiaojiu obediently smiled and called out, "Sister Xuanyun." Xuanyun was instantly melted by his cuteness, answering repeatedly, "Xiaojiu is good." "All right, since you two have met, Xiaojiu should return to the space now." Feng Yunqing disliked Xiaojiu always staying outside, hindering his absorption of spiritual energy. After retracting Xiaojiu into the ring space, Feng Yunqing looked at Xuanyun. "You continue soaking, you can come out in another quarter of an hour." Xuanyun anxiously spoke up. "Miss, you cannot cultivate. How can you have a contracted beast? What about your eyes?" Feng Yunqing had long prepared her words, half-truthfully saying, "After falling from the Broken Soul Cliff, I landed in a pool of water. My eyes changed like this, and then I suddenly became able to cultivate and accidentally formed a contract with Xiaojiu in the pool. That's how it happened." Xuanyun, though confused, felt happy. The young lady was now speaking clearly. Not only had her mind become clear, but she could also cultivate. It seemed that falling from the Broken Soul Cliff brought her great fortune. If the head of the family knew about this, he would surely be very happy. "So what is the young lad's current cultivation level?" Feng Yunqing looked at Xuanyun, reminiscing about Xuanyun's every action towards the original owner. From the brief recollections, it was clear that Yuexiang was absolutely loyal to the original owner, and she was personally assigned by grandfather, as her maid So Feng Yinqing did not hide anything. Foundation establishment, first stage. What? You just left for 2 days and... The rest of the words were muffled by Feng Yinqing's hand. Yuexiang, quick-witted, immediately nodded. The young lady is indeed a person of great wealth and nobility. The head of the family will surely be very happy to know. Grandfather has been at the border for 7 days now, and I don't know when he will return. It should be soon, young lady, do not be anxious. As night fell, Feng Yinqing moved like a ghost towards a courtyard. Yun Chuxue was currently meditating and cultivating in her room with 4 guards from the elder protecting her. Feng Yinqing had already reached the 9th stage of qi refinement, she had to work even harder. She absolutely could not let that fool Feng Yinqing surpass her. Feng Yinqing applied the prepared invisibility talisman and swaggered into the courtyard. She pushed open the door and immediately heard Yun Chuxue's voice. Didn't I say not to disturb me? Get out. Feng Yinqing ignored her, directly shut the door and casually placed a talisman array at the entrance. The talisman paper stuck on the door immediately formed a formation sealing the entire room. Feng Yinqing surveyed the room. The furnishings were exquisite, rivaling her own room, making it hard to imagine that this was not occupied by a member of the Feng family. Just as Yun Chuxue was interrupted by the sound of the door opening, she lost focus on her cultivation and got up to pour herself a cup of water. Just as she brought the teacup to her lips, a cool female voice rang in her ear, "Good tea." Who? Yun Chuxue immediately flung the teacup away, turning around to see Feng Yinqing leisurely holding a teacup, her pair of shimmering purple eyes smiling at her. The smile did not reach her eyes, filled with killing intent. "How did you get in here?" Yun Chuxue was startled and immediately started calling for help. "Come quickly. Hurry, someone." Feng Yinqing had a divine beast, as she was definitely no match for her. "Stop shouting. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you." Feng Yinqing set her teacup down, resting one hand against her temple, coldly watching Yun Chuxue. Yun Chuxue took a few steps back, anxiously glancing at the door. Despite her loud shouts, no one had come in. "Did you kill them all?" Feng Yinqing slightly curled her lips and walked towards Yun Chuxue with her hands behind her back. Since I survived this disaster, have you thought about how you are going to die?" Yun Chuxue frantically shook her head, retreating step by step. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." As she spoke, she tried to open the door and run out, but was blocked by Feng Yinqing. "Feng Yinqing, you deserve to die. You vile woman." Yun Chuxue suddenly unleashed a blast of spiritual energy at Feng Yinqing. "With both of us at the 9th stage of qi refinement, you are still no match for me." Feng Yinqing pursed her pink lips, waving her sleeve, and that blast of spiritual energy was deflected, crashing into the round table, instantly splitting it in half, and the tea set shattered all over the ground. She raised a hand and pointed at Yun Chuxue, who immediately found herself unable to move. Yun Chuxue's face turned pale with fear. "Feng Yinqing, what did you do to me, you fool? Let me go. Otherwise my master won't spare you." Feng Yinqing reached out and pulled a jade hairpin from Yun Chuxue's hair, her tone icy. Have I not treated you well?" The cold jade hairpin pressed against Yun Chuxue's tender cheek. Feng Yinqing poked at her face with the sharp end of the hairpin. "Tisk, tisk, truly thick-skinned. I can't even poke through it. I warn you, don't act recklessly." Yun Chuxue was very nervous. Her most prized possession was her face. Although this face could not compare to Feng Yinqing's, it was also praised by everyone in the imperial capital. Moreover, she was counting on this face to meet the prince. Thinking of this, Yun Chuxue cried even more fiercely, and her words became more and more unpleasant, unbearable to hear. Feng Yinqing took a needle and thread from a nearby embroidery basket and directly began to sew Yun Chuxue's mouth, one stitch at a time. Yun Chuxue cried and screamed in pain, her entire chin covered in blood. Feng Yinqing looked at Yun Chuxue's sewn mouth with satisfaction and cast a cleansing spell on herself. She casually scratched her ear and said, "You are too noisy, it's hurting my ears." "Woo." Yun Chuxue could not speak, only crying while making muffled sounds. "Yun Chuxue, from the moment you entered the Feng residence, everything you ate, wore, and used was arranged by my grandfather. Although I cannot cultivate, I receive cultivation resources every month, and I have given them all to you without exception. Based on this, calling me father would not be excessive. And what about you? You have become a disciple of the great elder, and your wings have hardened. You actually dared to covet my position, and even pushed me down the broken soul cliff while my grandfather was away. Describing you as having the hearts of wolves and the lungs of dogs is an insult to both wolves and dogs. At this point, I nearly forgot that you also dared to fantasize about marrying the prince. You should really take a look at your own background. How could the prince possibly be interested in you?" Perhaps mentioning Yun Chuxue's sore spot triggered her, and she immediately began to cry out, her eyes red and glaring fiercely at Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing stood in front of Yun Chuxue, slightly bending down due to their height difference getting close to Yun Chuxue. Rest assured, I won't kill you right now. Killing you would only make it easier for you. But I want to collect some interest first. As her words fell, the sharp end of the jade hairpin pierced into Yun Chuxue's cheek. Woo-woo. She made 4 cuts in succession, and 2 bloody crosses appeared on both sides of Yun Chuxue's face. The flesh rolled back, and bright red blood flowed endlessly. Feng Yinxing threw the hairpin to the ground, clearly disgusted, and cast another cleansing spell. Rest assured, I will slowly torture you, making you wish you were dead. Before leaving, Feng Yinxing suddenly remembered something. Oh right, you can tell the Great Elder, so he knows what kind of good disciple he has taken in. In Feng Yunqing's view, the Great Elder was completely unaware of this matter. The 3 elders of the Feng family came from collateral branches. Because they had slightly higher cultivation, they became elders and were supported by the Feng family. Over the years, the Feng family had long since declined, and many collateral branches had no descendants left. If the Feng family lost their descendants, now the 3 of them would have nowhere to go. And she, Feng Yunxing, was merely a tool for the Feng family to continue their lineage. Moreover, she could now cultivate. Even if the Great Elder favored Yun Chuxue, the other 2 elders would stand by her side. The next morning, Yue Xiang had prepared the meal early. To her surprise, when she opened the door, Feng Yunxing was nowhere to be found. Miss? She wondered if Yun Chuxue had tricked her again. With that thought, Yue Xiang rushed towards the courtyard gate. Just as she dashed out, a clear and pleasant voice called from behind Yue Xiang. Sister Yue Xiang. Turning around, Yue Xiang saw 2 figures, one big and one small, smiling at her. Miss, where have you just been? You scared me to death. Yue Xiang rushed over and hugged Feng Yunxing, her trembling hands full of panic. Feng Yunxing had just been in the space and casually made up an excuse. I took Xiaojiu out for morning practice. You must not have noticed. Yue Xiang nodded, taking it to heart. Miss, please eat quickly. The breakfast was as delicious as ever, all made by Yue Xiang herself. Xiaojiu had never tasted such food and was enjoying it immensely. Just after finishing the meal, a young servant came to report. Miss, the 3 elders request your presence. Everyone had gathered in the main hall. As Feng Yunxing entered, everyone turned to look at her. The expressions of the crowd were strange, and Yun Chuxue was not present. What's wrong? Feng Yunxing asked calmly. The 3rd elder nodded slightly. Miss, you're here. We just received urgent news from the border. Feng Yunxing's heart skipped a beat as the vague sense of unease grew clearer. The Grand Elder's face was particularly stern, his voice steadier than yesterday. We just received a report from the border that the head of the family has been seriously injured and is on his way back to the capital. He should be arriving soon. It is said that the head of the family is gravely injured, I'm afraid. The 2nd elder sighed and didn't continue. The hall fell into silence. Just then a voice from outside announced, report. The head of the family has returned. Feng Yunxing immediately rushed outside. She dashed to the entrance where a group of guards was clearing the way and a carriage slowly drove in. Grandpa. As Feng Yunxing saw the carriage stop, she hurriedly climbed in. Inside sat a robust old man with grizzled whiskers quietly lying on a couch. He was Feng Pian, the old general of the Tianyuan kingdom. As the carriage blocked everyone's view, Feng Yunxing quickly felt Feng Payuan's pulse. While her illusionary eye was also examining the old man. Within Feng Payuan's body, a violent spiritual force was rampaging. This power did not belong to him. If she remembered correctly, her grandfather was of the fire's spiritual root, yet this spiritual energy belonged to the water element. Feng Payuan's cultivation was at the nascent soul 9th stage, and no one in the entire Tianyuan kingdom could injure him. It appeared that he was wounded during a battle at the border. The Grand Elder's voice sounded from outside the carriage. Feng Yunxing, why haven't you come down? What kind of manner is this? Having understood her grandfather's condition, Feng Yunxing stepped down from the carriage. 2 guards carefully lifted Feng Payuan out and transported him to the head of the family's room. The gate of the Feng residence closed, yet the news of Feng Payuan's injury spread throughout the capital. In the head of the family's room, a circle of people surrounded the bed. The 3rd elder sat by the bed, taking Feng Payuan's pulse, his brow furrowed. After a long moment, he finally spoke carefully. The head of the family's heart pulse is damaged, his spiritual energy is obstructed, and he is currently in a coma. If the spiritual energy continues to stagnate in his body, I'm afraid he won't last long. The Grand Elder sighed, lamenting, I never expected that the head of the family's journey to the border would end up in such a predicament. The 2nd elder wiped at the non-existent tears in his eyes, glancing around as he said, since the head of the family is critically ill, the selection of the next head of the family should be put on the agenda. Feng Yunxing sneered, do any of you have a candidate? Naturally, the 2nd elder scanned the room, but suddenly paused and changed his words, it must be the eldest young lady. Currently, Feng Yunxing had contracted a divine beast and was no longer foolish. The position of head of the family should naturally belong to her, not to Yun Chuxue, an outsider. Moreover, on such an important occasion today, Yun Chuxue was nowhere to be found, proving she was not a member of the family and had no sense of propriety. Feng Yunxing glanced at the 3. This matter requires careful consideration. Furthermore, we do not yet know the condition of Grandpa's health. Even if we were to select a head of the family, it would not be my turn. My uncle is still here, and as elders you cannot overstep your authority. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Are you referring to Feng Zoming? He cannot be the head of the family. The second elder nodded in agreement. The Feng family had been passed down through generations with only one heir until the time of Feng Peiyuan, who had two sons. Originally Feng Peiyuan thought the Feng family would finally have successors, but unexpectedly Feng Zongyu was killed in battle, and Feng Zoming was injured during a trial, his cultivation stagnating, and he was even rejected by a princess. After that he became a recluse living in his courtyard like a living dead person. Feng Yinxing stepped forward and sat on the bed, gently holding her grandfather's hand. Whether he can or cannot, it is not for you to decide, it is for Grandpa to say. The third elder shook his head slightly and sighed. Eldest young lady, I can treat the head of the family's illness, but I cannot heal him. I can only ensure he does not breathe his last. Afterward, I'm afraid he will only lie in eternal slumber. Feng Yinxing grasped Feng Peiyuan's hand. I will treat Grandpa's illness. Fifth, the third elder, the divine physician of the Tianyan kingdom, says it cannot be cured. How can you possibly treat it? That's utterly ridiculous. The grand elder waved his sleeve and left. The second elder glanced at Feng Yinxing, but said nothing, and also departed. Feng Yinxing looked at the third elder, who had not left. Her tone slightly softened. Third elder, since you cannot cure Grandpa, then leave it to me. The third elder looked at Feng Peiyuan on the bedside softly, then turned to leave. Feng Yinxing turned to Yuexiang. Yuexiang, go invite my uncle. He cannot keep hiding, and he must know about this matter. Yuexiang nodded and left, leaving Feng Yinxing and a group of guards in the room. Feng Yinxing looked at the group, her cold and beautiful purple eyes particularly sharp. You are all Grandpa's personal guards. Do you know who injured him? The leading guard stepped forward, reporting to the eldest young lady, that person is very mysterious. The head of the family pursued that person, and we arrived too late due to our insufficient cultivation. It seems you also do not know who it is. It doesn't matter, we will know when Grandpa wakes up. Feng Yinxing waved her hand. You may go out now. Guard this courtyard well. Except for me and my uncle, no one else is allowed to enter. Yes, the guards replied respectfully. Although they did not understand why the eldest young lady had suddenly become so sensible, the head of the family's orders remained, and they had to treat her with utmost respect. Qingqing, what happened to father? Feng Zongming asked anxiously, his usually calm eyes revealing other emotions. Don't worry, Grandpa will be fine. Feng Yinxing smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over Feng Zongming's leg. But it's okay with her around, this leg can be healed. Feng Zongming rolled his wheelchair to the bedside, looking at Feng Peiyuan, who lay motionless on the bed, his eyes slightly red. Father, it is my unfilial conduct. If I could have accompanied you on this journey, you would not have encountered any mishap. He slammed his legs several times in frustration. Useless. I am truly useless. Feng Yinxing grasped his hand firmly, her eyes clear. Uncle, there is no need to despair. I will heal your legs. Feng Zongming looked at her, realizing that his once innocent and carefree niece had changed significantly. Her pair of shimmering purple eyes were now bright and clear, and her entire aura had transformed. At this moment, looking at her, he felt as if he were gazing upon someone of a higher status. Qingqing, what happened to your eyes? Oh, it is all a matter of opportunity. Feng Yinxing, while processing herbs, recounted what she had said to Yuexiang again. That's how it is, but Uncle must keep it a secret for me. Feng Zongming nodded. Uncle won't speak recklessly, besides no one has contact with Uncle. The two of them spent the entire day in the head of the family's room, managing to rekindle some of the familial affection that had been lost over the years. No one from the Feng family came to check on them. They were all indifferent to the situation. Feng Yinxing refined a vial of medicinal liquid and administered it to Feng Peiyuan to treat his damaged heart meridian. Once the heart meridian was restored, the spiritual energy within Feng Peiyuan would begin to circulate spontaneously, preventing it from stagnating in his body. Looking at the chaotic water spiritual energy within him, Feng Yinxing had no suitable needles and could not resolve the issue for the time being. Yuexiang, you often go out. Do you know who the most renowned blacksmith in the imperial capital is? Miss, it is the manager of the treasure pavilion. He is a third-tier blacksmith. Feng Yinxing was taken aback, unable to believe, and asked again, only third tier? In this Xuanyun Continent, there isn't even a decent blacksmith. Feng Zongming's lips curved slightly. Qingqing, third tier is already quite impressive. In Tianyan country, there are many cultivators, but not everyone can become a blacksmith. But third tier is still too low, isn't it? One must know that blacksmiths are categorized into 9 ranks, and those qualified can even become divine-tier blacksmiths after reaching the true god stage. I have heard that other countries have high-tier blacksmiths, but father said our Tianyan country is a low-tier nation. Perhaps that is the reason. Feng Yinxing nodded, not expecting Tianyan country to be just a small low-tier nation. The original owner was rather simple-minded, knowing little about the Xuanyun Continent, which also led to Feng Yinxing being somewhat ignorant. After preparing the medicinal bath for Feng Zhongming, Feng Yinqing set up a maze outside the room to prevent anyone from intruding and disturbing her grandfather and uncle. Having completed these tasks, she finally stepped out. Yue Xiang wanted to follow her, but was left behind to help add firewood to Feng Zhongming's medicinal bath. The three elders in the family were all quite powerful. The eldest elder was at the 5th stage of nascent soul, the second elder was at the 1st stage of nascent soul, and the third elder was at the 9th stage of golden core. These three were proud and did not believe she could heal her grandfather. They were likely busy discussing the next head of the family and wouldn't come here to take a glance. As night fell, Feng Yinqing exited through the side door of the Feng residence and headed straight for the treasure pavilion. Although it was already dark, many guests were still milling about in the hall of the treasure pavilion. The attendant recognized Feng Yinqing as soon as she entered. "Miss Feng, what would you like to purchase?" Feng Yinqing was no longer foolish. The news of her not only being able to cultivate, but also contracting with a divine beast had spread throughout the streets. Now those who once looked down on her in the imperial capital had all changed their attitudes. Feng Yinqing politely spoke. "I am looking for your manager. I heard he is a blacksmith. Please wait a moment, though I will notify the manager right away." The attendant left, and Feng Yinqing began to wander around the hall. There were many magical artifacts in the pavilion, mostly ornaments, some for defense and others for attack. However, none exceeded the 3rd tier. The new 3rd tier defensive ring at the treasure pavilion is quite good. It can withstand an attack from a 9th stage golden core. Indeed, it is quite good. I need to go home and get more spirit stones. I must acquire a ring. Feng Yinqing curiously leaned over to take a look, finding 5 rings neatly arranged in a wooden box. Though they were 3rd tier, the quality was poor. Magical artifacts of the same tier are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. As for top grade, even Feng Yinqing had never seen one in her past life. The attendant approached her. "Miss Feng, the manager requests your presence." Feng Yinqing withdrew her gaze and followed the attendant to the back courtyard. In the back courtyard, the sound of hammering echoed, making it feel quite familiar. "The manager is refining weapons inside. Miss Feng, please go in. I still need to assist in the hall." Feng Yinqing followed the sound into the blacksmith room and saw an old man with gray-white hair hammering away. Judging by the shape of the iron piece, he was forging a sword. The old man did not stop when he saw her enter, nor did he feel that his attitude was inappropriate. Feng Yinqing quietly stood by watching him forge. The shape of the iron piece had already formed, and the old man used spiritual energy to lift the iron piece and send it into the refining furnace, then began adding various metal blocks into the furnace. The metal blocks melted in the intense flames, beginning to layer over the iron piece. Just as the old man prepared to throw a piece of scale iron stone into the furnace, Feng Yinqing spoke up, "Wait." The old man frowned slightly, looking as if she had disturbed him. "Little girl, do you need something?" Although scale iron stone appears hard on the surface, it is soft inside. The previous materials have already brought the sword's hardness to its peak. Once this piece of scale iron stone is melted in the blade, will become brittle and chip easily. The old man looked at the scale iron stone in his hand, his eyebrows raising. "Little girl, do you understand blacksmithing?" Feng Yinqing humbly replied, "I know a little bit." "What is your name?" "Feng Yinqing." Upon hearing this name, the old man's brows furrowed. "How familiar. Are you the foolish child from the Feng family?" Feng Yinqing nodded, not denying it. The stories of her past foolishness were well known in the imperial capital, and she was too lazy to argue. The old man scrutinized Feng Yinqing a few more times, placing the scale iron stone aside. "I see you no longer seem foolish. If your grandfather knew, he would surely be overjoyed." "Do you know my grandfather? Why hasn't he mentioned it?" "We are old acquaintances, but we haven't had much contact." The old man continued to forge while speaking. "I trust you this time. If this sword fails, I will have to personally go find your grandfather to demand spirit stones. I came to find you today for my grandfather's sake." The old man did not turn around. What does he need a suitable weapon? Now the matter of grandfather being injured is no longer a secret, and Feng Yinqing did not hide it. Grandfather returned from the border injured and needs acupuncture treatment, so I would like to ask you to help me craft a set of acupuncture needles. Feng Yinqing said as she took out a blueprint from her space. The old man paused his movements. "Feng Peiyuan is injured. I have been locked in the forging room all day and did not know about this. Wait for me to finish up before looking at your blueprint." Feng Yinqing sat beside him waiting for a while, and finally the old man's long sword was forged. A silver long sword gleamed with a cold light, its blade thin, and after infusing it with spiritual power, it could slice through iron like mud. The old man carefully touched the blade, laughing as he looked at Feng Yinqing. "Little girl, what you said does make sense. The sword bodies that had previously incorporated scale iron were not as sharp as this one. It seems I have been too absorbed in my own work and haven't realized that even a junior like you knows more than me." Feng Yinqing slightly curved her lips, thinking that it was not certain who was the junior. After putting away the sword, the old man wiped his hands and walked over. Let me have a look at the blueprint. Feng Yinqing handed over the blueprint. It's a fine needle like this one. I wonder if you have seen it before. My surname is Mu, just call me Old Mu. Old Mu sat beside Feng Yinqing carefully examining the blueprint. This needle has a rather unique shape and is quite exquisite. Did you draw this yourself? Yes, I don't have suitable materials at hand. I wonder if I could pick some from you. The Feng family does not have any forgers, which is why Feng Yinqing needed to find a craftsman. Although she could forge, she lacked materials and a furnace. It was akin to a skilled cook being unable to cook without rice. Old Mu pointed to a small door in the room. You can go in there and choose. I will take another look at this blueprint. Feng Yinqing was not shy and pushed open the small door to enter. Upon opening the door, it revealed a wondrous sight. The room was spacious, filled with various oddly shaped forging materials on iron racks. Feng Yinqing's purple eyes sparkled as she roughly scanned the entire room and spotted a grayish stone in the corner. Black silver stone. Feng Yinqing quickly walked over and directly hugged the not small stone to her chest. Old Mu frowned slightly when he saw her carrying out a pitch-black stone. Why did you pick out a piece of junk? This stone is waste material. Anything forged from it will be soft and flimsy. Feng Yinqing smiled charmingly, carefully placing the stone on the table. That's exactly what I need. The acupuncture tools cannot be too hard, but must have a flexible bend, and this black silver stone is just right. Old Mu looked at the blueprint with doubt, then at the black silver stone. I have never forged anything soft before. Feng Yinqing pressed her lips together and tentatively asked, then can I do it myself? You don't have the cultivation to control the forging furnace. Old Mu waved his hand. It's better if I do it. Before he finished speaking, Feng Yinqing had already gathered a mass of spiritual energy in her palm, the colors of the energy vivid and varied, indicating that she possessed spiritual power. Old Mu stroked his beard with a sense of awe. It seems I have been in the forging room too long. Even the young lady of the Feng family can cultivate now. Old Mu, I'll do it myself. You can just guide me a bit. Feng Yinqing had intended to forge herself, as only she understood what she wanted. However, this was Old Mu's domain, and she felt it inappropriate to insist on forging herself from the start, as if she looked down on Old Mu. It's fine, practicing here is also good. Nowadays there aren't many young people who understand forging, and I have high hopes for you. Old Mu said with a smile, already feeling a sense of appreciation for Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing sat in front of the large forging furnace, lifting the black silver stone into the furnace with her spiritual power. Inside the furnace was a low-grade fire seed used by forgers. After being catalyzed with spiritual power, it could smelt ordinary materials, and the black silver stone was a very ordinary material. Feng Yinqing enveloped the stone in flames, and as she infused it with spiritual power, the flames grew fiercer, quickly melting away the black rock skin of the black silver stone, revealing the silvery stone core within. She then took the small stone core out of the furnace. She ignited a blue flame in her left hand, and the silvery stone core floated above it, soon becoming a viscous liquid. Feng Yinqing focused, separating a portion of the silvery liquid while placing the remainder in a stone bowl beside her. Old Mu hurriedly reminded her, "Girl, this material cannot cool down. Once it cools, it will become fragmented and difficult to smelt again." Feng Yinqing was concentrating on shaping the silver needle and responded softly, "No worries, the black silver stone can't be continuously heated or the stone core will become brittle and lose its inherent softness and elasticity. If it is heated too long, the silver needle will break easily." Old Mu did not ask further, squinting his eyes and nodding, his expression seemingly enlightened. After a full half-hour, Feng Yinqing finally shaped a complete set of silver needles. A total of 14 silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses. Then Feng Yinqing did not use the forging furnace anymore, but directly used the 9 nether flame to refine the silver needles. At this moment, she refined with both hands the 14 silver needles standing above her palm, as if she were in a state of meditation. Old Mu looked at the flame, then at his own forging furnace. The young lady of the Feng family must possess a high-grade fire seed, needing no longer to use his low-grade fire seed. The light blue flames diminished from large to small, gradually disappearing into Feng Yinqing's palm. "It's done!" Feng Yinqing exclaimed joyfully, then raised her hands to catch several silver needles. The needles were icy to the touch, yet their texture was delicate and smooth. "The grade is high quality." Old Mu immediately recognized the quality of the set of silver needles, his eyes widening as he approached. "It's actually high quality. Quick, let me observe it up close." Feng Yinqing did not refuse and placed the silver needles in Old Mu's palm. Old Mu examined each silver needle closely, then returned them to Feng Yinqing. He respectfully clasped his hands towards her. "I have devoted my life to forging, but the items I have forged that reach high quality are very few. Today, witnessing your forging has deeply enlightened me. I wonder, young friend." Feng Yinqing noticed his pause and replied, "Old Mu and my grandfather are old acquaintances, so you are my elder. Please feel free to speak." Old Mu lightly cleared his throat, his tone somewhat shy. I wonder if you are in need of a disciple. The smile that Feng Yinqing had on her lips froze on her face. She thought he wanted her to help with forging, but he actually wanted to take her as a disciple. Old Mu's already dark complexion turned even redder at this moment. Feng Yinqing hurriedly waved her hands. No, that's inappropriate. You are my elder, and I only know a little. You are far more experienced in forging than I am. In the world of forging, age does not matter. I greatly admire your skills today. Old Mu was very persistent. Feng Yinqing sighed. Please allow me to consider it. Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones as payment for the black silver stone and for using your forging furnace. Old Mu refused to accept them no matter what, and in the end Feng Yinqing placed the spirit stones on the table and disappeared in a flash using the shadow step. The moonlight shone brightly as Feng Yinqing entered the Feng residence. The courtyard was serene, blending seamlessly with the trees surrounding it. Feng Yinqing hurried into her grandfather's courtyard, noting there were no signs of anyone having breached the maze that seemed truly untouched. Upon entering the room, Xuanyun immediately approached her saying, "Miss, where have you been for so long? I was delayed a bit. Where's my uncle?" Seeing that the bathtub was empty, Feng Yinqing presumed Feng Zongming had finished his medicinal bath. Second master said he was a bit tired and went to the side room to rest. Feng Yinqing nodded and went to check on Feng Peiyuan before turning towards the side room. She gently knocked on the door. "Uncle Qingqing, come in." Feng Zongming's voice was as warm as ever. As Feng Yinqing entered, she saw him sitting in a wheelchair gazing out the window. "Is your leg uncomfortable?" Feng Yinqing walked straight to him and squatted down naturally, placing her hands on Feng Zongming's knees. He promptly reached out to support her, saying, "Qingqing, you are now a young lady. You shouldn't be too close to me. Even if I grow older, it won't stop me from treating my uncle." Feng Yinqing looked up with squinted eyes, smiling. As she recalled, Feng Zongming was somewhat reserved and introverted, yet he treated the original owner very well, as if she were his own daughter. Feng Yinqing pinched his leg, feeling the now well-rounded kneecap. The bones are nearly fully developed, and the meridians are starting to soften, showing signs of life. With a few more baths, I can help my uncle with his meridian circulation. My leg is fine. It's your father's condition that you need to stabilize quickly. Feng Yinqing stood up and reassured him, "Don't worry, I've acquired silver needles at the treasure pavilion, and I will resolve grandfather's illness soon." "Then let's hurry," Feng Zongming said as he pushed the wheelchair toward the master bedroom. Xuanyun was carefully wiping the sweat off old Master Feng, who had been in a prolonged coma and was sweating profusely due to the obstruction of spiritual energy in his body. Feng Yinqing went to wash her hands and instructed Xuanyun loosen grandfather's coat to expose his chest and dantian. Having prepared everything, Feng Yinqing sat by the bed and arranged the silver needles in a tray. Old Master Feng's chest was also covered in a fine layer of sweat, as the fire spiritual power within him intertwined with a mysterious water spiritual power, making his body feel like a steamer over a fire. Identifying the 9 major acupuncture points on his chest, Feng Yinqing inserted the fine silver needles as delicate as hair, setting up the needle array to firmly lock the water spiritual power within. Next was the position of the dantian, where the fire spiritual root resided. She surrounded it with needles to protect it within the array. After 2 needle arrays, Feng Yinqing also began to sweat slightly. Setting up the needle array consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and since this was a living person, her focus was more concentrated and cautious than when refining medicinal liquids or forging tools. With her illusory world eye, she could see that old Master Feng's fire spiritual power had become immobilized, while the water spiritual power was like an ant on a hot pan spinning in place. Feng Yinqing held her breath and focused her delicate fair hand resting over the water spiritual power through old Master Feng's chest. She possessed a chaotic spiritual root, and she also had water spiritual power. Her palm slowly released a weak stream of water spiritual power directed towards the water spiritual power within old Master Feng. Perhaps it sensed a kindred spirit. The water spiritual power quickly surged towards Feng Yinqing's palm, directly drilling into her body. The unfamiliar spiritual power entering her body made her feel uncomfortable. Feng Yinqing felt a heat in her dantian and immediately suppressed it with the earth's spiritual power within. The 5 elemental spiritual roots interact with each other. Metal overcomes wood, overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes metal. The chaotic spiritual root has absolute suppression over all spiritual roots, so this bit of water spiritual power quickly vanished within her dantian. As she withdrew the needle array, Feng Yinqing saw that the spiritual energy within old Master Feng was gradually starting to circulate. Though slow, once the spiritual energy was cleared, his heart pulse immediately became vigorous. She put away the silver needles and let out a long breath. By tomorrow morning, grandfather will surely wake up. Feng Zongming observed his niece's actions, feeling impressed, even though he did not understand. "Qingqing, where did you learn this medical skill? The Tianyin Kingdom has never seen such a treatment method." Feng Yinqing took the handkerchief Yuxiang handed her to wipe the sweat, saying, I obtained this medical book by chance, and I opened my mind learning it instantly. As expected of my brother's bloodline, you truly have talent. Feng Zongming's lips, which had not curved for a long time, slightly curled as he looked at Feng Yinqing with affectionate starry eyes. When he mentioned Feng Yinqing's father, there was no trace of jealousy in his tone, only praise and respect. Feng Yinqing circled around to Feng Zongming's side, gently pinching his shoulder with her small hand. Uncle, your talent is not low either. If I remember correctly, you established your foundation at 18 and were a prominent young talent in Tianyan Kingdom back then. Feng Zongming did not respond, but Feng Yinqing could sense the tension in his shoulder. Uncle, don't worry. I will ensure you can cultivate again, making all those who mock us and look down on the Feng family gaze up at us. Feng Zongming's hands resting on his lap tightened slightly. Qingqing, I believe in you. The Feng family was weak and had gradually fallen, nearly being eliminated from the four great families. If it weren't for his father, who was a ninth-stage nascent soul holding down the fort, they might have been swallowed by other families long ago. Now that Qingqing was no longer foolish, it seemed that heaven was showing mercy on the Feng family. He believed in Qingqing. With such a genius in the Feng family, they would surely rise again. Miss? Yuxiang's excited and trembling voice rang out in the room. Feng Yinqing was currently cultivating in the space within her ring and immediately appeared on the bed upon hearing the voice. She lifted the bed curtain, her purple eyes sparkling. Grandfather has woken up, right? Yuxiang's face was agape with disbelief. Yes, go take a look. Feng Yinqing quickly got dressed and casually put on her outer robe before rushing out. She had also slept in the Crane Pine courtyard last night, and she had already removed the array at her grandfather's door. She only set up a divine sense restriction at the door so she would immediately sense if anyone entered. In the room, Feng Zongming was already at the bedside talking to old Master Feng. Father, wait for Qingqing to arrive, and you can ask her directly. Feng Zongming finished speaking just as he heard footsteps. Qingqing is here. Grandfather. Feng Yinqing joyfully called out, rushing to the bedside. The old man on the bed looked well-spirited with slanted sharp eyebrows and long piercing black eyes resembling an eagle in the night, exuding a commanding and resolute aura even while lying down. Upon seeing Feng Yinqing, the furrowed brows of Feng Peiyuan immediately relaxed, and a kind smile appeared on his weathered face. Qingqing, come here to grandfather. Feng Yinqing sat by the bed and grasped the large hand extended by old Master Feng. Grandfather, do you feel any discomfort? Is your internal spiritual energy flowing smoothly? Feng Peiyuan smiled, broadly nodding to his granddaughter's concerned question, and then asked her, Qingqing, tell me where your fortune comes from. Feng Yinqing saw no need to hide the matter of Yin Chuxua trying to harm her, so she laid it all bare. After her words, both Feng Peiyuan and Feng Zongming's expressions changed. Feng Peiyuan clenched his fist and struck the bed angrily. I must be getting old. How could I have raised a white-eyed wolf in my own home? No, I will go kill her right now, he said as he attempted to rise, but was stopped by Feng Yinqing's hand on his arm. Grandfather, I will handle this myself. I am already at the first stage of foundation establishment. She is simply not my opponent. Feng Yinqing comforted him, then released her contracted beast. This is my contract beast named Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, quickly greet your great-grandfather. Xiaojiu's face was flushed, just emerging from the hot spring, as it squeaked adorably beside the bed. Great-grandfather, I am Xiaojiu, I am mother's contracted beast. Feng Peiyuan looked intently at the little fluffball that was Xiaojiu, gently stroking its head with his calloused hand. Good child, good child. Xiaojiu is very powerful. With him around, Yin Chuxua cannot harm me. Feng Yinqing said, Uncle, please do not be angry. I have my own plan regarding this matter, and I will not let her die easily. Feng Zongming's face turned cold. Then we must teach her a lesson. How dare she plot against you while living in our Feng family? I have already taught her a lesson. She has probably been hiding in her room these past 2 days. Feng Yinqing smirked slightly as she recounted the events of that night. She added, currently she has entered the trial quota of Xiao Qingyun and is a genius girl specifically chosen by the Tianyan royal family. This trial not only involves the prominent families of the Tianyan kingdom, but also those from surrounding countries, so she cannot die easily. If she dies mysteriously now, the Tianyan royal family will think we intend to let another country win. Feng Yinqing had learned about the Tianyan kingdom over the past few days. It is located in the eastern region of the Xuanyun Continent and can only be considered a low-ranking small country in the east. The trial of Xiao Qingyun is held throughout the eastern region, with only lower-ranking countries participating. The country of the winning genius can then ascend to being a middle-ranking country. Yun Chuxu's water spirit root is among the top geniuses in the Tianyan kingdom, and the Tianyan royal family is hoping she can take the lead in the Xiao Qingyun trial, securing the Tianyan kingdom's qualification to advance to a middle-ranking country. Now that the Feng family is weak, she has no absolute evidence to prove that Yuan Chuxu plotted against her, and moreover her own cultivation is not high enough. There is no need to offend the Tianyan royal family at this time. Therefore, even if Feng Yunqing is confident in helping the Tianyin kingdom achieve first place, she must expose Yun Chuxia's true colors in front of the Tianyin royal family before ultimately eliminating her. Falling into a mud pit from a height must be causing Yun Chuxia great suffering. After listening to Feng Yunqing's clear analysis, both Feng Peiyuan and Feng Zhongming nodded in agreement. Feng Peiyuan sighed with relief. It seems that Qingqing thinks things through. I am getting old, and I tend to act impulsively. Feng Yunqing lowered her gaze slightly. Grandfather, do you still remember who hurt you? Feng Peiyuan frowned, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he shook his head. That person was dressed mysteriously and wore a mask. I couldn't see his face, but he should be from the Xuanyun kingdom. The soldiers I fought against that day at the border were indeed from the Xuanyun kingdom. Although it is a lower-ranking small country, if small countries go to war and annex each other, the chances of producing geniuses will increase, and the opportunity to advance to a middle-ranking country will be greater. Feng Yunqing nodded in understanding, silently adding the Xuanyun kingdom to her blacklist. In the coming days, I will help you regulate your health. I will ensure that your body does not retain any hidden ailments. All right. Feng Peiyuan smiled and nodded, turning to Xiaojiu. Come here, let great-grandfather hold you. The three of them were happily playing with Xiaojiu when a guard's announcement came from outside the door. Miss, the Crown Prince has come to see the family head. Feng Yunqing raised an eyebrow. What does he want? Qingqing, the Crown Prince is your fiancé. It is only natural for him to come see father now. Feng Zhongming explained gently. Feng Yunqing replied, I had actually forgotten about that. The original owner had been betrothed to the Crown Prince since childhood, but due to her foolishness, the engagement banquet had never been held. Let him in. Feng Yunqing nodded. She had to meet him eventually. She smoothly retracted Xiaojiu into her spatial realm. However, she needed to think of a way to cancel this marriage. The Crown Prince Murong Xian has a water spirit root, is 20 years old, and is at the second stage of foundation establishment. His qualifications are not remarkable, and he is slightly inferior compared to Yun Chuxia. However, his face is quite handsome, making him one of the top beauties of the Tianyin kingdom. Feng Yunqing glanced at the tall man, standing in front of her, her eyes briefly surveying his face. No wonder Yun Chuxia is so infatuated with him, wanting to replace her and marry Murong Xian. He indeed has some charm. However, compared to Mo Yuan, he is simply incomparable. One is a stunning deity from the heavens, while the other is merely a pretty-looking little grass on the ground. Furthermore, having just scanned Murong Xian with her illusionary world, she immediately discerned that his cultivation was largely built upon pill consumption. Given his cultivation aptitude, he should have just begun his foundation establishment, able to advance a year early. One can only imagine how many pills he has consumed. Murong Xian's gaze lingered on Feng Yunqing's face for a moment before shifting to the bed where Feng Peiyuan was. He furrowed his brow slightly and respectfully clasped his hands. I greet General Feng. Feng Peiyuan, sitting at the head of the bed, kindly responded, Please forgive this old man for not being able to rise to greet you due to his poor health. There is no need for such formalities. Murong Xian walked to the bedside. The outside world is saying that your heart vein is damaged and your cultivation has greatly declined. Is that true? Feng Peiyuan showed a hint of helplessness on his face and replied gently, It is true. Has His Majesty also heard about this? This matter has spread throughout the imperial capital. I have come this time at my father's request to convey a message to you. Please go ahead, Crown Prince. Murong Xian's expression slightly darkened as he adopted the lofty demeanor of a Crown Prince. Feng Yunqing has been in secret contact with others, tarnishing a woman's reputation. His Majesty has decreed that my engagement with her is hereby annulled. From now on, we shall go our separate ways in marriage. With that, the room fell into silence. Feng Yunqing's lips curled into a smile, so that was the reason for his visit. The initial engagement was proposed by His Majesty, and now to break it, isn't it a bit too much for us, Qingqing? Feng Zhongming, who had been lurking in the shadows, questioned coldly. Feng Peiyuan's stern face also turned serious, looking quite solemn. Did His Majesty truly say this? Murong Xian raised his chin. Feng Yunqing has been staying out all night in the imperial capital. Is it possible that I am still expected to marry such a woman as my crown princess? Before Feng Peiyuan could say anything more, Feng Yunqing spoke up. The annulment can proceed, but it must be after some time. Her voice was lively, her eyes sparkling with a smile. The smile that fell upon Murong Xian's eyes momentarily distracted him. If Feng Yunqing were to obediently wait for marriage, even if she could not cultivate, he would still marry her for her beauty. Murong Xian asked, when is this period of time? After the Shao Qingyun trial. Murong Xian was taken aback. Why? Could it be that you really can cultivate? Today, rumors in the imperial capital were circulating that Feng Yunqing could cultivate, but he did not believe it. Moreover, since Yun Chuxia had not sought him out, he paid no heed to the rumors. Your Highness. The voice of the Grand Elder echoed from afar. Feng Yunqing looked towards the door and saw that 3 elders had arrived. Once the 3 entered the room and saluted Murong Xian, they all turned their attention to the bed. Seeing that old Master Feng was awake, the expressions of the three changed. The third elder immediately stepped forward, head of the family. You are truly awake. Old Master Feng replied lightly. The Grand Elder and the second elder hurriedly approached to inquire about old Master Feng's condition. The Grand Elder patted the third elder's shoulder. Third elder, it was you who healed the head of the family, right? You didn't even tell us after healing him. The third elder quickly denied, it wasn't me, I guess it was the eldest young lady who healed the head of the family. How could that be? The second elder looked disbelievingly at Feng Yunqing, waiting for her response. Feng Yunqing stood aside, ignoring them, and instead looked at Morong. Xian, your highness, please leave. After Xiao Qingjian's trial, our marriage will be annulled. Morong Xian coldly snorted, very well, considering that you have been engaged to me for 16 years, I will agree to this matter. Hearing that Morong Xian came to annul the marriage, none of the three elders spoke. The commoners at the gate of the Feng residence had overheard quite a bit of gossip, and it was likely that the matter of Feng Yunqing having an affair with a wild man had spread throughout the imperial capital and even reached the palace. It was only natural for Morong Xian to annul the marriage. Elder brother, your highness, suddenly a delicate female voice came from outside the courtyard. Feng Yunqing felt a chill run down her spine and heard the guards trying to stop Yin Chuxue, so she instructed, let her in. Yin Chuxue, with a veil covering her face and wearing a pink embroidered butterfly long dress, fluttered into the room like a flower butterfly, rushing directly towards Morong Xian. Morong Xian immediately wore a smile. Swear, why are you covering your face? Yin Chuxue curtsied gracefully, her eyes glistening with tears, cautiously glanced at Feng Yunqing, and then replied, my skin is a bit allergic today, and I was worried it might scare you, elder brother. I see. Later I will send someone to give you a bottle of pearl cream, applying it should help. Morong Xian changed from his earlier aloof demeanor to one of tender concern for Yin Chuxue. This scene fell into old Master Feng's eyes, and he frowned, feeling even more disdain for Yin Chuxue. How had he not noticed the situation between these two before? If he had discovered it earlier, how could he have allowed Yin Chuxue this calamity to remain by Qingqing's side? Feng Zongming lightly coughed, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Father needs to rest. If there's nothing else, please leave. Morong Xian nodded to old Master Feng and strode out. Yin Chuxue hesitated for a moment before hurriedly chasing after Morong Xian. The second elder scoffed, addressing the Grand Elder, your prized disciple, the head of the family, returns, and she doesn't even come to see him. Now that she's here, she doesn't even ask a single question before leaving. Indeed, she doesn't have the blood of the Feng family. She is wholeheartedly trying to curry favor with the prince. The eldest young lady can already cultivate. I think we should abandon the idea of changing Yin Chuxue's surname. I believe it is more prudent for a member of the Feng family to be the heir, lest they take the Feng family's possessions and go seeking refuge with others. The Grand Elder was displeased after being scolded. I do not appreciate what the second elder has said. Initially, you also agreed to let Shuer enter the family tree. Now you are going back on your word, which is unbecoming of an elder. He interrupted the second elder, who was about to retort, let's wait until Xiao Qingjian's trial is over to discuss everything. After speaking, the Grand Elder cupped his hands to old Master Feng and left. The second elder watched the Grand Elder's retreating figure, grumbling, it's just a disciple with slightly better talent. I see, he has forgotten his own surname, Feng. Third elder, do you agree with what I said? Suddenly called upon, the third elder snapped out of his thoughts and ignored the second elder, instead moving closer to old Master Feng. Head of the family, may I check your pulse? Old Master Feng nodded. The third elder placed his fingers on old Master Feng's wrist, and after a moment his expression changed. Eldest young lady, your medical skills are truly remarkable. All the spiritual energy within the head of the family has been unblocked, flowing more smoothly than before. I see. No wonder she is the heir of the Feng family. She excels in every aspect, the second elder chimed in with a smile. The two praised Feng Yunqing a few more times before leaving. Once everyone had left, old Master Feng said, Qingqing, do not be upset about the annulment. In the future, grandfather will find you a better match. My granddaughter is so outstanding, there are plenty of talented young men for you to choose from. Feng Yunqing smiled gently as she sat by the bed. It would be best if the marriage is annulled. The royal family wishes to bind grandfather to serve them through marriage. Now that they have heard that your cultivation has plummeted, they came rushing to annul the marriage. You know better than I do the reasons behind this. Qingqing is wise. When your mother was just pregnant, the emperor summoned me to the palace 3 times regarding this matter. The royal family is powerful, and it was only out of necessity that grandfather agreed to this marriage. Old Master Feng's murky eyes flashed with anger. Now they are so quick to believe the rumors, placing baseless accusations upon you and hastily annulling the marriage. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I was still at the border fighting bravely not long ago, and it truly breaks my heart. Grandfather, I understand, Feng Yunqing said softly. The royal family merely wants to control the military power of the Feng family. How could she not understand such a trivial matter? Now what you and your uncle need to do is to soak in medicinal baths daily to recuperate Otherwise, I will have to protect you both every day, which would delay my own cultivation. Old Master Feng nodded, looking sadly at Feng Zongming's leg. If your uncle's leg can be healed, I will die without regrets. Feng Yunqing hurriedly interrupted him. Don't speak carelessly. Both you and uncle will live long and healthy lives. Huh. All right, grandfather misspoke. Feng Zongming looked on with a gentle smile at the interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter. He hadn't seen such a warm scene in a long time. What? Feng Yunqing has contracted a divine beast. Murong Xian was shocked, his usually handsome face momentarily twisted. Are you serious? Yun Chukshu's watery eyes filled with grievance. Elder brother, do you still not believe me? That night she returned, I saw it with my own eyes. It must have been that wild man who brought her here. Murong Xian's aloof face revealed a look of disdain. Indeed, she is a flirt. I thought she had true skills in cultivation, but it turns out she merely climbed onto the bed of some mysterious wild man. Yun Chuxiu slightly lowered her gaze, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. She knew best whether Feng Yunqing was having an affair with a wild man. This was simply a fabrication of her own making. After all, Feng Yunqing must have truly encountered a great opportunity, and this opportunity was handed to her by Yun Chuxiu. Had she known, she would have directly killed that fool and thrown her off the soul disconnect cliff, which would have truly been a favor to her. How infuriating. Prince brother, I have a request. Murong Xian held her hand. Speak, and I will do whatever you wish. I have been injured, and I wonder if you have any ointment that can heal the wound without leaving a scar. Where are you injured? Let me see. Murong Xian frowned, holding Yun Chukshu's shoulders as he looked back and forth, his expression filled with genuine concern. Yun Chuxiu blushed, burying her head in Murong Xian's embrace. Prince brother, it's inconvenient for me to show you. Murong Xian raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly as he wrapped his hand around her slender waist. Wait for me, I will ask my mother to bring some for you today. Prince brother is so kind. If I had a fiancé like you, I would stick by your side every day. Yun Chuxiu, and nestled in his arms, her voice sweet and sticky. Murong Xian's large hand caressed Yun Chukshu's waist, not responding to the topic. Although Yun Chuxiu had decent talent, she lacked a powerful maternal clan. She was not qualified to be the crown princess. Seeing that he did not answer, Yun Chukshu's hidden hand in her sleeve clenched tightly. Just wait and see, she would definitely become the heir of the Feng family. Feng Paiyun's cultivation had not dropped too much, only falling from the nascent soul 9th stage to the nascent soul 8th stage. Fortunately, Feng Yunqing's timely treatment prevented any further decline. However, this matter was unknown to anyone. Only those with the same cultivation level or higher could discern the cultivation tier of another. In the entire Tianyin kingdom, only the great elder of the royal family matched Feng Peiyuan in cultivation, also at the nascent soul 9th stage. Yet this royal elder had always been in seclusion. The Feng residents fell into a moment of peace. While Feng Yunqing was assisting Old Master Feng and Feng Zongming in regulating their health, she was also busy cultivating, which allowed Yun Chuxiu to breathe a sigh of relief. Yun Chuxiu did not go to Hesong courtyard to disturb them, as her face had not yet healed. What on earth is going on? The room was empty, and Yun Chuxiu angrily smashed a set of teaware. She had clearly used the skin regeneration ointment sent by Murong Xian, yet the 2 marks on her face showed no signs of improvement, and instead seemed to be rotting, with even the circle of pinpricks around her lips not disappearing, occasionally oozing blood, leaving her with a metallic taste in her mouth. It was just an ordinary cut. The skin regeneration ointment, such a miraculous medicine, should have healed the wound without leaving a scar. Damn Feng Yunqing. She must have done something to me. Oh, I will definitely kill you. You vile woman. Outside the courtyard, the 4 guards listened to Yun Chukshu's shouts, each one ignoring her. They were only responsible for protecting Yun Chuxiu and did not concern themselves with anything else. As Feng Yunqing passed by Yun Chukshu's courtyard, a powerful spiritual sense swept through her room, trying to use skin regeneration ointment to remove scars. In your dreams. The day she used a hairpin to scratch Yun Chukshu's face, she infused it with the 9 Nether Flame. The 9 Nether Flame could only be wielded by Xiaojiu. Those who made the skin regeneration ointment had never even seen the 9 Nether Flame. How could it possibly be effective? The days passed swiftly without interruption. After 3 sessions of acupuncture, Feng Zongming's leg was healed, and he could now walk. However, aside from her and Yuxiang, no one else knew about this. As for the medicinal bath in the hot spring, she did not prepare it for Feng Peiyuan and Feng Zongming again. One, she needed to set up formations to prevent the spiritual energy of the hot spring water from leaking, which was rather troublesome, and 2, the items in the ring space belonged to Xiaojiu. Although Mo Yuan allowed her to cultivate in the hot spring pool, he did not say that others could as well. As for those spiritual herbs, while she wanted to look after her grandfather and uncle, she could not be too greedy. Every day, she only used spiritual herbs to refine 2 bottles of spiritual liquid, which could allow them to absorb double the spiritual energy during cultivation, accelerating their progress. The spiritual herbs used to refine the spiritual liquid were not many, and she found that those spiritual herbs would grow on their own at a considerable speed, so she used them with peace of mind. Time flew by, and nearly a month had passed, and it was also time for Xiao Qingjian's trial. That day Feng Yunqing got up early. In the front yard of the Feng residence, when Feng Yunqing arrived, 3 elders were already waiting. Yun Chuxue stood quietly next to the great elder wearing a veil. Upon seeing Feng Yunqing walking gracefully, her eyes behind the veil suddenly revealed a vicious light. Feng Yunqing was dressed in a red riding outfit today, her waist tightly bound by a jade belt 3 fingers wide, making her figure even more delicate. Her dark hair was tied at the top of her head with a single red silk ribbon. She walked proudly beside Feng Piyuan, both grandfather and granddaughter, exuding the aura of a military family. The great elder clasped his hands and said, "Head of the family, only the participants can go to the Xiao Qingyun event. We can only send them to the palace." Feng Old Master nodded. "Let's go. His Majesty must be waiting for us. Grandfather Chuxue has been busy cultivating during this time and did not disturb you in your recovery. Please do not be angry with her." Yun Chuxue stepped in front of Feng Old Master and bowed, her big eyes looking pitiful. Feng Old Master shot her a cold glance, too lazy to speak, as he walked out. Feng Yunqing raised an eyebrow at Yun Chuxue. "Why are you still wearing a veil? Are you ashamed to be seen?" "You," Yun Chuxue glared, "you just wait." After saying that, she chased after the great elder as they walked outside. Outside the palace, a flying boat was parked. The Tianyan Emperor was speaking with a middle-aged man. The man had a restrained aura, standing like a pine tree, speaking to the Tianyan Emperor without lowering his voice. Feng Yunqing glanced at the man and was taken aback. He was actually at the transformation stage. There were 4 prominent families in the imperial capital: the Feng family, the Sun family, the Zhao family, and the Qian family. Each family brought along 2 young members, none of whom were over 18 years old. Among them, Yun Chuxue had the highest talent era. At the age of 16, she had reached the 9th stage of qi refinement, making her unique among the young people in the Tianyan kingdom. The Xiao Qingyun trial was held once every 3 years. 3 years ago, Morong Xian had also participated, but unfortunately, he had just reached the 8th stage of qi refinement at 18, achieving very poor results. This was also the reason why the Tianyan Emperor specifically chose Yun Chuxue to participate. In his eyes, among the younger generation under 18, Yun Chuxue indeed had good qualifications. After the young members from the various families boarded the flying boat, the middle-aged man waved his hand to create a spiritual energy shield, and the flying boat slowly ascended into the sky. Feng Yunqing waved goodbye to Feng Old Master, and then sat down in a corner of the flying boat, leaning against the wooden panel. In the Tianyan kingdom, there were no flying boats. The curious young boys and girls who had never seen a flying boat leaned over the edge to look down until the boat ascended into the clouds, at which point a few finally settled down. Feng Yunqing gazed at the ring in her hand, yet her thoughts drifted far away into the vast skies. For nearly a month, she had devoted her sleeping hours to cultivation, and now she had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Not enough, still not enough. She must become stronger to protect her grandfather and uncle. The Tianyan kingdom was merely a lowly small nation in the eastern region, as she would never remain confined within such a lowly country for her entire life. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Song Fu, and I am the guide for the Xiao Qingyun trials. You may call me Uncle Fu, said the middle-aged man standing at the bow of the boat. Uncle Fu's voice interrupted the chatter of the younger generation. Yun Chuxue was chatting with members of the other 3 families, while only Feng Yunqing sat alone in the corner. Uncle Fu continued, "This trip to the Xiao Qingyun trials will take about a day and a night. If you need anything, feel free to let me know." Yun Chuxue, who was always eloquent, stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Fu. Could you tell us about the trials from previous years?" Song Fu, bored from guiding these younger ones, began to speak excitedly, as someone wanted to hear a story. 3 years ago, the first trial was to ascend the cloud ladder. The steps varied, and so did the secret realms entered. However, this year it has been changed. Feng Yunqing, having nothing else to do, also sat down to listen. The sky gradually darkened. "Wake up, everyone, we have arrived," Song Fu said in a deep voice, waking the young boys and girls who were sprawled across the flying boat. "Where have we arrived?" Zhao Mengrui rubbed his eyes and spoke. He was the legitimate grandson of the Zhao family and had just reached foundation establishment with a foundation establishment pill half a month ago at the age of 18. Next to him, Zhao Mengda said, "Big brother, we have arrived at the trial site." Feng Yunqing glanced at the 2, noting their mediocre talents. She then looked towards the people from the Qian and Sun families, whose cultivation was mostly at the 9th level of qi refinement, with Zhao Mengrui being the only one at foundation establishment. No wonder Yun Chuxue could be called a genius girl, though she was the youngest among them and already at the 9th level of qi refinement. The crowd did not dawdle and hurriedly followed Song Fu down the flying boat. They arrived at an enormous circular plaza where the surrounding seats were already filled with people. Like them, a group of young people also descended from 3 other flying boats participants from the Xuanyun Kingdom, Shuofeng Kingdom, and Nanli Kingdom. Feng Yinqing took a rough glance, and although she could not identify who among them was from the Xuanyun Kingdom, she noticed that the participants from these 3 nations had talents comparable to Yin Shuxue. On the high platform to the east of the plaza, an elder with a white beard stepped forward. Silence. I am the Grand Elder of the Secret Realm for the Xuanyun trials. Allow me to say a few words. All of you are geniuses from lowly nations, and this Xuanyun trial has been specially prepared for you. If you win first place, your country will be promoted to a middle-level nation, and you will receive a substantial amount of cultivation resources granted by a high-level nation. Now let me briefly explain the rules of the competition. In the first round, fighting is not permitted. If you engage in a fight, you will be disqualified from the competition. In the second round, you may cooperate or fight, but you must not take each other's lives. If you are too ruthless, you will also be disqualified. As for the third round, I will keep it a secret for now. You will know when you enter the third round. The Grand Elder of Xuanyun rambled on, finally smiling as he teased. 3 more elders appeared on the high platform, standing alongside the Grand Elder, and the 4 infused their spiritual power into the center of the plaza. 4 streams of differently colored spiritual power converged, and a giant mirror slowly rose in the empty center of the plaza. This is the water mirror. When you step into the mirror, the trial will commence, and we will observe from the mirror to see if you violate the competition rules. Please, all participants, come here to receive your jade tokens. If you are exhausted, you can crush the jade token with your spiritual power to be teleported back to the plaza, but this also means you forfeit your qualification to participate. Feng Yinqing followed behind the people from the Tianyan Kingdom and was the last to receive her jade token. This jade token was quite common, essential for various secret realm trials. It was engraved with a simple mother-son array, and once crushed with spiritual power, the sub-array would trigger and envelop the person to teleport them to the mother array. Please enter the water mirror, and the trial will begin. Feng Yinqing stepped into the giant water mirror along with the crowd, and after a flash of white light, she found herself in a vast white space. Before her was a transparent ladder rising into the sky. This is the trial ladder which tests your character. If your heart is as steadfast as rock, you will ascend to higher steps. If your heart is restless and you cannot progress in cultivation, you will find it difficult to climb. Feng Yinqing stood before the stone steps and looked up. Many people were already standing on the steps, with Yin Shuxue having ascended over 20 steps. She raised her foot to step onto the stone steps, and in an instant she grasped the secret of the steps. There was immense pressure on the steps, and as soon as she stepped on them, her cultivation rapidly declined, and at that moment she had reverted from the 9th level of foundation establishment to an ordinary mortal. Now that the disciples of various families had become ordinary mortals starting from the same point, they could only rely on their own character to ascend the steps. She lifted her foot and began to walk upwards, her body gradually relaxing. At the end of the steps was a mass of white light obscuring what lay beyond. Feng Yinqing averted her gaze and turned to observe the people around her. Many began to struggle after reaching the 50th step. Yin Shuxue had also reached the 50th step, proudly striding upwards. Feng Yinqing moved at a leisurely pace, her speed neither hurried nor slow, as if she were strolling through the mountains, passing by the talents of various nations. Soon she also surpassed the 50th step. Yin Shuxue, having gained a significant lead, confidently turned her head to look back. She wondered how far Feng Yinqing had ascended. So what if she could cultivate? It was merely an opportunity bestowed upon this fool by her. What capability could she possibly have? As soon as she turned around, she met Feng Yinqing's cool, piercing gaze. Feng Yinqing was only a few steps behind her, walking towards her slowly. Yin Shuxue's lips curled, her eyes widening in disbelief. How did you come up here? This fool, who had only cultivated for a month, could catch up to her. Impossible. She had to be faster. She absolutely could not let this fool catch up. Feng Yinqing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, saying, I came up using my feet. Did you climb up with your hands? In this first round, fighting was not allowed, as surely talking was permissible. Yin Shuxue, it choked, her beautiful eyes behind the veil widening. Isn't it just being a bit lucky? You should be thanking me for today. Thank you for what? As she spoke, Feng Yinqing had already ascended to the same step as Yin Shuxue. Feng Yinqing was much taller than Yin Shuxue, so she looked down slightly at her, exuding a formidable aura. Of course, thank me for pushing you down. Her voice abruptly halted as she suddenly realized that she was in a trial. Her words and actions could be seen by the audience outside. Feng Yinqing raised her eyebrow, but unfortunately Yin Shuxue's composure almost faltered. Are you saying that I should be grateful for you pushing me off the soul break cliff? Yin Shuxue immediately retorted, anger mixed with urgency. What nonsense are you talking? She hurriedly ascended, but her steps were somewhat unsteady. Feng Yinqing followed her leisurely, her tone gentle, yet tinged with a subtle chill. How could one dare to be ungrateful? Is this your Dao heart? What does this have to do with the Dao heart? Yin Shuxue suddenly turned her head. Stop spouting nonsense. Feng Yinqing coldly asked on that day, when you pushed me off the soul break cliff, did you ever think how heartbroken my grandfather would be if I died? I saved you from a beggar, yet you repay kindness with enmity, wanting to take my place. You were adopted by me at 6, and the Feng family supported you for 10 years. Is this how you repay your savior? You like Murong Xian, I have no objections, but your mistake lies in thinking that if you kill me, Murong Xian will break off the engagement with me to marry you as his consort. Yun Shushua clenched her teeth, her chest heaving violently, her wide eyes seeming to want to devour someone. She yelled at Feng Yunqing, shut up. You shameless woman. You fool, what right do you have to possess these things? It's your fault I pushed you off the soul break cliff. You a worthless waste living is a disgrace to the Feng family. Only I can lead the Feng family to greater heights. Feng Yinqing nodded slightly, a smile slowly forming on her lips. Keep your voice down, you're disturbing others. I'll take my leave now. She lightly ascended 3 steps, as if recalling something. She turned to Yin Shushua and said, don't be too angry, be careful not to exhaust yourself. Feng Yinqing, shameless woman. Yin Shushua erupted in fury, raising her foot to chase after Feng Yinqing. She didn't expect that her legs felt as if they were filled with lead and her entire waist could not straighten up. In a moment of carelessness, she found herself sprawled on the stone steps. When she tried to get up again, she realized that her back felt as though it was pressed down by a mountain, making it impossible to rise. Watching the increasingly distant red figure, Yin Shushua nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration. Outside the water mirror, people on the high platform exchanged glances. Someone asked, does this Feng Yinqing count as breaking the rules? The elder of the Xuanyun smiled and said there was no fighting, so it does not violate the competition rules. Someone else complained, but her words really affected Yin Shushua, causing her to be unable to continue ascending the steps. Another elder chimed in from the conversation. It is Yin Shushua, who is the ungrateful villain pushing her savior off the cliff. That is too much. A young woman gritted her teeth and said, exactly. She even covets her savior's fiancé. This Yin Shushua is truly not a good person. In the Tianyan kingdom, inside the majestic palace, a smooth water mirror was shimmering in the hall. The image reflected in the mirror was the trial ladder. This water mirror was personally handed to the Tianyan Emperor by Song Fulai when he came to fetch someone. This was also the child and mother mirror that Xuanyun had only refined in the past 2 years. The mother mirror was the one in the Xuanyun trial, while the other 4 were sent to 4 lower-tier countries. Old Master Feng had a very grim expression, as if he had just learned of the situation. I truly am getting old and blind. I actually raised such an ungrateful wolf. He looked towards the elder, your good disciple. While I was away at the border for a few days, such a thing happened. Do you know that Qingqing fell off the cliff? The elder frowned tightly, his old face stern, and said in a deep voice, I know. That day Shuai Yin Shushua came back and told me she saw Feng Yinqing secretly meeting with a strange man outside the city, and when she tried to dissuade her and mentioned Feng Yinqing's engagement with the crown prince, unexpectedly Feng Yinqing refused to listen to her advice and insisted on being with that wild man, ultimately jumping off the cliff together with him to commit suicide to avoid implicating the Feng family. After this statement, everyone in the hall fell silent. Murong Xian hesitated to speak. I believe what Shuai said is not false. The Tianyan emperor angrily scolded him, shut your mouth. As a crown prince, how can you believe a woman's slander? Old Master Feng snorted coldly. The crown prince seems to have taken a liking to Yin Shushua. I saw you two exchanging glances that day, so your relationship must not be ordinary. Murong Xian did not respond. He indeed liked Yun Chukshu's gentle and delicate character, and with Yun Chukshu's decent talents, she was indeed qualified to be his side consort. Old Master Feng looked at the Tianyan emperor on the high seat, his tone mocking. Not long ago the crown prince went to my Feng residence to withdraw the engagement. There must be your majesty's intention behind this. The Tianyan emperor forced a smile. Rumors have spread throughout the imperial city. I am also doing this for the royal family's face. Since this is all a misunderstanding, then let the engagement continue. Your majesty, I cannot make decisions about this marriage anymore. Everything will wait until Xuanyun's trial is over and my Qingqing returns. Old Master Feng turned his head to continue looking at the water mirror. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his words were full of refusal. Murong Xian clenched his fist, staring at the dazzling red figure in the water mirror, filled with frustration, but dared not speak. Today, as Feng Peiyuan entered the great hall, the royal elder discovered that Feng Peiyuan's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of the nascent soul. This meant that the royal family could not easily control the Feng family, including the Feng family soldiers. On the trial ladder, that red figure had already pulled far ahead. In front of Feng Yunqing there was no one, only the increasingly near white light. Miss Feng. A warm voice sounded behind her. Feng Yunqing stopped and slightly turned to look. The young man was dressed in white with a jade-like appearance, and 2 lines of sweat glistened on his handsome face. Feng Yunqing curiously asked, how did you know my surname is Feng? The young man struggled to climb the steps, getting a bit closer to Feng Yunqing. And he smiled as he said, I was nearby when you were arguing with that girl just now. Oh, do you need something? I am Xuanyun Continent, the sixth prince of the Xuanyun Kingdom. Xuanyun Continent took a breath after finishing a sentence. I saw the grace of the young lady, and hearing of the grievances you suffered, wanted to make a connection. People from the Xuanyun Kingdom still wanted to befriend her. Feng Yinqing looked down at him, her pink lips slightly curling. Sure, you can befriend me as long as you walk beside me. After saying that, she continued to ascend. Xuanyun Continent watched Feng Yinqing, who moved gracefully and effortlessly up the steps, and steeled himself to follow her. When Feng Yinqing reached the last step, she turned around to look. On the long staircase, many people were sprawled on the stone steps. Only Xuanyun Continent was still gritting his teeth and climbing up. This girl possesses extraordinary talent. The trial staircase is as easy for her as an ordinary stone step. She must have a firm heart, making her an excellent candidate for cultivation. The Grand Elder of the Xiaqinjian stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. The second elder remarked, although she has a resolute heart, we still do not know about her spiritual roots. If she truly is a good candidate, I believe she will undoubtedly secure the first place this time. On the staircase, Feng Yinqing lifted her foot to ascend the last step, and her entire being vanished into the white light. When she could see clearly again, she had arrived in another place. The second trial holds hidden dangers at every turn. If you can successfully find the formations, you may proceed directly to the third trial. Feng Yinqing glanced around, her eyes filled with greenery, and the crisp sound of birdsong echoed continuously. This place was undeniably lush and fragrant, filled with the sounds of birds and blooming flowers, truly not resembling a location fraught with danger. At this moment, her cultivation had already recovered as she released her divine sense to survey her surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Not far away was a lake with a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds above. Although it wasn't a secret realm, the water's surface showed not a single ripple, which looked quite strange. Feng Yinqing approached the lake, crouched down, and casually picked up a stone from the ground, tossing it into the lake. The stone sank instantly, yet the tranquil surface of the water did not produce a single ripple. At that moment, she sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning her head, she saw Xuanyun Continent dressed in white approaching with a graceful demeanor. Miss Feng, I too have reached the last step. Oh, does that mean I stand shoulder to shoulder with you? Feng Yinqing stood up, using her illusory world eye to glance at his cultivation level water spiritual root foundation establishment third stage. It seemed that the Xuanyun royal family had quite decent cultivation resources. Coincidentally, he has a water spiritual root. May I ask you a question? She stood by the lake, a gentle breeze blowing through, lifting her hair. Xuanyun Continent was momentarily stunned, his gaze seemingly captivated. Feng Yinqing called out impatiently, Xuanyun Continent, please go ahead. Xuanyun Continent quickly regained his senses, his face slightly flushed. Feng Yinqing stepped forward, standing before him and whispering, in your Xuanyun kingdom, who are the water spiritual root cultivators above the nascent soul ninth stage? Her tone was very soft, so soft that it was swept away by the wind as soon as she spoke. Xuanyun Continent thought for a moment and replied in a similarly low voice, the Grand Elder of the royal family at the transformation stage first level. Did he go to the border a month ago? No, he has been in seclusion for a year. Xuanyun Continent shook his head. Why do you ask these questions, Miss Feng? Feng Yinqing's purple eyes darkened slightly. Had he really been in seclusion for a year without coming out? It's nothing, just checking the gap between our two kingdoms, she said, walking towards the forest ahead. Those watching from outside the water mirror were anxious as they saw them entering the forest one after the other. What were they just talking about? I couldn't hear anything with their voices so low. Exactly why are they whispering? Could it be some sort of alliance? After all, this trial is fraught with danger, and two people might be safer together. But there's no need to be so quiet, it's not against the rules. This trial scene was vast. Those who had not reached the last step, but had passed the 50th step, were also transported here. Yin Shushue was among them. Only the two of them from Tianyan Kingdom had reached the second trial. Feng Yinqing walked into the forest, her entire being on high alert. This forest was quite strange. Xuanyun Continent walked beside her, remaining silent. A faint rustling noise reached her ears, and out of the corner of her eye she noticed the surrounding bushes starting to move. Green vines stretched out from beneath the tree roots, rapidly crawling towards the two of them. Feng Yinqing tapped her toes and leaped forward, her figure as swift as lightning, leaving Xuanyun Continent behind in the blink of an eye. Xuanyun Continent, caught off guard, could only draw the long sword at his waist, beginning to slash at the encroaching vines. After advancing several paces, Feng Yinqing discovered that the dense forest seemed endless, and the surrounding vines were increasing in number, some even having followed them from where they had just been. It seems that if you don't resolve this, you won't be able to leave here. Feng Yinqing stood her ground, forming seals with her hands, her fingertips gathering spiritual energy to draw a talisman in the air. The talisman fell upon her instantly, enveloping her in a layer of close-fitting protective shield. Currently, her cultivation was low and she could not create a protective shield directly with spiritual energy. She could only use a talisman to generate it. The vines had already wrapped around her feet, encircling her calves tightly. Feng Yunqing released a wind blade made of spiritual energy from her hand, directly severing the vines around her legs. She surveyed her surroundings, feeling a gust of wind beneath her feet as she began to run, occasionally unleashing a wind blade towards the tree roots. The vines in the forest seemed to have been enraged, moving faster as they chased her closely behind, yet they could never reach her. The gathered green vines intertwined with each other, resembling a giant green serpent. Xuanyun Continent was startled when he saw this scene. "Miss Feng, what is behind you?" Feng Yunqing waved her hand at him. "Don't block the way." As she spoke, she struck a wind blade at the vines near Xuanyun Continent's feet, which immediately turned and lunged towards her. Xuanyun Continent seized the opportunity to breathe and quickly dodged towards an area with fewer trees. Feng Yunqing weaved through the forest, her red and green attire intermingling her slender figure exceptionally eye-catching. "That's enough." Feng Yunqing glanced back. All the vines in the forest had congregated behind her, thick and intertwined, resembling a massive green serpent. Feng Yunqing suddenly halted, sliding her feet back a distance. The vines, seeing her turn suddenly, also quickly came to a stop. One person, several vines faced each other in a standoff. Feng Yunqing smiled slightly at them. "Tired, aren't you?" The vines seemed to understand, swaying up and down a couple of times. "Since you're tired, go back to sleep then." Feng Yunqing stretched out her hand, caressing the thick vines. A golden spiritual energy released from her palm, instantly splitting into countless strands, spreading across all the vines. Gold conquers wood, and her golden spiritual root was of the highest quality. The golden spiritual energy traveled along the vines to various tree roots, exploding directly. The sound of explosions echoed through the forest. This scene in the water mirror shocked the onlookers outside. "Oh my God! What is Feng Yunqing doing? She has destroyed this forest. How will the other contestants fight here now?" The Grand Elder of Xuanyun frowned tightly, sighing heavily. This forest has essentially been ruined. Feng Yunqing had directly destroyed the source of the vines, leaving them with no chance of regrowth. She looked at the thick vines that had suddenly fallen to the ground, kicking them lightly. "Did you fall asleep so quickly?" She had originally thought that if these vines were disobedient, she would directly infuse them with the 9 nether fiery flames and burn down the entire forest instead. Xuanyun Continent approached, gazing at the motionless vines on the ground, and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "I admire your skill. Had it not been for Miss Feng, I might have taken much longer to escape. No need to thank me, I am leaving now." Feng Yunqing did not wish to be burdened by a liability. She must find the focal point of the second trial before anyone else. Feng Yunqing's footsteps were as swift as lightning, and in an instant she emerged from the woods. Indeed, the vine trap needed to be broken for the forest to return to normal. Once out of the woods, the view opened up to an endless expanse of grassy plains. On the meadow, a flock of plump sheep was busily grazing. Feng Yunqing swallowed hard, thinking, so much roasted lamb on the ground. Although it was a secret realm and the sheep were illusions, surely they would have flavor when cooked. After all, since leaving Tianyan Kingdom, she had only consumed the pill provided by Song Fu. Now with fresh lamb right before her, it would be nice to savor a taste. Feng Yunqing licked her lips, transformed into a hungry wolf, and pounced into the flock of sheep. In just a short while, those outside the water mirror saw her emerge from the flock, carrying a plump sheep. What is she doing? How did she start a fire? This is a trial, not a picnic. She's even starting to skin the sheep. The crowd stared with their mouths agape at Feng Yunqing in the water mirror, where she was skillfully peeling the sheep's skin. The ice dagger in her hand was a gift from Old Master Feng for her protection, a 5th-tier offensive weapon. Not only could it convert spiritual power into ice blades, but it also contained the 9th-tier nascent soul spiritual power infused by Old Master Feng. When necessary, she could unleash a strike equivalent to that of a 9th-tier nascent soul. At this moment, she was unaware that a group of people outside the water mirror was watching her handle the sheep. As she skinned it and bled it, she even took out some spiritual herbs from her space to use as seasoning. The massive water mirror was divided into 5 scenes, showing not only Feng Yunqing, but also 4 other people. Yin Chuxue was anxious, having wandered on the plains for half an hour. Heaven knows that apart from the flock of sheep everywhere, there was nothing else. She had searched in every direction, but could not find her way out. Yin Chuxue muttered, "What focal point? It's all sheep here. I've slaughtered a whole road of sheep. Where could a focal point be?" Amidst the air wafted the intermittent aroma of roasted meat. Yin Chuxue instantly perked up. Could there be other contestants here? Following the scent, she quickly walked forward. In the distance, a bright flame stood out, but even more eye-catching was the girl in red by the bonfire. Yin Chuxue's expression darkened, her eyes filled with killing intent. In the second trial, fighting was permitted. Feng Yunqing's divine sense had already sensed someone approaching, and as the person drew near, a faint smile appeared on her lips. It turned out that Yun Shuxue could also enter the second trial. Originally, she planned to disturb her state of mind on the trial staircase, forcing her to admit to the murder of the original host before torturing her upon returning to Tianyin Kingdom. Unexpectedly, she arrived at the second trial. Such good fortune. Yun Shuxue approached the bonfire with her long whip hands on her hips and mocked coldly, "Feng Yunqing, what are you doing here?" Feng Yunqing twirled the stick in her hand without lifting her head. "I'm asking you a question." Yun Shuxue no longer pretended to have close sisterly feelings. Upon seeing Feng Yunqing, she just wanted to explode. Feng Yunqing glanced at her, a fiery light ignited in her cold phoenix eyes. "Roasting lamb, are you blind? This is a trial secret realm, not a place for you to roast lamb." Feng Yunqing raised her brow. "What does it have to do with you?" Then she sliced off a piece of lamb leg meat with her dagger, and under Yun Shuxue's gritted teeth, put it into her mouth. Seeing Feng Yunqing enjoy herself so much, recalling that she had reached the top of the trial staircase in the first trial, Yun Shuxue felt a surge of anger. "I won't let you eat." She swung the whip in her hand towards the bonfire. The long whip moved swiftly, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Feng Yunqing quickly stood up and moved away from the bonfire, causing the whip to strike down after she stood up, scattering the fire and sending sparks flying. She looked at the roasted lamb leg in her hand, casually storing it in her space, then rushed towards Yun Shuxue. Yun Shuxue, as if frenzied, swung her flaming whip at Feng Yunqing. The image she painstakingly crafted in Tianyin Kingdom was shattered by Feng Yunqing's few words. Now she just wanted to lash the whip against Feng Yunqing to vent her hatred. Feng Yunqing slightly tilted her body, watching the red whip slice past her. Memories awakened. Before falling off the soul-dropping cliff, it was this whip that had struck her. It had beaten her to the point of bruises all over her body, marked with whip scars. Her purple eyes darkened, and a flash of killing intent crossed them. "Feng Yunqing, you truly deserve to die." The long whip in Yun Shuxue's hand was like a venomous snake, each swing aimed at Feng Yunqing's face. Feng Yunqing dodged a few times before directly grasping the long whip. Yun Shuxue tugged a few times with force. Seeing that she couldn't pull it back, she began to hurl insults. "Bitch. Let go. Who are you calling a bitch?" "I'm calling you a bitch." Feng Yunqing slightly nodded. "I know you are a bitch. There's no need to insult yourself like that." As she held onto the whip, she quietly released a trace of 9 nether hellfire, the flames tracing along her spiritual power, wrapping around the whip and penetrating into Yun Shuxue's fingers. "Aunt!" Yun Shuxue cried out in pain, quickly letting go. "What did you do?" Feng Yunqing casually tossed the whip aside and shrugged. "I didn't do anything. It's probably just your retribution." "You're talking nonsense." Feng Yunqing's purple eyes flickered slightly as they met Yun Shuxue's reddened gaze. Looking into those captivating purple eyes, the taut string in Yun Shuxue's mind suddenly snapped. "Feng Yunqing, what's so good about you? You've always been a fool. A fool who can't cultivate, yet you sit in the position of the eldest daughter of the Feng family and even possess the honor of being the future princess consort. I am not reconciled. Clearly my talent is better than yours. Why should I be born from a pile of beggars? I should be the eldest daughter of the Feng family. Only I deserve to sit in the position of the princess consort." Yun Shuxue, her anger flaring, directly unleashed a stream of water spiritual power towards Feng Yunqing. She was unaware that just moments ago she had been enchanted by Feng Yunqing's illusory world, which had amplified her inner jealousy and anger infinitely. The 9th tier Qi cultivation water spiritual power seemed like mere droplets of water splashing in Feng Yunqing's eyes. She raised her hand and a stronger stream of water spiritual power gathered in her palm. As Yun Shuxue felt terrified, that stream of water spiritual power accurately smashed towards her head. Yun Shuxue was knocked to the ground, drenched from head to toe like a drowned rat. "You broke the rules." Yun Shuxue lay on the ground, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing crossed her arms, looking down at her. "Where did I break the rules?" "In the second trial, fighting was allowed as long as it did not endanger your life. Besides, you attacked first. Am I not allowed to fight back?" Feng Yunqing glanced at Yun Shuxue with a hint of disdain. "You are too ugly. Hurry up and cover your face." A scream filled with grief and anger echoed across the prairie. "Hiss! How can Yun Shuxue's face be like this? It's so disgusting. No wonder she always wears a veil. This is how she looks. Did you not notice? She used to whip Feng Yunqing's face with a whip. She must be jealous of how beautiful Feng Yunqing is." Yun Shuxue's ugly, decayed face was clearly seen by those outside the water mirror, including the people from Tianyin Kingdom. Murong Xian covered his lips, suppressing the nausea rising in his throat. Remembering how he had once held Yun Shuxue, he felt sick and wanted to vomit. In the water mirror, Yun Shuxue frantically picked up the veil to cover her face, her pair of resentful eyes glaring angrily at Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing's lips curled slightly, Stop glaring, or your eyeballs might fall out. I'll take my leave now." After walking a few steps, she turned back and looked at the still prostrate Yin Shushua. "Don't follow me, be careful not to get beaten." "Awed." A furious shout from Yin Shushua came from behind. Feng Yinxing took out a lamb leg from her space, gnawing on it, while muttering, "Xiao Jiu, how did you eat so much?" The once whole lamb leg now bore rows of small bite marks. "Mama, it's too delicious, I couldn't help it." Feng Yinxing chewed on the fragrant lamb. "Who cooks better, your father or me?" A brief silence fell over their mental exchange. Feng Yinxing's tone turned dangerous. "Xiao Jiu. Mama, I'm so tired I want to soak in a hot spring and sleep. You little rascal, how can you not stand by me after following me?" Feng Yinxing snorted, but then recalled the roasted rabbit meat from Mo Yuan that day. It seemed to be 100 times tastier than her roasted lamb. What's the big deal about it? Looking at the endless green grassland before her, Feng Yinxing stood amidst a flock of plump sheep, contemplating the location of the formation eye. Suddenly the sky in the secret realm turned dark and a bright moon hung in the air. Feng Yinxing looked up and said, "There's also the alternation of day and night." She was currently sitting on a sturdy sheep, using it as a means of transportation. The night was tranquil. The world was left with a trace of green, and amidst the vast prairie it felt as if she was just one blade of grass among thousands. Under the illumination of the bright moon, the only sound was the gentle rustling of sheep grazing. It was eerily quiet. Suddenly a faint green light flashed from the dense bushes in the distance, catching Feng Yinxing's eye. A woo. The howl of a wolf echoed across the prairie under the moonlit night. A strong wolf on a huge rock howled at the sky, its silver gray fur glimmering smoothly in the moonlight. The Wolf King. Gradually points of green light began to appear around, emerging from the darkness. This was a pack of silver moon illusion wolves, second-tier demon beasts. A pack of wolves was already adept at teamwork, and a pack with a Wolf King was even more formidable. Feng Yinxing looked at the panicked sheep and then at the surrounding wolves that were gradually closing in. The chubby sheep were now greatly frightened, bleating incessantly. "Poor roasted lamb, I will protect you." Feng Yinxing made hand seals, quickly drawing 5 talismans in the air. The 5 elemental talismans were arranged around the sheep, immediately forming a defensive array that enveloped them. In addition to defense, this was also a confinement array. Keeping the sheep trapped inside was to prevent them from running around. The wolf pack slowly drew closer, their eyes gleaming with green light, their forepaws and hind legs poised to pounce, letting out whines from their throats. A woo. The silver moon illusion wolves' explosive speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they reached Feng Yinxing. The wolf's claws were about to swipe across her front. Then with a clang, a dagger collided with the wolf's claws. The blade and the hard wolf claws sparked golden sparks. Feng Yinxing infused her spiritual power into the dagger, and in an instant the wolf's claws were sliced open by the blade. The fierce green-eyed wolf glared at her with a bloodthirsty gaze, launching itself at her again, revealing its ghastly white fangs, drool dripping from its maw. One person fought fiercely against the pack of wolves. A glimpse of pink skirt appeared not far away. The newcomer was Yin Shushua. She clenched her fists, her nails almost breaking. "Humph, with so many wolves, I hope you die in the secret realm." Looking left and right, she spotted a lone sheep not far away and devised a plan. Feng Yinxing caught a glimpse of Yin Shushua, but she was busy slaying the wolves, so she kept a wary eye on her. The wolf pack was growing larger, seemingly endless. The silver-gray wolf king on the giant rock continued to command the wolves, their target being Feng Yinxing and the sheep behind her. Feng Yinxing stepped back to dodge a wolf that pounced at her. Continuing to fight like this was not a solution. Without exposing her foundation establishment at the 9th level, it was somewhat difficult for her to break through the pack to kill the lead wolf. Her purple eyes flickered slightly as she quickly assessed the attacking routes of the wolves. Looking at the lush green grass under her feet, Feng Yinxing's eyes brightened. Just as Yin Shushua had killed that sheep, she saw Feng Yinxing running across the prairie. Running without a plan, it seemed she was exhausted and trying to evade the wolves. Take advantage of your weakness to strike. Yin Shushua gathered a ball of red water in her hand, the blood of the recently slain sheep. She slowly approached Feng Yinxing, and as Feng Yinxing ran past her attack range, she hurled the blood ball towards her. Disgusting. This Yin Shushua is truly vile. Blood can incite a stronger fighting spirit in the wolf pack, especially this fresh sheep's blood. The wolf pack will definitely attack Feng Yinxing frantically. Wait. Everyone look. The crowd focused their attention on the water mirror. Feng Yinxing had long been wary of Yin Shushua. As she launched her blood ball attack, Feng Yinxing immediately conjured a wind wall, with her spiritual power redirecting the blood ball back along its original path. Yin Shushua had just used all her strength in that attack, and now her face still wore a triumphant smile. The smile froze on her face as the sheep's blood poured down over her. "Ah, Feng Yinxing, are you trying to kill me?" She stomped her feet in anger, and even with her face covered in blood, it was clear how furious she was. Feng Yinqing swept past her like a gust of wind. You brought this upon yourself. The wolf pack caught the scent of blood, and a few of them lunged toward Yun Shushua. Feng Yinqing couldn't care less about Yun Shushua. A pack of wolves was still following closely behind her. She hadn't been running aimlessly out. Wherever she ran with spiritual power quietly sprouted under her feet, and the grass was growing at an incredible speed, obeying Feng Yinqing's commands. The grass transformed into thick, long vines, wildly entangling each wolf. The wolf pack was too busy fighting off the vines on their bodies to pursue Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing casually glanced at the Wolf King on the giant rock, a faint smile gracing her rosy lips. The Wolf King possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage, equivalent to a cultivator's golden core. Feng Yinqing had always sought an opportunity to practice, wishing to fully unleash the spiritual power within her. This way, when she ascended to the golden core she formed would be even stronger. The wolf pack was bound by the wildly growing vines, staring fiercely at Feng Yinqing with their glowing green eyes. Unfortunately, while their steel claws were formidable, they could not match the speed of regrowth. Feng Yinqing swiftly executed the shadow chase, weaving through the wolf pack. The girl in red was as light as the wind, gripping a dagger that emitted a cold light, charging towards the Wolf King on the boulder. The Wolf King's orange-golden eyes remained calm as they gazed at Feng Yinqing, seemingly mocking her audacity. Awoo! With a howl from the Wolf King, the pack echoed with their own cries. The wolf pack erupted into chaos. Yun Shushua, already exhausted from being chased by 2 wolves, not only had her whip broken, but her clothes were also torn by the wolf's claws, leaving her covered in bloody scratches. Faced with the 2 enraged wolves, she trembled as she crushed the teleportation jade token. Feng Yinqing was unaware that Yun Shushua had given up her qualification, and she was engaged in a fierce battle with the Wolf King. The Wolf King's steel claws were as large as a fan, swiping towards Feng Yinqing, accompanied by a wind blade of golden core strength. Feng Yinqing quickly summoned a wind wall to block, but was forced back her feet, leaving long marks on the grass. How dare Feng Yinqing challenge the Wolf King? She is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement and cannot withstand the Wolf King's golden core attacks. She must be desperate, attempting to seize the king first, but that strategy is useless against a Wolf King with a higher cultivation level. The Grand Elder of the Xiaoqinjian secret realm stroked his beard, watching Feng Yinqing in the water mirror with regret. What a pity, it seemed she must also shatter the jade token to exit. Feng Yinqing's lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc, and a fierce battle intent ignited in her purple eyes. How many years had it been? She hadn't been forced back by a golden core beast for many years. Her figure darted forward once more towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King had already jumped down from the boulder, its orange-golden eyes sharp and fierce, revealing its pale, sinister fangs at Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing infused her dagger with the spiritual power of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, and as the Wolf King lunged, she thrust it fiercely towards the Wolf King's claws. Though formidable, the Wolf King's claws could not withstand a 5th-grade weapon. The ice-soul dagger pierced into the wolf's claw, and in that instant the icy spiritual energy surged into the Wolf King's claws. The Wolf King paused momentarily, letting out an angry howl before lunging at Feng Yinqing once more. Feng Yinqing narrowly avoided a few attacks, but her red garment was torn by the wolf's claws, and bright red blood began to flow. However, the vibrant color of her attire made the bloodstains less noticeable. "Mother, let me out. I want to kill this beast," Little Joe shouted from within the ring space, pacing anxiously. Without breaking, there can be no establishment. Forming the golden core is a crucial stage for cultivators. I must exhaust all the spiritual energy in my body to create a temporary depletion in my dantian, allowing me to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy again, resulting in a golden core far stronger than the ordinary ascension. Holding the ice-soul dagger, Feng Yinqing once again stabbed into the Wolf King's claws. The Wolf King was also covered in blood, but its wounds were frozen, making them appear less gory. That should be enough. Feng Yinqing stepped back a couple of paces, forming seals with her hands before a transparent talisman flew towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King bared its teeth, its massive jaws dripping with saliva. It was immobilized. "Awoo!" it howled again. The nearby wolf pack responded, yet not a single wolf approached to protect it. Feng Yinqing raised her hands, releasing powerful spiritual energy that surged into the Wolf King's body through its wounds. The Wolf King's body emitted creaking sounds as it filled with foreign spiritual energy, nearly to the point of explosion. Feng Yinqing's forehead beaded with dense sweat. It was close, and the speed at which her spiritual energy was depleting increased. The Wolf King's eyes bulged, staring fearfully at Feng Yinqing, yet it lacked the strength to howl. Seeing her dantian nearing exhaustion, Feng Yinqing immediately ran towards the distance, stopping only when she reached a safe zone. The last trace of spiritual energy within her was released, flying towards the Wolf King in the distance. "Stop! Hurry and stop! She's going to destroy this formation again." With the shouts of the Xuanyun elders, the Wolf King in the water mirror exploded with a loud bang. The body of the golden core Wolf King exploded, and combined with the chaos of spiritual energy within it, the shockwave affected the nearby wolf pack. A massive explosion of spiritual energy erupted on the grassland, the powerful airflow sweeping across the plains for 10 miles. The vines shattered into powder scattered across the corpses of the wolves on the ground. Feng Yunting was unfazed. She sat cross-legged, her spiritual energy exhausted, and was absorbing the secret realm's spiritual energy at an extraordinary speed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth favored chaotic spiritual roots. At this moment, with her spiritual energy depleted, the surrounding spiritual energy finally found its chance, rushing toward her eagerly with particles of spiritual energy vying to penetrate her body. Feng Yunting knew this was a secret realm and could not reveal overly monstrous behavior, so she stopped when her dantian was filled to the third layer. The vortex of spiritual energy that had almost coalesced around her dissipated immediately. The noise from the earlier explosion was too great, and everyone momentarily overlooked Feng Yunting. By the time they turned to look at her, she had already approached the sheep herd. Feng Yunting raised her hand to dispel the confinement array of the sheep herd and found a sturdy large sheep. "Let's go, we need to find the formation core of the secret realm." She patted the sheep's head, and it obediently walked forward. She had already spotted the edge of the grassland beyond which lay a range of snow-capped mountains. The girl in red leisurely rode the sheep towards the edge of the grassland. Outside the water mirror, the Grand Elder of Xuanyun frowned, and sighed, his old face aging a few more years. Truly a prodigy. The Xuanyun trial has lasted for 100 years, and no one has ever destroyed a formation. This is a Wolf King formation I borrowed from an old friend, and now it has been destroyed by her. How am I to explain this to my friend? The elder with gray-white hair sighed deeply. I also borrowed the vine-killing formation, and now she has destroyed it. If I had known, I would have used my own formation. I wouldn't have cared if it broke. Those nearby who heard the elder's conversation began to discuss among themselves. However, now that the formation is destroyed, it has broken. Her actions are not entirely wrong. Could it be that she doesn't know how to break the formation and deliberately destroyed it? If that's the case, it's rather despicable, showing no consideration for the other participants. While riding the sheep, Feng Yunting controlled the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. By the time she reached the junction of the grassland and the snow mountains, her dantian's spiritual energy had already filled to 9 layers. Feng Yunting crouched down and gently patted the sheep's head, saying, "Grilled lamb, you should head back now." The sheep seemed to understand and galloped away towards the grassland. Feng Yunting gazed at the undulating snow-capped mountains, forming hand seals to envelop herself in a protective barrier. Her clothing was far too thin, she couldn't possibly shiver her way into this snowy expanse. As she stepped into the snow mountain array, the biting cold wind rushed towards her like a sharp blade slicing against Feng Yunting's face. Unfortunately, she could not feel it. The snow-covered mountains were a realm of white, with the howling winds filling her ears. In her violet gaze, there was not a soul in sight. The more silent it was, the more eerie it felt. After walking a distance across the snowy plain, she spotted a few flickering lights ahead. It seemed there were participants here. Yin Chuxue had automatically forfeited, and among the remaining she recognized only Xuanyun Continent. As she approached the campfire, it was indeed Xuanyun Continent. Upon seeing Feng Yunting, he immediately stood up, saying, "Miss Feng, you've come here too." Feng Yunting looked at the fire beside him, then at his smile that seemed as warm as spring. "How long have you been here?" Xuanyun Continent brushed the snow off a stone for Feng Yunting to sit on, and replied, "I arrived here about half an hour ago after coming out of the woods. The snow mountain is too vast, and I was exhausted, so I decided to rest here." "Thank you." Feng Yunting expressed her gratitude, sitting on the stone in front of the warm fire. "Haven't you encountered any other contestants?" Xuanyun Continent shook his head, asking, "Did you encounter anyone?" Feng Yunting recalled the scene of Yin Chuxue being chased by a pack of wolves, lowering her eyelashes slightly. How could such injuries be easily dismissed? Everything would be settled once they returned to Tianyin Kingdom. "I encountered Yin Chuxue." She picked up a dry twig from the ground, casually poking at the fire. The sparks crackled and burst. Xuanyun Continent merely nodded with a smile, saying, "This snow mountain should be one of the arrays within a secret realm, yet I've been unable to find my way out, which is truly strange." Feng Yunting supported her chin with one hand, her violet eyes half squinting as she scanned the surrounding environment once more. "Breaking the array isn't difficult, it's like the previous Wolf King array. As long as you defeat a certain number of the Wolf King's subordinates, the Wolf King will retreat and the array will be broken." As for Feng Yunting killing the Wolf King, it was entirely because she believed that one must break before they can stand. A clear and bright female voice approached from afar. Feng Yunting turned to look behind Xuanyun Continent, where a girl in black attire came with a long sword in hand. She sat down next to Feng Yunting by the fire, exclaiming, "I'm freezing." You all really know how to enjoy yourselves with a campfire. Xuanyun Continent chuckled. I am Xuanyun Continent. And you are? Qiao, I hail from Shuofeng Kingdom. Qiao replied, her voice slightly husky, carrying a neutral boyish charm. Feng Yinqing quietly moved a bit closer while they talked, asking, you know me? Qiao laughed heartily, of course. I heard your conversation with Yin Chushue on the trial steps. She added, I support your quest for revenge. Feng Yinqing chose not to continue that topic and asked, did no one from Nanli Kingdom enter the second round? Some did. The princess of Nanli Kingdom by Nishang entered with me, she replied. Feng Yinqing inquired, did you go directly to the snow mountain? No, I was teleported to the edge of a lake when I entered, then walked into a grassland. I heard an explosion and then I arrived here, Qiao explained. Qiao stretched her hands over the fire, her reddened palms gradually regaining a healthy hue. Feng Yinqing nodded, realizing that each contestant must have entered different areas. The secret realm was vast, and not encountering each other was normal. Xuanyun Continent suggested, why don't we walk together? Sitting here all the time isn't a solution. Qiao agreed. I concur, regardless of whether we can enter the third round, we are here to train, not to enjoy ourselves. Feng Yinqing stood up, casually extinguishing the fire with her water spiritual energy. Let's go. The three headed towards the highest snow mountain simply because it was the most conspicuous. Sunlight refracted, revealing a large golden peak atop the snow mountain. The golden pinnacle of the snow mountain. Feng Yinqing's eyes widened slightly as she recalled Mo Yuan. When she first met Mo Yuan, she was reminded of this very scene. Now as the divine golden peak appeared before her, she realized that while the view was beautiful, it paled in comparison to Mo Yuan himself. She wondered where Mo Yuan had gone. During her nearly a month at Feng Manor, she hadn't seen him at all. After all, Xiao Jiu did call him father, why wouldn't he come take a look at his child? The journey was not long, and by the time they reached the foot of the mountain, someone was already standing there. A girl in white stood there, her skirt resembling white feathers quietly poised amidst the snowy landscape. If not for her conspicuous black hair, she would have blended perfectly with the scenery. Qiao called out, Bai Nishang. Bai Nishang turned around, her oval face displaying no expression other than arrogance, looking down her chin slightly. So you all have come too. Curiously, Qiao took a step forward, asking, what are you doing standing here? I sense that the key to breaking the array lies within this cave. Bai Nishang pointed to a cave entrance buried in the snow. There really is a cave? I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't pointed it out, Qiao exclaimed in surprise, turning to Feng Yinqing. Shall we go in and take a look? Feng Yinqing nodded, but her right hand gripped the ice soul dagger at her waist. The four of them entered the cave in single file, with Qiao in the lead, while Feng Yinqing followed behind by Nishang and Xuanyun Continent. The cave was extremely cold, resembling an ice cellar. Qiao continuously complained about the cold in the front, occasionally unleashing fire spiritual energy to warm herself. Cultivators must reach the golden core stage to transform their spiritual energy into a protective barrier, isolating themselves from external temperature extremes. The tunnel within the cave was long, and it took them a while before they saw a glimmer of light. Wow! Qiao stood before a wide stone door, astonished to the point of being speechless. Before them lay countless treasures, an endless array of luminous pearls. Suddenly, Xuanyun Continent and Bai Nishang moved, each pushing against the stone door with great effort. The heavy sound of the door brought Qiao back to her senses, and she shouted with wide eyes, what are you doing? Xuanyun Continent and Bai Nishang did not stop their actions, instead they quickened their pace. Feng Yinqing raised her hand, and two streams of spiritual power shot out from her fingertips, entering the bodies of the two with lightning speed. In an instant, Bai Nishang and Xuanyun Continent froze. Bai Nishang frowned and shouted, what have you done to us? Xuanyun Continent's previously gentle demeanor transformed, his cold eyes glared at Feng Yinqing. Miss Feng, what kind of trick is this? Feng Yinqing raised an eyebrow, her delicate pink lips slightly pouting. I detest being deceived, especially by vixens. Bai Nishang's expression changed in shock. You. Feng Yinqing waved her hand. Oh, no need to say more. You are just two white foxes in this snow mountain illusion. I'm not going to bother with two mere beasts. As she spoke, she had already reached the stone door, effortlessly lifting Bai Nishang and Xuanyun Continent as if they were chicks. She tossed the immobilized pair into a pile of jewels and looked at the still-dazed Qiao. Aren't you coming out yet? All right. Qiao hurriedly ran out, throwing several luminous pearls at Xuanyun Continent and Bai Nishang off. So you were fakes. Close the door. Feng Yinqing pushed the heavy stone door, and together with Qiao managed to shut it. Then a spiritual instrument appeared in her hand, a 5th-grade spiritual artifact of superior quality. Is this a spiritual artifact? Qiao recognized it, speaking with a hint of envy. Yes, but it's merely an illusion in this realm. Feng Yinqing infused her spiritual power into the spiritual artifact and tossed it at the stone door. Qiao paused. What is this for? Feng Yinqing said nothing and grabbed Qiao's wrist. Run. Qi Yao, completely bewildered, was dragged forward by Feng Yunqing, the corridor rapidly retreating before her eyes with the sound of rushing wind in her ears. The two burst out of the cave with Feng Yunqing not stopping, continuing to drag her towards the snowy plains. Hurry! Hold on to me. Elder Xiao Qingyun trembled and took 2 steps back, supported by a servant holding his arm. Shi. His trembling finger pointed at the enormous water mirror, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Everyone stared in shock as the snow mountain in the water mirror trembled, followed by a thunderous explosion that caused the entire mountain to begin collapsing. The snow that had never melted on the mountain peak began to fall, and the whole mountain started to slowly collapse. She has destroyed this snow mountain illusion. Elder Xiao Qingyun finally spoke. From now on, I will establish a rule. Those who destroy illusions will be disqualified. This is really disastrous. Feng Yunqing stood on the snowy plain watching the distant snow mountain collapse. Qi Yao, on the other hand, was kneeling in the snow, vomiting continuously. You. After throwing up for a while, Qi Yao felt better. Your speed is something even ordinary people can't handle. She walked over to Feng Yunqing's side, looking at the place where the snow was being kicked up in the distance. How did you know they were vixens? And how did you realize this is an illusion? Just now Xuanyun Continent had fire spiritual power on him. Feng Yunqing slightly smiled. Xuanyun Continent possesses water spiritual power. The moment I laid eyes on him by the campfire, my illusory world eyes pierced through his disguise. The snow plain stretched endlessly with not a single blade of grass in sight. The inexplicably appeared bonfire was already strange enough. Plus, Xuanyun Continent, being of water spiritual power, had no ability to start a fire. It could be accepted that the fire was created with a fire seed. However, when Feng Yunqing doused the bonfire with water spiritual power, she distinctly sensed the fire's spiritual power within it. Is that strange? Qi Yao did not understand Xuanyun Continent. Feng Yunqing observed the gradually revealing greenery and replied to Qi Yao's question. While walking, Xuanyun Continent has water spiritual roots. Qi Yao immediately understood. So that's it. What about Bai Nishang? Wasn't that your first time seeing her? Feng Yunqing nodded. Indeed, it was my first time. Then how did you know she was also disguised? As a contestant, would she tell us the key to breaking the illusion? Moreover, she is so proud. Qi Yao nodded. If I thought the cave could break the illusion, I would surely enter directly without telling you. Feng Yunqing said no more. She had of course recognized Bai Nishang because of her illusory world eyes. In this illusion, everything she saw was what the illusion wanted her to see. However, she possessed the illusory world eyes. She saw through Bai Nishang and Xuanyun Continent's disguises at a glance. But she could not tell Qi Yao this. She could only fabricate 2 reasonably plausible reasons. The two walked out of the snow mountain and were greeted by a lush bamboo forest. Qi Yao stepped in, knocking on a green bamboo. We have changed to another scene. This place must also be a formation. Feng Yunqing looked around. Here there was nothing but bamboo. How many scenes were there in this second trial, and where was the eye of the formation in this secret realm? Indeed, it was not easy to advance from a lower-tier country to a middle-tier country. At that moment, the wind in the bamboo forest suddenly rose. Bamboo leaves rustled down, and the thin bamboo leaves flew towards them like blades. Feng Yunqing immediately released her spiritual power, conjuring a strong wind wall around her and Qi Yao. Qi Yao looked at her in admiration. You are amazing. You can actually create a wind wall. Feng Yunqing observed the layers of bamboo leaves outside with her, and Qi Yao at the center, now surrounded by a massive green dome. Staying like this isn't a solution. We must break through these bamboo leaves. Holding the ice-souled dagger, Feng Yunqing looked at Qi Yao. If I release the wind wall, now do you have the confidence to charge out with me? Qi Yao replied, I don't know, I'm scared. Feng Yunqing was silent. She shouldn't have expected Qi Yao to be confident for someone at the Qi refining stage 9. This was a bit challenging. She didn't know why the second trial would allow those who hadn't reached the pinnacle of the trial ladder to enter. They were probably just cannon fodder. Seeing Feng Yunqing silent, Qi Yao tightened her grip on her long sword. I'll give it a try. Feng Yunqing glanced at her. Qi refining stage 9 cultivation. You stay behind me. I'll break a hole first, and then you follow me out. All right. Feng Yunqing tightened her hand slightly, and the wind wall before her gradually weakened. Holding the dagger, she passed through the wind wall, releasing icy blades that cut open a gap in the bamboo leaves while freezing them all into a mass. But soon more bamboo leaves filled and flying towards Feng Yunqing once again. Feng Yunqing waved her hand several times and finally carved out a passage that could accommodate a person. Quick, follow me, she shouted back at Qi Yao as she rushed out. Qi Yao reacted quickly and immediately followed suit. After they emerged, the green bamboo leaves swiftly changed direction and once again flew towards them. Qi Yao cursed. How can this be never-ending? Feng Yunqing grabbed Qi Yao's hand and urged, run. Before Qi Yao could refuse, she was once again pulled along by Feng Yunqing. They ran ahead while the entire bamboo forest leaves chased behind them, resembling a green dragon weaving through the gaps in the bamboo with even greater agility. Feeling uncomfortable, Qi Yao asked while running. Do you have a way to deal with these leaves? Yes. Then you. But it will be dangerous for you. Qi Yao abruptly shook off Feng Yunting's hand, saying, Stop running. I know my own capabilities, and I'm not going to hold you back here. Before Feng Yunting could respond, Qi Yao transformed into a flash of white light and disappeared. Qi Yao crushed the jade tablet, and Feng Yunting stopped running. She indeed had a way to deal with those bamboo leaves, but leaving Qi Yao meant that some of the leaves would inevitably attack her. Although she was not a saint or a good person, she couldn't bear to watch Qi Yao get hurt. Besides, Qi Yao had never harmed her, she was just an ordinary contestant. A dense swarm of bamboo leaves surged towards Feng Yunting's face, and she threw out a ball of fire. The flames surged and spread rapidly, turning the green dragon-like leaves into a fiery dragon. The bamboo forest caught fire, and the entire grove began to burn. Feng Yunting stroked her chin and clicked her tongue, saying, It seems this killing formation is about to be destroyed by me again. Look at her. She knows the formation is going to be destroyed. The elder of Xuanyun clutched his chest and slumped in his seat, panting heavily, looking as if he would be driven to death by Feng Yunting. You can't blame her for that. Arson is indeed a good method. But she can't burn down the entire bamboo forest. She's going to bury herself in flames. It seems she really has disappeared. As everyone stared, the bright red figure was no longer visible amidst the blazing inferno. The elder of Xuanyun quickly looked towards the teleportation array where eliminated contestants were gathered, all fixated on the water mirror, and there was no sign of Feng Yunting. Feng Yunting did not crush the jade tablet, so where did she go? At that moment, Feng Yunting was navigating through the flames, following the sounds of animals in her ears. If there were really animals, they might be the key to breaking this bamboo forest's killing formation. In the raging flames, she spotted a circle of golden seals. How could there be seals in the secret realm? Could it be the core of the entire secret realm's formation? Feng Yunting felt a surge of joy and stopped in front of the seal. The eye of Illusory worlds quickly analyzed the entire seal. Countless spiritual patterns woven together formed a massive sealing net. She soon found a way to break the seal and directly infused her spiritual power into the spiritual pattern. Breaking the seal was akin to detonating a spiritual device. As long as the balance of spiritual energy within the seal or device was disrupted, the seal could be lifted. This was also why she could detonate the device to collapse the snow mountain. With the seal broken, a rich emerald green appeared before her, covering the entrance to a cave. The sounds of animals were emanating from within. Feng Yunting leaned into the cave, and the Nine Nether fire illuminated the entire space. The cave was damp and dark, filled with distant howling sounds and the crunching noises of something eating. Feng Yunting tentatively called out, Are you in there? Owo, a creature inside responded, followed by heavy footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Feng Yunting's heart skipped a beat. This creature was quite large. She tightened her grip on the ice-souled dagger, waiting for the approaching footsteps. Wu, a creature resembling a bear with a black and white coat, emerged from the darkness into Feng Yunting's line of sight. It was holding a bamboo shoot, tilting its head as it looked at Feng Yunting. What kind of animal are you? Feng Yunting brightened the Nine Nether fire a bit to see more clearly. This strange bear had a white head and belly with black limbs. Its white bare face sported two large black eye circles, and its ears were big and round. Feng Yunting was astonished. My goodness, those black eye circles, do you never sleep? The strange bear tilted its head at her, then offered the bamboo shoot. Owo, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. Feng Yunting waved her hand. Owo. It seemed dissatisfied and stubbornly stuffed the bamboo shoot into her hand. Feng Yunting looked at the drool-covered bamboo shoot, unable to discard it for fear of hurting the little creature's good intentions. Owo, owo. The strange bear pointed at its forehead. Seeking a pat. Feng Yunting tentatively asked. Seeing it continuing to point at its head, she reached out to pat it. The strange bear rubbed against her palm, its fluffy fur prompting Feng Yunting to pet it a few more times. All right, you stay hidden here, and I'll go put out the fire. Feng Yunting stuffed the bamboo shoot back to it and turned to leave. Who would have thought? The strange bear tugged at her skirt. Not letting me go. Owo, owo. The strange bear shook its head. Do you want to come with me? The strange bear immediately nodded. Feng Yunting was a bit surprised. You are quite intelligent. She reached out to touch it, but the strange bear suddenly bit her hand. Just as Feng Yunting was about to launch a spiritual attack, she felt a contract being established between her and the strange bear. Are you a panda? You do look like a mix between a bear and a cat. Feng Yunting touched her finger that had just been bitten. The wound had already healed, and the contract also healed the scratches she had received from the Wolf King. The panda's appearance was adorable, and it nudged in her palm, seemingly trying to please her. You look chubby and round, so we'll call you Tuan Tuan. Feng Yunting reached out and pinched its ears, asking, How does that sound? Owo, owo. Tuan Tuan excitedly howled. Xiao Jiu began to shout, Mother, let me out. I want to duel with it. Ah, he was Feng Yunting's contracted beast, and when Feng Yunting formed a contract with the panda, he also established a connection with it. Feng Yunting did not release Xiaojiu, but instead stored the panda in her ring space. Xiaojiu, let me make it clear, you can't bully Tuan, you must get along well with it, understand? Oomph. Xiaojiu huffed angrily. Feng Yunting could see with her divine sense that Xiaojiu had his back turned to Tuan, his little arms crossed sulking, while Tuan curiously observed its surroundings. Xiaojiu, you'll always be your mother's good baby. Be obedient, and when I get home, I'll have Sister Yuexiang make you something delicious. That's more like it. Feng Yunqing glanced around the cave and noticed a pile of bamboo shoots, which she casually stored in her space. As she exited the cave, she was greeted by a sky ablaze with flames. Cough, it seems like the destructive power is a bit too great. She raised her hands, and 2 columns of water shot up into the sky soon after a torrential rain began to fall. The fire in the bamboo forest was extinguished, leaving only charred bamboo stumps. Seeing Feng Yunqing's figure reappear in the bamboo forest, elder Xuanyun let out a sigh of relief, saying, I thought that girl had gone somewhere. She's really making me anxious. She is now the only contestant in the 2nd round, and she actually doesn't need to enter the 3rd round anymore. Elder Xuanyun stroked his beard. Indeed, with such destructive power, I fear she might create chaos for me in the 3rd round. Feng Yunqing walked out of the bamboo forest and found herself in front of the lake she had just entered in the 2nd round. It seems that the most dangerous place is actually the safest. Feng Yunqing looked at the lake before her and leaped directly into it. When she first came here, she had thrown small stones into the lake upon sensing something was off, but when Xuanyun Continent appeared, she gave up on that idea. Now that she was back here, this lake was the most peculiar aspect of the entire secret realm. It was neither aggressive nor turbulent, but eerily calm. Hey, how did she figure it out? She jumped in without a second thought. Elder Xuanyun slapped his thigh. The pain in his eyes was evident. Congratulations, you have entered the 3rd round of the Xuanyun trial. The 3rd round requires. The voice within the secret realm was intermittent, and Feng Yunqing frowned slightly, wondering why it was stuttering. After waiting for a long time, that mechanical voice did not return. Feng Yunqing looked at the misty sight before her, wondering what strange challenge this was. There were no formations or illusions. She cautiously stepped forward, and the scenery before her suddenly became clear. Feng Yunqing looked at the flowers and grasses taller than trees, her brow twitching. Sudden rustling sounds echoed from the grass, and Feng Yunqing's expression turned alert as she watched the swaying grass in front of her. A pair of green blades parted the grass. Feng Yunqing swallowed hard and took a step back, watching the enormous mantis appear before her. Elder Xuanyun anxiously slapped the table, exclaiming, what is going on? How has the secret realm collapsed? Elder, the secret realm space is all in chaos, and for some reason the scenery in the 3rd round has all become dozens of times larger. Now Feng Yunqing is like a little ant in the 3rd round. We must quickly repair the secret realm, otherwise not only will Feng Yunqing be trapped inside, but she could also be trampled to death by the snakes, insects, and beasts in this round. Yin Chuxue stood in the teleportation array, watching the red-clad girl in the giant water mirror. A smug and sinister smile appeared on her lips. Feng Yunqing, what does it matter if you enter the 3rd round? No matter how strong your abilities are, you cannot defeat the numerous monsters inside while you are just a little ant. In the water mirror, Feng Yunqing and the mantis stared at each other, and finally the mantis raised its blades at her. Oh my god! Feng Yunqing turned and ran hurriedly, hiding in another blade of grass. She emanated wood-type spiritual power, blending seamlessly with the surrounding grass. Watching the mantises and grasshoppers occasionally leap out along with the swarms of ants, Feng Yunqing felt a surge of frustration. What kind of 3rd round is this? It doesn't take my cultivation level into account at all. Master, I can carry you. Tuan communicated with Feng Yunqing through divine sense. It had just learned to speak, having been taught a few phrases by Xiaojiu, and it had picked it up without a teacher. Feng Yunqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately summoned Tuan. The distinct black and white Tuan stood out in the tender green surroundings, its body gradually enlarging, appearing to Feng Yunqing like a towering giant beast. Tuan extended a hand towards Feng Yunqing, who jumped onto its palm and was placed on its head. The tiny figure sank into Tuan's fluffy fur, nearly disappearing from sight. From this height, Feng Yunqing could finally see the scenery of the area clearly. The view was quite fragmented, even showing scenes from the 2nd round. It seems that the secret realm has collapsed. Standing atop, Feng Yunqing's purple eyes sparkled. She took out the jade tablet from her bosom. The formation light that had previously shone on it was now dim. It appears that the jade tablet has also become ineffective. Feng Yunqing put away the jade tablet, as she would not crush it even though it was no longer useful. What if it were to count as abandoning her qualification for the competition? Then all her efforts to advance through the 3 rounds would be in vain. Above her head a mist hung, with intermittent golden symbols flickering. Powerful spiritual energy surged within the symbols, indicating that several elders outside the secret realm were trying to repair it. The sudden collapse of the secret realm may be related to that seal. Looking at Xuanyun's fluffy fur, Feng Yunqing became increasingly convinced of this hypothesis. Xuanyun is likely a crucial element in maintaining the entire secret realm. It seems that by forming a contract with you I have gotten myself into trouble. Master, I forced the contract upon you. The moment I saw you, I felt an intense affinity. Xuanyun swayed as it walked, but to Feng Yunqing it felt as though it was moving at lightning speed. Regardless, meeting you means we are fated. If the secret realm has collapsed, then I will repair it. Feng Yunqing's eyes, sharp as a blade, took in the fragmented scenes around her, analyzing the connections one by one. Secret realms are often small worlds casually refined by ancient great beings after achieving divinity, some containing powerful opportunities, while others are merely hollow spaces of white mist. This Xuanyun trial secret realm must have been left by some great being in the eastern region, hence the long-standing Xuanyun trial lasting for 100 years. In her past life, she had repaired several secret realms. After all, the Chaos Continent she governed also had various secret trials, and when selecting her subordinates, she would open secret realms to choose those with pure intentions and noble backgrounds. Looking at the broken spiritual patterns before her, Feng Yunqing gradually found the connections between each spiritual pattern. She infused her spiritual energy into the patterns, gradually connecting two spiritual patterns that were hundreds of miles apart. Repairing the spiritual patterns required a massive amount of spiritual energy, and soon her internal energy was depleted. Sweat trickled down her face, and the spiritual energy within the secret realm began to flow into her body. Xuanyun Changqing and Bai Nikhang sat in the teleportation array watching Feng Yunqing in the water mirror. They exchanged glances, saying she is repairing the secret realm. They had met in the bamboo forest and had come out together after shattering the jade tablets. Being a prince and princess, they had seen each other in their childhood, and thus they sat together watching Feng Yunqing face the challenges. Feng Yunqing's dantian fluctuated between exhaustion and replenishment, though after refilling, it would soon deplete again. This cycle continued, and she was drenched in sweat, yet she maintained a smile throughout. Wonderful. With this, once I emerge from the secret realm, my golden core will be able to face 100 opponents. Feng Yunqing's petite figure was magnified in the water mirror, and everyone saw her pale complexion. If she continues like this, her spiritual energy will surely be depleted, which will hinder her cultivation. I am curious about the beast she rides. I have never seen one like it before. Forget about the beast. If this continues, the first place in this session of the Xuanyun trial will perish in the secret realm. Let's help the elders restore the secret realm together. The cultivators in the audience spontaneously walked up to the high platform one by one, placing their hands on the shoulders of the person in front of them. The spectators were all from upper and middle-tier nations, thus they were eagerly anticipating the results of the competition. Since there was no national rivalry with the participants, they held a sense of admiration for Feng Yunqing. With the participation of numerous cultivators, the spiritual power of the four elders became even more robust, gradually reconnecting and solidifying the broken spiritual patterns in the secret realm. Seeing the accelerated restoration speed, a smile appeared on Feng Yunqing's face. Soon she would be able to leave. Her dantian had been drained of spiritual energy 3 more times, but the secret realm finally returned to normal. Feng Yunqing stood on the lawn, and Xuanyun had also returned to its normal size. Feng Yunqing. A familiar elderly voice echoed in the secret realm. It was the Grand Elder of the Xuanyun sect. The results of this trial are in. You may come out now. A crack of white light appeared before Feng Yunqing, revealing the exit of the secret realm. She turned to the glowing crack and said, I haven't passed the 3rd round yet. No need, no need. You have already secured 1st place. The Grand Elder said, anxiously fearing that Feng Yunqing would not come out, and hurriedly announced the results of the trial. Feng Yunqing did not delay further. She stored Xuanyun away and exited the secret realm. She did not appear in the teleportation array where the other contestants were, but directly materialized on the high platform. The Grand Elder of the Xuanyun sect smiled broadly, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. Ah, you have finally come out. If you don't come out soon, my Xuanyun secret realm will be ruined. I have seen the Grand Elder. Feng Yunqing nodded slightly. So does this mean I am the 1st place in this trial? The elders nodded repeatedly. Yes, it is you. You successfully reached the summit in the 1st round, broke all 4 illusion arrays in the 2nd round, and even found the focal point of the 2nd round's array. You are undoubtedly the 1st place. Thank you for your efforts in restoring the secret realm. Feng Yunqing clasped her fists and tentatively asked, do the elders know why the secret realm collapsed? The Grand Elder stroked his beard. I am not too sure. It should be because we added external illusion arrays in the secret realm. That must be it. It had been 100 years since the secret realm had collapsed. This time, it was likely due to the excessive external illusion arrays added. Feng Yinxing observed the expressions of the elders and noticed they did not mention Tuan Tuan at all. It seemed that even they were unaware of the existence of the seal and Tuan Tuan. This was just as well preventing them from asking her about Tuan Tuan. The Grand Elder walked to the edge of the high platform, waved his hand, and thousands of spiritual energies flew out, condensing in midair into a light screen. First place in this trial, Tianyan Kingdom, Feng Yinxing. In Tianyan Kingdom, cheers erupted in front of the water mirror. Wonderful. We are about to be promoted to a middle-tier nation. Feng Yinxing is so impressive. Old Master Feng beamed with joy, his laughter resonating like the chimes of a bell. My granddaughter is truly remarkable. Mu Rongshuan's eyes burned with passion. Feng Yinxing's heroic demeanor in the water mirror deeply stirred his heart. An annulment of engagement? Absolutely not. A woman so beautiful and capable deserves to be his princess. The Emperor of Tianyan also couldn't contain his laughter. Everyone, the trial has concluded. I am a bit tired and will rest for now. This trial had lasted from morning until nightfall, and indeed, he was a bit weary. Old Master Feng returned home listening to flattery all the way and immediately informed the practicing Feng Zongming of the news. Feng Zongming's face was also filled with joy. According to the travel time, Qingqing should return by tomorrow night. Let's prepare a table of her favorite dishes to welcome her home. All right, you handle this matter personally. On the flying boat, Feng Yinxing sat cross-legged in a corner, while Qi Yao excitedly chatted about the gossip of Xuanyun Kingdom. Feng Yinxing occasionally nodded and smiled, exchanging a few words with Qi Yao. What are you two talking about? Xuanyun Changqing walked over and sat down readily opposite Feng Yinxing. Qi Yao laughed heartily. I was just sharing some amusing stories I encountered. Xuanyun Changqing nodded. I would like to listen too. Is that all right? Of course, let's share our interesting experiences. I want to hear too. Qi Yao, being straightforward, did not consider Xuanyun Changqing's feelings. Feng Yinxing did not respond and remained quietly seated. Yun Chushua sat at a distance alone at the bow of the ship. She had changed her dress, and though her face was still covered by a veil, she no longer displayed the previous liveliness and was now gloomy, lowering her head. While she had chatted amiably with contestants from various nations on the way there, she returned alone, with even the Tianyan Kingdom's clan disciples ignoring her. The matter of Yun Chushua plotting against Feng Yinxing had been clearly observed by the contestants from various nations. Suddenly recalling something, Yun Chushua lifted her head and looked at Feng Yinxing. Their gazes met in the air. Feng Yinxing smirked slightly, a glint of killing intent flashing in her purple eyes. Yun Chuxu's shoulders shuddered, her pupils shaking. Feng Yinxing intended to kill her. She really would do it. No, she must find a way to survive. Seeing Yun Chushua frown and frown again, her eyes alternating between treachery and fear, Feng Yinxing knew she was plotting something sinister again. Regardless of what bad plan she concocted upon returning to Tianyan Kingdom, there would be a consequence. On the flying boat, everyone had mixed emotions. Some felt disappointed, while others were indifferent. After a day and night of flying, they finally arrived at Tianyan Kingdom on the night of the second day. The pilot was still Song Fu, who delivered them to the palace gates where many people were already waiting. The Emperor of Tianyan kindly conversed with Song Fu and returned the Zi Shui mirror to him. Feng Yinxing stepped off the flying boat, and the crowd immediately erupted into cheers. Feng Yinxing. It's Feng Yinxing returned. The beautiful and powerful Feng Yinxing. Feng Yinxing's eyes showed some surprise. She did not expect that after one trial, she would have so many supporters in Tianyan Kingdom. Previously, she had been insulted on the streets and had faced gossip behind her back, scenes that were still vivid in her mind. Now, one by one, they had become her supporters. Indeed, in this world, only the strong are worthy of possessing such a radiant halo. She lowered her gaze, her resolve to become stronger, growing even firmer. Qingqing. Feng Peiyuan approached and extended his arms towards Feng Yinxing. Her eyes brightened as she ran towards Old Master Feng, grandfather. Old Master Feng patted her back, examining her from head to toe with utmost concern in his eyes. Grandfather saw you were injured by the Wolf King. Is it serious? Feng Yinxing shook her head gently, saying, It's fine, Grandpa, you don't need to worry. Yinxing, welcome back. Morong Xian suddenly appeared, holding a large bouquet of vibrant pink peonies. Feng Yinxing frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping between the peonies and Morong Xian's face. What has gotten into Morong Xian trying to be romantic? Her tone was distant, her cool voice tinged with disdain. The flowers are beautiful, but you shouldn't have picked them. Morong Xian hurriedly replied, I just wanted to surprise you. Feng Yinxing stepped back, wrapping her arm around Old Master Feng's as her refusal was unmistakable. Brother Crown Prince. A flirtatious female voice approached from a distance. Yun Chushua stepped off the flying boat and immediately saw Morong Xian holding a large bouquet of dazzling flowers, her eyes instantly reddening. Brother Crown Prince, I knew you cared for me the most. She rushed to Morong Xian as if it were her right to take the flowers from him. Upon seeing her, Morong Xian instinctively stepped back. What are you doing? Yun Chuxu's large eyes filled with tears as if she had been startled. Brother Crown Prince, it's me Shuer. Stay away from me. Thinking of Yun Chuxu's face in the water mirror, Murong Xian suddenly felt nauseous. Ugh. He shoved the flowers into a guard's hands and stepped aside to gag. Yun Chuxue raised her hand to touch her face, feeling the uneven skin through her veil. At that moment, Emperor Tianyin had also sent off Song Fu and approached Feng Yunting. Yunting, this time you have achieved first place. Our Tianyin kingdom is advancing to a middle-tier nation and you are the greatest contributor. Come with me to the palace. I want to reward you. After he said this, he boarded the imperial carriage and headed towards the palace first. Feng Peiyuan patted Feng Yunting's shoulder. Let's go. Have you thought about what you want? Feng Yunting nodded. Oh, she had already thought it through. The elder followed behind them, glancing at the dazed Yun Chuxue with a sigh. After all, she was a disciple he had taught since childhood, and he still held a degree of affection for her. Shuer, come with me to the palace. Yun Chuxue seemed to have just noticed the elder and quickly followed him, feeling wronged. Master, why did Brother Crown Prince treat me like that? The elder shook his head. We all saw what happened during the trial in the water mirror. He didn't finish, merely walking ahead with his hands behind his back. Yun Chuxue stood there in a daze, feeling as if the sky had fallen. If the master saw it, that meant the entire royal family knew. She remembered 3 years ago when the crown prince participated in the Xiaqinjian trial, the entire royal palace was completely unaware. Why did everyone know this year? She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a weight pressing down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. One by one, the guests took their seats in the great hall, and Emperor Tianyin finally spoke. Everyone, this welcoming banquet is specially prepared for the participating children of the 4 great families, but most importantly, it is a conferment banquet for Feng Yunting. Feng Yunting's expression was indifferent, showing no excitement over such an outcome. After some pleasantries, Emperor Tianyin looked at Feng Yunting. Yunting, I am prepared to confer you as the princess of Fengyang. If you feel that is insufficient, I can also confer you as an honorary princess. At these words, the crowd began to murmur. Beside the dragon throne, the empress maintained a smile, but her overly sharp eyes held no warmth. She was holding a long golden armor tightly in her hands. Feng Yunting stepped to the center of the hall, not kneeling, but bowing slightly, her back straight, as she said, Your Majesty, I have something to say. Speak. I do not wish to accept this conferment. Instead, I would like to exchange it for a wish. Emperor Tianyin raised an eyebrow. Oh, what wish could make you give up this title? Your Majesty, this wish is quite simple. You can fulfill it with a wave of your hand. I wonder if you could agree first so I can continue. Emperor Tianyin waved his hand. Since it's a small matter, I agree. Go ahead. I wish to cancel my engagement with Crown Prince Murong Xian. From now on, let men and women marry freely without interference. The calm tone of the girl plunged the entire hall into silence. Emperor Tianyin's face changed drastically as he hurriedly looked at Murong Xian, whose handsome face had turned ashen. Murong Xian gritted his teeth and stood up. Feng Yunting. Feng Yunting couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance, continuing, Your Majesty, in front of so many people, your word is binding, and I am canceling this engagement. This statement left both Emperor Tianyin and Murong Xian in a state of shock. The engagement could not be retained, it had to be Feng Yunting canceling it on her own accord. In the future, when people spoke of this matter, they would say that Feng Yunting canceled the crown prince's engagement rather than that the crown prince rejected Feng Yunting. She cupped her hands and returned to her place. Old Master Feng remained smiling. Ting, you don't have to worry. Whatever happens, Grandpa will support you. His words were loud, serving as a subtle warning to the royal family. Currently, the highest cultivators in the Tianyin kingdom were Feng Peiyuan and the royal elder, both at the nascent soul 9th layer. If these two clashed, the powerful nascent soul cultivation would lead to the destruction of the imperial capital of the Tianyin kingdom. Therefore, this conflict must not occur. The Tianyin kingdom also needed to rely on Feng Peiyuan to guard the frontier. The smile on Emperor Tianyin's face stiffened for a moment before he regained his composure. Since Yunting has this intention, Crown Prince, you need not say anything more. In the future, if you two find someone you like, I will assist you in your marriages. Let the banquet begin. Emperor Tianyin was adept at diffusing tension, and with just a few words he brushed the matter aside. After the banquet ended, the Feng family's carriage took them back to Feng Manor. Feng Yunting, holding onto Old Master Feng, was the first to enter the main gate, then followed Feng Zongming and Yu Xiang to chat. Yun Chuxue trembled as she entered Feng Manor, feeling as if she had entered hell. She anxiously tugged at the elder's sleeve. Master Shuer is scared. The elder sighed. There are some truths I must clarify for you. From now on, our master-disciple bond ends. Don't call me master anymore. Master, you don't want Shuer anymore. Yun Chuxue shouted in desperation, hugging the elder's arm, pressing her voluptuous body against him. As long as you state your conditions, Shuer will agree to anything. Even if it means my body, I am willing. The elder frowned tightly and flung Yun Chuxue away. This is indecent. It seems I have failed to understand you after teaching you for so many years. Take care of yourself. The elder's cultivation at the nascent soul fifth layer directly flung Yun Shushua far away, and she fell to the ground like a rag doll. Yun Shushua bit her lip, ignoring the pricks from her already wounded lip, her eyes filled with malice as she watched the elder's retreating figure. Feng Yunqing recounted the details of the secret realm to Feng Zongming, mentioning how Yun Shushua had plotted against her again on the grassland. How despicable! Where is she? Feng Zongming slammed the table and shouted towards the guard at the door, "Go fetch Yun Shushua." His demeanor shifted from gentle to fierce. "Qingqing, rest assured, once she is brought here, no matter what you decide, your uncle will support you." Yue Xiang beside them excitedly interjected, "Exactly. Miss, such a person deserves to be punished." Feng Yunqing's fingertips twitched slightly, a cold elegance rising at the corners of her eyes. She is no longer in the Feng residence. What? Where could she go? Feng Yunqing sensed a trace of the Nine Nether Inferno within Yun Shushua, and surprisingly detected it directing towards the palace. "Uncle, she has gone to the palace." Feng Peiyuan entered from outside. "Who has gone to the palace?" Feng Yunqing explained how she had left a trace of fire within Yun Shushua, and the three were unaware of the reason for Yun Chuxua's visit to the palace. Given the temperament of the Tianyan royal family, they would avoid someone like Yun Shushua at all costs. Feng Leiazizi pondered for a moment and comforted the two. "I will go to the palace tomorrow to bring her back. The emperor is already aware of what she has done to Qingqing, and he will definitely not shield her." Feng Zongming nodded. "Qingqing, you must be exhausted after returning. Go rest in your room for now." "All right, no rush. I will settle the score with her tomorrow." Feng Yunqing smiled sweetly, her delicate fingers gently pinching. "She cannot escape my control." In the Tianyan palace, Yun Shushua was kneeling at the feet of the empress. "Your Majesty, have you summoned me for something?" The phoenix hairpin on the empress' head swayed slightly, reflecting golden light. "I can help you heal your face." Her voice was calm, yet carried an imposing authority from her long-standing position, pressing down on Yun Shushua, who lay on the ground struggling to breathe. Yun Shushua prostrated on the ground, not daring to raise her head. "Is what you say true?" The empress gently stroked the golden armor on her fingers, glancing at her with a mocking red lip. "You don't believe my words." "I would never dare." Yun Shushua hurriedly bowed her head to the ground. "I do not know what your Majesty needs me to do. You have feelings for my Xin'er. I can fulfill your wish." Yun Shushua suddenly raised her head, looking incredulously at the resplendent empress above. "Why are you being so kind to me? Everyone knows she plotted against Feng Yunqing, and now people give her disdainful looks wherever she goes. Why then does the empress act contrary to expectations?" The empress slightly curled her lips and stood up. "But you need to pay a price." She flicked her splendid sleeves, the robe embroidered with phoenixes fluttering gently, as if a phoenix were truly about to take flight. Yun Shushua was dazzled. If she became the crown princess, she would also be able to stand in this position and give orders to Feng Yunqing. "I am willing to pay any price." At that moment, Yun Shushua suddenly trembled, and then she began to convulse on the ground. It hurts so much. She felt a burning heat throughout her body, as if flames were scorching her entire being, causing her meridians to ache unbearably. The empress frowned and quickly beckoned for someone to lift her up. "What kind of trick are you playing?" "Your Majesty, I'm in so much pain." Before she could finish speaking, Yun Shushua rolled her eyes and fainted. The empress looked at her with disdain and said to the maid beside her, "See what is wrong with her." The maid checked Yun Chuxua's pulse, her old face expressionless, reporting, "To your Majesty, her internal spiritual power has been exhausted, as if something has devoured it." The empress breathed a sigh of relief. "It sounds like it's not too serious. Take her down." Yun Shushua was dragged out like a dead dog by two palace servants. The next morning, Feng Peiyuan appeared at the morning court. It had been many years since he attended the morning court. The Tianyan emperor smiled and asked, "Feng Aiqing, is there something you wish to report today?" Feng Peiyuan stood tall, exuding the aura of a fierce general, a faint pressure radiating from him. Everyone in the hall was awed by him. Yesterday, Yun Shushua escaped from her home and entered the palace. "I have come today to take her back to the residence. Surely your Majesty would not hide such a woman from me." The Tianyan emperor's expression changed, and he hurriedly exchanged glances with his close aide, who quickly withdrew. He then looked at Feng Peiyuan with a smile. "Feng Aiqing, there is no need to worry. I have already sent someone to investigate. Yun Shushua has committed murder against the esteemed Feng Yunqing of my Tianyan nation, and I will definitely not hide her." "That's good to hear. I will wait right here." After saying this, Feng Peiyuan stood to the side, displaying a posture of not leaving until he sees someone. "Come prepare a seat for Feng Aiqing." The Tianyan emperor promptly instructed the palace servants. After this incident, no one else dared to present any petitions, and all stood obediently. Time passed slowly, and the aide returned whispering something to the Tianyan emperor. The emperor's smiling face suddenly froze. Feng Peiyuan, being a person of great insight, could easily perceive the emperor's change in expression. He stood and said, "Yun Shushua has been found, take me to her." Feng Aiqing, I will accompany you. The Tianyan Emperor rose, glancing at the hall. Court dismissed. The aide led the two towards the Fenghuan Palace. The Tianyan Emperor furrowed his brows. Why is Yun Chuxue in the Empress Palace? The aide replied, I do not know, but the palace servants saw her enter the Empress Palace and did not come out again. Feng Leiazizi generously said, no worries as long as we find her. The group marched into the Fenghuan Palace, where the Empress hurriedly came out to welcome them. This humble servant greets your majesty. The Tianyan Emperor stepped forward and took the Empress' hand. Is Yun Chuxue here with you? The Empress, not daring to hide anything, nodded. You know she is a criminal. Why are you keeping her in the palace? The Empress wore a look of grievance. This humble servant merely wished to teach her a lesson, so I imprisoned her in the dungeon, not to let her enjoy herself. The Tianyan Emperor breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Feng Aiqing, the Empress, also wishes to take a stand for Yunqing. I will have someone bring her out, and you can deal with her as you see fit back at the Feng residence. He gave the order, and shortly after a figure in pink was brought out. Yun Chuxue's eyes were filled with terror. Seeing the Empress made her feel as though she had encountered a ghost, and she quickly hid behind Feng Leiazizi. Grandfather! Grandfather, save me! Seeing her like this, Feng Leiazizi was not surprised. The palace's methods were naturally more brutal. After bringing Yun Chuxue back to the Feng residence, she still appeared frightened and unsettled. Feng Yunqing sat at the table, lightly tapping her fingers on the surface. What have you been through? What did the Empress do to you? Yun Chuxue sat huddled on the ground, not even wearing a veil, her scarred and mangled face looking extremely hideous and terrifying. Forget it. No matter what you've been through today, I will repay you for all the things you've done to me piece by piece. Yuxiang, bring me the long whip that my uncle sent. Yuxiang handed a long whip to Feng Yunqing and coldly glanced at Yun Chuxue on the ground, saying, Miss, if you are tired, I can do it for you. Feng Yunqing nodded, gently stroking the whip's body. The whip was new, still bearing barbs. Qingqing, please spare me. I was wrong back then. I apologize to you. Tears streamed down Yun Chuxue's cheeks as she banged her head on the ground, causing a loud thud. If apologies were effective, what use would this whip be? Feng Yunqing's indifferent voice floated lightly, and with her words came the crack of the whip. Crack! The long whip struck Yun Chuxue's back, instantly eliciting a piercing scream. Oh, Qingqing, please spare me. Feng Yunqing swung the whip again. If I spare you, can she be resurrected? The whip fell repeatedly on Yun Chuxue, each strike drawing strands of bright red blood. The hatred hidden deep in Feng Yunqing's heart erupted completely. This was the remnant hatred of the original owner, which she had carefully concealed within her deepest self, but now it was finally unleashed. After delivering 100 strikes, Yun Chuxue lay on the ground like a dead dog, breathing shallowly. Yuxiang handed her a cup of cool tea, saying, Miss, have some tea and take a rest. Feng Yunqing casually tossed the whip aside and drank the tea in one go. Her purple eyes were murky, not understanding why she was controlled by the original owner's hatred. Just now she could feel the surging hatred erupting from the depths of her soul, nearly consuming her rationality. Drag her to the yard and bind her. Have the guards keep an eye on her. Yuxiang dragged the person out, while Feng Yunqing rubbed her slightly sore wrist. It seemed her cultivation was still insufficient, as she had easily lost her rationality. Outside, the sky was bright and sunny. Feng Yunqing spoke briefly with Feng Peiyuan and Feng Zongming before heading alone to the back mountain of the Feng residence. The Feng residence was backed by a small mountain range. The Feng family's ancestor was rewarded for founding the country and was granted this mountain range. Feng Yunqing released Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan, allowing them to help keep watch over the surroundings while she sat cross-legged at the empty foot of the mountain, beginning to absorb spiritual energy. Usually, even when she did not cultivate, spiritual energy would automatically enter her body, but because of her control, the speed was not very fast. Now, with no one around, she could freely absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. After the trial from Xiao Qingyun, the Qi in Feng Yunqing's Dantian expanded a little. At this moment, she needed more spiritual energy to form her golden core. She sat there until nightfall. As night fell, the foot of the mountain was as bright as day. The spiritual energy around Feng Yunqing swirled like a tornado, enveloping her completely. Various colored spiritual power elements gathered together, forming a colorful orb of light around her. Meanwhile, dark clouds gradually gathered above the back mountain. The dense clouds pressed down, enveloping the entire back mountain. Fortunately, it was late at night, and no one noticed this scene. However, Old Master Feng and Feng Zoming both saw it. The two of them were currently in Feng Yunqing's courtyard. What is happening? Feng Zoming pointed to the heavy clouds not far away. Old Master Feng furrowed his brow. Is Qingqing still not back from the back mountain? Yuxiang nodded. Miss said she would go cultivate and asked me to wait for her here. Given the situation, suddenly blue and purple lightning flashed through the clouds, illuminating the scenery of the back mountain. Accompanied by a deep rumbling thunder, Old Master Feng's words were abruptly cut off. His aged but determined face instantly showed panic. Could this be the tribulation? Saying this, he rushed towards the back mountain, leaving behind a sentence, "Zoming, you stay here. You cannot withstand the power of the tribulation." Feng Zongming clenched his fists, his foot poised to step forward, but then halted. He felt utterly useless. Old Master Feng arrived at the back mountain in the blink of an eye, and what he saw was Feng Yunqing enveloped in spiritual energy. Crack! The first heavenly lightning struck down, directly hitting Feng Yunqing in the center of the colorful orb. Old Master Feng shouted anxiously, "Qingqing." Xiao Jiu appeared at the right moment, "Great-grandfather." He hugged Old Master Feng's leg tightly, exclaiming, "Great-grandfather, don't disturb mother." With his leg held, Old Master Feng felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had dropped onto him, rendering him immobile. He cast an anxious glance at Xiao Jiu, too preoccupied to ponder why Xiao Jiu was so strong, asking what is going on. Why is there a tribulation striking Qingqing? Mother gets struck by lightning every time she advances. This time she is about to form her golden core. Great-grandfather, there's no need to worry, mother is very powerful. Xiao Jiu smiled sweetly, holding Old Master Feng's big hand, saying, "We just need to wait here." Tuan also ran over, offering Old Master Feng a half-eaten bamboo shoot. Is this also Qingqing's contracted beast? Old Master Feng had seen Tuan in the water mirror, but he hadn't had the chance to ask Feng Yunqing yet. Xiao Jiu puffed up his little chest proudly, raising his little face. "Yes, its name is Tuan, and it is my little brother." Old Master Feng casually praised, Good, you are all well-behaved children." His attention was entirely on Feng Yunqing. While he was talking with Xiao Jiu, the heavenly lightning had already struck 3 times. After a total of 9 heavenly strikes, the dark clouds above began to dissipate rapidly. The spiritual energy continued to gather around Feng Yunqing, completely enveloping her, obscuring her form. Feng Yunqing looked in delight at the colorful orb floating above her dantian, which was her golden core. Due to the different roots of spiritual energy, the colors of the golden cores formed by various cultivators were also different. She possessed a chaotic spiritual root, and her golden core was meant to be resplendent and colorful. The swirling spiritual energy around her continued to line up, and she kindly accepted them. Centered around the Feng residence, the spiritual energy in the air within a 10-mile radius gradually thinned. After absorbing the last bits of scattered spiritual energy, Feng Yunqing turned to look at Old Master Feng in the distance, saying, "Grandfather, wait for me a moment." With that, she entered her ring space. Soaking in the hot spring to wash away the impurities that had made her body black, she changed into clean clothes before emerging. The clothes she wore were still those given to her by Mo Yuan last time. After washing, they felt smooth and extremely comfortable against her skin. Old Master Feng hurriedly approached, holding her and looking her over. "What happened? Why were there 9 bolts of heavenly lightning just now?" Feng Yunqing smiled sweetly, saying, "It's a normal phenomenon. When I advance, grandfather need not worry. The heavenly lightning helps temper my body and is beneficial to me." In her previous life, she had struggled alone, harboring doubts against everyone around her. Just when she finally learned to trust someone, the outcome had been her body exploding. But this time was different. Her family were all blood relatives connected to her, genuinely caring for her. "But I've never seen anyone get struck by lightning when advancing." Old Master Feng muttered tentatively, asking, "Could this also be your opportunity?" Feng Yunqing nodded slightly. "Grandfather should know I possess the ethereal root." Feng Old Master nodded. This matter was well known throughout the imperial capital. The ethereal root possesses all elemental roots and was originally unable to cultivate, but now I have the chance to cultivate, so this heavenly thunder is the cost. I need to endure more than others to be worthy of this opportunity. Feng Old Master's eyes reddened. The old general, who was always strong and unyielding in front of others, shed tears before his granddaughter. Feng Yunqing quickly shook his hand. "Grandfather. My dear Yunqing has had such a hard time. Grandfather is heartbroken for you." Feng Old Master sobbed with a smile, tears streaming down his face. Feng Yunqing cleared her throat, feeling as though she had said too much, causing her grandfather to cry. In truth, for her, each of the 9 heavenly thunders during her advancements was a pleasure, a kind of enjoyment in tempering her body and refining her muscles, and she did not feel any pain. It was indeed painful, but she could endure. Feng Yunqing glanced at Xiao Jiu, and the little one immediately understood. "Woo, great-great-grandfather, don't cry. If you cry, Xiao Jiu will want to cry too." Xiao Jiu hugged Feng Old Master's leg tightly. Feng Old Master felt his whole body tense up. That feeling of having a 1,000-pound weight hanging on his leg returned. He held Xiao Jiu's hand and pulled the little one away. "Yunting, Xiao Jiu is so strong that just now he stopped me from entering and I couldn't move at all." Feng Yunting looked at Xiao Jiu's beautiful eyes and hugged him up. "He is indeed powerful. All grandfather needs to know is that our Xiao Jiu is unique in all the world." Xiao Jiu's identity would remain a secret for now, as she currently lacked the ability to protect him. "What are you chatting about?" Feng Zongming's voice sounded. He wore an ivory white robe, his tall figure sporting a smile that felt like a spring breeze. Feng Yunting pinched Xiao Jiu's face. Praise our Xiao Jiu for being so cute. Feng Old Master looked at his granddaughter and suddenly remembered she was advancing just now. Yunting, what level of cultivation do you currently have? Feng Yunting smiled slightly. Second level of golden core. You have actually reached the second level of golden core already. Feng Zhongming was astonished. Your speed of cultivation is rather too fast. Indeed, one should not rush in cultivation. It requires gradual accumulation. Advancing too quickly can lead to an unstable foundation, Feng Old Master said earnestly. No need to worry, I have it under control. This is the normal speed for the ethereal roots cultivation. Feng Yunting set Xiao Jiu down and waved at the group, drawing them into the spatial realm. I'm so hungry, oh, I want to eat the braised pork made by my little uncle. Feng Zhongming smiled lightly. Let's go, I'll make it for you right away. Yin Chuxue had her Dantian destroyed, losing her cultivation, and was imprisoned in the Feng family dungeon, where she not only endured 100 lashes daily, but was also fed slop. Feng Yunting did not think of herself as cruel. She wanted Yin Chuxue to suffer this inhumane torment every day. Yin Chuxue begged for death, seeking to escape through death. But death would be too easy for her. In this world, nothing is simpler than dying. You would just close your eyes and kick your legs, and you wouldn't know anything anymore and wouldn't have to endure any torment. Such a good fortune was not for her. For someone as dark-hearted as Yin Chuxue, she deserved to have her face trampled into the mud, enduring immense mental and physical torment. In the half a month that Yin Chuxue was neglected, the Tianyin kingdom successfully ascended to a middle-tier nation. As the greatest contributor, Feng Yunting directly received a substantial amount of cultivation resources allocated to the eastern region. In addition to 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, there were 10 fifth-grade spirit gathering pills, all of high quality. Although it seemed there were only 2 types of rewards, one medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. The spiritual power contained within the spirit stones could be used for cultivation, so 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones were indeed a significant cultivation resource. However, Feng Yunting did not need them. She directly gave the storage bags filled with spirit stones and spirit gathering pills to Feng Old Master, allowing him and Feng Zhongming to use them for cultivation. She could absorb spiritual energy just by standing still, so she didn't need these things at all. With the Tianyin kingdom elevated to a middle-tier nation, the whole nation rejoiced, and the Tianyin Emperor decided to hold another grand banquet. Feng Yunting had little interest in attending the banquet, but as a key figure she had no choice but to go. On the day of the banquet, to celebrate the Tianyin kingdom's elevation to a middle-tier nation, not only did the other 3 middle-tier nations send envoys, but even a high-tier nation sent an envoy. In 100 years, there had been no shortage of low-tier nations ascending, but high-tier nations rarely interfered in the affairs of middle and lower-tier nations, usually only distributing some cultivation resources as a token of goodwill. However, the elevation of the Tianyin kingdom attracted the attention of high-tier nations, shocking the entire eastern region. Feng Yunting was not happy about the kingdom's elevation. A low-tier nation becoming a middle-tier nation would face not only wars with surrounding low-tier nations, but also provocations from both middle and low-tier nations. This was also the reason why many low-tier nations had ascended in the past 100 years only to suddenly disappear from the eastern regions. They were either united and wiped out by low-tier nations or targeted by strong middle-tier nations and directly annexed. Sometimes high-tier nations would even evaluate the nations below them. If a nation was not strong enough, it would be directly demoted to a low-tier nation, forcibly stripped of territory and cultivation resources. Otherwise, after all these years, where would there still be low-tier nations? They would have all turned into middle-tier nations. Feng Yunting's greatest concern was that the Tianyin kingdom would be provoked by surrounding nations, leading to her grandfather having to go to the borders. She did not want her grandfather to have to fight bloodily at such an old age. She had no feelings for the Tianyin kingdom, especially since she had been bullied and ridiculed by everyone in the imperial capital since she was young. Now to ask her grandfather to continue protecting these people in her dreams. However, these were merely her own thoughts. A Feng Old Master was after all a general of the Tianyin kingdom, and everything still had to respect his decisions. In front of the palace gate, the imperial guard stood neatly on both sides, welcoming envoys from various countries. Feng Yunting arrived at the palace gate and got down from the carriage, entering the palace alongside Feng Old Master and Feng Zhongming. Feng Zhongming had not stepped out for a long time, and his expression was somewhat tense. This was his first time stepping out of the Feng residence after 2 years of silence. Feng Old Master looked at his son, who seemed a bit out of place, and gently patted his shoulder. Zhongming, you are now at the 5th level of foundation establishment, more outstanding than most of your peers in the imperial capital. Hold your chest up and don't bring shame to your father. Feng Zhongming straightened his chest after being patted on the back by Feng Old Master. Father, I don't want to go to the palace banquet. I don't want to see the princess. Feng Yunting tilted her head and asked, Princess, are you talking about that princess from 2 years ago? She hasn't married yet. Feng Zoming nodded. Why not see her? Let her see your current cultivation level. Wouldn't she deeply regret it? Humph. It's been so long, and she still hasn't found a husband. Ooh, I bet no one wants to marry her. She must not be that great. Her temper must be very poor. With such an outstanding little uncle, you should definitely marry a gentle and virtuous wife in the future. You should be grateful she didn't marry you back then. Feng Yunting chattered away, causing a smile to appear at the corners of Feng Zoming's mouth. Indeed, he should not belittle himself. He was no longer the person he was 2 years ago. Why should he care about someone who had hurt him? The three entered the grand hall where many people were already seated. As soon as Feng Yunting walked in, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. The girl, dressed in a fiery red gown embroidered with large clusters of golden cloud patterns, moved gracefully, as if she were a celestial maiden descending upon golden clouds. The subtly arched corners of her eyes and brows added a hint of maturity and cold allure to her somewhat youthful features, her cherry-red lips blooming like petals, exuding a captivating beauty even in her impassive expression. Seated beside the dragon throne, Xuanyun Ming's eyes were filled with amazement as he hurriedly asked, "Who is this?" The Emperor Tianyan, smiling broadly, introduced her. "Xuanyun Envoy, this is Feng Yunqing, the first-place winner of the Xuanyun trial." Xuanyun Ming suddenly realized, "It seems I missed the chance to witness this trial. I never expected such a stunning beauty to participate." While speaking, he stroked his beard, completely enamored, forgetting that this was a banquet. As expected of the envoy from BI's, your eyes are only for beauty. A woman in black seated nearby wore various gold chains hanging from her head, appearing to be in her 30s, casting a scornful glance at Xuanyun Ming. Xuanyun Ming immediately huffed, coldly looking at the middle-aged woman with disdain. "Jialan Yue, are you jealous of the young beauty? As a man, it's normal for me to appreciate beauty. If I don't admire this beauty, should I admire your old face?" Jialan Yu's brows furrowed in anger. "Who are you calling old? If you have the ability, fight me." Just as Emperor Tianyan was about to mediate and stop the two envoys from arguing, a loud announcement sounded from outside. Reporting, "The envoy from the Beast Kingdom has arrived." With the announcement, Emperor Tianyan immediately rose from his dragon throne, and the three envoys beside him hurriedly stood up. Feng Yunqing had just entered the hall with the elder Feng and others, and before she could take her seat, she quickly stood aside to make way for the newcomers. Emperor Tianyan also stood up from his high seat, quickly crossing the hall toward the entrance to greet them. Feng Yunqing stood respectfully to the side, listening to the footsteps approaching from outside. The Emperor Murong Jie of the Tianyan Kingdom pays respects to the envoy. As Emperor Tianyan greeted, a pair of black boots embroidered with cloud patterns stopped in front of Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing slightly raised her eyes and quietly looked over. The black boots were paired with a dark robe adorned with golden cloud patterns above. That was a jade belt cinching a trim waist, and the man stood with his hands clasped behind him, wide sleeves hanging at his sides. "Lift your head." A deep, pleasant voice resonated above Feng Yunqing like warm sunlight falling on a windowsill after winter snow, carrying a gentle warmth within its chilling tone. Emperor Tianyan maintained a bowing posture, waiting for the newcomer to allow him to rise, but upon hearing the voice, he hurriedly lifted his head. Before he could finish, he was met with a cold glance from the man, and he quickly fell silent. Feng Yunqing recognized the familiar voice, compounded by Xiao Jiu's excited cries in her space. "Mother, it's father, he is calling you." Feng Yunqing raised her head, following the line of the man's waist upward. The light from outside the hall refracted onto him, standing against the light, exuding a soft golden glow, his ethereal beauty flickering in and out of sight in the sunlight. At this moment, Mo Yuan truly resembled a descended deity. Feng Yunqing's heart skipped a beat, then began to race rapidly and violently. In this world, it is not just gentlemen who admire beauty, women also appreciate handsome men. She admitted that at this moment, she truly felt a flutter in her heart. Moreover, she was unable to extricate herself. Standing face to face, the scene struck all present in the hall, as if they were two celestial beings beautifully distinct from the world. Murong Xian clenched his fists, his rage unmasked in his eyes. This damned woman! How dare she annul their engagement? He was the crown prince, now dressed so flamboyantly. Truly a shameless flirt. He angrily waved his sleeve, looking down to avoid the blinding red dress. Feng Yunqing, seeing Mo Yuan, couldn't help but smile, her purple eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Mo Yuan's thin lips parted slightly. "You are the first-place winner of Xuanyun. Oh, so you want to act like you don't know me?" Feng Yunqing repressed her joy and bowed yes. Mo Yuan nodded slightly. "Your talent is quite good." After saying this, he turned and walked past Feng Yunqing. Emperor Tianyan, bewildered, glanced at Feng Yunqing before hurriedly nodding and following behind Mo Yuan. Xiao Feng and Lu Ying glanced at Feng Yunqing before quickly following Mo Yuan. Xiao Jiu frowned, her little face showing displeasure. "Mother, why is father pretending not to recognize you? Perhaps it is inconvenient." Feng Yinqing felt no dissatisfaction. After all, Mo Yuan was the envoy from the Beast Kingdom, and being too familiar could bring her trouble. She took her seat at the Feng family's table beside Elder Feng and heard Emperor Tianyin begin to speak. Everyone, thank you for traveling from afar today. I would like to thank the envoys from various countries on behalf of the people of the Tianyin Kingdom, especially since we are honored to welcome the envoy from the Beast Kingdom to this banquet. Emperor Tianyin spoke passionately, his words filled with emotion. Next was the self-introduction of the envoys from various countries. Shangwan Ming looked to the high-ranking Mo Yuan. Why don't you go first? Mo Yuan's dark eyes were calm as night, briefly scanning the hall before lingering on Feng Yinqing's face for a moment, then withdrawing his gaze. At this moment, he sat on the dragon throne, his noble aura making the throne appear somewhat dim. Beast Kingdom, Mo Yuan. After he finished speaking, the other three envoys from medium-sized countries began to introduce themselves. Bi's Kingdom, Shangwan Ming. Jialan Kingdom, Jialan Yu. Feishue Kingdom, Fan Mubai. Emperor Tianyin cheerfully interjected. Now I would like to grandly introduce the central figure of this banquet. Come, Yinqing, stand up and let everyone see you. Feng Yinqing gracefully rose from her seat, her clear and cool voice resonating steadily in the quiet hall. Let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Yinqing. The banquet was filled with joy as exquisite delicacies continued to be served. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Feng family, Yun Chushua leaned against the damp wall, squinting at the faint light at the end of the corridor. Her pink dress was already soaked with blood, with whip marks still seeping blood. Elder Feng had already crippled her cultivation. Now she was just an ordinary person, unable to escape this dungeon. Feng Yinqing. Feng family. Yun Chukshu's eyes were bloodshot, her voice hoarse as she cursed various unpleasant things. Why do you have such a blessed life? Why did you not die at the cliff of soul severance? Ah, if I had known your bones were so tough that you wouldn't die from a fall, I would have personally chopped off your head and fed your corpse to wild dogs. Wretched woman. The Feng family truly is a family of vile people. She pounded the ground with all her might, the clinking of the iron chains on her arms echoing eerily in the empty dungeon. The Tianyin Palace was ablaze with light, where wine flowed freely and music filled the air, the bowtie's waist shimmering in harmony with the glow. Unbeknownst to all, a figure shot out from the inner courtyard of the palace, speeding away towards the Feng residence. Mo Yuan sat at the head of the table, resting his chin on one hand, his indifferent black eyes fixed on the wine cup before him. He had yet to drink, yet no one dared to urge him to do so. Luing stepped forward and whispered a few words into Mo Yuan's ear. Mo Yuan nodded slightly, and Luing quietly left the banquet. Feng Yinqing had always kept an eye on Mo Yuan, noticing when one of his guards left, assuming it was due to some urgent matter. Her seat was not far from Mo Yuan, making it convenient for her to observe him. Jialan Yu raised her cup towards the Tianyin Emperor and casually asked, Your Majesty, with such a grand banquet today, why is your Empress not present? The Tianyin Emperor raised his cup in response. She has been unwell lately, and I cannot bear to have her attend in her condition. Shangwan Ming interjected, Then why is the princess also absent? I have heard that you have a greatly favored daughter. Why is she not by your side today? Yuan has always been close to her mother. Now that her mother is ill, she is tirelessly keeping her company, so I permitted her to stay. Shangwan Ming nodded. Your Majesty cherishes your wife and daughter. You must be a benevolent ruler. Feng Yinqing popped a piece of meat into her mouth. I thought I might see that Murong Yuan today, but it turns out she isn't coming at all. Uncle, you don't actually like Murong Yuan, do you? Feng Yinqing tilted her head to look at him, her eyes full of gossip. In her memory, Murong Yuan had visited the Feng family once, dressed splendidly and exuding a gentle demeanor, sweetly calling out to Feng Zongming as Brother Zongming. At that time, she was still young and unaware of romantic feelings. In hindsight, Murong Yuan must have had feelings for Feng Zongming. Feng Zongming set down his chopsticks, his expression falling into contemplation. After a long pause, he said, If we speak of affection, it's hard to say. I've only met her 3 times, all very polite exchanges. In my impression, she was like a proud peacock, but at that time I thought a princess should be just like that. Feng Yinqing rested her chin on her hand, listening. It seems you have quite a good impression of her. It started off well, but after the annulment of the engagement, she sent me a letter belittling me to nothing. Since then I haven't thought of her again. Feng Yinqing frowned the letter. Let me see it. I want to write her a scathing reply. Ching, that was 2 years ago. I've already burned the letter. You don't need to stand up for me. My leg is fine now, and you are a great contributor to the Tianyin nation. Our Feng family is thriving. There's no need to dwell on past grievances. Feng Zongming patted her head and served her another piece of meat. Eat up. This spiritual beef is quite tasty. Feng Yinqing mumbled, While eating you still advise me, but today I don't even know who doesn't want to enter the palace gates. Feng Zongming pursed his lips, a faint blush appearing on his face. Ching, no teasing your uncle. That's inappropriate. Feng Zongming looked at the dishes before him, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Though he had hesitated to come out today, he suddenly understood at this banquet. People must strive to rise higher. Mu Rongyuan's annulment was not wrong. As a princess, she did not want to marry a useless person, which is understandable. Now that he could continue to cultivate and walk again, he should let go of the past and aim for greater heights. In the Feng family's dungeon, Yun Chuxue, exhausted from her struggles, dozed off in a corner. Little did she know several waves of spiritual energy stirred, waking her from her stupor. In the courtyard of the Feng residence, 3 elders were facing off against a man in black. "Who are you? Why did you intrude upon my Feng residence?" The elder spoke with tension, his spiritual energy surging in his palm. The second elder asked, "Who sent you here?" The man in black snorted coldly and waved a hand, unleashing a blade of spiritual wind towards them. "Get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Third, quickly go to the palace and summon the head of the family." The elder blocked the wind blade and immediately pushed the third elder out. The third elder lightly tapped his toes, ready to fly away. Trying to report. "Dream on." The man in black extended his hand, gripping in the direction of the third elder, instantly pulling him back. The third elder was seized by the throat, the pressure from the powerful foe rendering him immobile. "Spare me. Why must you trouble a golden core cultivator?" The third elder's face turned crimson, struggling to breathe. "Ha, what does it matter if I trouble you?" The man in black struck the third elder with a palm, sending him flying far away. Third. The 2 others looked anxiously at the third elder, who lay on the ground. The man in black then waved his robe and swept over the heads of the first and second elders. "If you don't want to die, get away." "Damn. Thinking my Feng family has no one to defend it. Second, let's fight him." The elder charged first, pursuing the man in black. The second elder caught up. "Isn't his cultivation higher than yours?" "Yes, I vaguely sense the aura of a transformation realm cultivator, but it doesn't seem entirely genuine." The first elder quickened his pace. "He's heading towards the dungeon. We must hurry to stop him." As they rushed forward, the man in black had already vanished from sight. At the entrance of the dungeon, 2 guards lay on the ground lifeless. "Well, wait for him here. The dungeon is narrow, making it difficult to evade his attacks." The first elder stopped the second elder from entering. Sure enough, moments later, the man in black emerged, dragging someone behind him. It was Yun Chuxue, who had been imprisoned in the dungeon. The first elder pointed at the unconscious Yun Chuxue on the ground. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Feng residence to abduct people? Do you know Yun Chuxue is a sinner of my Feng family?" At that moment, Yun Chuxue had already fainted, completely unaware of being dragged along. "Get lost." The man in black did not waste words, releasing a wave of pressure. His spiritual energy burst forth, forcing the 2 elders to stagger back. The second elder, whose cultivation was not high, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unable to rise. The first elder fared better. He suppressed the blood in his throat and launched another attack towards the man in black. The man in black lightly waved his sleeve, dispersing the attack and instantly severing a pine tree in the courtyard. "Humph, overestimating yourself." He left this remark, lifted Yun Chuxue into the air and vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. The first elder raised his foot to pursue, but was stopped by the second elder. The second elder panted heavily, "Don't chase. Quickly go check on the third elder." "Is the injury serious?" The grand elder hurried over, supporting the second elder and checking his wrist. "The spiritual energy within is in chaos. Hold on." Saying this, he quickly stuffed a pill into the second elder's mouth. "Gu Yuan Dan. When the young miss returns, let her help you heal." "All right, let's go check on the third brother." The 2 were unaware that this not-sosmal battle had been completely observed by a shadow perched on a nearby tree. At the palace banquet, Feng Yinqing had drunk a bit of wine, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was secretly watching Mo Yuan, resting her chin on one hand, her purple eyes shimmering with a dreamy allure. When Mo Yuan met her dazed expression, he raised an eyebrow, slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The little cat that had drunk wine was truly enchanting. Fan Mobai's gaze inadvertently fell on Feng Yinqing across the way, his scholarly and refined face slightly stunned. In his view, the girl's dreamy eyes seemed to be looking at him. His fingers around the cup tightened slightly, and his heartbeat began to quicken. Just then, Feng Yinqing smiled, with her lips pursed, her delicate flower-like face radiating a sweet atmosphere. Fan Mubai felt as if something had struck him in the chest. He set down his wine cup and touched his heart. Mo Yuan, sitting on the dragon chair, shot him a sidelong glance, a faint cold snort escaping his nose, and then a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. Emperor Tianyin had been paying close attention to Mo Yuan. Upon hearing that he seemed displeased, he quickly put on a smiling face. "Your Majesty, are you not satisfied with the food and drink? I will have someone prepare it again immediately." Mo Yuan lowered his hand, which had been propping up his head, his cold voice laced with chill. "No need. I see that the envoy from Feishua Nation is somewhat intoxicated. It would be better to send him to rest." At this moment, Fan Mubai could not move. The pressure surrounding him caused his blood to surge, nearly spilling out. Off. Emperor Tianyin was taken aback and quickly looked at Fan Mubai. Young Master Fan, do you need to rest in the sleeping palace? I will have someone arrange it right away. Fan Mubai gritted his teeth and replied yes. From the words of this envoy from the 10,000 Beasts nation, it was clear that this pressure originated from him, and his cultivation level was unfathomable. Fan Mubai did not dare to question in public, nor did he want to offend someone from a higher nation while representing Feishuan nation. He could only leave the banquet with the palace attendants. Feng Yinqing squinted her eyes, propping her chin, as if she were asleep. Beside her, Yu Xiang brought a cloak for her to wear. Miss, if you're not feeling well, you can rest in the side palace. Feng Yinqing waved her hand, clearly articulating, No, I want to stay here. Staying here allows her to admire handsome men. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Fenghuan Palace, Yun Chuxue lay flat on a stone bed, her hands and feet bound. She stared wide-eyed at the large luminous pearl above her head, her heart filled with deep anxiety. Suddenly, voices of conversation drifted in from afar, making it difficult for her to hear clearly. Her cultivation has been wasted. Did it harm her spiritual root? The woman's voice was filled with concern. An elderly man's reply came. No harm, she just needs to start cultivating from the beginning. That's good, as long as her spiritual root is unharmed, that's fine. The woman said joyfully. Yun Chuxue widened her eyes, her heart's fear amplified once again. What spiritual root? She had indeed lost her cultivation, but why were they talking about her spiritual root? Who are these two people? Who are you? Let me go. I am a member of the Feng family. At this point, she had no choice but to leverage the Feng family's reputation in an attempt to intimidate them. The woman's light laughter was close at hand. Oh, you are not truly a member of the Feng family. You can only be considered a dog of the Feng family. Yun Chuxue turned to look, and the woman was clad in dignified golden robes, wearing a phoenix headdress with pearls, her hair adorned with golden hairpins, her cold and sharp eyes filled with the arrogance of a superior. Empress. Yun Chuxue's eyes immediately lit up with surprise. Did you rescue me from the dungeon? The Empress' red lips curled into a smile as she covered her mouth with her long-gloved hand. Yes, it was I who rescued you. Thank you, Empress. But why have you bound me? I still want to bow and thank you. Yun Chuxue moved her limbs, looking hopefully at the Empress. The Empress looked at her with disdain. Do you remember what I said to you last time? Yun Chuxue nodded repeatedly. I remember. You said that as long as I pay the price, I can be with Prince Xian. She looked expectantly. What price? Just tell me, and I will definitely do it. The Empress nodded her bright red lips, uttering cold and ruthless words. As long as you extract your water spiritual root, I will ensure that Xianer treats you well. Yun Chuxue was completely dumbfounded as she felt as if she had misheard. Empress, what are you saying? The Empress no longer feigned gentleness, coldly huffing. I want your water spiritual root. Do you understand? No. Without a spiritual root, I will become useless. I cannot live without a spiritual root. Yun Chuxue screamed, her limbs writhing on the stone bed, but she could not break free. Empress, you want my spiritual root, but it will be useless. Once extracted, it cannot be used. You just said you are. How can Princess Yue use a spiritual root from someone as lowly as me? I am unworthy. I came from a pile of beggars. My spiritual root is dirty. Once extracted, the spiritual root will be useless. Can you change the price, Empress? Yun Chuxue, always articulate, remained clear-headed even at this moment, trying to use self-deprecation to escape this calamity. Stop talking nonsense with her. The banquet will soon end, and the Feng family will discover it then. The elderly man finally spoke. He removed his outer black robes, revealing a weathered old face. Yun Chuxue had never seen this person, and amidst her terror, fragmented memories flashed through her mind. She shouted, Wait. The Empress impatiently said, You must endure, but it will pass soon. My spiritual root is not good, but I have a better candidate. If the princess uses her spiritual root, it will surely be more powerful than mine. The Empress held down the hand of the old man in black. Let's hear what she has to say. Yun Chuxue seemed to grasp the last straw of hope. Feng Yinqing. She is very powerful. Her empty spiritual root has already reached the level of cultivation. Moreover, she has contracted a divine beast. Her divine beast is also very formidable. If Feng Yinqing's spiritual root is used, perhaps we can also obtain her divine beast. The Empress' eyes widened as she looked at the old man in black. Do you have a way to contract the divine beast for Yue? The old man pondered, his gray-white eyebrows furrowed. Contracting such things is difficult to sever, but I can give it a try. However, capturing Feng Yinqing is quite difficult. That old fellow Feng Peiyuan is right beside her. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yun Chuxue quickly said, I have a way. After hearing this, the Empress nodded and then instructed her maid in a few words. A maid approached Feng Yinqing, and Yue Xiang blocked her path. What is it? The maid said to Feng Yinqing. Miss Feng, I am a maid from the Empress Palace, and I have urgent matters to report to you. Feng Yinqing turned her head, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Speak. The maid whispered. The Empress is seriously ill and wishes for you to come and see her. Feng Yinqing's eyes were clear. Looking for me. What are the imperial physicians doing? Feng Leizizi also noticed the situation and impatiently looked at the maid. If there's something, go find the emperor, don't come looking for my Qingqing. The maid was frightened by Feng Leizizi's sternness. Her complexion turned anxious. Miss Feng, you must go because Yun Chuxue is in Fenghuan Palace. She spoke the name Yun Chuxue very softly, but Feng Yinqing heard it clearly amidst the noisy banquet. All right. She changed from her previous, slightly tipsy state, her purple eyes filled with coldness. Qingqing, grandpa will accompany you. Feng Leizizi was about to stand up, but was pressed back down by Feng Yinqing. You wait here, it's not appropriate for you to go to the empress chambers as an outsider. She kneaded Feng Leizizi's shoulder a few times, leaning forward with her head tilted, and said, Don't worry, I have Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan with me, and you gave me the ice spirit dagger, no one can harm me. Feng Leizizi nodded, Go, grandpa will wait for you here. Yuexiang, you wait here for me too. If something happens, it will be hard for you to help me. Feng Yinqing patted Yuexiang's shoulder, leaning close to her ear, and said. Yuexiang nodded. I understand, miss, please be careful. Feng Yinqing followed the maid out of the banquet, and before leaving, she even winked at Mo Yuan. The playful expression on the young girl's face stirred something within Mo Yuan. Feng Yinqing followed the maid all the way to Fenghuan Palace. Upon reaching the palace gate, she let Xiao Jiao out. As soon as Xiao Jiao came out, he reached out to Feng Yinqing, his big dark eyes looking innocent and harmless. Mother, hug me. Okay, hug. Feng Yinqing picked him up. The maid was startled by the sudden appearance of a little boy, but dared not ask too many questions. Upon entering the hall of Fenghuan Palace, Feng Yinqing did not put Xiao Jiao down. The empress was leaning on a beauty couch, fiddling with a set of golden armor. Feng Yinqing simply nodded. I have seen the empress. It's inconvenient to salute while holding a child, so I will forego the formalities. Have a seat. The empress didn't even bother to lift her eyes. Now you are quite the celebrity in Tianyan Kingdom, even bold enough to refuse Xian'er's marriage. Whether you salute or not is unimportant. It seemed the empress wanted to confront her, and it was not about being sick at all. Feng Yinqing sat in a round chair holding Xiao Jiao on her lap. Your words are biased. It was the crown prince who wished to withdraw. I merely fulfilled his wishes. Then it should be Xian'er who withdraws from your engagement. How can it be your place to call off the marriage? The empress slammed the table, causing the tea in her cup to spill. The empress was at the nascent soul first stage, far surpassing Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing maintained a calm demeanor. Is there a rule in Tianyan Kingdom that says I cannot withdraw from the crown prince's marriage? Which law? Please enlighten me, your majesty. The empress was enraged by her tone and attitude. Do you know that Xian'er is being discussed by people? People in the imperial capital say he is incompetent. He even has to listen to a woman's arrangements for his marriage. Feng Yinqing raised an eyebrow, having heard Yuexiang mention this before. However, it seemed even more satisfying coming from the empress' mouth. So it was the crown prince who sent you to reprimand me. She tugged at Xiao Jiao's small hand, absent-mindedly rubbing his palm. Xian'er wouldn't do that. Mother, so ticklish, Xiao Jiao giggled, holding on to Feng Yinqing's hand. Mother, this place is so boring. The empress pressed her lips together, nearly biting down on her silver teeth in frustration. Feng Yinqing, do you not see me as the empress in your eyes? Feng Yinqing patted Xiao Jiao's head. Sorry, the child is still small, please continue. Someone, drag this little beast out. The empress knew that Feng Yinqing had a divine beast, but did not expect it to be as detestable as Feng Yinqing herself. Feng Yinqing's gaze turned icy in an instant. Say that again. What's wrong with me calling him a little beast? He is merely a beast, and you treat him like a treasure. Anyone who interrupts me should be dragged out and executed. To be executed for interrupting you, is this what it means to be a mother of the world? Feng Yinqing mocked, her gaze shifting to the two palace servants approaching. Get lost. The two palace servants naturally did not listen to her, and still tried to pull Xiao Jiao away, even reaching out to grab Feng Yinqing. Don't touch my mother. Xiao Jiao's dark eyes ignited with blue flames, and with a wave of his small hand, a burst of fire surged towards the two palace servants. In an instant, they turned to ashes before they could even scream. Fear appeared in the empress' eyes. Someone, quickly someone. This little beast is too terrifying. Is this the power of a divine beast? A gust of cold wind swept through the hall, and a figure in a black robe appeared in front of the empress like a ghost. Quick, capture Feng Yinqing. With a newfound sense of assurance, the empress became haughty. Xiao Jiao unleashed the Nine Nether fire towards the figure in black, but it did not burn as expected. The black-robed figure erupted with spiritual energy, actually bouncing the flames back. Xiao Jiao hurriedly withdrew the flames into his palm. Mother, he is at the transformation stage. I can't defeat him. Mother knows. Feng Yinqing quickly assessed the man's cultivation level. Xiao Jiao's cultivation is influenced by his master. Currently, he can only contend with nascent souls, and can only wait for Feng Yinqing's cultivation to rise for him to advance as well. This black-robed figure has a water spiritual root, and has just entered the transformation stage. He is even less than first stage of transformation. His cultivation is somewhat unstable, and he was heavily injured some time ago. In an instant, a scene flashed through her mind of Feng Leizizi lying in the carriage. A water spiritual root was able to injure her grandfather's transformation cultivation. Could he not be from Xuanyun Kingdom? Feng Yunqing's small face tightened, a thought becoming clearer in her mind. Are you the grand elder of the royal family? The black-robed figure paused, then spoke. That's correct. But knowing too much now won't help you. After finishing, he reached out towards Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing did not struggle much. In the face of an absolute powerhouse, any struggle would only harm herself. She pretended to be restrained by the pressure of the transformation stage, and together with Xiaojiu was taken into the secret chamber of Fenghuan Palace. Inside the secret chamber, the night pearl shone as bright as day, illuminating the scene inside. On the stone platform, a person lay. Yin Chuxue. Feng Yunqing recognized her at a glance. Upon hearing Feng Yunqing's voice, Yin Chuxue immediately shouted crazily, Feng Yunqing. Ha! You've come too. Just wait for death, ha! Feng Yunqing looked at the empress. Wasn't she in my family's dungeon? Why is she here? Shut up. You're so noisy. The empress reprimanded Yin Chuxue coldly, and then turned with a smile. She, in order to save herself, has sold you out to me. Your Feng family really raised a white-eyed wolf. Feng Yunqing said coldly, what did she sell me out for? You will soon find out. Humph. The empress snorted, then softly called out to the door, Yuan, come in. Feng Yunqing stood beside the man in a black robe, watching the person entering from the secret room. Murong Yuan. The Tianyan Emperor was infatuated throughout his life, with only two children, Murong Xian and Murong Yuan. Murong Yuan had always publicly claimed to be a genius girl with a single spiritual root, yet at the age of 19 no one in the imperial capital had ever seen her take action. Even 3 years ago, during the Qingyun trial, Murong Yuan did not attend, claiming to have fallen ill and needed to recuperate. Aside from a distant glance in her childhood, this was the first time Feng Yunqing had seen Murong Yuan. Murong Yuan possessed a treasure that concealed her cultivation level, and it was of a high rank. Below the transformation stage, no one could discern her true power. However, Feng Yunqing's illusory world, I could see through her spiritual root cultivation at a glance. She had 3 spiritual roots, gold, earth, and wood, with a mere cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refinement. Buffed. Feng Yunqing couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Murong Yuan's eyebrows shot up in anger, and her otherwise pretty face filled with resentment. What are you laughing at? Although she was the beloved princess of the Tianyan Kingdom, she still felt jealousy towards others. That person was Feng Yunqing, the undisputed first beauty of the imperial capital. The original Feng Yunqing was somewhat foolish, possessing only superficial beauty. Now, however, she was the first in the Qingyun trial. Just moments ago, when she saw Feng Yunqing for the first time, the wisdom and cold beauty in her shimmering purple eyes drove her into a frenzy of jealousy. Feng Yunqing wore a faint smile. I'm in a good mood, so I laughed. Does the princess need to manage that too? Murong Yuan stepped forward. This princess does not like your laughter. You can't laugh. The empress wrapped her arm around Murong Yuan's shoulders, blocking the raised hand of her daughter, gently comforting her precious girl. All right, Yuan, don't waste breath on this person. She will soon become a waste herself. What do you mean? Even if I die, I want to know the truth. Feng Yunqing grasped the key point in the conversation. The empress approached Feng Yunqing with an air of arrogance, looking down at her. Originally, I wanted to extract Yin Chuxue's water spiritual root for Yuan, but Yin Chuxue said that your empty spiritual root is even more powerful, and you also possess a divine beast. So it was Yin Chuxue's idea to lure me here. Feng Yunqing glanced at the person on the stone bed, her tone icy. Indeed, if they didn't kill her, she would continue to stir trouble. Huh. Feng Yunqing, once you enter here, you won't leave alive. Yin Chuxue laughed maniacally, completely lost in her own world. Feng Yunqing did not speak further, but turned to the elder in the black robe. Can a spiritual root that has been extracted be placed into someone else's body? If I have my methods. The elder in the black robe, growing impatient, immediately reached for Feng Yunqing. I want to see just how powerful the empty spiritual root with a fortune really is. Feng Yunqing stood unmoved, watching as the withered hand approached her dantian, when suddenly a massive black and white beast appeared before her. Tuan lunged at the elder in the black robe, knocking him to the ground. The elder had just focused on Feng Yunqing's dantian and was caught off guard, falling down. Weren't you supposed to be bound by my pressure? How can you still release your contracted beast? Xiaojiu rushed over as well, and with a wave of his hand, countless 9 nether devil flames surrounded the elder in the black robe, allowing Tuan to escape from him. Feng Yunqing embraced Xiaojiu and mounted Tuan's back, charging toward the secret room's door. Wanna run? The empress acted, and the door of the secret room slammed shut, blocking their path. Feng Yunqing looked at the stone slab before her, her purple eyes revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. It seems we have no choice but to fight. She swiftly formed seals with her hands. 2 talismans were drawn from her nimble fingertips and shot toward Murong Yuan. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Murong Yuan was that king. Murong Yuan's cultivation was originally low and now being controlled by Feng Yunqing, she was unable to move and was uncontrollably flying towards Feng Yunqing. Yuaner. Feng Yunqing, you vile creature, dare to touch my Yuaner. I will make your life worse than death. The Empress, trapped by the 9 nether devil flames, glared fiercely at Feng Yunqing with her sinister eyes. Feng Yunqing grasped Murong Yuan's chin, holding an ice spirit dagger in her hand. She gently tapped the blade against Murong Yuan's cheek. Empress, if you insult me again, this dagger will leave a mark on your precious daughter's face. Mother. Murong Yuan was greatly frightened, panicking as she cried out, Mother, please stop scolding. Boo-hoo. The Empress looked at the elder in the black robe who was being burned by the flames. What are you still doing? Don't you see Yuaner has been captured? The elder in the black robe ignored her, focusing all his efforts on extinguishing the flames on his body. The flames seemed alive, impossible to extinguish. Once they touched his skin, no matter how he suppressed them, with spiritual power the flames danced like agile dragons through his veins, burning him with unbearable pain. Yun Shushu turned to observe the situation, her eyes wide with shock. What is going on? Why haven't you extracted this vile creature's spiritual root yet? Feng Yunqing, upon hearing this, slightly nodded. Empress, since she wishes to extract my spiritual root so much, why not you extract hers, and I will release your daughter. What do you say? Yin Shushua screamed angrily, vile creature. How dare you? Empress, quickly extract her spiritual root. The Empress looked at her daughter, who was already in tears, and then at Yin Shushua lying on the stone bed, immediately making a decision. She pointed at Feng Yunqing and said sternly, You better keep your word. If you harm my Yuaner, I will definitely bloodily wash the Feng family. Feng Yunqing lightly patted Murong Yuan's face. I don't think you're in a position to negotiate with me. You can choose not to extract, and I can kill Murong Yuan right now. The Empress was greatly shocked. Stop. She quickly walked towards Yin Shushua. I will extract her spiritual root now. Empress. Don't listen to that vile creature. She won't release the princess. Please stop. Ah. A piercing scream echoed throughout the secret room. The sound of the blades slicing through flesh was particularly clear amidst the scream. Yin Shushua stared blankly, lacking the strength to shout. Feng Yunqing watched as the Empress pulled a light blue sphere from Yun Chukshu's body. It was Yun Chukshu's water spiritual root. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Zhao Lanyue suddenly stood up, her eyes wide and lips trembling, disregarding the Tianyan Emperor's inquiries, and dashed out of the hall. The queen looked at the dug-up water spiritual root, hurriedly cradling it, and walking towards Feng Yunqing. Look, I have dug it up. Release Yuaner quickly. Feng Yunqing nodded. All right, you first open the secret room, otherwise I dare not release her. The queen gritted her teeth, swallowing back the words she wanted to curse. Holding the spiritual root in one hand, she gently raised the other, and the stone door slowly lifted. Feng Yunqing glanced at the black-robed elder, sitting cross-legged. His face was flushed, clearly too occupied to pay attention to this side. All right, the queen indeed keeps her word, Feng Yunqing said, while kicking Murong Yuan. Tuan, run quickly. Murong Yuan stumbled from the kick and fell straight to the ground. Yuaner. The queen immediately stepped forward to catch Murong Yuan. Mother. Woo-woo. That wretched Feng Yunqing actually dared to treat me like this. Murong Yuan, now able to move, clung to the queen and began to cry and curse. The queen gently patted Murong Yuan's shoulder. Don't cry, mother will definitely not spare her. She can run out of the palace, but she cannot escape the Tianyan kingdom. Murong Yuan looked at the water spiritual root in the queen's hand, stopping her cries. So do I get this water spiritual root now? The queen looked at the water spiritual root, which had a relatively rich color, and turned to the black-robed elder beside her. What are you doing? Hurry up and replace this water spiritual root for Yuaner. The black-robed elder's complexion shifted between red and white, having no time to respond to her words. Feng Yunqing left Fenghuan Palace, directing Tuan towards the main hall of the banquet. As she passed through the imperial garden, she caught sight of a familiar figure. In the pavilion stood a tall figure with dark hair, gently fluttering in the night wind. Perhaps sensing her arrival, the man turned around, revealing the familiar visage of the Snow Mountain God. Mo Yuan. Feng Yunqing instructed Tuan to carry her over. What are you doing here? Has the banquet ended? Little Jiu called out in a soft voice. Father. Waiting for you. The banquet is still ongoing, Mo Yuan said, looking Feng Yunqing up and down. Are you injured? No. Their tricks can't hurt me. Feng Yunqing smiled, knowing that she wouldn't take risks unless she had no other choice. She got down from Tuan and placed little Jiu on the ground. The little one immediately ran towards Mo Yuan. Waiting for me. So you know what's happening inside. Feng Yunqing walked into the pavilion, looking up at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan reached out to take little Jiu's hand. Yes, I had Sui Feng and Luing follow you closely. Feng Yunqing smiled and said, "In that case, your two guards are quite powerful. They are both at the 9th stage of tribulation transcendence." Mo Yuan nodded. "They are quite capable." Remembering the matter of digging up spiritual roots, Feng Yunqing asked him, "You are well informed. Can spiritual roots be dug up for others to use?" "Indeed, it is usually an ancient secret technique passed down by families." Feng Yunqing stroked Tuan's head, pondering. It seems that the source of this secret technique, aside from the royal elder, can only be the queen. It is said that the queen's maternal family had long since declined. If it weren't for the special favor of the Tianyin Emperor, she might have ceased to be the queen long ago. The identity of the queen has always been very mysterious. Feng Yunqing did not understand her, not even knowing her name. "Father, you don't know the situation at the time. That person was very powerful, and mother almost had her spiritual root dug out by him." Little Jiu shook Missouri Yuan's hand, looking quite aggrieved. Mo Yuan's calm black eyes flickered with a hint of waves. His deep and cold voice slowly emerged. "Then father will go kill him now." Feng Yunqing sensed the killing intent in his tone and quickly waved her hand. No rush, no rush. It is not time to kill him yet. I still need to investigate some matters. Let's not discuss his attempt to dig out my spiritual root for now." Feng Yunqing said this and suddenly realized, "I must leave first. The royal elder has gone to the Feng residence to bring Yun Shushua out. He must have encountered the 3 elders of the Feng family. I need to hurry and inform grandfather and my little uncle." Just as Feng Yunqing was about to leave, Sui Feng suddenly approached. "Master Zhao Lanyu has gone to the secret room. They have already started fighting inside." Mo Yuan looked towards the direction of Fenghuan Palace, asking Feng Yunqing, "Shall we go take a look?" Feng Yunqing thought for a moment, letting Tuan go to the banquet to inform old Master Feng, while she went to see what was happening with Zhao Lanyu. "Let's go," Feng Yunqing said, pulling little Zhou forward. Her wrist was grasped by a large hand, the palm radiating heat that penetrated through the thin layer of cloud-like fabric to her skin. Before she could speak, her vision blurred, and she found herself standing at the entrance of Fenghuan Palace. Inside, the sounds of intense combat echoed. The powerful fluctuations of nascent soul energy shook the entire palace, causing walls to burst with holes. Debris scattered across the courtyard, and occasionally spiritual energy flew out of the gaps, ravaging the flower beds and low trees. Mo Yuan suddenly wrapped his arms around Feng Yunqing's waist, pulling her into his embrace, just as a blast of spiritual energy flew towards them. Mo Yuan merely glanced at it, and that spiritual energy turned into air. Feng Yunqing was pressed against him, wide-eyed at the scene. "Master, you are amazing." She only knew that little Jiu's father was formidable, but didn't expect him to be this incredible. To turn spiritual energy into air with just a look. Even in her past life, she had never achieved that. Impressive. Truly impressive. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Fenghuan Palace shattered into pieces, countless fragments flying everywhere. Following that, 2 figures soared into the sky, engaged in a fierce battle. Feng Yunqing was protected in Mo Yuan's arms. As those stones approached them, they veered away and flew elsewhere. "Wow." The bad woman's house exploded. Little Jiu clapped his hands, happily exclaiming. Feng Yunqing looked at Zhao Lanyu and the black-robed elder in midair. How did Zhao Lanyu suddenly come here to fight with the royal elder? At this moment, the queen crawled out from the ruins, holding Mu Rongyuan. Her hair was disheveled, her golden hairpin lost, with only the one symbolizing the queen, the phoenix, holding a jade still stuck on her forehead. Mu Rongyuan appeared to be in a critical state, with a bloody hole in her abdomen. Feng Yunqing leaned against Mo Yuan's embrace, murmuring, "Mu Rongyuan's spiritual root has also been dug out. I wonder if the root replacement was successful." The queen, sitting on the ground while holding Mu Rongyuan, began to wail hoarsely, "Yuaner, wake up. Open your eyes and look at mother." While crying, she shouted towards the sky, "You old wretch. Our daughter has had her spiritual root dug out by someone, and you still don't hurry to kill her. Kill this unidentified wretched woman." Feng Yunqing's mouth dropped open in disbelief, slowly lifting her gaze towards Mo Yuan. "Did you hear that? The queen just said their daughter." Mo Yuan seemingly absent-mindedly tightened his grip around the young girl's slender waist, gently murmuring, "I heard you." Feng Yunqing, oblivious, blinked up at the sky. What explosive news! Mo Yuan turned to look at the person in his arms, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. A furious shout approached from afar. "Xuanyun Yunhui, you dare to betray me!" Feng Yunqing turned her head to see the Tianyin Emperor rushing towards her, his usually gentle and serious face filled with rage. He rushed in front of the Empress, trembling finger pointing at her. "Xuanyun Yunhui, you, say that again." The Tianyin Emperor enunciated each word, as if straining to suppress his anger. The Empress bit her lip, her usually exquisite makeup smudged. She held tightly onto Mu Rongyuan. "No, no. Your Majesty, you heard wrong. Do you take me for a fool, eh?" The Tianyin Emperor roared, slapping the Empress across the face. "I will kill you." Mu Rongxian rushed over. "Father, He embraced the Tianyin Emperor's waist. "Father, you must have misunderstood, mother." He quickly shouted at the Empress, "Mother, say something. What you just said was a lie, right?" The Tianyin Emperor's spiritual energy erupted around him forcefully, sending Mu Rongxian flying. "Get away. Perhaps you aren't even my blood. Get out." His eyes reddened, recalling all the years of his devotion to the Empress, defying the opposition of court officials and never marrying another concubine. Now he had actually favored a lewd woman. "Xuanyun Yunhui, tell me, where have I wronged you?" The Empress set Mu Rongyuan aside, a pained smile appearing on her disheveled face. "Your Majesty, you have treated me well, but your father has wronged my mother. Years ago, the late emperor encountered my mother during his travels. He sweet-talked her into loving him, only to send her to the bed of the Xuanyuan crown prince to forge an alliance. What favor could an ordinary woman from Tianyin expect from the Xuanyuan crown prince? After giving birth to me, my mother fell into deep sorrow and passed away within a year." The Empress, presumably Xuanyuan Yunhui, was filled with rage, her voice slightly hoarse. "And I have ended up with the same fate as my mother. To infiltrate Tianyin, I was personally abandoned by my father, now an emperor at the outskirts of Tianyin. It was there that I encountered you, your Majesty. It is laughable. I possess the title of a princess of the Xuanyuan dynasty, yet my father has never favored me. He considers my bloodline impure, just like my mother worthless." Xuanyuan Yunhui approached the Tianyin emperor step by step, both glaring at each other. "Everything is the doing of your father, the late emperor. He ruined the lives of my mother and me." The Tianyin emperor snapped back to reality from his rage, his lips moving, his tone softening. "But have I not treated you well? I have been sincere to you." Xuanyuan Yunhui took a step back, her smile bitter. "Mu Rongjian, no matter how well you treat me, my hatred for the Mu Rong family will not lessen by even a fraction. Our connection is merely a twisted fate orchestrated by my cold-blooded father. But all these years you haven't done anything detrimental to Tianyin." The Tianyin emperor attempted to pacify himself, only to be interrupted by the Empress. I severed the bloodline of the Tianyin royal family. Xian heir and Yuan heir are not your children, and you have long been fed the medicine that prevents you from bearing children. The Tianyin royal family will be left without heirs." "Ha ha." The Empress laughed wildly, the phoenix ornament that had been clinging to her hair falling to the ground in her trembling laughter. The blood-red jade bead shattered upon hitting the ground. "You shameless." The Tianyin emperor slapped the Empress hard, his trembling hand shook in the air, and just as the second slap was about to fall, it was stopped by Mu Rongxian. "Father, mother cannot withstand your blows." The Tianyin emperor turned and raised his hand to grab Mu Rongxian's neck. "You bastard! How dare you call me your father? Go to hell." A sharp blade of wind suddenly struck, sending the Tianyin emperor staggering back. A voice, ancient yet powerful, commanded, "Do not harm my son." The elder in the black robe had unexpectedly finished the battle, appearing before Mu Rongxian in the blink of an eye, his hair gray, but his murky eyes sharp as they gazed at the Tianyin emperor. Feng Yunting, seeing his sudden appearance, couldn't help but gasp. "This old guy has arrived at the worst time. Why not wait until everyone is dead before coming?" She glanced at Zhao Lanyue, who was currently holding a woman and using all her spiritual energy to heal her. Why was Zhao Lanyue saving Yin Chu Shui? At this moment, the Tianyin emperor had already engaged in battle with the elder in black. "As the royal elder, you dare to consort with the Empress? Such a crime deserves death. Where are the other elders?" The Tianyin emperor shouted at the onlookers. Not a single person responded. The cultivators at the banquet were not high in rank and were merely watching the commotion from a distance. The elder in black sneered, "The other 3 elders are already dead. Oh, take care of yourself." Just then Feng Laozu rushed out, and the Tianyin emperor's expression brightened. Feng Aiqing. Feng Laozu and Feng Zhongming ignored him, rushing past him towards the troop ahead, heading for Feng Yunting standing behind the flower bed. Feng Laozu anxiously grabbed Feng Yunting's hand. "Ting Ting, did the Empress harm you just now?" Before Feng Yunting could speak, Feng Laozu pulled her to his side, shielding her behind him, glaring at Mo Yuan. "Your Excellency, you have overstepped. Remember, men and women should keep their distance." His precious granddaughter had just been held by this man. It was infuriating. What envoy of the Beast Kingdom, he was nothing but a lecher. Feng Yunting hurriedly said, "Grandfather, your Excellency is actually my friend. He is Xiao Jiu's father." "Really a friend?" Feng Laozu squinted, sizing up Mo Yuan. Yes. Feng Yunting nodded repeatedly. Feng Laozu's eyes sharpened upon hearing that he was from the Beast Kingdom. He had not dared to examine him closely, but now that he did, he was shocked. This young man's cultivation was unfathomable. At such a young age, he had already surpassed the transformation stage, perhaps even higher. The people of the Beast Kingdom were indeed terrifying. Feng Zhongming thoughtfully remarked, "Ting Ting, he is Xiao Jiu's father, you are Xiao Jiu's mother. What about the two of you?" Feng Laozu's eyes widened. "Exactly. What is this? Is this not taking advantage of my granddaughter? I do not agree. Xiao Jiu tugged at Feng Lao's sleeve. Great-grandfather daddy is not a bad person. Daddy treats both Xiao Jiu and mommy very well. As soon as the little one's voice rang out, Feng Laozu instantly became amiable. He bent down to pick up Xiao Jiu. Our Xiao Jiu is the best. Since you said so then. A loud shout from afar interrupted Xuanyun. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. The Emperor of Flames bellowed fiercely and his body began to swell as if filled with air. Feng Yunting's eyes widened. He's going to self-destruct. It seemed the green hat was too large, so much so that even the Emperor was about to self-destruct. People in the distance began to anxiously dissuade him. Your Majesty, think twice. Your Majesty, you must not do this. The old man Feng looked at the scene with indifference. Cowardly and incompetent, I have truly wasted my loyalty to him for so many years. The elder in the black robe quickly retreated, shielding the three members of Xuanyun behind him as a heavy protective barrier of spiritual energy appeared around them. Feng Yunting looked at the barrier riddled with flaws, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips as she sent a talisman into the ground, drilling through the earth and into the barrier. Mo Yuan observed the slight curve of the girl's lips, and he too smiled faintly. Sensing the fluctuation of spiritual energy, Sui Feng and Lu Ying turned to look at Feng Yunting. To their surprise, they witnessed a terrifying scene. Sui Feng nudged Lu Ying with his arm. The master smiled. Did you see that? Lu Ying replied expressionlessly, I saw it. I remember the last time the master smiled was during the last occurrence. Lu Ying retorted, shut up. Mo Yuan glanced at the two, and they quickly turned their heads away. The Emperor of Flames glared at this scene, but could no longer utter a word. He exploded right where he stood. A self-detonation from a fifth-tier nascent soul cultivator sent powerful waves of spiritual energy sweeping through the already ruined Fenghuan Palace, sending debris flying and spreading outwards. Cracks appeared in the palace walls, and in an instant they collapsed with a thunderous sound. Mo Yuan raised his hand to protect Feng Yunting and the others. The old man Feng turned to look at Mo Yuan and nodded slightly. If this man truly treated Tingting well, he would support him, for he could surely protect Tingting. At this moment, Mo Yuan was still unaware that in the old man's eyes he had become a trustworthy person worthy of entrusting his final wishes. Spiritual energy crashed against the protective barrier of the elder in the black robe. He remained relaxed as a transformation stage cultivator. He did not take this explosion seriously. Just as he was feeling pleased, a crack sound echoed. Cracks appeared on the barrier in front of him, and more cracks spread like a spiderweb across the entire barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered. A powerful gust of energy surged towards Xuanyun and the others. The elder in the black robe could not create another barrier in time, and could only exert all his strength to protect Murongxian. He was the only healthy child left. Mother! As Murongxian cried out in pain, the queen and Murongyuan were turned into fragments by the surge of spiritual energy. The scent of blood spread through the air. Bright red blood splattered across Murongxian's face. Even his wide-open eyes became stained red. Cough, cough, vomit. The elder in the black robe spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto Murongxian. Xianer. Murongxian, having just experienced a series of blows, felt dizzy. The elder in the black robe, suppressing the blood in his throat, slapped Murongxian's face hard. Xianer, wake up. Murongxian snapped back to reality. Who are you? Stay away from me. The elder in the black robe was pushed away, falling to the ground. I am a person from Xuanyun Kingdom. I have been lurking in Tianyun Kingdom as an elder to help your mother hollow out the royal family of Tianyun. You are my son. You are from Xuanyun Kingdom. Murongxian seemed to lose his wits, holding his head and shaking it desperately. Then who am I? Who am I? Get away. I am the prince of a middle-tier kingdom. I am the prince of a middle-tier kingdom. I am not from a low-tier kingdom. As Murongxian spoke, he attempted to leave, but the elder in the black robe reached out to stop him when a cold laugh from a woman interrupted. Laced with mockery and murderous intent, humph, since this son of yours does not acknowledge you, then hand him over to me. Xuanyun emerged from the side, launching a ruthless killing move towards Murongxian. Murongxian stood there like a fool, his mind replaying the scene of the Emperor of Flames exploding, resulting in the deaths of his mother and sister. The elder in the black robe suddenly erupted, pulling Murongxian away and raising his hand to clash with Xuanyun. Xuanyun's lips curled up, her almond eyes. Fierce old man, you dug out my clan's spiritual roots today. I will also dig out your son's spiritual roots. She had just heard the conversation from afar. Of course, she wanted to personally dig out Murongxian's spiritual roots, just like when she dug out Murongyuan's roots. She wanted to do it in front of this old man too. Xuanyun and the elder in the black robe clashed in the air, with the elder clearly at a disadvantage against Xuanyun. He was already a tier lower than Xuanyun, and after being struck by the Emperor of Flame self-explosion, he could not withstand even one of Xuanyun's attacks. He was sent flying into the ruins, leaning against a stone and spitting a mouthful of blood. Jia Lanyue grabbed Murong Xian's shoulder, her red lips curling dangerously. Don't blame me, it's all your father's fault. As she spoke, she reached out towards Murong Xian's dantian, and his face instantly turned sour. Save me. Father. The elder in the black robe was filled with excitement at being called father, and he immediately shouted, stop. Yun Chukshu's spiritual roots were not dug out by me. Jia Lanyue halted her movements, suddenly turning her head. Who is it? I will kill him. It was Feng Yunting. She used my daughter's life to threaten the queen, forcing her to dig out Yun Chukshu's spiritual roots. Suddenly pointed out, Feng Yunting's beautiful eyes widened. Old man Feng and Feng Zongming looked at her, their eyes filled with questioning. It is indeed true, but the cause was Yun Chushua asking the queen to dig out my spiritual roots, which led me to have the queen dig out hers. After Feng Yunting finished speaking, she shrugged. It's all Yun Chukshu's own doing. The few of them were far from Jia Lanyue, and with Mo Yuan's protective barrier, Jia Lanyue couldn't hear what she said at all. Old man Feng was furious. What? The queen actually wanted to dig out your spiritual roots. Unfortunately, the queen is already dead. Otherwise my uncle would be willing to self-destruct to help you take revenge. Feng Zongming clenched his fists. Feng Yunting felt warm in her heart. Having such family members was indeed a blessing she had cultivated in her previous life. Jia Lanyue searched around, and she quickly spotted the dazzling figure in red. Looking at Feng Yunting standing in the distance, a shallow smile still graced her exquisite face. How could she endure this? Feng Yunting, you come here. Jia Lanyue gripped Murong Xian's shoulder, angrily shouting towards Feng Yunting. The sharp female voice mixed with the spiritual energy of the transformation stage made Feng Yunting touch her ear in annoyance. She raised an eyebrow at Jia Lanyue. Who are you? I am the one who wants your life. Jia Lanyue gritted her teeth. Is it you who wants to dig out my clan's spiritual roots? Feng Yunting's innocent eyes sparkled. Who is your clan? Jia Lanyue said sharply. It's definitely Yun Chushua. What are you pretending for? Is it really you who did it? The elder in black robes on the ground immediately became furious. How can it not be you? I originally wanted to dig out your spiritual root. It was you who forced the empress to dig Yun Chukshu's spiritual root. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. Xuanyun Ming, having seen enough of the excitement, stepped forward and asked, why do you want to dig out Feng Yunting's spiritual root? And who is Yun Chushua? Fan Mubai nodded and asked, did Miss Feng offend you in any way? The elder in black remained silent, watching Feng Yunqing with a cold and sinister glare. Seeing that no one was speaking, Feng Yunqing stepped out from behind the flower bed and said, let me explain. The empress and this black-robed man seem to have some secret method that allows them to transfer a person's spiritual root to another body. The empress had her eyes on Yun Chukshu's water spiritual root, wanting to use it for Murong Yuan. But Yun Chushua came up with a rotten idea, forcing the empress to dig out my spiritual root. I was just returning the favor. After finishing, Feng Yunqing looked at Jia Lanyue with her cold and beautiful eyes, unafraid. So I believe you are very clear about who is to blame for this matter. Xuanyun Ming stroked his chin. So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a secret method, but I think that Yun Chushua has gone a bit too far. How could she push Miss Feng out as a scapegoat? She deserves it. Jia Lanyue glared fiercely at Xuanyun Ming. Shut up. You're not allowed to speak about her like that. Seeing Jia Lanyue defend Yun Chushua so fiercely, Feng Yunqing looked towards Yun Chushua, lying in the distance, wondering what kind of relationship Yun Chushua had with Jia Lanyue to receive such protection. Did I say something wrong? Originally, Miss Feng was innocent. Xuanyun Ming was not afraid of Jia Lanyue speaking without any reservations. Fan Mubai looked at Feng Yunqing, but met her icy black gaze. The man merged with the night, and merely standing there made him appear as the king of the darkness, making others dare not look directly at him. Fan Mubai quickly averted his gaze, looking at the enraged Jia Lanyue. Jia Lanyue, you know who is in the wrong. Don't blame innocent people. Jia Lanyue laughed with her red lips spread wide. Anyone who is detrimental to my kin is not innocent. No one will escape today. As she spoke, her bloodstained hand had already plunged into Murong Xian's dantian. Murong Xian's legs lost strength from the pain, but he could not fall. The hand embedded in his dantian pinned him in place like a nail. Stop! The black-robed man roared, charging towards Jia Lanyue again. Jia Lanyue was already prepared and directly waved her hand to knock him down. You overestimate yourself. Once I dig out your son's spiritual root, it'll come for yours. With her blood-stained hand pulled out from Murong Xian's dantian, she held a pale blue orb in her palm. Such poor quality spiritual root truly dirties my hands, Jia Lanyue said with disdain, then clenched her fist and smashed that spiritual root into powder with a single punch. Murong Xian gaped as if he had lost his soul, and after being thrown aside by Jia Lanyue, he lay motionless on the ground. The black-robed man's eyes were bloodshot. Return my son's life. He charged at Jia Lanyue with all his might. Jia Lanyue dodged him easily, grabbing his black robe and pulling him back. With ease, Jia Yu held the black-robed man's neck, her overwhelming pressure completely suppressing him. A mere alchemist dares to challenge me. Today you will also experience the pain of having your spiritual root dug out. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on her lips as she directly plunged into the black-robed man's dantian. As her laughter grew more manic, the black-robed man's expression turned increasingly pained. The spiritual root that was dug out was a relatively rich blue orb. Jia Yu couldn't be bothered to judge it, and directly crushed the blue orb. The black-clad elder was losing his spiritual power at an alarming rate, rapidly aging. His originally gray hair turned white in an instant and began to fall out, while more wrinkles crept onto his old face. In no time at all, his appearance transformed from that of a man in his 60s to over 100 years old, resembling a long-dead corpse. Jia Yu disgustedly tossed him onto the ground, and then turned her attention to Feng Yinqing. Behind the girl in red, a tall figure stood like a protective deity, safeguarding her petite form. Jia Yu concealed the fear in her eyes and bravely asked, "High-ranked nations never interfere in the battles of lower-ranked nations. Are you here to protect this woman?" Feng Yinqing glanced at Mo Yuan and immediately said, "He won't interfere. If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability." Mo Yuan was an envoy from a high-ranked nation, and she didn't want him to violate the rules of the eastern region for her sake. Besides, she was confident in dealing with an injured Jia Yu. Mo Yuan walked beside her, gently saying, "With me here, go ahead and fight without worry." Feng Yinqing nodded. "Make sure to keep an eye on Grandpa and my little uncle. Don't let them come over." Old Master Feng and Feng Zoming shouted, "Ching Ching." Feng Yinqing took slow steps towards Jia Yu. Under the moonlight, the girl in red wore a dress that shimmered with golden light at the hem. She resembled a red spider lily blooming slowly amidst the ruins. Dazzling, captivating. Jia Yu curled her red lips and immediately released her transformation pressure at the peak of the divine transformation stage towards Feng Yinqing. Yet unexpectedly, the red dress showed no sign of being suppressed and continued to walk towards her. Feng Yinqing slightly curved her lips, surprised. Jia Yu was extremely terrified. "What level of cultivation do you have? Why is my pressure ineffective against you?" She had never been able to see through Feng Yinqing's cultivation, believing that she possessed a spiritual tool that concealed her cultivation. Who would have thought that even the pressure of the first stage of divine transformation would have no effect on her? Could it be that your cultivation is even higher than mine? Jia Yu screamed, "This is impossible. A 16-year-old divine transformation. Absolutely impossible." Feng Yinqing waved her hand, and Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan appeared in front of her. "It's not that high, but now it's my turn to strike." Xiao Jiao, as an ancient fierce beast, was inherently unafraid of any pressure. As her master, Feng Yinqing naturally also feared no pressure. Xiao Jiao waved her hand, and the Nine Nether Hellfire flew towards Jia Yu, but was unexpectedly deflected by her. As the blue flames before her vanished, Jia Yu appeared arrogant. "Based on this strike from your contracted beast, you don't have divine transformation cultivation. Just wait to die. I will dig out your spiritual root to avenge her." Xiao Jiao leaped onto Tuan Tuan's back. "Charge, my little brother." Tuan Tuan's body suddenly grew larger, even taller than the previous Feng Yuan palace. It took a step towards Jia Yu, causing the ground to tremble as countless fragments of stone flew towards Jia Yu. Not only could Jia Yu not stand firm, but everyone watching began to sway unsteadily. As she dodged the falling stones, she also had to evade the attacks from Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan. Gritting her teeth, she shouted at Feng Yinqing, "What are you doing squatting on the ground? Are you scared?" At this moment, Feng Yinqing squatted amidst the ruins, her left hand resting on the ground, while her right hand formed a single-handed seal in the air. A series of transparent talismans floated out from her fingertips, glowing faintly with golden light, and before one could clearly see them, they burrowed into the earth. Feng Yinqing looked up, her violet eyes shimmering brilliantly in the night. "We are cultivators. Do you expect me to charge at you for a brawl?" Her words elicited laughter from those around. Indeed, she herself is at the transformation stage, yet wants Feng Yinqing to charge in and die. What a naive thought. Is Feng Yinqing using her contracted beast to restrain Jia Yu? Does she have some secret technique? Feng Yinqing continuously channeled spiritual energy from her palm into the ground. In her vision, countless vines and tree roots had sprouted underground, all surging towards Jia Yu's feet. Those talismans adhered to every vine and root, flickering with dazzling golden light as a complex formation began to take shape beneath the surface. Jia Yu, listening to the mockery, could no longer contain herself. A sphere of spiritual energy coalesced in her hand and shot towards Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing slightly raised her right hand, sending a talisman flying that collided with the energy sphere. In an instant, the energy sphere vanished, and at that moment of surprise for Jia Yu, a murderous intent manifested behind her. She suddenly turned around only to see the energy sphere she had cast hurtling back towards her at high speed. She quickly unleashed a wind blade, deflecting the energy sphere off course. The energy sphere struck the ruins, kicking up countless pieces of rubble and dust. When the dust settled, a massive pit appeared in its place. Xuanyun looked at the still squatting Feng Yunqing. What kind of witchcraft did you use? Feng Yunqing stood up at this moment, smiling slightly at Xuanyun. A witchcraft that will take your life. In an instant, countless golden lights erupted from the ground, all rushing towards Xuanyun. Feng Yunqing communicated with Xiaojiu and Tuan using her divine sense. Come back quickly. Tuan returned to its normal size and rushed towards Feng Yunqing. Xuanyun gazed at the soaring golden lights, feeling a surge of dread as she swiftly drew out a long whip from her waist. She swung the whip at the golden light, but it felt like striking steel. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal striking echoed, completely obscuring Xuanyun's figure. Feng Yunqing's violet eyes flashed. Through a veil of golden light, she observed Xuanyun's movements, able to predict her actions each time Xuanyun attacked. The vines and roots began to converge, gradually wrapping Xuanyun into a golden sphere, tightening more and more. Inside, Xuanyun continuously unleashed spiritual attacks, but each one was effortlessly blocked. Feng Yunqing was manipulating these vines with her wood element spiritual root, effortlessly drawing in all the plants in this vicinity, and she could make them grow even more. Xuanyun's curses and the sound of her strikes grew fainter, and gradually there was no more noise from within. Shangguan Ming hissed. How can Xuanyun be so fragile? She can't even defeat a little girl. How can she be a messenger? But the Xuanyun clan is stronger than this. However, Miss Feng's strength is indeed unfathomable. Shangguan Ming clicked his tongue. Your evaluation is a bit too high, isn't it? Fan Mubai did not respond, his watery eyes filled with anticipation as he watched Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing never showed mercy to her opponents. Although there was silence within, she still activated the formation. This was a spirit absorption formation. As the name suggests, anyone trapped within the formation, be it human or beast, would have their spiritual energy absorbed by the formation. Once their spiritual energy was drained, they would lose their combat ability, and cultivators without spiritual energy couldn't even use spiritual treasures. As for where the absorbed spiritual energy, when it naturally returned to the heavens and earth, transforming back into spiritual energy. Because this formation was extremely powerful, she had wasted a bit of time while setting it up. The spirit absorption formation lit up beneath the golden vine sphere with ancient and intricate symbols rapidly flashing and revolving. As Xuanyun was trapped inside contemplating her strategy, she suddenly felt her entire being's spiritual energy rapidly depleting. She had already fought with the figure in black robes, leaving her with little spiritual energy. Now, with even more depletion, she truly found herself unable to defeat Feng Yunqing. What kind of witchcraft did you use? Why is my spiritual energy being absorbed? Xuanyun's formation became chaotic as she erratically struck the encircling vines with wind blades. After several attempts, she realized she couldn't break free from this thing. She could not waste any more time. Xuanyun produced a round spiritual device in her hand, and with determination, she detonated the device. Feng Yunqing had already noticed her intention to detonate the spiritual device and quickly withdrew her control over the vines to prevent the explosion from affecting her divine sense. At the moment of the explosion, Feng Yunqing's divine sense withdrew from countless vines, and the encircling vines that had formed a sphere instantly turned to dust. The formation on the ground was affected, and several symbols lost their luster. Xuanyun, feeling the dwindling spiritual energy within her, said not a word as she rushed away into the distance. Feng Yunqing looked towards the direction Xuanyun fled, immediately chasing after her. Leave her behind. Xuanyun had no time to entangle with Feng Yunqing, as she could not die here. As Xuanyun grabbed Yun Chuxia's hand, Feng Yunqing saw Xuanyun clutching a bell at her waist. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from her sight. Feng Yunqing hurriedly used her divine sense to search, feeling the residual formation fluctuations in the air, but could no longer find the presence of the two. Feng Yunqing gazed at the sky, a fierce battle intent ignited in her violet eyes. Jialong were right. I will come to find you. She turned around and directed a surge of spiritual energy towards the spirit absorption formation, completely destroying it, leaving not a single symbol behind. Mother! Xiaojiu rode over on Tuan. The bad woman took another bad woman away. Feng Yunqing nodded. It's fine, we'll go find them in a while. Xiaojiu grinned widely. Yes. Xiaojiu will definitely beat them until they roll on the ground. Let's go home. Feng Yunqing also sat sideways on Tuan. Tuan moved with great speed and quickly reached the front of Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's admiration was unmasked in his gaze, his clear voice laced with affection. I knew you were the strongest. Those words caused Feng Yunqing to blush. It felt as though he understood her completely, although she indeed felt quite powerful. Ahem, I'm just average, she dismounted from Tuan Tuan and said to Old Master Feng. I forgot to tell grandfather earlier that the figure in black robes went to Feng Manor. I wonder if the three elders were harmed. Oh, let's hurry home. Old Master Feng's expression turned grave as he immediately replied, all right, let's hurry back. Feng Yinxing looked at Mo Yuan. Are you coming back with me? Mo Yuan nodded. He'll return with you. All right, Feng Yunting replied. Old Master Feng looked at the hesitant court officials. Everyone, once I settle my family matters, we will discuss state affairs further. All right, Old Master Feng, you go handle your matters first. Hurry back, we will take care of things here for now. When they returned to Feng Manor, they found the courtyard in disarray. Master, a servant rushed out from the side. Master, you must go see the third elder. He is in critical condition. Feng Yunting hurriedly asked, where's the third elder? He is in his courtyard. Feng Yunting vanished like the wind before everyone's eyes, with Mo Yuan closely following. Xiao Jiu also hurriedly followed on Tuan Tuan. Entering the room, Feng Yunting saw the first elder and second elder sitting cross-legged on the mat, seemingly in a meditative state, while the third elder lay on the bed. She quickly approached the bed, reached out to check the third elder's pulse, her illusory world eyes scanning his body as well. A chaotic surge of water spiritual energy was wreaking havoc in the third elder's chest, resembling the situation Old Master Feng had been in not long ago. Feng Yunting quickly took out silver needles and began to set up a needle array. When Old Master Feng and the others entered, they brought a powerful surge of spiritual energy, awakening both elders. Master, please take a look at the third elder, the first elder immediately said. When he turned around, he found that Feng Yunting was already sitting by the bed administering needles. It's good that the young lady is here. With her presence, the third elder will surely be fine. The second elder nodded as well, his face still somewhat pale. That black-robed man's cultivation is actually at the transformation stage. We can't defeat him. Feng Pei's expression turned serious. I understand, but he is already dead. Both of them were suddenly shocked. How did he die? Who could defeat him? Feng Pei recounted the events as they had transpired, leaving both elders even more astonished, their mouths agape. The emperor self-destructed. The crown prince and the princess are not of royal blood. This is truly shocking. I didn't expect the empress to be a spy from Xuanyun nation. This is despicable. Both were extremely angry, cursing the empress and the black-robed man to vent their frustrations. Old Master Feng looked at Feng Yunting, who was focused on administering needles, and said proudly, the reason that black-robed man was killed by the emperor is also because of Qingtian. Before the explosion, Qingtian must have used spiritual energy to break through the black-robed man's protective shield. Otherwise, the emperor's nascent soul cultivation would not have been able to shatter it. The second elder laughed heartily, but inadvertently pulled at his injured chest. Hiss. I knew the young lady was extraordinary. She is the pride of our Feng family. After saying this, he provocatively glanced at the first elder, causing the first elder's face to flush with embarrassment. The first elder coughed lightly. Second brother, I was previously unable to see through people, but recently, I have already severed ties with Yin Chuxua. Please do not tease me any further. The second elder snorted. Let's see if you dare to favor outsiders in the future. Hey, what do you mean by that? Were you not favoring Yin Chuxua before? Second brother, why don't you reflect on yourself? If I am just stronger than you. Old Master Feng raised his hand. All right, you two are almost 100 years old combined. How can you still quarrel endlessly? Keep your voices down. Do not disturb Qingtian while she treats the third elder. Both quickly closed their mouths and turned their attention back to Feng Yunting. Yu Xiang was helping Feng Yunting, wiping her sweat, while also using a towel to pat the third elder's chest. Feng Yunting placed her palm on the third elder's chest, drawing out the water spiritual energy within him, which was soon absorbed by her chaotic spiritual root. How is it? Old Master Feng stepped forward to ask. Feng Yunting's expression grew serious. He cannot wake up for now. His divine sense has been injured, and his heart meridians have suffered a severe blow. It is similar to grandfather's condition, but due to his lower cultivation, the situation is even more critical. I need to refine medicinal liquid to quickly restore his meridians and divine sense, otherwise he may not survive the night. After saying this, she looked at the faces of those in the room and added, I have already found out who harmed grandfather at the border. Old Master Feng's eyes widened. Is it that bastard from Xuanyun nation? Feng Yunting nodded. He is indeed from Xuanyun nation, but he is also the grand elder of the royal family of Tianyin nation. When I saw him in the secret chamber tonight, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy felt incredibly familiar. Additionally, he has a water spiritual root and is at the transformation stage, and I could tell he was injured not long ago, which has caused his transformation stage cultivation to be unstable. Thus, I broke his protective shield, which helped the emperor of Tianyin nation take a breath, while also effortlessly avenging grandfather. Old Master Feng laughed heartily, continuously praising Feng Yunting, truly deserving to be my dear granddaughter. I have always been thinking about fighting him again, but now that he is dead, let that be. Feng Yunting smiled slightly. Moreover, the water's spiritual energy within the third elder is from the same person who harmed you, that black-robed man. He truly deserved to die. Both elders continuously applauded. Good riddance. How dare he injure 2 members of our Feng family? The second elder added, it was 4 people, both you and I were injured as well. Right. Feng Yunting looked at them. All right, you all go outside first. I need quiet to refine the medicinal liquid. All right, if you need any spiritual herbs, just tell grandfather, and I will fetch them from the storeroom. Feng Yunting shook her head. I have my own. Feng Zoming was puzzled. Earlier when you treated me and father, you used a lot of spiritual herbs. Your pocket money must be exhausted. How can you still have some? Feng Yunting looked towards the door, raising her chin. Mo Yuan gave them to me. He sent me a lot. Saying this, she called out towards the door. Come in, don't just stand outside. Everyone looked towards the entrance. A pair of embroidered golden-stitched black boots stepped over the threshold. The newcomer, dressed in black with long black hair, had a frosty expression devoid of any emotion, and his dark eyes seemed to hold the depths of the night, making it difficult to meet his gaze. The first elder asked, who is this? Feng Yunting introduced, this is the envoy from the Beast Kingdom, and also my friend. Upon hearing that he was an envoy from the upper-class Beast Kingdom, the 2 elders hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects to you. They had always been from lower-class nations. Meeting someone from an upper-class nation for the first time, naturally feeling a sense of awe. All right, you all can leave now. Feng Yunting urged everyone out, glancing at Mo Yuan. You can stay. Yuxiang pointed at herself. Miss, what about me? Do I not need to stay to help you with the medicinal materials? Feng Yunting smiled. No need, let him help me. You are tired today, go rest. Yuxiang glanced at the cold man and quickly nodded. Then the servant will take her leave first. As she left, Yuxiang made sure to close the door. Feng Yunqing began to pull out the spiritual herbs, taking them out handful by handful. As she took them, she said, I'll need your help to process these spiritual herbs. Let me demonstrate for you first. She picked up a plant called Chekianhua, saying, for this Chekianhua, you need to remove the leaves, and for this Zimu grass, just the purple heart. Mo Yuan watched her deftly handle the herbs and asked with a pleasant voice, is refining spiritual liquid simpler than alchemy? I remember that for alchemy there is no need to process the medicinal materials. Feng Yunqing pouted a bit at this, feeling somewhat melancholic. Alchemy must be simpler. If I had an alchemy furnace, I could decompose these spiritual herbs in the furnace and directly remove the excess parts. However, if it's refining spiritual liquid, my current cultivation level isn't sufficient to extract the liquid while decomposing the herbs. Mo Yuan's gaze dimmed slightly. The girl's soft pink lips seemed to be moving continuously. All right, you help me process them first, Feng Yunqing said, her small face showing a mixture of surprise and delight. An alchemy furnace. Mo Yuan's palm cradled a pitch-black alchemy furnace looking like a rusty old object. This is for you, he said in a warm and pleasant voice, speaking grandly, causing Feng Yunqing's heart to flutter. Feng Yunqing took the alchemy furnace, looking it over from all sides, not feeling that it was anything precious. It appeared to be an ordinary alchemy furnace. Thank you. I'll accept it. If you need any pills, I'll refine them for you. Mo Yuan nodded. Just drop a drop of blood to recognize it as yours. Without hesitation, Feng Yunqing used her spiritual power to force out a drop of blood from her fingertip, which fell onto the ancient and dark alchemy furnace. In an instant, golden light erupted, filling the entire room. People outside the room looked astonished at the golden light bursting through the window. Is this the light of a spiritual tool recognizing its master? Where did this spiritual tool come from? Sui Feng crossed his arms, gazing at the Feng family members with a smile, saying, it must be that my respected master gifted a spiritual tool to Miss Feng. Don't guess anymore. In that moment of the spiritual tool recognizing its master, Feng Yunqing was taken aback. This alchemy furnace was actually an ancient artifact. Mo Yuan had casually produced an ancient artifact. As the golden light faded, Feng Yunqing felt somewhat embarrassed. She looked at the still ancient-looking black alchemy furnace and said, how can you give me such a precious thing? This is an ancient artifact. Mo Yuan revealed a smile. Do you like it? I do, Feng Yunqing replied, but then immediately shook her head. No, I should erase my spiritual sense now. Such a precious ancient artifact should be kept by you. Mo Yuan stepped forward, firmly grasping her hand that was on the alchemy furnace, holding it in his palm. Ancient artifacts have spirit. The spirit will choose its master. If it does not wish to recognize you, it would be useless even if I gifted it to you. Feng Yunqing looked at the handsome face that was so close, her small hand unconsciously curled up within his palm. This man, doesn't he know how excessively good-looking he is? He was so close that she was almost losing control. Master, a soft and delicate voice rang in Feng Yunqing's mind. Feng Yunqing tentatively communicated with her. Are you the spirit of the alchemy furnace? Yes, I am the spirit of the Qiankuan furnace. My name is Duo. Feng Yunqing had indeed heard of the ancient artifact Qiankuan furnace in the 9 regions. However, ancient artifacts are far too mysterious and have not appeared in the world for thousands of years. Many speculate that they have long been destroyed. Feng Yinqing looked at Duo floating in the alchemy furnace. The little girl was pink and tender, wearing a small pink dress that resembled a little flower, which stood in stark contrast to the ancient-looking black alchemy furnace. Mo Yuan watched the girl, whose gaze was somewhat unfocused, and gently pulled her into his embrace. "If you truly feel unworthy, why not give me a little reward?" Feng Yinqing snapped back to reality and placed the alchemy furnace between them. "It's so valuable. What kind of reward should I give you to repay this?" Mo Yuan raised his hand, taking the alchemy furnace from her and placing it on the nearby table. He held Feng Yinqing's waist with both hands, leaning slightly closer to her, his nose filled with a sweet fragrance. "How about you offer yourself as a reward? Though you are very handsome, you can't just do as you please," Feng Yinqing said, raising her head slightly, her purple eyes clear. Then, Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with disappointment, but was interrupted by Feng Yinqing's words. "However, since you are so good-looking, I do have thoughts about you. Since you've said that, I'll offer myself as a reward." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Mo Yuan's neck, her exquisite little face blooming with a smile, her purple eyes sparkling like autumn waves. Mo Yuan swallowed hard, his gaze unconsciously falling on her tender lips. He leaned in slightly, wanting to capture that sweet fragrance. However, Feng Yinqing suddenly pushed him away, exclaiming, "I still need to hurry and refine pills." After saying that, she picked up the alchemy furnace beside her and walked towards the door. Mo Yuan listened to the sound of her opening the door and leaving a helpless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't tell if she was doing it on purpose, but it felt as if she had played him for a fool. Xiaoju, leaning against Tuan with curiosity sparkling in his big round eyes, asked, "Daddy, were you just trying to kiss Mommy?" Mo Yuan was taken aback, nearly forgetting that there were these two little ones in the room. He turned around, hiding the slight embarrassment in his eyes, and said in a deep and serious voice, "Have you been diligently cultivating lately? If you cannot protect your mother, then come with me. I will train you well." Xiaojiu became anxious immediately. I have been diligently cultivating. I train in the hot spring pool every day. Now I have reached the second level of nascent soul. Defeating anyone below the transformation stage is not a problem. Newly born contracted beasts are influenced by their master's cultivation level. No matter how hard they work, they can only be one level higher than their master. However, they will automatically advance as their master's cultivation increases, but they need to accumulate enough spiritual power. Otherwise, even after their master advances, the contracted beast still needs to cultivate on its own. If an adult beast is contracted, it won't be influenced by the master's cultivation and can level up on its own. "All right, don't be lazy," Mo Yuan said, turning to look at Tuan, who was gnawing on bamboo shoots. "You too." Tuan quickly nodded, not daring to nibble on the bamboo shoots in her hands. Feng Yinqing found an empty room, placing the Qian furnace on the ground. With a thought, the alchemy furnace suddenly expanded, becoming its normal size. She flicked her fingertip to produce a cluster of Jiu Minghua, which fell into the furnace and began to burn fiercely. Duo's excited voice sounded, the life fire of an ancient ferocious beast. "Master is amazing. Jiu Minghua is also an ancient divine fire. Combined with the Qian furnace, alchemy will be twice as effective with half the effort." Feng Yinqing took out the needed spiritual herbs and threw them all into the alchemy furnace. This was not her first time refining pills, and she handled it with ease. Her powerful divine sense split into thousands of threads, breaking down each spiritual herb, discarding the useless parts into the fire and gathering the useful ones together to slowly refine them over a low flame. The recipe for the recovery pill was of the 5th tier, which should have posed some difficulty for her at the golden core stage. However, with her strong divine sense and the powerful aids like the Qian furnace and the 9 Nether Flame, it was no problem at all. After more than an hour of refining, the spiritual power in her dantian had been exhausted once. As the horizon brightened with the first light of dawn, Feng Yinqing's already tense nerves became even tighter. The pill tribulation is coming. Feng Yinqing looked at the dark clouds gathering above her head, enveloping the entire Qian furnace, and the atmosphere in the room grew oppressive. Pill tribulations only occurred when a supreme-grade pill was produced. Feng Yinqing felt no surprise at her ability to refine a supreme-grade pill. In her past life in the 9 provinces, she was well renowned as a 9th-tier alchemist, having produced countless supreme-grade pills. "It's done." Feng Yinqing raised her hand, and 10 pills flew out from the Qian furnace. At the same time, several bolts of lightning streaked through the dark tribulation clouds, precisely striking towards the 10 pills. Feng Yinqing focused on this scene above the furnace, feeling a bit nervous. After all, this was her first time refining pills since arriving in the Xuanyun Continent, and she was slightly worried about whether the pills would succeed. If these 10 supreme-grade pills could withstand the tribulation, they would indeed be supreme, otherwise they would be struck down to a lower grade. With a crack of thunder, lightning sounded in the room, and the flashes of light that burst through the windows instantly drew the old master Feng from another courtyard. He stood in the courtyard, gazing at the silent Mo Yuan beside him. What is happening inside? Mo Yuan's eyes reflected the bright light. It's the pill tribulation. I Qingqing is refining pills. Pill tribulation. Old Master Feng was astonished. Isn't this Qingqing's first time refining pills? How could it attract a tribulation? What a genius. His granddaughter had leaped from being foolish to a top-tier genius. As the tribulation clouds dissipated, Feng Yinqing looked at the 10 azure pills floating in midair, waved her hand, and the 10 pills flew neatly into her grasp. Each azure pill was round and plump, adorned with a lightning pattern signifying that they had just undergone a pill tribulation, marking them as supreme-grade pills. It succeeded. Feng Yinqing hurriedly packed away the Qiankuan furnace and rushed outside with the pills, as she needed to give them to the third elder quickly. Outside the courtyard, old Master Feng watched her rush out. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her say, "Grandpa, I'm going to give the third elder the pills." Feng Yinqing stuffed the pills into the third elder's mouth and used her spiritual power to slightly stimulate them, causing the pills to transform into a wisp of smoke that flowed into the third elder's throat. Feng Yinqing transmitted her spiritual power to assist in the circulation of the third elder's internal spiritual energy. Before long, the third elder's eyelids twitched. Feng Yinqing smiled, turning to old Master Feng. "Grandpa, the third elder is about to wake up." Old Master Feng stepped forward and said to the slowly awakening third elder, "Thank you for your hard work. Are you feeling any discomfort?" The third elder raised his hand to touch his chest where he had been struck by the black-robed man, but now it was no longer painful. "Head of the family, I am fine now." He then looked at Feng Yinqing, who was sitting by the bed. "Thank you, miss, for saving me. I will definitely follow you to the death." As he spoke, he clasped his fists and attempted to rise, but Feng Yinqing pressed down on his shoulder. Feng Yinqing smiled and nodded. "You can follow me, but for now, just lie down and rest well." She stood up and looked at the other 2 elders. "Here are 2 recovery pills for you 2. You can take them as well to heal your injuries." The 2 of them quickly accepted the pills and thanked her. "Thank you, miss, for the pills." When they looked at the pills in their hands, they were all taken aback. "This is a supreme 5th-tier pill." The 2 exchanged glances and hurriedly handed the pills back to Feng Yinqing. "Miss, this is too precious. You should keep it for yourself." "Yes, our injuries are not that severe." Feng Yinqing feigned a stern face and playfully scolded them. "If I say you can eat them, then eat them. It's just a 5th-tier pill. Oh, I can refine as many as I want. Hurry and eat." The 2 quickly swallowed the pills, and a cool mist immediately slid down their throats, with pure medicinal power flowing into their chests and limbs, bringing immense comfort. The Grand Elder excitedly asked, "Miss, you are now a 5th-tier alchemist?" Feng Yinqing nodded. "I suppose so. In a while, I might even reach the 6th or 7th tier. Blessings upon the Feng family." The Grand Elder's expression was ecstatic. The highest-ranked alchemist in Xuanyun country is only 2nd tier. Now that the Miss is a 5th-tier alchemist, even if Xuanyun country is bullied by other medium-sized nations, our Feng family can remain safe and sound. Indeed, alchemists hold an unparalleled status across the entire Xuanyun Continent. They are the most revered existence on the Xuanyun Continent. The 2nd elder spoke with excitement, his old face turning red. Old Master Feng looked at Feng Yinqing with pride. "Qingqing, you truly surprise me." Feng Zoming clenched his fists. "Qingqing, your uncle is proud of you." "All right, this is just routine for me. I keep a low profile." Although Feng Yinqing said this, she felt very happy inside. In her past life, she had no family by her side and had never experienced such praise. Now, with everyone complimenting her, it warmed her heart. Feng Yinqing looked at Mo Yuan. "Being able to refine pills is mainly due to Mo Yuan's contribution. He gifted me a pill refining furnace, making him the greatest benefactor." The girl winked playfully at Mo Yuan, her expression both mischievous and adorable. Mo Yuan couldn't help but reveal a faint smile and nodded slightly at her. Old Master Feng clasped his fists, saying, "Your Excellency is generous. I may not have great abilities, but if you need anything, I will do my utmost to serve you." Mo Yuan remained silent, lowering his gaze and falling into thought. Feng Zoming asked, "Your Excellency, do you have any difficulties?" Mo Yuan raised his head thoughtfully. "Indeed, I do have a need." "Please speak." "I need Qingqing to marry me." Feng Yinqing leapt forward, quickly covering Mo Yuan's mouth. Laughing, she said to everyone, "You all can leave now. He doesn't really need anything." Mo Yuan leaned slightly back, feeling the warmth of her hand on his lips, and couldn't help but gently brush his lips against hers. A current surged from Feng Yinqing's palm into her arm, instantly spreading throughout her body. She smiled as she sent off Old Master Feng and the others, then released her hand. "What were you doing just now?" Acting like a rogue, she lowered her voice and gritted her teeth near Mo Yuan's ear. Mo Yuan tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow with an expression of "I didn't mean to." Why didn't you let me finish? Feng Yinqing fidgeted. Isn't it too early? This is only our second meeting. I'm afraid Grandpa and the others won't accept it. When would be a suitable time? Mo Yuan leaned closer, bending down to meet her gaze. Let's talk about it later, Feng Yinqing said, and then she dashed away. She was truly frightened of this man. It seemed that being handsome allowed one to act recklessly. She almost lost her composure. Perhaps she should refine some pills to calm her mind. For an entire day, Feng Yinqing hid in her courtyard refining pills. The Feng family could only hear the sounds of lightning and thunder, apart from Feng Zongming, who remained calm. The others had flushed faces. Early the next morning, a servant came in to announce, Master, the heads of the three noble families have arrived. Old Master Feng had anticipated this and nodded. Let them in. The heads of the Zhao Qian and Sun families were all elderly men over 50 and of the same generation as Old Master Feng. The four of them sat together and began discussing the future of Tianyuan country. The Zhao family head said, now that Tianyuan country has no emperor and is leaderless, I believe we should quickly select an emperor to at least stabilize the people's hearts. The Qian family head nodded. I agree. After all, we are now a mid-tier nation, not to mention there's a potential threat from the Jialan country. The Sun family head sighed. Our national strength has never been strong. Being promoted to a mid-tier nation is entirely due to Feng Yinqing. If we cannot maintain this honor, I suggest we humbly return to being a lower-tier nation. Old Master Feng shook his head. I disagree with demoting ourselves to a lower-tier nation. We have already offended the Jialan country. Whether we are considered a mid-tier or lower-tier nation, they will come for us. We should focus on safeguarding the territory we have just been assigned, strengthening our national power to resist the invasion from the Jialan country. The Sun family head hesitated, but at present the highest cultivation level in Tianyuan country is only yours. I have been stuck at the nascent Soul 8 stage for a long time. So have I. Relying solely on you cannot intimidate the people of a mid-tier nation. The Zhao family head sighed as well. The Qian family head suggested, why not dissolve Tianyuan country and allow the citizens to voluntarily flow into other nations? After all, we truly do not have the ability to protect them. I disagree. A clear and cold female voice interrupted. With an air of superiority, she stated, I disagree. If the citizens go to other nations, will they not be bullied? As members of the noble families of Tianyuan country, we should protect these ordinary citizens. How can we shirk our responsibility in a moment of crisis? Feng Yinqing entered dressed in white with sunlight casting a golden hue upon her. The Nine Heavens goddess has come to save the world. Qingqing, this does not concern you. Go practice your cultivation. Old Master Feng signaled her to avoid getting involved in such a complicated matter. Feng Yinqing ignored him, producing a porcelain vial from her hand, and in front of everyone she poured out a plump round blue pill. In an instant, the rich fragrance of the medicine filled the room, bringing a refreshing energy. The Zhao family head immediately exclaimed, what is this? A 6th-tier pill. Pill grades are classified into 9 colors from red to gold, corresponding to the 1st to 9th tiers. Alchemists can refine pills of the respective color according to the grade of the formula. Of course, many pill formulas do not have specified grades and are generally common and not rare. However, the formula for the Gathering Spirit pill does not have a grade. It can be refined to any tier from 1 to 9 based on the alchemist's needs. Feng Yinqing held that pill before the others, saying, this is a 6th-tier Gathering Spirit pill, which can help cultivators absorb spiritual energy at double the rate during their training, thus rapidly improving their cultivation. The expressions of the 4 men fell, and the Zhao family head looked at her dejectedly. There's only one. You should give it to General Feng. Perhaps it will help him advance to the transformation god stage and protect the citizens of Tianyuan country. Feng Yinqing extended a slender finger, waving it in front of them. No, this is for you. She shook the porcelain vial, and the sound of objects clinking echoed. I have 45th-tier Gathering Spirit pills, all of the finest quality, Feng Yinqing said, producing another porcelain vial. This contains transformation god pills, which will ensure your success when you advance to the transformation god stage. The room fell silent. The 3 family heads stared at Feng Yinqing in disbelief. Finally, the Zhao family head turned to Old Master Feng. Old General Feng, is your granddaughter back to her former self? Old Master Feng shot him a glare. Are you looking for a beating? My Qingqing is a 5th-tier alchemist. Oh no, now she is a 6th-tier. Really? A 16-year-old 6th-tier alchemist? This is simply shocking. When I was young and traveled through previous mid-tier nations, the youngest 4th-tier alchemist was already 50 years old. As for 6th-tier, I have never seen one before. The Sun family head, who enjoyed traveling in his youth, was well informed. However, at this moment, the 3 men were all stunned by Feng Yinqing. Qingqing, why are you giving them pills? What if they surpass me and want to fight? Old Master Feng shot a cold glance at the 3 men. Their young ones have bullied you enough. In the past, the 4 great families were hardly harmonious, and their young ones often bullied Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing searched through her memories and indeed recalled such instances, but they were not severe. At most, they would point at her and call her a fool. However, they were just children, and she chose not to hold it against them. Now we should unite as one. Let's not speak of past grievances. As Feng Yinxing spoke, she handed each of them a gathering spirit pill. This is a 5th-tier gathering spirit pill, which you can take once you advance to the transformation god stage. Only then can you consume the 6th-tier gathering spirit pill. The 3 of them felt the pure energy of the pills in their hands, each one more excited than the last. 5th-tier pills, of the finest quality. This was their first time seeing such a thing. Feng Yinxing slowly spoke, I am willing to help you raise your cultivation levels to jointly safeguard Tianyuan country. Moreover, I am confident that with the pills I can elevate you all to the 9th stage of the transformation god stage. If your talents are good, reaching the void refinement stage is not an issue either. As her words fell, the 3 were filled with excitement and joy. She then shifted her tone, however, I have conditions. The 3 of them asked in unison, what do you want? I want your loyalty to me. And you must swear an oath against your inner demons. Isn't this a bit excessive? The Zhao family head hesitated. Feng Yinxing held an air of arrogance, her cold phoenix eyes calm and unruffled. This pill is a gift for you. After you return home and consume it, then consider this matter. Old Master Feng had no objections to Feng Yinxing's decision. All right, you all return to your cultivation for now. Recently, the imperial capital has the Feng family army patrolling. You just need to send some people to cooperate. As for the matter of selecting an emperor, let's put it on hold. The 3 nodded, knowing that they could not reach a conclusion in a day. Moreover, they were now drooling, eager to return home and test the effects of the exquisite 5th-tier gathering spirit pills. Feng Yinxing watched them leave, handing the porcelain vial to Old Master Feng. Grandpa, you should also hurry to cultivate. Old Master Feng looked at the porcelain bottle, but waved his hand, saying, you eat it yourself. Your cultivation is the most important right now. Grandpa, I can't take a 5th-grade pill yet, it would explode my body. Feng Yinxing said helplessly, then took Old Master Feng's hand and stuffed the porcelain bottle into his hand. You quickly go cultivate, strive to enter the transformation phase in 3 days. She pulled out a small porcelain bottle, saying, this is a transformation pill. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't let me catch you slacking off these days. She pulled Old Master Feng up from his seat and pushed him toward the crane pine courtyard. Old Master Feng could not resist her and finally stood at the door of the cultivation room, reminding her, during these days the mansion will be closed to guests. If anything happens, don't bear it alone. You find your uncle, don't let him hide in his courtyard, indifferent to family matters. All right. I understand. Please go in. Feng Yinxing waved her hand at him. Watching the stone door close, she skipped happily to find Feng Zongming. Setting aside the cultivation of others, she needed to elevate her own family's cultivation first. Feng Zongming was currently cultivating. He had already reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment, but it was still far from enough. Feng Yinxing gently knocked on the door. Feng Zongming slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Feng Yinxing, he immediately smiled. Uncle, I have something good for you. Feng Yinxing waved a porcelain bottle in front of him. Is that a pill? I'm not sick, no need to take it. Feng Zongming knew that Feng Yinxing was now an alchemist, and just yesterday, she had sent Yue Xiang to buy a bunch of porcelain bottles. Feng Yinxing poured out a yellow pill, saying, this is a top-grade, 3rd-tier gathering spirit pill, perfect for you. Hurry up and take it to maximize your cultivation time. You eat it yourself. Oh, it's not easy for you to refine pills. How could I let you suffer? Feng Zongming did not take it, looking at her with gentle eyes. Feng Yinxing pretended to be angry. Uncle, I specially refined this for you, and yet you refuse it. I'm so upset. She turned her back as if to leave. Feng Zongming immediately grabbed her wrist, saying, all right, since it was made by you, I certainly won't waste it. Feng Yinxing turned back with a smile and stuffed a yellow gathering spirit pill into his mouth, saying, one is enough for you to absorb for 6 hours. When the time is up, just take another. I don't have much else, but there are plenty of gathering spirit pills. Feng Zongming's large hand rested on her head, shaking his head with a helpless smile. You know, I have a soft heart. When you get angry, I have to comply with you. Feng Zongming adjusted his expression, saying, Ching, I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be in a slump and unable to cultivate again. Uncle, no more talking. Hurry up and cultivate. I still have to refine pills. After saying that, Feng Yinxing ran off. The gathering spirit pill helps cultivators absorb double the spiritual energy, but it should not be consumed recklessly. The tiers from 1 to 9 correspond to cultivation levels. The first tier corresponds to chi refinement, the second to foundation establishment, and so forth. Cultivators can only take pills 1 tier above their own cultivation level. For instance, Feng Zongming at the 5th stage of foundation establishment can only take a 3rd tier gathering spirit pill. However, for other types of life-saving pills, the higher the tier, the better. Anyone can take them. Feng Yinxing walked back to her courtyard with her hands behind her back. Mo Yuan was sitting in the courtyard enjoying tea and playing chess. This tea was no ordinary tea, but the spiritual tea extracted by Sui Feng. You're back. Mo Yuan looked up. Come over and sit down for some tea. Feng Yinxing sat opposite him, picked up the cup from the table, and drank it all in one go. Sui Feng opened his mouth. Miss Feng, that is. What's wrong? Feng Yunq smacked her lips. It tastes great. That is the master's cup. Feng Yunq was instantly petrified. She immediately stood up, accidentally knocking over the chessboard with her sleeve. "I'll take my leave now." As she stepped out, someone grabbed her wrist. A light laugh came from beside her, carrying a soft and tingling tone. "Disdain me." A pleasant voice was filled with laughter tinged with a sticky sense of affection. Feng Yunq's body tensed slightly. "No, I wouldn't dare." Mo Yuan pulled her, turning her body around. "Is it that you wouldn't dare, or that you don't disdain me?" His deep-set eyes, high nose bridge, and slightly curved lips. Every aspect of him was exquisitely perfect. Feng Yunq lowered her head to look at him. From this angle, Mo Yuan gave her a strange sense of conquest. Wanting to take him fiercely, cough cough, Feng Yunq blinked and quickly retracted the nonsensical thoughts and inappropriate images from her mind. "I don't disdain you, I just feel a bit shy." Feng Yunq's face was slightly red. Oh, she was at a loss whether to look down or up. In short, there was nowhere to hide. Drink another cup. This spiritual tea helps restore your mental strength. You've expended too much mental energy refining pills for a whole day and night. Feng Yunq sat down across from him, watching Mo Yuan take another cup and pour her a cup of tea. She took the teacup and thanked him, but just as she brought the tea to her lips, she saw Mo Yuan drinking from the cup she had just used. Cough cough, she stifled the discomfort of almost choking and slipped away. "Damn, this man is too smooth." Feng Yunq dove into the alchemy room and continued refining pills. Despite the energy she expended, she also advanced during this day and night. While refining pills consumed her spiritual energy, she simultaneously absorbed it. She had now reached the third stage of the golden core. Mother is really amazing, able to advance while refining pills. Xiaojiu sat in Tuan's arms, looking at Feng Yunq with admiration. "That's normal. Oh, I used to do the same," Feng Yunq began to say, but stopped there. She was no longer the empress of her previous life. This was the Xuanyun Continent, and she needed to let go of her past. "What happened before?" Xiaojiu asked curiously. Feng Yunq did not turn back. She took out spiritual herbs from her space and tossed them into the alchemy furnace, saying, "It's nothing. When your mother has time, I'll refine some candies for you." And Tuan. "How does that sound?" "Yay. Xiaojiu was very happy. He had to eat all the candies that mother refined. In the imperial capital of Tianyin country, the people were in a state of anxiety. If it weren't for the Feng family army and the three noble families patrolling the streets to calm the people's hearts, the whole imperial capital would likely be in turmoil. Feng Yunq immersed herself in alchemy, entering a state of oblivion. At this moment, the heads of the three major families were also immersed in their cultivation. A night passed without incident in the imperial capital. The three family heads had gathered privately. The head of the Sun family, whose cultivation had been stagnant, spoke spiritedly. "I never expected this pill to be real. Can you believe it? I've now touched the barrier of the nascent soul's 9th stage. If I get to eat another one, I'll definitely break through to the 9th stage. I'm just like you. So am I. I can hardly believe it." After they finished speaking, the three fell silent. The head of the Zhao family pondered. "The pills are indeed real. If we take a few more, advancing to the transformation phase will not be a problem." The head of the Sun family asked, "So, are we really going to make the inner demon oath?" The three fell into silence, and finally the head of the Qian family said, "Perhaps we should ask what the commitment of the inner demon oath entails. As long as it does not affect the cultivation of our family's descendants, it should be acceptable. Let's go and ask that girl right away." A few of them arrived at the Feng residence, but the one who opened the door was a young man. Lu Ying glanced them up and down, his handsome face devoid of expression. "Who are you looking for? Are you from a high-ranking country?" The head of the Zhao family recognized Lu Ying at a glance. He had also taken note of the two people who followed Mo Yuan at the banquet that day. Lu Ying nodded expressionlessly. The head of the Zhao family immediately cupped his hands in salute and pointed to the other two. "We are the heads of noble families from the imperial capital. We have come today to meet Miss Feng." The other two also flattered. Yes, may we know if she is at home?" "Miss Feng is currently refining pills. You may come in and wait." Lu Ying stepped aside to let the three enter. He led them to Feng Yunqing's courtyard, where Mo Yuan was playing chess with Sui Feng. Sui Feng had just made a wrong move and was sweating at his temples. "Master, I have lost." Mo Yuan cast a cool glance at him and leaned back in his chair, looking at Lu Ying. "What is it?" Lu Ying stepped forward. "Master, they are looking for Miss Feng." "Wait a moment." Mo Yuan slightly closed his eyes. "You come and play a game with me." "Yes." Lu Ying stepped forward, and Sui Feng had already cleaned up the chessboard, making faces at Lu Ying. Lu Ying couldn't be bothered with him. Usually he would let Sui Feng practice his chess skills, but he refused to listen. Now even asking him to play 2 games with the master was beyond his capability. Truly an unworthy subordinate. Sui Feng, seeing that disdainful look, instantly flared up. "What kind of look is that?" Lu Ying placed a black piece down, his cold voice tinged with disdain. "You are useless." Mo Yuan began to play against Lu Ying, seemingly oblivious, while the three family heads stood nervously in place, hardly daring to speak. They inherently feared those from high-ranking countries, and now even a glance from Mo Yuan felt laden with immense pressure, making it hard for them to breathe. Uncertain how much time had passed, just as the three felt their legs growing sore from standing, a thunderclap startled them into a shiver. They all looked toward the diamond-patterned wooden window, where dazzling blue light flashed rapidly. Inside the room, the continuous flashes of lightning and thunder left them greatly astonished. The head of the Zhao family whispered in surprise, "Could it be the pill tribulation?" "Yes, I've seen the pill tribulation before. When a top-grade pill is being refined, it will attract the pill tribulation." The head of the Qian family rubbed his hands together. "It seems Miss Feng has refined another top-grade pill." The three looked forward eagerly at the room. The thunder continued for about 20 times before it ceased, and the blue light vanished. Mo Yuan placed down a white piece, turned to the door, and called out in a rich and pleasant voice, "Ching Ching." Before long, the door opened, and Feng Yinqing peeked her head out. "What's the matter?" Upon seeing the three family heads nodding and smiling at her, she stepped out. "You've come. Have you considered it?" The head of the Zhao family hurriedly stepped forward to cup his hands and salute. "Miss Feng, we have a few questions we would like to clarify." "Of course you may ask." Feng Yinqing naturally sat down beside Mo Yuan. He very naturally poured her a cup of spiritual tea. "Drink up." The three watched their overly familiar interaction, not daring to ask too much. "We would like to know what the inner demon oath requires as a commitment." Feng Yinqing set down her cup after taking a sip of tea. "It's very simple. You just need to swear that from now on you will be loyal to me, will not give my pills to others, and must ensure that your family does not betray the Feng family." "What about the younger generation in my family? Are we not allowed to give pills to them either?" Feng Yinqing pondered for a moment before nodding. "If the younger generation you value requires pills, they too must swear loyalty to me, and I will naturally refine suitable pills for them. As for others, you will have to impose restrictions on them yourselves." The head of the Zhao family, being an astute man, already spoke with deep respect for Feng Yinqing. "Thank you, miss. I will return home to select a few promising juniors and bring them to meet you. We will go back as well." Feng Yinqing raised her hand to stop their steps. "First, tell me about the cultivation levels of the juniors so that I can refine some pills in advance. It wouldn't be good to have them swear an oath without providing the pills." "Miss is very considerate. I thank you on behalf of those useless young ones." The head of the Zhao family quickly bent down and cupped his fists. Afterward, the three recounted the cultivation levels of the younger generation in their families before leaving. Feng Yinqing counted the pills needed for these individuals, estimating that she would need to refine around 100 second-tier pills and 200 third-tier pills. These three noble families were quite large, unlike Feng family, which was solitary. "Are you tired?" Mo Yuan asked gently. Feng Yinqing shook her head. "Not tired, I'm just thinking about how to judge the loyalty of so many people once the inner demon oath is in effect." Mo Yuan smiled slightly. "No worries, I will keep an eye on them from the side. If anyone slacks off, I will know." Feng Yinqing grabbed Mo Yuan's hand. "That would be wonderful." "Thank you, Mo Yuan." The girl's violet eyes sparkled, and Mo Yuan could see his reflection within them. He felt the slightly cool temperature of her hand, her delicate and soft fingers tightly gripping his. Mo Yuan nodded. "How about you give me a reward?" "What kind of reward, I?" Feng Yinqing tilted her head. "How about I bow to you?" Sui Feng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ying quickly covered Sui Feng's mouth, and a formation appeared beneath their feet, making them disappear. Mo Yuan was amused by Feng Yinqing's words. "Forget it, you go back and refine pills. What do you want for lunch?" "I will make it for you. I want roast duck." Feng Yinqing shook his hand and stood up. "Then I'll go refine pills." She dashed into the alchemy room, and Mo Yuan's expression turned cold. Sui Feng. Sui Feng appeared with a bitter face and immediately knelt on the ground. "Master, I was wrong. Go catch a few ducks and clean them up. No using spiritual power." Sui Feng nodded repeatedly. "Let Lu Ying accompany me." Mo Yuan nodded. "Lu Ying will supervise him. If he uses spiritual power, I will not spare him." Sui Feng wanted to cry without tears. Having Lu Ying supervise him meant he couldn't use any spiritual power. That night at the back mountain of the Feng family, the younger generations of the Zhao, Qian, and Sun families all arrived, standing in 3 rows. Feng Yinqing checked each of them according to the list submitted by the 3 family heads, including those who had participated in the Xiaqinjian trial, whom she recognized. She climbed atop a giant rock and looked down at the crowd. "Today you all came. Do you know what you are here for?" "Yes." The voices of the crowd below were in unison, strong and powerful. "Good, now I will explain the effects of the inner demon oath." Feng Yinqing spoke slowly and deliberately. "The inner demon oath is not a command for you to obey, nor is it a master-servant contract, but a symbol of loyalty. When you pledge your allegiance to me, the inner demon oath is established. Should you betray me, you will be punished by your inner demons, losing all your cultivation." The crowd remained silent as the clan head had already informed them upon their arrival. Feng Yinqing nodded in satisfaction. "Now follow me and recite word for word." If anyone remains silent, please leave. From this day forward, I will wholeheartedly pledge my loyalty to Feng Yunqing before me, and I will never harm her family. Should I betray, I will surely be punished by my inner demons, losing all my cultivation and not dying a good death. As she finished reciting word by word, a synchronized voice rose from below. From this day forward, I will wholeheartedly pledge my loyalty to Feng Yunqing before me, and I will never harm her family. Should I betray, I will surely be punished by my inner demons, losing all my cultivation and not dying a good death. In an instant, a crimson array appeared beneath everyone's feet, and a circular array also appeared under Feng Yunqing. From each circular array, a thread of blood shot out, all flying towards Feng Yunqing above. Each blood thread connected to the cultivator's heart and spiritual sense, and all these blood threads were now gathered in Feng Yunqing's palm, as if she held their lifeblood. From now on, should anyone betray Feng Yunqing or act against the Feng family, they will face irreversible consequences. Feng Yunqing need not lift a finger. The inner demon oath will punish them. The oath has been established. Feng Yunqing quickly looked at Mo Yuan, and seeing him nod slightly towards her, a smile appeared on her lips. Next, I will distribute pills to you. Each gathering spirit pill lasts for 6 hours. You may cultivate without concern for anything else. If you encounter difficulties in advancing, come to me, and I will provide you with the necessary pills for your breakthrough. Feng Yunqing waved her hand, and a pile of porcelain bottles appeared on the ground. She looked at the 3 clan heads. You know your juniors best. Please distribute them. But remember, only the second-tier pills are for chi cultivation, while the third-tier ones are for foundation establishment. Thank you, young lady. We will distribute them now. The juniors lined up neatly, standing in their respective groups, waiting for the clan heads to hand out the pills. Each person received a bottle of pills. They opened the lids and were instantly enchanted by the rich fragrance of the medicine. When they poured out a pill, they discovered faint pill patterns on it, a sign of premium quality struck by the pill tribulation. It's a premium gathering spirit pill, someone exclaimed. Mine too. I've never eaten a premium pill in my life. Zhao Mingrui sighed. Oh my, what a grand gesture this is. Even more generous than my grandfather. Zhao's clan head was beside him and slapped his head. What? The pills you ate before were also of high quality. You should return them to me. Zhao Mingrui quickly laughed heartily, flattering the Zhao clan head while massaging his shoulders. Grandfather, I was just expressing my admiration. You are naturally good to me. Seeing that the distribution was complete, Feng Yunqing waved her hand again, and several more bottles appeared on the ground. She stepped down from the large stone, her clear and pleasant voice slightly aloof. These are for you 3 clan heads. Each clan head picked up a porcelain bottle, and upon opening it, they found 25th-tier gathering spirit pills inside. Feng Yunqing took out 3 more porcelain bottles and handed them over. These contain transformation pills. When you reach the promotion barrier, if you cannot break through on your own, you may take a transformation pill, and I guarantee you a 100 success in transformation. Thank you, young lady. This time the 3 did not ask questions, but expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Feng Yunqing looked at the noisy group of juniors and raised her hand. Everyone go back and focus on cultivation. Do not slack off. Now is a time when we need unity. If one person slacks off, we will lose a source of strength. Yes, we will not let down the young lattice pills. The group left the back mountain of the Feng residence in a flurry, streaming out in groups through the main gate. Many commoners witnessed this scene, but they did not understand what was happening, assuming these people were just discussing the selection of an emperor with the Feng family. Feng Yunqing looked at the 3 elders standing still and pulled out a few bottles of pills. You 3 elders should also hurry to cultivate. Earlier, these 3 had also made the inner demon oath, and she now felt completely at ease with them. Although they had once looked down on the original owner, their timely repentance was still a sign of hope. Feng Yunqing would not skimp on these pills, as enhancing the cultivation of the Feng family elders was more reliable than enhancing those of other families. The 3 elders looked at Feng Yunqing with tears in their eyes, each stammering their thanks and expressing their deep remorse for their past actions. Feng Yunqing smiled dismissively. All right, let's not mention the past. We are all surnamed Feng. We are family. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. You have absolute privileges here. Thank you, young lady. The 3 expressed their gratitude and left the back mountain. Feng Yunqing did not leave. She also needed to cultivate. These pills would be enough for them to cultivate for 10 days or half a month, and she took this opportunity to focus on her own training. Feng Yunqing sat down, and soon a vortex of colorful spiritual energy began to gather around her. Feng Yunqing sat for an entire night. As dawn broke, a white light appeared at the Feng residence, shooting straight up into the sky. Feng Yunqing was awakened by the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. She quickly got up and headed towards the source of the white light at Hasong Courtyard. Her expression was excited as she stood at the door of the training room, just as Feng Zhongming arrived. Feng Zhongming also wore an excited expression. It looks like father has broken through to transformation. Feng Yunqing nodded vigorously. That's right. Grandfather has definitely broken through. The two pairs of eyes eagerly watched the stone door. After a short while the stone door slowly opened and the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy surged again. A spirited elder walked out, and it was none other than old Master Feng. Feng Yunqing was astonished as she rushed over after just one glance at him. Grandfather is at the first level of transformation. What? Father, you actually advanced, and even leveled up at the same time. Feng Zoming was very surprised, then suddenly thought of something. Tingting, how did you see that? Those with lower cultivation cannot see through those with higher cultivation. Feng Yunqing pointed to her own eyes with two delicate white fingers. Because of these eyes, Feng Zoming nodded, so that's how it is. Then he excitedly stepped forward. Father, this is wonderful. Now that your cultivation has greatly increased, we have more confidence in dealing with the Jialan Kingdom. Currently, everyone knows that Yun Chuxue has been taken away by the Jialan Kingdom. Whether she is alive or not, the Tianyin Kingdom will definitely face retaliation from the Jialan Kingdom. After all, Yun Chuxue had her spiritual roots dug out by the Queen of the Tianyin Kingdom, and something happened in the Tianyin Kingdom. Feng Yunqing nodded. Although that's the case, it's still far from enough. Grandpa's fire spiritual root qualification is excellent, and breaking through to the refining void stage is not an issue, so you still need to hurry up and cultivate Grandpa. Old Master Feng chuckled as he looked at the two of them. Finally, it's my turn to speak. You two are talking back and forth and I can't get a word in. Grandpa, are you hungry? Feng Yunqing hugged old Master Feng's arm. It'll make you something delicious. I'm not hungry. With the golden core I can fast. I am already a transformation god, so naturally I won't be hungry. Old Master Feng lovingly ruffled her hair. Has anything significant happened in the house lately? Feng Yunqing then carefully explained the matter of the other three families establishing the inner demon oath to old Master Feng. Old Master Feng nodded in satisfaction, looking at Feng Yunqing. With pride, Qingqing has grown up. She is becoming increasingly reliable in handling matters. He then looked at Feng Zoming. You, as an elder, how come you are not as capable as your niece? Feng Zoming scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I've been busy cultivating lately and got a bit lost in it. If it weren't for your breakthrough, I might still be immersed in cultivation. Feng Yunqing shook old Master Feng's arm. Grandpa, don't say that about Uncle. Uncle is also working hard on his cultivation. You should be happy for him, right? All right, your little mouth is too good at talking. I can't argue with you. Old Master Feng laughed heartily. Come on, tell me what you've been up to lately. I've been refining pills, but I probably won't need to for a while. They have provided enough pills, and I need to focus on my cultivation now. They chatted as they walked. Upon entering Feng Yunqing's courtyard, old Master Feng immediately spotted Mo Yuan sitting there. Why hasn't this divine being left yet? What is your relationship with him? Old Master Feng asked Feng Yunqing in a low voice as he pulled her outside the archway. Upon being asked this question, Feng Yunqing's small face showed signs of shyness. Seeing her like this, old Master Feng asked, he is a person from a high-ranking country. I don't believe what you said about him being Xiaojiu's father. Xiaojiu has already made a contract with you, so he has no reason to be by your side all day. Feng Yunqing secretly tilted her head to glance at Mo Yuan, who seemed to be aware of her action, and looked up at her, his deep black eyes shimmering with starlight. The smile at the corner of his lips was like a snow lotus suddenly blooming on a snow-capped mountain, sacred and inviolable, yet exuding an alluring fragrance. Feng Yunqing quickly withdrew her head, swallowed hard, and said seriously, Grandpa, unless something unexpected happens, he should be your granddaughter's husband. Old Master Feng gasped, how old are you? I haven't agreed to this matter. Saying this, he waved his sleeve. Feng Zoming, don't pull me into this. Agreed to what? A warm and pleasant voice sounded next to old Master Feng. He turned to see Mo Yuan pursing his thin lips, his cold and divine face, with black eyes looking at him with a hint of curiosity. Feng Zoming said, Father, I was mentioning him to you. Old Master Feng immediately assumed the posture of a family elder walking past Mo Yuan with his head held high. Then he plopped down at the stone table, his hands resting on his knees were still trembling slightly. Feng Yunqing naturally noticed old Master Feng's state. She poked Mo Yuan's waist with her finger. Why did you suddenly show up? You scared my grandpa. Mo Yuan said good-naturedly, I will be more careful next time. You all come here. Old Master Feng's feigned angry voice came through. Feng Yunqing grabbed Mo Yuan's wrist and pulled him to the table. Grandpa, you speak. Old Master Feng waved at Feng Zoming, who leaned in closer and heard old Master Feng say, how is it? I didn't show any cowardice just now, did I? Feng Zoming shook his head. You just had a bit of a tremble in your hands. Everything else was fine. Go away, go away. Old Master Feng pushed him away and then looked at Mo Yuan. All right, speak up. Do you have any ulterior motives? Where are you from? How old are you? He fired off a long string of questions, and Feng Yunqing helplessly pressed her forehead, looking at Mo Yuan with a may you seek your own fortune expression. Mo Yuan remained calm and unhurried, waving his sleeve as he sat opposite old Master Feng. I do have motives. I am from the Beastman Kingdom, older than Qingqing, and there is only me in my family. Old Master Feng felt as if he had caught a flaw in his answer, but he couldn't pinpoint which sentence it was, so he nodded. Are you interested in my Qingqing? Otherwise, with your unfathomable cultivation, why would you stay in our small Feng residence? I do indeed like Qingqing. Originally, the Beastman Kingdom did not send an envoy. It was I who wanted to come and see Qingqing. Mo Yuan spoke leisurely, his voice like a mountain spring cool, yet carrying a hint of tenderness. Feng Yinqing couldn't help but smile. Suddenly her foot was kicked, and she looked up to see Old Master Feng looking at her with displeasure. Old Master Feng straightened his face, trying to look imposing. However, my Qingqing is also very outstanding. Her marriage should be decided by her. Right now you are indeed the most excellent young man I've seen, but in due time, if Qingqing encounters others pursuing her, I hope you won't interfere with her decisions or cause her unnecessary troubles. Mo Yuan listened quietly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, yet he obediently nodded. I will respect Qingqing's decision, and then eliminate those who are in the way. All right, then you can stay. Do you have a courtyard to live in? Old Master Feng asked him. Feng Yinqing interjected. For now, he is living in my courtyard since mine is large and has many rooms. Old Master Feng immediately became unhappy. How can this be? A solitary man and woman? No way. At this moment, Xiao Jiu ran out from Feng Yinqing's space. Great-grandfather Old Master Feng's stern face immediately broke into a smile. Oh dear, how did our Xiao Jiu come out? Great-grandfather, I want to eat sugar-coated hawthorn. Can you take me to buy some? Xiao Jiu had a way of charming people instantly, making Old Master Feng's heart bloom with joy. Old Master Feng momentarily forgot that he had just been angry and turned to pull Xiao Jiu out the door, with Feng Zoming following suit. Feng Yinqing looked at Mo Yuan with a strange expression. How did Xiao Jiu come out? I didn't let him out. Feng Yinqing stamped her foot, snatched the teacup from Mo Yuan's hand, and drank it in one gulp. Mo Yuan raised an eyebrow at her, a slightly wicked smile playing on his lips. Feng Yinqing huffed. Just wait, one day my cultivation will surpass yours, and then it'll sever your connection with Xiao Jiu's divine sense. Mo Yuan looked at her with a doting expression. Yes, I look forward to that day. I'm going to cultivate now. She needed to work harder, and even harder. The breakthrough of Old Master Feng into the transformation realm further spurred the cultivation pace of the other three family heads. Now the entire imperial capital's cultivators were stirred by this atmosphere. Almost everyone without work was busy cultivating. The seemingly dilapidated Tianyin kingdom appeared to be a gigantic dragon about to rise. 10 days later, Feng Mansion's back mountain. Feng Yinqing exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes from her cultivation. Golden Core 9th stage. She struck the ground with a fist of spiritual power, instantly creating a large pit on the surface. Huff, not bad, but the lack of real combat makes my arms and legs feel stiff. Feng Yinqing stretched her shoulders and neck. 10 days have passed. I wonder if the three families have achieved transformation realm yet. Mother, why don't we go to the bottom of the soul-severing cliff to find some beasts to practice on? I want to fight them too, Xiao Jiu said, swinging her short legs into space. Let's discuss it in a few days. There are still things to do right now. Feng Yinqing entered the space first, soaked in a comfortable hot spring bath, and only after changing her clothes did she head to her courtyard. Meanwhile, in the Jialan Kingdom. In the Jialan Kingdom's palace, a snow-skinned girl lay flat on an ice bed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. She's awake. The princess is awake. A woman adorned in luxurious garments and jewels rushed over. Your Highness, open your eyes and look at your mother. The girl slowly lifted her eyelids and opened her eyes in a daze. What came into view was a beautiful woman, but with a golden hairpin on her head and dressed in bright yellow, she looked incredibly noble. Who are you? Yun Chushua widened her eyes, a look of fear flashing across her face. Yet at the same time, she felt a sense of familiarity from this woman. I am your mother. The Jialan Empress looked at Yun Chushua with tear-filled eyes, her affection almost spilling over. Mother, Yun Chushua asked seriously, then who am I? Seeing that she could still speak clearly, the Jialan Empress immediately smiled. You are the princess of my Jialan Kingdom. Yun Chukshu's eyes widened. Jialan Kingdom is a middle-tier kingdom, right? I am the princess of Jialan Kingdom. The Jialan Empress nodded. Yun Chukshu's eyes widened in surprise as she sat up excitedly and hugged the Empress. Mother, whoa, why did you leave me in that lower-tier country for so many years? She cried, heart-wrenchingly suppressing her grievances against the Empress. The Jialan Empress also wept, beginning to recount the past events to Yun Chushua. It turned out that over a decade ago, Jialan Kingdom was not yet a middle-tier kingdom. The then Jialan Emperor and Empress were merely an unremarkable prince and princess consort. They traveled together for over half a year, unaware that the Empress was about to give birth when they were pursued by other princes. Jialan Kingdom had an unwritten rule that whoever first bore the royal grandson would have the chance to be crowned as crown prince. Therefore, after spies reported that the Jialan Empress was pregnant, they sought opportunities to assassinate her. During their escape, the Jialan Empress gave birth to a daughter, but the child kept crying, causing the Jialan Emperor and Empress to be unable to shake off their pursuers. The Jialan Emperor made a ruthless decision, leaving their daughter with a beggar by the roadside and departing. That girl was Yun Chuxue, and the beggar took her to beg in Tianyin Kingdom, coincidentally encountering Feng Yunqing, who was out. Yun Chuxue suppressed the disappointment and resentment in her eyes, weakly leaning into the Jialan Empress' embrace. Mother, you must stand up for me. I was bullied in Tianyin Kingdom, and my spiritual root was even dug out. Don't worry, your father has already used the secret technique of Jialan to restore your spiritual root. Rest assured, whoever bullied you, your father, and I will stand up for you. As the Jialan Empress spoke, her beautiful face revealed a disharmonious fierceness and malevolence. Yun Chuxue cried out. It was Feng Yunqing, and the Empress of Tianyin Kingdom. The Jialan Empress gently stroked her head, soothing her softly. The Emperor and Empress of Tianyin Kingdom have already been killed by Elder Jialan Yue, and their royal bloodline is severed. But is the Feng Yunqing you mentioned the one who ranked first in the Xiaqinjian trial? Yun Chuxue nodded vigorously. That's her. She caused me so much suffering. The Jialan Empress said coldly. Good, now that the Tianyin Kingdom is headless, it is a great opportunity for our Jialan Kingdom to seize Tianyin Kingdom. I will go discuss this matter with your father right away. Yun Chuxue's eyes turned red as she quietly asked, if we capture Feng Yunqing, can we keep her alive so that I can take revenge myself? All right, I promise you should rest well first. Looking back at Tianyin Kingdom, the imperial capital was now engulfed in a frenzy. Following Old Master Feng, 3 soaring white lights lit up in succession. The 3 family heads, Zhao Qian and Sun, had all broken through to the transformation realm, and even the juniors and their families had all significantly advanced in rank. The streets were bustling with citizens, either mortals or those entering the Qi refinement stage with mixed spiritual roots. At this moment, they were all excitedly discussing. Great! Our Tianyin Kingdom has gained 4 transformation realm cultivators. Surely we can protect ourselves without the royal family. Do you know what's going on? Why did they suddenly ascend to the transformation realm? I suspect it has something to do with the Feng family. Old Master Feng was the first to break through to the transformation realm. Perhaps he found some method and informed the other family heads. Everyone boldly speculated on the reasons, yet none guessed correctly. After all, they had never even seen a second-tier alchemist in the imperial capital, let alone a 6th-tier alchemist. After the 3 family heads exited their seclusion, they rushed straight to Feng Mansion. Feng Yunqing sat beside Old Master Feng, with Mo Yuan beside her. Feng Yunqing wore a long moon-white dress, immaculate and ethereal, contrasting sharply with the black-clad Mo Yuan beside her. Now that you have all broken through to the transformation realm, I will continue to provide you with pills to help you quickly break through to the refining void stage. As soon as Feng Yunqing finished speaking, the people in the hall immediately began to express their gratitude. Feng Yunqing raised her hand. Don't rush to thank me, I still have something to say. Please, miss, go on. Now that the Tianyin Kingdom is headless, it is time for us to choose a ruler. After Feng Yunqing finished speaking in a calm voice, her cold, beautiful purple eyes swept indifferently across everyone in the hall. The hall fell silent, and everyone fell into deep thought. Do you have anyone in mind? The head of the Zhao family spoke first. Miss, I believe that for this selection of the monarch, we should choose someone whom the people of Tianyin Kingdom are willing to submit to rather than relying solely on our opinions. The head of the Qian family nodded. It must be someone we can trust, someone responsible and capable. The head of the Sun family looked thoughtfully at Feng Yunqing. Miss, if you are willing to publicly acknowledge your identity as a 6th-tier alchemist, I believe everyone would be willing to honor you as the emperor. However, Feng Yunqing gently shook her head. I do not wish to be an emperor. I still have to cultivate and refine pills, and I have no interest in managing state affairs. Everyone looked at her in unison. Then who do you think is suitable? Feng Yunqing leaned slightly against the back of her chair, her voice cool, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Why not let my grandfather be the monarch of Tianyin Kingdom? He has been a general of Tianyin Kingdom, guarding the borders for decades, and the people love and trust him. In this way, you would still be loyal to the Feng family. How about that? Upon hearing this, Old Master Feng felt a bit uncomfortable. Ching, how could a rough old man like me become an emperor? No, I refuse. Feng Yunqing gave him a sidelong glance. Then who do you want to take the position? Old Master Feng fell silent again. Indeed, in the current situation, he would not accept anyone as emperor. He had never accepted the Morong family before, but since the ancestor of the Morong family was the founding emperor, he could only harbor his discontent in silence. But now who was worthy to sit above him? He had also been a meritorious minister guarding the Tianyin Kingdom for decades. Who would dare to surpass him to become the emperor? Old Master Feng looked around at the people in the hall who were also watching him. Suddenly, he noticed Feng Zoming sitting to the side. Why not let my son be the emperor? We can help him protect the Tianyin Kingdom together. Feng Zongming was startled and hurriedly said, "Father, you mustn't say such things. I'm not even a golden core, yet I can't bear such a heavy responsibility." The head of the Zhao family nodded. "Although I think Zongming has good potential and will grow stronger in the future, looking at the present, your cultivation is the highest. You are at the first stage of transformation, and you are the most trusted by the people. Please do not refuse this responsibility." The head of the Qin family also said, "Exactly, at worst you can be emperor for now, and when Zongming grows up you can abdicate." The head of the Sun family looked this way, and that, "I think you all make sense." Feng Yinqing nodded, then it settled. "Please send someone to arrange for the repairs of the palace as soon as possible, and we will discuss the coronation matters once the palace is repaired." The three nodded repeatedly. All right. After saying this, they were about to leave when Feng Yinqing called them back. "Have you finished the gathering spirit pills from before?" The three felt a bit embarrassed and nodded. They finished the pills and had only just touched the barrier to advancement. Later, they had taken transformation pills. They had truly achieved transformation through the use of pills. Feng Yinqing waved her sleeve gently, and 3 bottles of pills appeared on the table. 6th-tier premium gathering spirit pills, 20 in each bottle. "Take them home with you," she said lightly, giving a few more instructions. "I will be out for a few days. If the younger generation at home finishes the pills, let them wait a bit. They should absorb spiritual energy through their own efforts. The younger ones should consume fewer pills to stabilize their foundations." The three nodded again, leaving joyfully with the pills. Once they were gone, old Master Feng immediately asked her, "Where are you going?" "To the bottom of the soul-severing cliff. I need practical training and cannot just refine pills behind closed doors." Feng Yinqing stood up. "It's getting late. I will set off today." Old Master Feng quickly stood up. "Qingqing, Grandpa will accompany you. The bottom of the soul-severing cliff is too dangerous." Feng Yinqing pouted slightly. "Grandpa, I'm going to train. If you go with me, what am I supposed to do?" "You should stay at home. That's what you should be doing." Feng Zongming also agreed. "Qingqing is right." "All right, Sai." Old Master Feng sighed heavily and sat down in disappointment. At this moment, Mo Yuan, who had been silent, spoke up. "I will accompany her. I won't let her get hurt." Feng Yinqing frowned slightly, her purple eyes shimmering with brilliance, questioning Mo Yuan with her gaze. "What are you doing? You'll hinder my training." Mo Yuan smiled faintly at her, but did not respond to her gaze. Old Master Feng felt relieved. All right, then you go together." Before leaving, Feng Yinqing distributed pills to the family members again and then went out with Mo Yuan. To facilitate communication with the Feng residents, Feng Wind was left at the Feng family. At the bottom of the soul-severing cliff, Feng Yinqing found herself surrounded by a group of demonic beasts. Several sturdy lion-tiger beasts were encircling her, all staring at her with drooling mouths. Feng Yinqing looked disdainfully at the drool dripping onto the ground, and with a wave of her palm she exclaimed, "Wipe your drool. It stinks." She struck fiercely, her hands cutting through the air. She directly beat those lion-tiger beasts back, each one lying on the ground, howling, with some even limping away. Feng Yinqing kicked one of the rolling lion-tiger beasts. "Hey, get up, stop playing dead." A woo. The response was a gaze filled with terror and a whimper of pleading. "Useless." Feng Yinqing was speechless. "I'll go find other beasts." The lion-tiger beasts hurriedly nodded. "Please hurry and leave. Don't cause us more trouble here." It had been a full 2 days. This female demon had been beating them for 2 whole days. The lion-tiger beasts were already few in number, and several had been beaten to death by her. It was truly terrifying. They were being tortured to death. Feng Yinqing walked through the dense forest with her hands behind her back, humming a tune. She had already surrounded the lion-tiger beasts. They were 5th-tier early-stage demonic beasts which she could suppress entirely, but she wondered if she could still defeat higher-tier 5th-tier beasts. Mo Yuan said that at the bottom of the soul-severing cliff, the highest tier was the 8th-tier golden-scaled flood dragon, which resided in the inner periphery of the forest, and its cultivation was comparable to a great ascension stage cultivator. Feng Yinqing shivered slightly, as she should avoid getting too close to the inner periphery. She was only at the 9th stage of golden core now, and if she encountered an 8th-tier golden-scaled flood dragon, her only option would be to flee. She wouldn't provoke such a monster. She was here to train, not just to run. As she walked, Feng Yinqing spotted someone lying under a tree, dead. Surely no one would be lying here sleeping. Feng Yinqing stood far away to take a look, and found he was still alive, but the sleeve on his arm had been torn off, revealing a severed arm beneath. She quickly walked over and shouted loudly from 2 meters away, "Hey, are you still alive? Wake up." Lying on the ground was an old man dressed in gray linen with many patches sewn onto it. Could it be that a beggar fell off the cliff? Just as she was about to approach to check on the beggar's injuries, she felt a formidable pressure rushing towards her. Feng Yunting hurriedly stepped back immediately, using the ancient pressure of Xiaojiu to resist this oppression. She looked at the old beggar who sat up, his wrinkled face flushed, his gaze still somewhat dazed, clearly having drunk too much. The old beggar, though muddled, gained a hint of clarity upon seeing Feng Yunting. "Why are you still here, little girl?" Feng Yunting warily regarded him and coldly asked, "Why can't I be here?" The old beggar scratched his head. "If I remember correctly, I just used my pressure to send you flying." "Why didn't you fly?" Feng Yunting's gaze turned cold. "You want to send me flying for no reason, and you think you are justified." The old beggar chuckled. "I was just drunk and sleeping here. I'm the kind of person who hates to be disturbed while sleeping, and it was just a reflex." Seeing his nonsensical demeanor, Feng Yunting's gaze shifted to his arm, which although no longer bleeding clearly had been broken not long ago. "Excuse me." Feng Yunting said nothing more and directly left from behind him. The old beggar did not follow her. After walking for a while, Feng Yunting saw a few human-faced spiders hunting ahead. A group of rabbits was surrounded by 5 gigantic human-faced spiders, and a massive spider web pinned them to the ground. Feng Yunting glanced at the group of rabbits. Each was quite large and undoubtedly plump and juicy. "Sorry, but I want these rabbits." She dashed out from behind the tree, holding an ice dagger. The human-faced spiders, startled by the sudden appearance of a human, immediately shot strands of silk at Feng Yunting. Feng Yunting watched the incoming silk strands and released a burst of ice blades from her palm, freezing the spider web in midair. The icy energy traveled along the silk towards the human-faced spiders. The human-faced spiders were not foolish. They immediately severed the silk and turned to attack Feng Yunting in unison. Strands of silk passed by her side, attempting to trap her. However, Feng Yunting was as agile as a fish, leaving afterimages as she darted across the ground. Seeing they could not trap her, the human-faced spiders grew anxious and pounced toward her. Feng Yunting smiled slightly. "So it's time for close combat." She pointed her toe to dodge the attack from the human-faced spider charging at her, landing on its head. Without hesitation, the ice dagger plunged down, directly stabbing out the eyes of the human-faced spider. Green spider blood splattered out, but was blocked by a barrier, preventing it from landing on Feng Yunting. "So stinky." Feng Yunting wrinkled her small face. "Hurry up and kill them. I still want to eat roasted rabbit meat." She stabbed out the other eye of the human-faced spider and then turned to the others. The human-faced spiders, now blind, flailed about like headless flies, their silk flying chaotically in the forest, while Feng Yunting led their silk to strike their companions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 5 human-faced spiders were entangled in their own web, their numerous spider legs thrashing about, making Feng Yunting feel somewhat uncomfortable. She rubbed her eyes, burned the web that bound the rabbits on the ground, and then summoned her with spiritual root to transform the grass below into vines, binding a few of the rabbits. "Not bad. Taking these back to roast for Mo Yuan will definitely taste great." She stored the rabbits in her space and turned to look at a large tree. "Have you seen enough?" A head poked out from behind the tree trunk with gray-white hair adorned with a few green leaves. The old beggar walked out with a smile. "Not bad, little girl. You can handle a 5th-grade human-faced spider with ease." Feng Yunting said indifferently, "What do you want from me?" He spoke while his murky eyes darted around Feng Yunting, and after a moment, he became interested. "Hey, little girl, what spiritual treasures do you have on you?" The old man was unable to see through her cultivation level, yet she could withstand his pressure. "You're not simple. I just followed you out of curiosity." Feng Yunting did not answer his question. "I'm just passing through here. I'm leaving now." As she spoke, she attempted to go around the tree he was leaning against, but the old beggar suddenly sprang up and blocked her path. Feng Yunting looked at the severed arm blocking her way, with a bite mark the size of a bull, blood and flesh showing a purplish hue, already showing signs of decay, looking particularly terrifying. The old beggar also reacted, glancing at his arm, and reluctantly withdrew his hand. He awkwardly scratched his head with his good right hand. "Little girl, what are you doing under this soul-severing cliff?" Feng Yunting took a step back, watching the grass clippings drifting down from the old beggar's head. She lightly coughed. "It has nothing to do with you." "How can it have nothing to do with me? You woke me up from my sleep. I have the right to know what you were doing here. What if you were sent by my enemy?" The old beggar hopped around, acting as if he was completely justified. Feng Yunting took a deep breath. It seemed that a scholar encountering a soldier was indeed a case where logic could not prevail. This old beggar had the strength of the 7th stage of tribulation transcendence, and he could crush her with just a finger. It was better to speak to him politely, as you saw earlier. "I'm here at the bottom of the soul-severing cliff for training. Besides, I don't know you." The old beggar's eyes darted around. "Now you know me. Do you know who I am?" Feng Yunting shook her head, then pointed to his arm. "I don't know who you are, but I know that your arm is poisoned. If you don't clear the toxins it really won't grow back." "What do you mean?" the old beggar exclaimed, suddenly staring wide-eyed at Feng Yunting. "Are you saying my arm can grow back?" Feng Yunting nodded. "Do you know what kind of beast bit off this arm?" Feng Yunting shook her head. How could she know? She wasn't there. "Then how dare you say it can grow back?" The old beggar snorted, looking at Feng Yunting as if she was ignorant. "You are already in the tribulation transcendent stage, yet you don't know about severed limbs regenerating." Feng Yunting slightly raised her eyebrows, her exquisite little face showing a look of how ignorant you are. The old beggar became interested. "What is severed limb regeneration? I've never heard of it." If it weren't for that 8th grade golden-scaled flood dragon's poison rotting my flesh and chewing my arm, I could have reattached it at the time. Just mentioning that stinky flood dragon makes me angry of it took one of my horns as if it were taking my life. The old beggar said angrily. Xuanyun was surprised that the old beggar in the tribulation transcendent stage had never fought that 8th grade golden-scaled flood dragon. However, she didn't ask much, instead asking the old beggar, "So who are you?" The old beggar, seeing the topic returned, quickly puffed out his chest. "I am a member of the Xuanyun Academy." Xuanyun Academy. Xuanyun recalled the regional introduction of the Xuanyun Continent, realizing that the central area was indeed the territory of Xuanyun Academy. The entire Xuanyun Continent is divided into 5 regions: east, west, south, north, and central, with Xuanyun Academy holding the leading position, occupying the most resource-rich central region. However, the other 4 regions did not dare to voice any objections, all eager to curry favor with Xuanyun Academy, each of them striving to send their children there. Xuanyun scrutinized the old beggar, her skepticism evident in her eyes. "You don't look the part." The old beggar grunted twice and pulled out a waist token from his bosom, saying, "Take a good look. This is the waist token of Xuanyun Academy." Xuanyun glanced at it and replied, "I don't recognize it." As she turned to leave, the old beggar jumped in front of her again, blocking her path. "Girl, is what you just said true? Can you really make my arm grow back?" His clouded eyes were filled with expectation, and his flushed face made him seem quite spirited. Xuanyun nodded. "That's right, I can make your arm grow back right now." The old beggar immediately extended his severed arm, saying, "Then hurry up, what are you waiting for?" "Why should I?" Xuanyun glanced at the arm, then back at the old beggar. "What do you want in return?" "Whatever you want. Whether it's a cultivation technique or rare treasures, I will help you find it," the old beggar proclaimed earnestly. Xuanyun lowered her gaze. She had to go to Xuanyun Academy. After all, it was the gathering place for many geniuses of the Xuanyun Continent. However, she had been busy enhancing the national strength of the Tianyan Kingdom and had not put this matter on her agenda. Moreover, she was unaware of the requirements for attending Xuanyun Academy, which she intended to inquire about later with Mo Yuan. Since this old beggar claimed to be from Xuanyun Academy, it should be easier for her to enter through him. "I want to enter Xuanyun Academy." Xuanyun raised her head, her purple eyes resolute, and her voice clear and melodious. The old beggar was taken aback. "You want to enter Xuanyun Academy? What? Can't you let me in?" Xuanyun looked at him suspiciously. "You can't possibly not be from Xuanyun Academy, right? How could that be? If I say you can enter, then you can enter." The old beggar exclaimed excitedly, then pulled out the previous waist token of Xuanyun Academy, saying, "Take this. As long as you have this, you can come and go freely from Xuanyun Academy. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Isn't this your waist token? How can it be useful for me?" Xuanyun took the jade token with suspicion. As she held it in her palm, she immediately felt the fluctuations of the formation within. The jade token was inscribed with Xuanyun Academy, and her identity engraved with the likeness of the old beggar, with a line of large characters below that read, "Unimpeded access." "So what do you think? Do you see those 4 words?" the old beggar said proudly. Xuanyun nodded. "Then I will accept it." The old beggar stopped her from putting away the jade token, saying, "Wait a moment. Are you having second thoughts?" The old beggar shook his head. "No. This waist token requires a suitable identity to use." "What identity?" "You need to become my disciple for the academy to recognize you. Otherwise, it's just a stolen jade token, and it won't count." Xuanyun pursed her lips, her indifferent purple eyes making the old beggar feel a bit uneasy. He continued, "Become my disciple. There are countless opportunities for training in various secret realms. You can also spar and compete with the academy's students. It's much more exciting than being down here on the cliff hunting demon beasts alone." Xuanyun turned to look at him, her enchanting phoenix eyes showing a hint of impatience. "Are you going to treat your arm or not? If not, I'm leaving." As she spoke, she tossed the jade token back into the old beggar's arms, saying, "Here, take it back." The old beggar's face showed an expression of surprise. After a moment, he trembled and said, You actually refuse to become my disciple. Do you know how many people on the Xuanyun Continent are fighting to become my disciples?" "I don't care about that," Xuanyun replied, not looking back as she left. The old beggar looked at his own arm, then at Xuanyun straight back as she walked away. He gritted his teeth and chased after her, saying, all right, no need to become my disciple. You help me heal my arm, and I will help you get this year's entrance examination jade token for the academy. We can discuss the disciple matter later." "Fine." Xuanyun stopped and turned around. This old beggar was quite powerful. Although becoming his disciple should not be a bad thing, she did not want to pledge herself without knowing him better. Once she gets to Xuanyun Academy and learns more about him, it won't be too late to decide. The two sat down on the spot, and Xuanyun took out a silver needle, surrounding the old beggar's large wound with a circle of needles. The old beggar asked question after question, filled with curiosity about her healing methods, but Xuanyun remained silent. Feng Yinqing began scraping the necrotic flesh with her ice blade dagger. The old beggar continued to ask, "Girl, what is your name? Who did you learn your medical skills from?" Feng Yinqing paused, her cold eyes lifting to look at him. "Don't disturb me. If I slip, I'm not responsible." The old beggar quickly shut his mouth. After dealing with the necrotic flesh, Feng Yinqing raised her hand and gathered the circle of silver needles using her spiritual energy. In an instant, purplured blood gushed out. The golden scale dragon is indeed vicious. "Look, old man's blood has turned purple." The old beggar cursed. Seeing the blood turn red, Feng Yinqing immediately began to insert needles again. The needle formation consumed her mental energy, especially the exposed tendons and bones from the severed arm, which required her to use the needle formation to suppress their rapid deterioration. Feng Yinqing set up 2 needle formations, her complexion slightly pale, as she controlled the spiritual energy around her, slowly absorbing it to replenish her strength. She placed her palm on the old beggar's shoulder, saying, "I will now infuse my spiritual energy into your tendons, so you must not reject it, just relax your body." The old beggar nodded. Feng Yinqing infused her spiritual energy into the old beggar's shoulder, gradually traveling along the tendons of his severed arm. She did not understand why the old beggar couldn't perform the regeneration technique, which should be simple for someone in the tribulation transcended stage. But she could. She silently recited an ancient incantation in her heart, and the spiritual energy flowing from her palm began to exhibit miraculous healing effects. The old beggar stared wide-eyed as he watched the severed part of his arm slowly heal, and then he saw his flesh and blood beginning to grow. This process felt as if countless ants were crawling inside his arm. He suppressed the intense itch and turned to look at Feng Yinqing. The girl had beads of fine sweat on her forehead, and her exquisitely pale face showed signs of paleness. When he turned to look at his arm again, it had already grown to his wrist. Moments later, the old beggar looked at his completely intact left hand, moved his fingers, and then clenched his fist. He cautiously used his divine sense to check his body. This girl actually did no harm at all. Feng Yinqing retracted her silver needles and extended her hand toward the old beggar. The old beggar looked at the small fair hand in front of him and asked, "What do you want?" "The jade token. Once you get the jade token for the entrance examination, it'll return yours to you." Feng Yinqing was not one to suffer silently, as she would not fully trust the old beggar without having some leverage. She stood up ready to leave, and the old beggar hurriedly got to his feet as well. Feng Yinqing looked him up and down. His appearance was quite amusing. His already tattered clothes had the sleeve of his left arm torn away from below the shoulder, revealing a dark arm, which suddenly turned pale and delicate as if it were that of an infant. Feng Yinqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The old beggar, confused, asked, "Am I that funny? By the way, where are you going now?" "I'm going to find my friend and eat roasted rabbit meat." Feng Yinqing crossed her arms and tilted her head at him. "Do you want to come along?" The old beggar nodded, feeling shy as he rubbed his belly. "I'd like to eat too." "Let's go then." Feng Yinqing did not refuse him and led him toward the cave where Mo Yuan was, where Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan were as well. They hadn't walked far when they stood before a bare mountain wall. "Where is it?" The old beggar looked around. Feng Yinqing pointed at the stone wall in front of her, saying, "Just follow me." As she stepped forward, her entire figure vanished from sight. The old beggar watched her disappear, astonished, his murky eyes wide with surprise. He had not noticed the illusion on the mountain wall. It seemed this girl was indeed extraordinary. He stepped forward and immediately sensed the powerful fluctuations of a formation accompanied by a formidable divine sense assessing him. With one step and he found himself in a wondrous realm. A huge luminous pearl illuminated the entire cave, with the ground covered in fur that looked like it was made from high-grade monster pelts. Sitting on the fur was a small boy and a black and white animal. "Mother is back." Xiao Jiao immediately rushed over and hugged Feng Yinqing's leg. Feng Yinqing patted his head, saying, "Good boy." The old beggar then turned to look elsewhere, spotting a soft couch in the shadows where a person lay. From the figure, he could tell it was a man, resting his head on one hand, his wide sleeves draping over the couch, with golden threads reflecting light. Upon seeing his face, the old beggar felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, as if his bones were about to shatter. "Mo Yuan." The girl's delighted voice rang out. The old beggar felt the pressure suddenly dissipate. He took a deep breath and obediently stood aside, saying nothing. Feng Yinqing retrieved a rabbit bound by vines and approached Mo Yuan, sitting by his side. "Get up quickly, I'll roast the rabbit for me." "Roast rabbit meat. Roast rabbit meat." Xiao Jiao echoed from the side. During their recent training at the bottom of the cliff, it was Feng Yinqing who hunted and brought the game back for Mo Yuan to cook. No matter the ingredients, Mo Yuan could turn them into a variety of delicious dishes. Although he rarely ate himself, he would always cook for Feng Yinqing. Following Feng Yinqing's pull, he grasped her hand and stood up. "All right." Meanwhile, the shadow beside them took the rabbit outside to skin and bleed it. Only then did Feng Yunqing introduce Mo Yuan, saying, "This is someone I met in the dense forest. He's from the Xuanyun Academy. I brought the old beggar here with the intention of letting Mo Yuan have a look. With Mo Yuan's unfathomable cultivation, the old beggar's ill intentions would surely be suppressed." Mo Yuan leaned against the couch, his sharp black eyes hidden in the shadows, scanning the old beggar. He responded indifferently. The old beggar exchanged glances with Feng Yunqing, prompting her to step closer. "What is it?" the old beggar asked cautiously. "Who is he?" Feng Yunqing shrugged. "He's my friend." The old beggar then asked her, "And who are you? Which country are you from?" Feng Yunqing casually took out a spirit fruit and handed it to him, saying, "I'm from the Tianyin Kingdom. My name is Feng Yunqing." The old beggar squinted at the spirit fruit in his hand, noting its vibrant color and rich spiritual energy. The name Feng Yunqing sounds somewhat familiar. The old beggar abruptly sat down on the ground and began to munch on the spirit fruit. After a while, he suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "I remember now. You are Feng Yunqing, the first place in the Xuanyun trial in the eastern region, right?" Feng Yunqing nodded. "How did you know?" "The central region is concerned about these matters." The old beggar chuckled. "I just came to the east not long ago. I only heard about it. I never expected to run into you here." The old beggar said with a grin, "I heard that you destroyed 4 illusions in the trial's secret realm, haha." Feng Yunqing awkwardly forced a smile. She wondered how many people this incident had spread to. Surely the entire upper-tier nation knew about it. "But you do have some skills. I'm really starting to think about taking you as my disciple," the old beggar said cheerfully. Mo Yuan cast a faint glance at him and turned to Feng Yunqing, saying, "I'm going out to roast meat." He vanished and appeared in front of the old beggar, towering over him as he looked down, then directly exited the cave. The old beggar, intimidated by his gaze, nearly dropped the spirit fruit he held. Xiaojiu ran to Feng Yunqing's side, saying, "Mother, hug me." "All right, you want to be hugged all day? When will you grow up?" Feng Yunqing helplessly picked Xiaojiu up, placing him on her knee while gently scratching his nose. Xiaojiu wrapped his arms around her neck, saying, "I don't want to grow up. I want to stick with Mother forever." Feng Yunqing pinched his little face. "All right, I'll do as you say." The old beggar, standing at a distance, interjected, "Girl, is this your son?" Feng Yunqing, not wanting to explain too much, simply nodded. "This." The old beggar began to gossip. "How old are you? How can you have such a big son?" 16. The old beggar's jaw nearly dropped. "This, unbelievable. Truly unheard of." Seeing his astonished expression and disbelief, Feng Yunqing cheerfully clarified, "Xiaojiu is my contracted beast." Only then did the old beggar let out a sigh of relief, saying, "I thought, how could you possibly give birth to such a large contracted beast?" He suddenly widened his eyes. "A divine beast? You haven't seen a divine beast?" Feng Yunqing asked. I've seen them, the old beggar replied, smiling at Feng Yunqing. "So what do you think? Would you consider taking me as your master?" Feng Yunqing waved her hand, saying, "Let's discuss this matter after I go to Xuanyun Academy." Before long, Lu Ying entered and respectfully said to Feng Yunqing, "Miss Feng, the roast meat is ready to eat." Excitedly, she picked up Xiaojiu and called out to Tuan, who was dozing nearby, "Tuan, come and eat meat." In the open space outside, Mo Yuan sat on a stool, with Feng Yunqing already seated beside him. The handsome and cold man carefully tore off a rabbit leg, saying, "Be careful, it's hot," as he handed it to the beautiful young girl beside him. This scene was truly pleasing to the eye. The old beggar watched for a while, rubbing his hands as he approached him. "Can I eat?" Go ahead, we can't finish all this." Feng Yunqing nodded at him. Tuan was also by the fire, holding a branch with its paws and munching on a juicy rabbit skewered on it. The old beggar quickly grabbed a branch and began to nibble happily. Just then a loud dragon roar echoed. Everyone looked up to see a gigantic black dragon appearing and disappearing in the clouds above. "What kind of dragon is that?" The old beggar stood up with wide eyes, still chewing on meat. Feng Yunqing also became vigilant, ready to put down the meat in her hand, but Mo Yuan held her wrist, saying, "Just eat." He then waved his hand towards the sky. In the next moment, the massive black dragon swooped down, transforming into a streak of white light midair. A man in black appeared before them. "Master." The man in black knelt on one knee upon landing. "Please return immediately." "All right." Mo Yuan nodded, not asking about the matter. Feng Yunqing quickly swallowed the meat in her mouth. "Where are you going?" "Back to the Beast Kingdom." Mo Yuan gently wiped his hand near her lips, his voice warm and pleasant. "Going back to handle some matters. I will be back soon." "Okay, then be careful." Feng Yunqing felt a bit reluctant. Xiaojiu also said sadly, "Daddy, come back quickly." "All right, wait for my return." After Mo Yuan said this, he transformed into a streak of white light. Lu Ying and the man in black bowed to Feng Yunqing before disappearing into white light. Feng Yunqing looked at the rabbit meat in her hand, suddenly losing her appetite. The old beggar was enjoying his meal, muttering, "Humph. Once I've had my fill, I'll go find that golden-scaled flood dragon for a reckoning." Feng Yinxing asked. I remember that the golden-scaled flood dragon is at the 8th rank. Why can't you defeat it? The old beggar raised his eyebrows, his voice booming. Of course I can defeat it. But considering its difficulty in cultivation and its imminent transformation into a dragon, I was being lenient. I wanted to borrow a horn from it, but it refused, and I didn't want to injure it, which is why it bit off my arm. What do you want its horn for? The old beggar grumbled. For a long time to refine weapons. The skin of a flood dragon is already a good material for crafting, and the horn that grows before it transforms into a dragon is even harder, making it an excellent material for crafting. Feng Yinxing rolled her eyes at him. It's about to become a dragon. If you cut off its horn, how will it transform? The old beggar slapped his thigh and shouted, that horn will grow back. Just let me borrow one and it won't be unable to transform. Feng Yinxing shook her head. This old beggar was truly childish, but he was somewhat serious, willing to spare the golden-scaled flood dragon, considering its difficult cultivation. If she hadn't met him, he would have lost an arm for nothing. This old beggar indeed had a bit of foolishness in him. What spirit weapon are you going to refine? Feng Yinxing took a bite of rabbit meat, wondering if she could think of other materials to replace the horn of the golden-scaled flood dragon. To craft armor, thinking of giving it to my future disciple, the old beggar said while sneakily glancing at Feng Yinxing. Feng Yinxing stared into the fire, deep in thought. After a while she raised her head. If it's for crafting armor, then the horn of the flood dragon is indeed an excellent material. The old beggar slapped his thigh. Exactly. Otherwise, why would I come to this eastern region? I specifically came here after hearing about the golden-scaled flood dragon about to transform. Feng Yinxing thought for a long time. However, I want that golden-scaled flood dragon. You want it? What do you want it for? The old beggar was puzzled. Don't you already have a divine beast? Feng Yinxing stood up. Don't worry about it. I just need to go in for a moment. You stay outside. The old beggar snorted and started nibbling on the rabbit meat. If you don't want to worry, then don't. A 16-year-old girl at most is a golden core. How could she possibly contend with an 8th-rank demon beast? In that case, wouldn't he have to step in to help? This way he could conveniently have her become his disciple. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it made him feel good. This girl has quite a bit of talent, looks pleasant, and has a divine beast. With such a disciple, wouldn't that make all those old fellows envious? Feng Yinxing took out the Xuanyun furnace and tossed a handful of spiritual herbs inside. In her previous life, she unexpectedly obtained a recipe for a pill that could help uncontracted demon beasts improve their cultivation. She had never used it in her past life. Now this was her first time refining it. If she could truly succeed in refining it, then the date for the golden-scaled flood dragon's transformation could be advanced. Feng Yinxing was refining pills in the cave while the old beggar was outside exchanging glances with Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan. You're called Xiao Jiao. Which Jiao? The old beggar looked at the delicate little boy, and a sense of being an elder suddenly surged over him. The Jiao from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Xiao Jiao was still munching on the rabbit meat, his little mouth covered in grease. I see. Then what kind of divine beast are you? The old beggar smiled, his eyes brimming with kindness. Xiao Jiao munched on the rabbit meat and grunted, I can't say. The old beggar chuckled, hey you little one, just like your mother, quite cautious. Finishing his bite of rabbit meat, he added, being cautious is a good thing, it's better than being deceived. Suddenly Xiao Jiao twitched his little nose. What's that smell? The old beggar sniffed the air, the smell of roasted meat, but why does it smell like pills? Xiao Jiao had already set down the rabbit meat, his eyes wide with excitement as he walked toward the cave entrance. So fragrant, so fragrant. Tuan Tuan was the same, running on all fours toward the entrance. The old beggar, unsure of what was happening, followed them inside. As soon as they entered, they saw the cave filled with dark clouds, shrouding even the luminous pearl. The old beggar stared wide-eyed at the currents of electricity within the dark clouds, then glanced down at the alchemy furnace and Feng Yinxing. Alchemy tribulation. Xiao Jiao hurriedly tugged at his clothes, placing a finger to his lips. Shoo. The old beggar fell silent, his gaze fervently fixed on Feng Yinxing. Feng Yinxing's profile was illuminated by the ethereal blue flames, her purple eyes fixed unwaveringly on the lid of the alchemy furnace. Suddenly the lid of the furnace burst open and 10 round pills flew out from within. Immediately 10 bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, landing squarely on the pills suspended in the air. Feng Yinxing gazed at the pills enveloped in electric light, her spiritual energy surging as she reached out to wrap around the 10 pills. The pills would face the alchemy tribulation, but the assistance of the alchemist was equally crucial. If the alchemist could not provide timely protection with spiritual energy during the tribulation, there was a significant chance the pills would explode. This step required the alchemist to possess a lightning spiritual root, enabling a perfect fusion with the lightning during the alchemy tribulation. This is also why few alchemists can refine top-tier pills. Lightning spiritual roots are extremely rare in this world, and those who possess them typically do not pursue alchemy, but rather exalt martial prowess. As the alchemy tribulation dissipated, the night pearl emitted a bright glow once more. Feng Yinqing looked at the 10 white pills in her hand, which bore faint pill patterns. Why are they white? Feng Yinqing held the pills somewhat puzzled. The old beggar quickly leaned in. What kind of pills are these? Why are they white? Are they waste pills? That shouldn't be the case. They've already faced the alchemy tribulation. They shouldn't be waste pills. He bombarded her with questions. Feng Yinqing shook her head. It's my first time refining. I don't know why they're white. Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled as he clung to Feng Yinqing's hand, saying, Mother, let me eat one. Feng Yinqing quickly withdrew her hand. No, we still don't know what these pills do. Xiao Jiu pouted, but they smell so good. I really want to eat one. Feng Yinqing looked at Xiao Jiu, then at the drooling Tuan Tuan beside them, and asked, Tuan Tuan, do you want to eat one too? Tuan Tuan quickly nodded enthusiastically. It seems these pills indeed have a strong allure for the beast. She stored the pills away. They'll go out and find a beast to test this on. The old beggar stopped her. Let me go, you're too slow. Feng Yinqing nodded. Thank you, just find one of first or second tier. The old beggar left the cave, and Feng Yinqing put away the Qianquan furnace. Before long, the old beggar returned, holding a second-tier steel-tooth rabbit. The rabbit trembled, looking at the crowd with a face full of despair. It had just come out to relieve itself, and how had it been caught by a human? If only it had done it at home. Feng Yinqing approached, opening her palm to reveal a plump, white pill. Do you want to eat this? The steel-toothed rabbit immediately widened its eyes. Zhi. It seems it wants to eat. Feng Yinqing nodded. Open your mouth. The rabbit promptly opened its mouth, and the white pill fell into it. Feng Yinqing said to the old beggar, let it go, it can't escape. With Xiao Jiu around, this little creature would likely be too frightened to move. The steel-toothed rabbit lay on the ground, its face full of ecstasy. Soon a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations erupted from its body. Feng Yinqing watched in astonishment as the rabbit's teeth gleamed and its cultivation level increased. From second-tier 5 stars, it directly transformed into second-tier 9 stars. Beasts have star levels in each phase ranging from 1 to 9 stars. The steel-toothed rabbit, dazed, scratched its ear. It excitedly pointed at itself, then at Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing asked, Are you saying that the pill just now increased your cultivation? The steel-toothed rabbit nodded vigorously. The old beggar scratched his head. How can this girl understand what it says? Only then did Feng Yinqing realize. It seemed she could indeed understand the language of beasts, whether it was the lion-tiger beast from a few days ago, or those humanoid spiders. She could comprehend their chaotic sounds. She still didn't know the reason. I don't know, I just suddenly could understand. Feng Yinqing said to the steel-toothed rabbit, You can go now. The steel-toothed rabbit bowed to her, then dashed out of the cave. Feng Yinqing looked at Xiao Jiu, who was full of desire, and helplessly pinched his little face. Not yet, you must listen. We don't know if there are any side effects from eating it. Xiao Jiu pouted. All right, I'll listen to mother. Feng Yinqing turned to the old beggar. Let's go, take me to see that golden scale flood dragon. The old beggar suddenly realized. You don't mean to help that golden scale flood dragon transform, do you? That's right, Feng Yinqing nodded. The old beggar was angry, crossing his arms and stamping his feet. I want to agree. I want to settle the score with it. You can't go. It's too dangerous there. That's true. If you can't even defeat it, then don't go. I'll go myself. Feng Yinqing pulled Xiao Jiu and headed out. Tuan Tuan, let's go. Hey. Wait for me. The old beggar chased after her. I told you it's very dangerous there. Don't go. How dangerous is it? I can't figure it out. How can you, in the tribulation transcendence phase, not defeat an 8th tier golden scale flood dragon? And you lost an arm? Feng Yinqing asked, voicing a long-standing doubt. The old beggar fell silent. After walking a distance, he finally spoke. The pool where the golden scale flood dragon stays has strange things in it. I could actually have taken one of its horns, but when a golden light suddenly shot out from the pool, it blinded me for a moment, causing me to lose my grip, and that's how my arm was bitten off by the golden scale flood dragon. The old beggar pointed to his eyes. When that golden light appeared, I felt a tightness in my chest and dizziness, causing me to lose my grip. That golden scale flood dragon is definitely hiding some treasure. Feng Yinqing frowned. It sounds like that golden light was mixed with some form of spiritual attack. Spiritual attack? Is there such a technique? The old beggar stroked his chin in thought, then turned to ask, Where did you little girl hear about this? I've never heard of it before. Feng Yinqing was exasperated by his questions. You have too many questions, I can't be bothered to answer. The old beggar huffed a wine gourd appearing in his hand and took a swig. If you don't want to say it, then don't. With Xiao Jiu around, Feng Yinqing quickly rode Tuan Tuan to the territory of the golden scale flood dragon. This was within a dense forest where towering trees grew their thick canopies blocking out the sun. Standing here, one could only see the sunlight filtering through the leaves' gaps, while other areas remained shrouded in darkness. A massive pool lay quietly in a clearing, or perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to it as a lake. Above the lake, the sky was clear with a few white clouds drifting by. A massive golden scale dragon head rested on the shore, basking in the sunlight with an air of enjoyment. Feng Yunting slightly raised her beautiful eyes and remarked, "It certainly knows how to enjoy itself. It lives up to its reputation as the overlord of the Cliff of Broken Souls." The golden-scaled dragon had long been aware of their presence. Upon hearing Feng Yunting speak, it merely lazily lifted its eyelids to cast a casual glance in her direction with its golden slit pupils. At that glance, its pupils slightly trembled, and it instantly raised its head. The entire lake surged with enormous waves due to its movement as a thick section of its body emerged from the water, with lake water cascading down its golden scales. A murderous intent gleamed in the eyes of the golden-scaled dragon, but this hostility was not directed at Feng Yunting, rather it was aimed at the old beggar beside her. With a hiss, the dragon flicked its tongue, revealing a massive blood-filled mouth, and roar. A wind laden with the scent of blood and decay rushed towards Feng Yunting and the others. Quickly, Feng Yunting formed a seal and conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy enveloping herself and Xiaojiu within it. The old beggar showed no disdain for the foul wind. He stood his ground, extending a finger and declaring, "Smelly dragon, what are you so proud of? Come at me again if you dare." His brazen demeanor incited the golden-scaled dragon's fury, which let out an even louder roar before unleashing a golden pillar of spiritual energy at the old beggar. The golden pillar of energy whizzed past the agile old beggar, creating a deep pit in the ground behind him. The lake's surface was violently disturbed as the dragon's tail thrashed in the water, demonstrating its anger. Roar! Another furious roar erupted, accompanied by a golden beam shooting towards the old beggar. Now is the time. Feng Yunting leapt into the air, sending a small white dot flying from her hand. The pill, infused with a rich medicinal fragrance, flew towards the golden-scaled dragon. Infuriated, it did not expect a strong scent to waft towards it. This aroma intoxicated it, making it unable to resist, inhaling deeply, even forgetting to close its mouth. The tiny pill flew directly into the dragon's massive mouth, instantly transforming into a wisp of cool smoke that slid down its throat. The golden-scaled dragon felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy flowing into its body. It suddenly realized what that woman had just fed it. It roared angrily at Feng Yunting, its golden slit pupils filled with even greater rage than when it had looked at the old beggar. What had that woman just made it consume? What if it was poison? It had been too careless. Damn woman! The golden-scaled dragon let out another roar and shot a beam of light towards Feng Yunting. The light orb within it was just beginning to coalesce when it suddenly stopped moving. Golden-scaled dragon. It crashed heavily into the lake, creating towering waves and splashing water everywhere. Submerged in the lake, the golden-scaled dragon revealed only its enormous head, eyes closed, already immersed in its advancement. Feng Yunting observed the dragon's cultivation level rise steadily from 8th rank 8 stars to 8th rank 9 stars, with an emerging trend of breaking through to the 9th rank. However, it was just shy of that final step, and the spiritual energy surging within it abruptly came to a halt. It opened its eyes, puzzled, glancing at its own body before looking down at the two horns atop its head reflected in the lake. These two small horns were a sign that it was on the verge of becoming a dragon, but now they appeared noticeably larger than before. Only then did Feng Yunting speak nonchalantly, "Golden-scaled dragon, did you enjoy the pill I just gave you?" The dragon flicked its tongue and then focused its gaze on the woman who had just fed it, flicking its tongue 2 more times. Feng Yunting nodded. "That's right, the pill I just gave you can help you advance rapidly." The golden-scaled dragon tilted its head and hissed. "Yes, I can understand your speech." Feng Yunting extended her hand, revealing 8 pills resting in her palm. "Look, I have plenty more. Do you want some?" The golden-scaled dragon opened its mouth, eagerly inhaling the medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. However, it warily watched Feng Yunting, not answering her question. Feng Yunting remained patient, saying, "If you like them, I can help you transform into a dragon, but I have a condition." Upon hearing that she could help it transform, the golden-scaled dragon immediately emerged from the water, its massive head towering over Feng Yunting, golden eyes brimming with anticipation. "If you agree to become my contract beast, then you will definitely transform into a dragon." After Feng Yunting spoke, the golden-scaled dragon became enraged, extending its tongue and opening its mouth wide at Feng Yunting. A foul wind blade surged towards Feng Yunting, yet she remained still. Xiaojiu appeared before her, extending her small hands as a barrier of ethereal blue flames formed in front of Feng Yunting. In response, the golden-scaled dragon seemed to sense a terrifying presence, its slit pupils widening and then contracting. It plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the lake with the splashes of water blocked by Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu's young face bore an intensity that was not typical of her, and a faint blue light flickered in her dark eyes. "If you dare to roar at my mother again, I'll skin you alive and rip off your horns. You'll never transform into a dragon in this lifetime." The golden-scaled dragon trembled as it surfaced, its enormous serpent eyes filled with fear. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure bore down on it, making it struggle to breathe, as it seemed to glimpse a bloody and cruel inferno with the wails of various spirits echoing in its ears, causing its scales to tremble uncontrollably. Xuanyun gently stroked Xiaojiu's head and addressed the golden-scaled dragon. Can you transform into a dragon at the 9th rank? The dragon was terrified and curled up in the water, afraid to surface. The old beggar approached from the side, offering an explanation. For a dragon to transform, it generally needs to reach the pinnacle of 9th rank 9 stars, but the Xuanyun Continent hasn't seen a true dragon transformation in ages. Many dragons, despite growing horns, failed to withstand the tribulation during their transformation and were reduced to ashes. He leaned closer to Xuanyun and whispered, so I think it won't be able to transform. It would be better to take its horns for my crafting, lest it be struck into ashes, wasting such precious golden scales. Xuanyun furrowed her brows, slightly surprised to learn that the Xuanyun Continent had not seen a dragon transformation in so long. It seemed these dragons simply hadn't practiced hard enough, or otherwise they could easily withstand the 9 tribulations. Xuanyun raised her hand towards the golden-scaled dragon. Come out or I won't kill you. Hearing her words, the golden-scaled dragon cautiously emerged, peeking its head above the water. Do you want to transform into a dragon? The golden-scaled dragon stole a glance at Xiaojiu and quickly nodded its massive head. Xuanyun nodded with satisfaction. Since you want to, then follow me. I have a way to help you withstand the thunder tribulation. If you still cannot transform into a dragon, then you can only blame yourself for being useless. The golden-scaled flood dragon let out 2 excited cries. When I say I have a way to help you withstand the thunder tribulation, I truly mean it. Xuanyun said as a current of electricity flowed from her hands. The current flew towards the lake where the golden-scaled flood dragon was curled up, and as the lightning entered the water, it immediately transformed into thousands of sparkling electric points. The golden-scaled flood dragon felt a slight sting as its scales were electrocuted, and with a cry it flew out of the water. Its massive body coiled on the shore, yet its posture was quite humble. Xuanyun looked at it, her beautiful eyes filled with confidence. So how is it? Do you believe me now? The golden-scaled flood dragon nodded repeatedly. How could it dare not to believe? If it dared to shake its head, that big brother might just skin it alive and pull out its horns. Xuanyun nodded with satisfaction. Good, then come back with me. As she spoke, she casually tossed a pill into the golden-scaled flood dragon's mouth. Eat this. The golden-scaled flood dragon could not resist the alluring fragrance of the pill and instinctively opened its mouth. After closing its mouth, it noticed that the big brother was glaring at it with resentment, as if it had committed some unforgivable mistake. By the heavens! It had done nothing at all. Xiaojiu, you did nothing. You ate 2 of mother's pills. I haven't eaten even 1. Golden-scaled flood dragon, what a huge pot. Xuanyun patted Xiaojiu's head with satisfaction. If I had known your words would be so effective, I wouldn't have had to refine this pill. I could have just captured it and been done with it. She truly did not expect that Xiaojiu would be able to intimidate this 8th-tier golden-scaled flood dragon. She thought this golden-scaled flood dragon would have some backbone and resist her, but instead she had to use pills to coax it gently. The golden-scaled flood dragon consumed the pill and fell into the process of ascension. It coiled its massive body, lifting its large head high, while the surrounding golden spiritual energy surged towards it madly. The old beggar took a sip of alcohol. It's about to ascend to the 9th tier. A gust of wind rustled through the dense forest, and a powerful vortex of spiritual energy gathered around the golden-scaled flood dragon, protecting it firmly within. Xuanyun sensed the movements around her with her divine sense, noticing that many inner beasts began to flee, all scrambling towards the edges of the inner area. As time passed, the golden-scaled flood dragon's ascension came to an end. Xuanyun nodded with satisfaction. 9th tier 1 star, it seems your cultivation talent is quite good. You went from 8th tier 8 stars to 9th tier 1 star after eating 2 pills. She took a step forward, but the golden-scaled flood dragon shrank back its head in fear. Don't be afraid, let me check your condition. Xuanyun continued to walk forward, showing no fear of the golden-scaled flood dragon, which was larger than herself. Xiaojiu huffed. Did you not hear me say not to move? The golden-scaled flood dragon immediately obediently lowered its head. Xuanyun extended her hand to cover the golden-scaled flood dragon's head, using her spiritual power to probe into its body, checking it with her illusionary world eye. Although this pill had miraculous effects, she felt that it should not be consumed excessively, whether for humans or beasts. Pills are merely aids. Relying solely on pills for ascension is impossible. Indeed, after examining the golden-scaled flood dragon from head to tail, she found that its meridians were filled to the brim, saturated with potent medicinal power and spiritual energy, yet to be converted and absorbed. It seems that 8th-tier beasts reach their limit after consuming 2 pills. Surely that steel-toothed rabbit would explode if it ate 2. Feng Yinqing patted the golden-scaled flood dragon's head and gently stroked its small horns. Indeed, ninth tier is different. Even the dragon horns have grown larger. Upon hearing the words dragon horns, the golden-scaled flood dragon became quite excited. It waved its tail energetically, showing extra friendliness towards Feng Yinqing. Which dragon does not enjoy being referred to as a dragon? Hehe. Feng Yinqing was just about to store the golden-scaled flood dragon in her ring space when unexpectedly the old beggar said, "Ask it what treasures are hidden in that lake. I must smash that treasure into pieces." The golden-scaled flood dragon ignored the old beggar's words, narrowing its golden vertically slit eyes to stare at Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing looked down at the golden-scaled flood dragon. "What is in the lake?" The golden-scaled flood dragon suddenly froze. Feng Yinqing could clearly sense its rigidity as she narrowed her purple eyes. "What is it?" "Can't even I say." The golden-scaled flood dragon hurriedly shook its head, tapping the lake's surface with its tail. "Hiss hiss." Feng Yinqing pointed at herself. "Are you asking me to go down and get it?" "No way." Xiao Jiu immediately said, "I'll go." The old beggar, however, said, "I'll go. I want to smash it to pieces." Feng Yinqing looked at them and calmly said, "I'll go." Xiao Jiu grabbed her hand, his big round eyes full of worry. "Mother, don't worry, just stay outside and watch over the golden-scaled flood dragon." Feng Yinqing patted his fluffy little head. She definitely could not let Xiao Jiu go down, as she couldn't bear to let her little one take such a risk. The old beggar couldn't go either. He had already been hurt by the golden light of that thing before, and letting him go again would probably yield the same result. Feng Yinqing walked to the shore, took a deep breath, and jumped into the water. Cultivators can hold their breath for extended periods underwater. Moreover, now that she had reached the 9th tier of golden core, she could hold her breath underwater for up to 12 hours. She sank into the water, yet her eyes could still clearly see the scenery in the lake. The water was tangled with aquatic plants, and aside from some shiny crystals and luminous pearls, there were also many oddly shaped gems. Snakes also enjoy collecting treasures, especially shiny things. Feng Yinqing naturally reached out her palm to collect those items into her ring space. Why not take it? After all, the golden-scaled flood dragon was going to follow her, so it was better for her to take them than leave them for others. Feng Yinqing rummaged around underwater for a long time, but did not sense any fluctuations from spiritual artifacts. She believed the old beggar's words, so she searched the lake again for a long time, but still found nothing. Feng Yinqing emerged from the water, soaring above the lake surface. As she landed, her hair and clothes had already dried. The old beggar praised her. "Not bad, girl. You've even learned the cleansing technique." Feng Yinqing flicked a strand of hair behind her, shaking her head at the old beggar. "All I saw down there were a pile of spirit stones and shiny gems. I didn't find the spiritual artifact you mentioned at all." "How is that possible? It clearly helped the golden-scaled flood dragon attack me." The old beggar glared, exasperated. "Could it be that you didn't find it?" "I'll go down again to look." Feng Yinqing grabbed his sleeve. "Don't go, there's nothing down there." "I'll ask the golden-scaled flood dragon again." She turned to the golden-scaled flood dragon, which was trembling under Xiao Jiu's glare. What was it that attacked it last time? The golden-scaled dragon shook its head, indicating that it too did not know. The golden-scaled dragon nodded, then shook its head again. It had hidden many treasures, but truly none that could harm others. Its little treasures were all shiny and harmless. Feng Yinqing sighed. "I didn't ask about those spirit stones. I asked about spiritual weapons. Do you know what those are? Haven't you ever been attacked by a spiritual weapon?" The golden-scaled dragon nodded. It had indeed been struck by many people's spiritual weapons. "Then did you hide any?" The golden-scaled dragon hung its head in grievance, shaking it vigorously. Feng Yinqing clicked her tongue, looking at the old beggar. "Look at it, it clearly hasn't hidden anything. Perhaps that thing could only attack once, and has likely destroyed itself by now. It may not even know it was a spiritual weapon." The old beggar snorted. All right, I'm magnanimous. I won't argue with a mere beast." Feng Yinqing immediately countered. "Don't call it a beast again. Oh, it's going to be my contractual beast." The old beggar was so angry that his lips trembled, and after a long while he managed to spit out a single word, "Fine." Feng Yinqing placed the golden-scaled dragon into her ring space, also letting Xiao Jiu enter to supervise it to prevent it from running around and trampling the spirit plants scattered all over the place. Looking at the sky, she noticed it was getting dark. Feng Yinqing sat on her mount, returned to the cave. Once they arrived back at the cave, Feng Yinqing discussed with the old beggar and prepared to return to Feng Manor. At present, getting the golden-scaled dragon to recognize its master was the most important task. Feng Yinqing gathered the items in the cave into the space and casually broke the illusion covering the cave entrance, revealing the dark cave mouth. The old beggar approached. "Did you set this illusion?" "Yes," Feng Yinqing nodded. She mounted her mount. "Let's go." The old beggar blocked the way in front of the mount. "Girl, I'm going home with you." Feng Yinqing assessed him. "Why are you not going to Xuanyun Academy to get my enrollment badge? What are you doing coming home with me?" The old beggar chuckled. "The enrollment exam is still a month away. No rush." Feng Yunting pondered for a moment and said, "All right, you can come home with me, but let me make it clear you are not allowed to harm anyone with your tribulation transcendence cultivation. Otherwise, forget about being my disciple." Sure. I promise I won't harm anyone," the old beggar immediately assured. It seemed that the matter of becoming a disciple was promising. The old beggar could not ride the mount, so he took out a flying artifact, which was the gourd he had used to drink before. The gourd floated in the air, gradually enlarging, and he sat on it, maintaining the same speed as Feng Yunting. The mount moved swiftly, stirring up a whirlwind through the dense forest. The old beggar's gourd was also not slow, keeping pace beside Feng Yunting, even chatting with her. "Girl, how can you tell my cultivation level? Why can't I see yours?" Feng Yunting squinted, gripping the soft hair around her mount's neck with one hand. "I have my methods, don't ask, don't pry." All right, you clever girl." In the streets of the imperial capital, Feng Yunting slowed down her mount, while the old beggar ran alongside. Currently, the fact that Feng Yunting had two contractual beasts was no longer a secret, and the common people willingly made way for her. Feng Yunting brought the old beggar to the entrance of Feng Manor. As the servant opened the door, he quickly bowed respectfully and let them in. When the old beggar entered, the servant frowned. "Who are you?" Feng Yunting turned back. "Let him in." Only then did the old beggar swagger in his eyes, scanning the surroundings as he clicked his tongue. "This pavilion, the waterside pavilions, the rockeries, and ponds, they are all well constructed." Feng Yunting halted and looked at him. "Walk faster." She was eager to see her grandfather and needed to quickly share this good news with him. The old beggar hurried to catch up, following Feng Yunting all the way to the Crane Pine courtyard. Old Master Feng was currently cultivating. He spent all his spare time on his training and didn't want to stop. Feng Yunting gently knocked on the door. "Grandpa." After a short while, Old Master Feng opened the door. Without looking at him, his voice came out. "Ching, you're finally back." He pulled the door open wide, looking at his granddaughter standing before him, his affection for her unmasked. Soon after, he noticed the scruffy old beggar standing behind Feng Yunting. The old beggar looked at Old Master Feng with an inscrutable expression, slightly lifting his chin as a form of greeting. Old Master Feng noticed that he could not see through the beggar's cultivation and quietly asked Feng Yunting, Ching, who is he? Why do you keep bringing beggars home? What if it turns out like last time?" Before Feng Yunting could respond, the old beggar, having high cultivation and keen ears, jumped up and exclaimed, "Who are you calling a beggar? You young one, how can you speak to your elders like that?" Old Master Feng indeed looked younger and had lower cultivation than the old beggar. The old beggar felt that his address was quite accurate. Old Master Feng glared at him, his voice booming. "Who are you? You certainly don't look like a beggar." Both of them were red in the face and arguing back and forth, with Feng Yunting standing in the middle. She found it really noisy. She raised her hand. Stop. Don't argue. It's hurting my ears." Both of them immediately shut their mouths. Old Master Feng quickly asked her, "Which ear hurts?" "Did he yell at you?" The old beggar was equally unyielding. "Definitely not. You yelled the loudest." Feng Yunting hurriedly interrupted. "It's nothing, you just stop arguing, I have something to say." She first introduced the old beggar. "This old beggar claims to be from Xuanyun Academy. I checked his identity badge, and it doesn't seem fake. His cultivation is also at the 7th stage of tribulation transcendence, so his identity should be genuine." Upon hearing that the old beggar was from Xuanyun Academy, Old Master Feng finally softened his attitude a bit. "So he's not a beggar. I thought he might be another scheming beggar." "Why do you have such a big prejudice against beggars?" the old beggar huffed. As soon as Old Master Feng mentioned this, he opened up. "Let me tell you. When Ching was little, she went out to play and brought back a little beggar. Who would have thought that little beggar was an ungrateful wolf?" After babbling, by the time Old Master Feng had finished all his stories, he and the old beggar were already sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, finishing off a jug of wine. The old beggar listened, feeling quite indignant. He slammed his thigh and said in a rough voice, "Yin Chu Shua is it? When I meet her, I must take revenge for my disciple." Old Master Feng set down his wine cup. "Disciple? It's still uncertain. This girl hasn't agreed yet." The old beggar scratched his head, awkwardly glancing at Feng Yunting beside him. Feng Yunting's face was cold. "Are you two done chatting?" Old Master Feng chuckled. It's done. Ching, are you hungry?" The old beggar quickly chimed in. Yes, look how dark it is. It's time for dinner." "What are we eating? I have something important to discuss." Feng Yunting snorted. "Grandpa, I found a contract beast for you. It's quite impressive." Old Master Feng's eyes widened. Instantly his brows raised. "You found one for me?" Feng Yunting nodded. No need. I don't need a contract beast. You can contract it yourself." Old Master Feng waved his hands repeatedly. Feng Yunting shook her head. "I already have Xiao Jiao and Tuan, so I don't need to contract another one." Old Master Feng pondered for a moment. "Then why not give it to your little uncle? He really needs a contract beast right now." Feng Yunting shook her head. "No, this contract beast is at the 9th rank. I'm afraid your little uncle's cultivation might make it dissatisfied. They'll look for a more suitable contract beast for him later." Although the golden-scaled flood dragon fears Xiaojiu, if it were to contract with a foundation establishment cultivator, it would surely be displeased and might even become disobedient. Beasts have their own pride. Moreover, Feng Yinxing felt that it would be better to enhance Old Master Feng's combat power, first allowing him to intimidate everyone on his own rather than dispersing that power and making everyone just mediocre. Upon hearing this, Old Master Feng's beard trembled 3 times, 9th rank. You caught it. Were you hurt? He quickly pulled Feng Yinxing's arm, urging her to turn around in place. Seeing Feng Yinxing unscathed, he finally felt relieved. It's good if you're fine. How could you do something so dangerous? I don't need a contract beast. Oh, why would you take that risk? Feng Yinxing displayed a charming smile, recounting her process of capturing the golden-scaled flood dragon. Don't worry, Xiaojiu is really powerful. I hardly did anything. Old Master Feng hurriedly asked, where's Xiaojiu? Why isn't he here? Feng Yinxing replied, Xiaojiu is currently watching it in the space. Let's go to the back mountain now. Once you contract with the golden-scaled flood dragon, Xiaojiu will be able to come out. Alright, let's go. Old Master Feng asked again, should we call your little uncle over too? Feng Yinxing nodded, that's fine. Yuexiang, go and fetch my little uncle. Yuexiang, having heard that Feng Yinxing had returned, came over, while Old Master Feng and the old beggar were arguing quietly, standing to one side. Yuexiang nodded and quickly left the courtyard. Feng Yinxing watched her departing figure, feeling quite pleased. After all, Yuexiang had now reached the 3rd rank of foundation establishment. She didn't make Yuexiang swear an oath against inner demons because she trusted her. If Yuexiang were to swear such an oath, it would surely chill her heart. However, after learning that everyone else had sworn such oaths, Yuexiang unexpectedly took the initiative to swear. She said, as a servant I will follow my lady for life, so I willingly swear to prove my loyalty. It would be a lie to say Feng Yinxing wasn't moved. Her eyes turned red with emotion. Soon Old Master Feng and others went to the back mountain, and not long after Feng Zongming and Yuexiang also arrived. The 3 elders were in closed-door cultivation, so Feng Yinxing did not disturb them. In the back mountain, Feng Yinxing raised her hand and released the golden-scaled flood dragon, with Xiaojiu appearing on its forehead. Feng Yinxing quickly waved to Xiaojiu, come here quickly. Old Master Feng smiled and stretched out his hands towards Xiaojiu. Come to your great-grandfather here. The golden-scaled flood dragon quickly lowered its head, allowing Xiaojiu to climb down from its head. It timidly looked at Feng Yinxing and flicked its tongue. This action made Yuexiang, who was beside them, a bit frightened. Miss, I'm afraid of snakes. Feng Yinxing patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid, it's not a snake, it's a dragon. Upon hearing Feng Yinxing call it a dragon, the golden-scaled flood dragon immediately raised its head, happily flicking its tongue. Old Master Feng observed the large golden-scaled flood dragon, noticing the 2 horns on its head. It indeed resembles a dragon. Feng Yinxing approached and stroked the golden-scaled flood dragon's head, saying to Old Master Feng, Grandpa, you come over now. Old Master Feng put down Xiaojiu and strode over. The golden-scaled flood dragon scrutinized the approaching elder with some reluctance, yet dared not show it. It had just attained the transformation stage, which only ranked it at the 5th tier among beasts. It felt quite aggrieved to contract with this 5th tier being. The hint of disappointment in the golden-scaled flood dragon's eyes was noticed by Feng Yinxing, who tapped its hard head. This is my grandpa. He will become even more powerful in the future. The golden-scaled flood dragon quickly nodded, its eyes no longer daring to display discontent. Old Master Feng tried to reach out and touch the golden-scaled flood dragon's head. It seems unwilling. How about we forget it? Xiaojiu rushed over and kicked the golden-scaled flood dragon's body. Speak. Are you willing or not? The little creature glared at the golden-scaled flood dragon, its large eyes filled with fierce determination. The golden-scaled flood dragon hurriedly nodded, its head nearly flying off. What a misfortune. It shouldn't have stayed at the Broken Soul Cliff. It should be roaming the world. Feng Yinxing held Old Master Feng's hand. Grandpa, give it some of your blood. At this moment, the golden-scaled flood dragon was quite proactive, directly extending its head over. It brushed its tongue against Old Master Feng's palm, breaking his skin instantly. The blood bead was rolled back into the golden-scaled flood dragon's mouth by its tongue. In an instant, a massive formation appeared beneath Old Master Feng and the golden-scaled flood dragon. The ancient and complex formation flickered continuously, enveloping them in dazzling white light. Feng Yinxing smiled faintly, watching this scene with satisfaction. The golden-scaled flood dragon was a wild beast. Even without her, other powerful beings would emerge. A golden-scaled flood dragon on the verge of transforming into a dragon would surely be in high demand, with many cultivators wanting to contract it. Yet those people might not be as good as her grandpa. After all, grandpa is an upright person who will definitely take great care of the golden-scaled flood dragon. Moreover, with her around, when the golden-scaled flood dragon transcends the tribulation to transform, she would definitely help it, ensuring it doesn't turn to ash. Once the contract ended, the white light gradually dissipated, and the golden-scaled flood dragon vanished from the spot. Old Master Feng, however, sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy around him was agitated, and he was rapidly absorbing it. Has father advanced? Feng Zoming inquired. Feng Yinxing nodded. The cultivation of the golden-scaled flood dragon is significantly higher than Grandpa's, so contracting it could help Grandpa elevate his cultivation a bit. As for how much it would increase, she wasn't certain. The group stood quietly to the side, and nearly half an hour passed before the spiritual energy around Old Master Feng ceased its agitation. Old Master Feng opened his eyes, his tiger-like gaze sharper than ever. He exclaimed in excitement, I actually advanced 3 tiers. I am now at the 4th tier of transformation. Feng Yinxing was the first to clap and cheer. Great. I'm so happy. Feng Zoming followed suit, clapping happily as well. Old Master Feng chuckled and waved his hand, releasing the golden-scaled flood dragon. At this moment, the golden-scaled flood dragon looked rather adorable. The golden-scaled serpent now measured only the size of a palm, coiled in the palm of Old Master Feng. Old Master Feng gently tapped its head, his eyes filled with affection. Looking at it this way, it's not so ferocious after all. You must protect my grandfather well from now on, do you understand? Feng Yinxing leaned closer to the golden-scaled serpent and said. With the contract concluded, it was now deep into the night, and everyone returned to their respective courtyards. The old beggar had nowhere to go, so he followed Old Master Feng to his courtyard. Feng Yinxing entered the room, and Xuanyun said, Miss, I will go heat some water for you and prepare for your bath. There's no need for that from now on. Let's skip the bathing. You can have more time to cultivate. Feng Yinxing held her hand. Hurry and focus on your cultivation. There's no need to stay here to take care of me. But I haven't served you for a long time. Xuanyun frowned. Feng Yinxing smiled. I treat you like my own sister. Why are you always thinking about serving me? I am not worthy of such a title. Xuanyun quickly shook her head. I say you are my sister, so you are worthy of it. Feng Yinxing disagreed with her viewpoint. You should work hard on your cultivation. There will be many days in the future for you to be by my side. Xuanyun's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded vigorously. After Xuanyun left, Feng Yinxing eagerly entered the space. She stood among a pile of glittering treasures, and the eyes of all 3 of them were dazzled. Feng Yinxing looked at the treasures scattered around and said to the 2 beasts, You 2 help me pick out the spirit stones. Xiao Jiao and Tuan nodded in unison, agreeing. All right. Feng Yinxing began to pick up the spirit stones. Among them, besides spirit stones, there were also some useful materials for refining tools, which she would select herself. The 3 of them worked with clear roles, each focused on their tasks. However, Feng Yinxing discovered a large green stone while selecting materials. The stone was substantial, and she couldn't quite determine its material. She reached out and tapped it. It felt hard and had a texture similar to stone. Mother, we've finished picking. Xiao Jiao's excited voice came over. Feng Yinxing turned to look and saw a large pile of spirit stones at Xiao Jiao's place, both middle grade and low grade. She waved at them. Come here. Tuan ran quickly, being the first to reach Feng Yinxing. Feng Yinxing stretched out her hand, palm up, revealing 2 round white pills resting on her hand. She smiled as she patted Tuan's head and pinched Xiao Jiao's little face. As a reward, these are for you. Eat up. Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed the pills and popped them into his mouth, and Tuan was equally swift. Xiao Jiao squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Delicious, delicious. Tuan excitedly let out a couple of howls. Delicious. Woof woof. Feng Yinxing carefully observed their physical conditions. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Xiao Jiao shook his head, saying, No, I feel so good. Tuan, rubbing his belly while lying on the ground, exclaimed, So comfortable, I feel full of power. Do you feel like you are about to advance? Feng Yinxing asked expectantly. Both beasts shook their heads, and Xiao Jiao clenched his fists. I just feel like I have endless energy. At that moment, Tuan said, I think I. As it spoke, it closed its eyes, and its whole body emitted a dazzling white light. Feng Yinxing looked at it anxiously, worried it might feel unwell. When the white light faded, Tuan had vanished, replaced by a little girl sitting cross-legged. She had 2 little buns on her head and wore a black and white dress. The white top gradually transitioned into a black skirt. At this moment, she was still with her eyes closed, undergoing advancement, her cute little face devoid of expression. After a long while, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her finally ceased. Feng Yinxing tentatively called out, Tuan. The little girl opened her eyes, her large black pupils round and shiny, utterly adorable. Master. Tuan stood up from the ground and immediately pounced towards Feng Yinxing. Feng Yinxing hugged her soft little body, poking her face with her hand. I didn't expect our Tuan to turn out to be such a little beauty. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with affection. Xiao Jiao reached out to pinch the little buns on Tuan's head. From now on, you are my little sister. I will protect you. Tuan nodded. Xiao Jiao Gige is so nice. Feng Yinxing embraced both little ones. Yes, you are the brother, and you must take good care of your sister. Tuan is just transformed into human form, so you must protect her well. Of course. Xiaojiu patted his chest. I will not only protect my mother. I will also take good care of my sister. Feng Yinqing looked at Tuan, her heart filled with joy. Our Tuan is also a divine beast. Previously, when she contracted with Tuan in the secret realm, Tuan had no cultivation. What she knew was that Tuan could grow and had a speed comparable to magical tools. However, just now Tuan had actually transformed into human form and directly advanced from Qi induction to nascent soul 9th stage, equaling Xiaojiu's level. Feng Yinqing stroked her chin thoughtfully. It seems that the pill is of no use to Xiaojiu, probably because you were contracted to me right after you were born. But Tuan is different, therefore it has a significant effect on her. Feng Yinqing took out another pill. Tuan, eat another one, and see if you will advance again. Tuan opened her little mouth to eat the pill, but showed no signs of advancing. Feng Yinqing held Tuan's little hand, inspecting her all around. It's strange, but it was clearly useful just now. Tuan's little face was flushed. Master, I can't eat anymore. I feel full of power and want to fight with someone. I understand now. This pill can quickly replenish your spiritual energy. It's a powerful boost during battles. Feng Yinqing suddenly realized the fundamental function of this pill. Not only can it elevate the rank of demonic beasts, but it can also serve as a spiritual energy supplement for divine beasts. Xiaojiu and Tuan discussed for a moment, and the two little ones began to spar in the space, jumping around on that top-grade spiritual vein. Feng Yinqing cautioned, be careful, don't damage the spiritual plants. After saying that, she exited the space. She had also reached the peak of Golden Core 9th stage, always showing signs of a breakthrough, as she just wanted to consolidate her foundation a bit more before hastening her advancement. Now it was almost time for her to break through. She went to the back mountain and began to enter a state of cultivation. When a vortex of spiritual energy gathered around her, the old beggar was the first to rush to the back mountain. Who was causing trouble here? The old beggar stood at the entrance of the back mountain, hands on his hips, shouting angrily. Feng Yinqing was at a critical moment of advancement and had no time to pay attention to him. The old beggar looked at the increasingly thick dark clouds above and was shocked, his jaw nearly dropping. Just then, old Master Feng arrived. This is Qingqing about to advance. Then why are there calamity clouds? The old beggar asked. Old Master Feng said no more. You can ask her yourself later. The two watched as the 9 bolts of tribulation descended, while Feng Yinqing stood still, enduring the onslaught. The old beggar felt that all his years had been in vain, saying, This is the first time I've seen someone not struck dead by lightning. Old Master Feng nodded, his tone filled with tenderness. When I first saw it, I also found it astonishing. As the clouds of tribulation receded, Feng Yinqing sensed the power of her first-level nascent soul, then absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy before entering the space. Feng Yinqing entered the space, took a bath, changed her clothes, and then appeared before them with a boy and a girl. Before the old beggar could ask about the tribulation, he was stunned by the sight. Where did this little girl come from? I am Tuan. She said, her eyes sparkling as she spoke, adorable and charming. The old beggar was completely petrified. So you're saying Tuan is also a divine beast? Feng Yinqing nodded. She glanced at the two of them. All right, it's dawn time for breakfast. After saying this, she took Xiaojiu and Tuan out of the back mountain. Old Master Feng patted the old beggar's shoulder. Come on, don't be too surprised, my Yinqing is quite formidable. The old beggar quickly caught up with a light step, asking Feng Yinqing about the tribulation clearly. What? You have a void root. The old beggar felt like he was about to faint. Indeed, this is truly unheard of. Feng Yinqing shrugged. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The old beggar paced back and forth. No, I need to hurry back to Xuanyun Academy and help you prepare an assessment jade token that doesn't require a root test. Feng Yinqing asked curiously, what's wrong? The first part of the entrance exam is to test the root, and a void root cannot be detected. If you get tested for a root, you will be directly eliminated. Feng Yinqing nodded. Then I trouble you, please help me get a jade token. The old beggar grunted. Just wait for my news at home. He'll come find you once I get it. Feng Yinqing bowed to him, saying, Then please be careful on your way. After sending the old beggar off, she sighed. It seems that in this Xuanyun Continent, the void root really is not accepted by people. Tuan hugged Feng Yinqing's arm, saying, Master, don't be sad, I have good news to tell you. Feng Yinqing looked at her gently. What good news? Master, you always wondered why you could communicate with beasts, right? Feng Yinqing nodded, then looked at Tuan in surprise. Could it be because of you? Tuan nodded vigorously, her little face filled with pride. Yes. After I transformed into human form, I gained inherited memories. It turns out I am the beast communicator. After you contract with me, you will have the ability to communicate with all beasts. Wow, thank you. Feng Yinqing hugged Tuan and kissed her cheek. Our Tuan is really amazing. Xiaojiu pouted from the side. Mother, I wanted to. Feng Yinxing also picked up Xiao Jiu saying, "All right, give me a kiss, my little Jiu." The Feng residence was filled with harmony and joy while strange occurrences began to unfold in the imperial capital of Tianyin country. Report. A guard rushed in from outside. Report to the general. Today, another 100 citizens in the east of the city have turned into dry corpses. Old Master Feng frowned tightly. Have you found out what happened? The guard stuttered for a long time. When we rushed over, we only saw a man in a black robe, but his speed was extremely fast. We couldn't catch up. Old Master Feng sighed sadly. Send more people to protect the powerless citizens. Those with cultivation should gather together for mutual support. He then asked, have the 3 family heads arrived? The guard replied, they should be arriving soon. All right, you may leave. Yes. Feng Yinxing walked in from outside, followed by Xiao Jiu and Tuan holding hands. Her gaze was firm, her voice steady and powerful. Grandfather, in the past few days there have been frequent reports of citizens being drained of their blood in the city. This phenomenon is too strange. I intend to go out and investigate better than staying at home waiting for news. Old Master Feng's frown deepened. No, you are only at the first level of nascent soul. If news comes in the black-robed people appearing in the city all have nascent soul cultivation. It would be fine if you faced one, but what if there are many? Grandfather cannot let you take this risk. Grandfather, I must go. I must protect those citizens. Feng Yunqing's violet eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Old Master Feng sternly reprimanded her. You are just a child, do not go out and cause trouble. The capital has me and the other 3 family heads to protect it. It is not your turn yet. Feng Yinxing did not speak further, turned around and left. Come back here. Old Master Feng stamped his foot in anger, but did not dare to stop Feng Yinxing. As Feng Yinxing walked out of the Feng residence, she happened to encounter the 3 family heads who had come for discussion. Head Zhao hurriedly bowed to her. Young miss, where are you going? Feng Yinxing looked at them. Just going out for a stroll. The grandfather is waiting for you inside. Hurry in. Head son immediately said, you must not go out. It is very dangerous outside. No matter how dangerous it is, I have cultivation. If I as a practitioner do not go protect those mortals, then I don't want to be the eldest daughter of the Feng family. Feng Yinxing declared solemnly, then strode out of the Feng residence with Xiao Jiu and Tuan. The 3 family heads watched the girl in red leave, feeling a fire igniting in their hearts. That fire was called the fire of war. Head Zhao clenched his fist and said loudly, let's go. We must come up with a countermeasure. We cannot allow these black-robed people to harm our citizens. Feng Yinxing exited the Feng residence gates, but the usually bustling official road was now empty. She stood in the middle of the wide road, seeing only rows of soldiers and guards from various families. Who could these people be to harm ordinary citizens so ruthlessly? Feng Yinxing quickly navigated through the streets, extending her divine sense to sense the situation around her. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the sky. Ah! The woman's scream was sharp and shrill, instantly drawing the attention of a nearby squad of soldiers. Feng Yinxing rushed over, immediately kicking open the tightly shut door, and was met with a scene of brutal carnage. 2 black-robed figures had a clear division of labor. One was restraining a woman by choking her neck with a sinister smile. The woman with red eyes was staring intently at the other black-robed figure. The other black-robed figure was grabbing a 7 or 8-year-old boy, burying his head into the child's body, greedily sucking his blood. On the ground lay a dry corpse, and judging by the clothing, it was a man, likely the woman's husband. Stop it! Feng Yunqing's eyes were filled with rage as she unleashed her spiritual energy. The blazing fire's spiritual force transformed into a fire dragon, charging towards the man in the black robe who was draining the essence blood of the young boy. The black-robed man immediately abandoned the boy and attempted to defend himself, while another man in black also ceased his lewd actions. The young boy lay on the ground, his face pale, and the woman who had been bullied rushed to him, without even having time to fix her clothes. Zhuang. Woo. My Zhuang. The woman cried heart-wrenchingly. This scene fell into Feng Yunqing's eyes, and she felt the profound desolation and sorrow. Yo, this little lady is quite beautiful. The man in the black robe wore a mask, but his voice was lewd and unpleasant. The man who had just drained the essence blood chuckled. This woman is mine now, right? All right, you go first this time. The 2 began to exchange vulgar words in front of Feng Yinxing. Little Jiu gritted her teeth, extending her small hand, sending 2 balls of ghostly blue flames towards the 2 men. The man in black sneered, what kind of little brat are you? Once I catch you, I will surely drain your essence blood. The Jiuyo Minghua ignited on the robes of the 2 men. By the time the 2 realized the fire couldn't be extinguished, it was already too late. Feng Yinxing appeared before them holding an ice crystal dagger, her purple eyes icy cold, her lips curling into a bloodthirsty and reckless smile. Shall I cut out your tongues? As she spoke, she punched one of the men in the face, shattering the mask, and revealing a man's face that was waxy yellow with dark circles under his eyes, clearly not a proper cultivator. Feng Yinxing coldly laughed, and directly thrust the dagger into the man's mouth. Ah! The man's terrified voice escaped his throat, and then he abruptly unleashed his spiritual power towards Feng Yunqing's chest. Damn woman, you're seeking death. Another man in black charged over, wielding a long knife aiming to slash down at Feng Yunqing's head. Feng Yunqing grabbed the man in black, placing his head under the long knife. The knife-wielding man had no time to retract his weapon, staring wide-eyed, as the long knife cleaved the black-robed man in half. The stench of blood erupted before Feng Yunqing, and she quickly conjured a spiritual barrier to block the filthy foul blood. Now in the nascent soul stage, she no longer needed to draw seals or symbols to create a spiritual barrier. Seeing that he had accidentally killed his companion, the man in black immediately attempted to flee. However, he was already surrounded by a group of soldiers. The soldiers of the Feng family were all at the golden core stage, not particularly high in cultivation, but their techniques were united, launching frequent attacks against the black-robed man. A mere golden core dares to oppose me in nascent soul. The man in black erupted with immense spiritual power, sending a gigantic light sphere flying from his hand. Feng Yunqing swiftly moved in front of the soldiers, throwing out a talisman that directly absorbed the light sphere. As the man in black was puzzled about where his spiritual energy went, he suddenly turned his head, watching the gigantic light sphere flying towards him. Ah! With a scream, he fell lifeless to the ground. Feng Yunqing approached and used her dagger to pry open the man's mask, revealing a similarly waxy yellow face and dark circles under the eyes. Through the illusory world, she saw the chaotic spiritual energy within these two men, as if this energy did not belong to them at all, but had been perfectly integrated within their bodies for their use. Feng Yunqing's face turned icy. This cultivation technique was clearly not a legitimate one. She spoke to the soldiers. These people are surely evil cultivators. Their cultivation is obtained through illegitimate means. Send someone back to the Feng residence to inform the old general. Yes. A soldier immediately left the courtyard. Feng Yunqing hurried over to the woman, first helping her arrange her clothes before looking at the child. May I see the child? Perhaps due to her gentle voice combined with her being a woman, the woman finally calmed down. With red eyes, she looked at Feng Yunqing. Miss Feng. Whoa! She recognized Feng Yunqing and began to cry helplessly. Feng Yunqing reached out to feel the child's pulse. Fortunately, there is still a pulse. She took out a healing pill and fed it to the child. In the past few days, she had not been idle. Upon learning of the strange occurrences in the imperial capital, she had been refining pills and had produced a large number of excellent healing pills and foundation-strengthening pills. Little Jiu touched the young boy's face. He will be fine. A mother's pills are the most effective. Feng Yunqing held the boy's hand, infusing her pure wood-type spiritual energy into him. Wood-type has remarkable healing effects. She was uncertain if this could truly replenish the child's lost essence blood, but could only try her best. Watching the child's heart pulse gradually recover, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The young boy slowly opened his eyes, though his face remained deathly pale. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Feng Yunqing and murmured, "Fairy sister." The woman immediately became excited and sobbed, "Xuanyun, you're awake. You scared your mother to death." Whoa! Xuanyun then realized he was being held by his mother. Mother Wu! The mother and son embraced and cried together. Feng Yunqing stood up, the surrounding wood-type spiritual energy drilling into her body. She walked over to the corpse and squatted down to examine it. The corpse had obvious bite marks on its neck with no other distinguishing features remaining. Feng Yunqing looked at the soldiers. "Did you establish a temporary protection base?" Reporting to Miss, in the center of the city square, there are many ordinary people. We are concentrating on protecting them. Feng Yunqing looked at the woman. "Let's go. It's no longer safe at home." She told the soldiers, "Send someone to escort them to the base." After finishing her words, she walked out, as she still needed to check on other places. These black-robed men would not boldly cause chaos at the base, but would instead choose to target isolated households. She leapt onto the highest building in the street, standing on the eaves and surveying the entire imperial capital. What entered her eyes were the patrolling Feng family soldiers and the bursts of spiritual power fluctuations occurring everywhere. She closed her eyes, spreading her divine sense as far as possible. "Mother! Mother! Save my mother! Whoa! Father! Father, save me! Ah, child! Let go of my child! I'm old, I can't run anymore. You all hurry and leave." Feng Yunqing's divine sense was heard, and her eyes involuntarily became moist. Wherever her divine sense reached, there were cries and wails from all directions. She opened her eyes, looking at a courtyard not far away where old and young were helplessly watching two black-robed men enter. Feng Yunqing soared down quickly, heading towards that courtyard along the rooftops. "Little Jiu Tuan, you go to other streets. This street is mine." As soon as Feng Yunqing landed, she immediately issued her command. Xiao Jiu and Tuan did not hesitate. The two small figures turned and ran in different directions. "Let go of my child. Please, I beg you." The woman's desperate voice echoed out from the courtyard. The two black-robed men turned their heads. One was holding a swaddled baby in his arms. "Oh, what a beautiful little girl. Bro, today we are in for a treat." As they spoke, they carelessly tossed the child onto the ground. The woman screamed, "My child." Just as the child was about to hit the ground, a vine burst forth from the earth, securely catching the baby. The woman rushed forward to embrace her child, huddling to one side, where a man lay on the ground, his legs severed and bleeding profusely. An elderly couple trembled as they rose to their feet, immediately shielding the woman behind them. Feng Yinxing glared at the black-robed man who was about to strike and shouted, "Stop." As the flames touched their flesh, the foul odor of burning flesh wafted through the air. Feng Yinxing frowned, using her ice spirit dagger to slice their necks, instantly freezing their blood. She kicked the bodies out of the courtyard and turned to the terrified family. "Don't be afraid, I will check on your husband." The woman quickly nodded, helping Feng Yinxing lift the man. Looking at the man's severed legs, she waved her hand, and green vines presented the two severed limbs to her. Fortunately, since they had just been severed, she quickly used her regeneration technique to reattach the man's legs. The man looked at his restored legs in disbelief and knelt on the ground, banging his head towards Feng Yinxing. "Thank you, Miss Feng." His family also knelt in unison, saying, "Thank you, Miss Feng. Thank you." Just as Feng Yinxing was about to respond, a powerful voice boomed from above. Old Master Feng's voice rang like a bell, infused with the power of a fourth-stage transformation, echoing throughout the Imperial City. "Everyone, please head immediately to the square in the city center. We will do our utmost to protect you. If you are unable to leave your homes, we will search house by house to ensure none are left behind and escort you to the square for safety." Feng Yinxing smiled. "Did you hear that? Hurry to the square." The man hesitated, "But it's very dangerous outside." Feng Yinxing's voice, infused with first-stage nascent soul power, reassured him. "The Feng family army is nearby." In no time, a squad of the Feng family army appeared in Daohua Alley. Feng Yinxing handed the family over to them and immediately flew up to the rooftop. Most of the citizens living in the northern part of the city were ordinary people without spiritual power. It would be easy for these evil cultivators to kill them. She had to hurry to get these people to safety. Feng Yinxing scanned the surroundings with her divine sense and quickly locked onto the next house. Meanwhile, in the western part of the city, Xiaojiu had fully revealed his true nature. On his youthful face appeared a ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness that belied his age. A pair of gigantic wings sprouted from his back, engulfed in blue flames, as he maneuvered effortlessly through the attacks of four black-robed men. With his first-stage transformation cultivation, he could easily defeat even a ninth-stage transformation cultivator, let alone these four nascent souls. As he passed by, the four were instantly reduced to ashes by the Nine Nether fire on his black wings. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." The citizens in the courtyard quickly bowed to Xiaojiu. They had some cultivation, but unfortunately they were no match for the nascent souls. Xiaojiu glanced at them with his dark eyes. "Quickly take them to the square." After saying this, he flew towards another courtyard. The Zhao family's guards immediately stepped forward, leading this family towards the square. Meanwhile, Tuan was just a street away from Xiaojiu. Her little face was rosy, looking as cute as a New Year painting doll, but her actions were anything but cute. "Charge! Bite them to death." Tuan pointed with her small hand. A swarm of venomous snakes sprang out along with birds from the sky, all rushing towards the group of black-robed men. This massive swarm of snakes and birds stunned the two black-robed men. Their spiritual power flailed chaotically as they struck wildly at their surroundings. Tuan moved with incredible speed, so fast that her afterimage barely lingered as she stood before the black-robed men. The little girl leaped into the air, and with her green bamboo pole pierced through the throat of one black-robed man. The other black-robed man, seeing his companion dead, was instantly thrown into disarray. The swarm of snakes climbed up his body, burrowing into his clothes, biting him mercilessly. "Oh!" A great fear appeared in the eyes beneath the mask of the black-robed man. "Hee." Tuan revealed a sweet smile, her bamboo pole moving slightly, puncturing his throat. "It's okay. If you're dead, you won't be afraid anymore." The little girl glanced at the small boy trembling in the corner. "Don't be afraid. Someone will come to protect you." She shouted towards the door. "Where are the Feng family soldiers?" Her childish voice, however, was tinged with the power of a first-stage transformation, calling over the nearby guards of the Sun family. "It's up to you now." After Tuan commanded the vast swarm of snakes and birds to disperse, the Sun family guards were left stunned. "Whose little girl is this? So powerful." "Don't worry about who she is. We must quickly get the people to the square." At this moment, almost all the citizens of the Imperial City had gathered in the square. Ordinary people without cultivation were protected in the center, those with some cultivation were outside, and the more powerful ones were at the outermost layer. In this way, they formed a huge circle. Old Master Feng and the three family heads stood in midair, looking down at the dense crowd below, where cries could be heard. The Zhao family head sighed. Many have already lost their families. Ultimately, it's still our failure to protect them properly. There was no way we could have known at the beginning. If we had known earlier, we would have gathered them sooner to protect them, said the Sun family head helplessly. Enough talk. Now we must do our utmost to protect these people. Old Master Feng nodded. The three elders of the Feng family are still searching the city for those left behind in their homes. We must hold our ground here. He looked towards the north of the city. I wonder how Qingqing is doing. She insisted on going out, and I couldn't stop her. The young lady is a spirited girl, who I admire her, said the Zhao family head. So do we. We should learn from the young lady. At this moment, Feng Yunqing was engaged in combat with a 9th-stage nascent soul black-robed man. Dressed in red like fire, she was locked in a fierce battle on the rooftop with that man. Feng Yunqing leaned forward, applying various talismans to enhance her abilities, moving swiftly, vanishing, and creating clones. Each time the figure in black robes attacked Feng, Yunqing would appear in an unexpected location. After several exchanges, the black-robed man let out a painful shout. "Ah, come at me, heathen." Feng Yunqing's pink lips curled slightly. What reason is there to speak with a wicked cultivator? She transformed into a streak of light, the eye-soul dagger in her hand, slicing through the air. A sharp sound of breaking through the void echoed. The black-robed man grimly asked, "What is your name?" He swung his long knife towards Feng Yunqing, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that reached her in an instant. Feng Yunqing's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye she multiplied into 2, then 3, 6, 9. The man in black stared at the red-clad figures surrounding him, his head pounding. "What kind of demon technique is this?" he shouted, swinging his long knife to unleash streams of spiritual energy toward the ever-present Feng Yunqing. The spiritual energy pierced through Feng Yunqing's body, but vanished without a trace. In an instant, countless streams of spiritual energy flew from all directions, converging towards the black-robed man at the center. Feng Yunqing rode the waves of spiritual energy, the eye-soul dagger in her hand, exuding a chilling aura of death. Before the black-robed man could evade his own spiritual energy, a 3-finger-wide wound appeared on his throat. Gushing blood poured out continuously as he reached for his throat, trying to stem the flow. Feng Yunqing kicked him in the chest, her voice cold and eerie like a hellish ghost. "Listen well, my name is Feng Yunqing." The black-robed man widened his eyes, his trembling hand clutching his throat. You. Before he could finish his words, his hand dropped limply, and he breathed his last. Feng Yunqing grimaced as she cast a purification spell. These wicked cultivators reeked so badly that simply being in the same space would taint her with their stench. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding figures of Feng Yunqing flew towards her, diving into the talisman at her waist. Unbeknownst to her, the presence of a protective base in the city center emboldened the wicked cultivators, leading to chaos on this street in the north of the city. Just yesterday, they were stealthily committing murders, and now they were brazenly attacking the common people in droves. Feng Yunqing rescued one person after another, but inevitably, she was always a step too late. The survivors she managed to save were merely a handful from each household. As she rescued a family heading towards the nearby Feng family army, she heard a tremendous sound of spiritual energy colliding from the sky. She looked up and saw Old Master Feng battling a black-robed man in midair, while other clan heads were also engaged in combat. Feng Yunqing pursed her lips, glancing at the approaching Feng family army. "Continue searching this street." After speaking, she transformed into a streak of light and headed towards the city center square. Upon arriving at the square, the Feng family army, which was protecting the common people in the center, called out, "Miss." Feng Yunqing glanced at Old Master Feng, who was fighting in the air, and saw that the black-robed man he was battling was only at the 4th stage of transformation. She breathed a sigh of relief. Although their cultivation levels were the same, her grandfather had the golden scale flood dragon. If things turned dire, he could summon the beast. She turned to the Feng family army. How many areas in the imperial city have not been searched? There are still 2 teams searching in the north and west of the city. No time to waste. Feng Yunqing glanced at the black-robed figures that had already rushed into the square. They came in groups with a clear purpose to break through the defenses of the army and the family clans and massacre the common people, with some even draining the blood of the soldiers. Feng Yunqing formed hand seals, placing her hands on the ground. There were quite a few green plants around the square, and using with spiritual energy, she caused them to bloom. Instantly, countless vines spread from the ground, entangling with the approaching black-robed figures. The sudden appearance of the giant vines startled everyone, but when they saw that the vines only attacked the black-robed men, cheers erupted from the crowd. Taking advantage of this moment, Feng Yunqing flew into the air, her illusory world, quickly calculating the scope of the formation. She prepared to establish a massive chaotic array to protect the common people within. The illusory world was like a precise measuring tool as she swiftly formed seals in front of her chest, and a gigantic talisman appeared before her, larger than her entire body. The talisman emitted a faint rainbow glow, slowly flying towards a corner of the square. Old Master Feng noticed Feng Yunqing appeared in midair, and to avoid letting spiritual energy affect her, he took the black-robed man aside. Feng Yunqing was multitasking, drawing the talisman, while continuously manipulating the vines to entangle the black-robed man. Soon her face turned pale and fine beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks, disappearing into her red collar. The chaotic talisman was already consuming spiritual energy, and with the formation's vast range, her internal spiritual energy was depleted after drawing 5 talismans. Come, don't you like me, eh? Feng Yunqing released her restraints, allowing the spiritual energy to flood into her body. It quickly filled her up, and she accelerated. In total, 8 talismans fell into the directions of southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. Feng Yunqing flew to the center of the formation, looking down at the crowd below. Everyone looked up. The youthful figure in red concealed in the blinding sunlight, the sun behind her casting a golden halo over her red attire. The red clothing was dazzling, as if a goddess were gazing down at the masses. "It's Miss Feng," someone recognized her. Instantly, more voices began calling for Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing descended swiftly, landing right in the center of the crowd. The people quickly made way, not daring to disturb her as she sat cross-legged. A radiant beam of colorful light erupted from Feng Yunqing, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, a colorful barrier began to slowly rise from all directions, gradually converging around that beam of light. A black-robed man noticed this phenomenon and shouted, "Not good. Someone is setting up a formation. Quick, don't let her succeed." Old Master Feng saw the black-robed man attempting to flee. "Don't you dare disturb my Qingqing." With a thunderous roar, a fireball flew towards the black-robed man. Struck by the fireball, the black-robed man immediately became furious. "You are seeking death." He turned around and resumed fighting Old Master Feng. Other clan heads also reacted, blocked them. Several of them chased after the black-robed men, shooting spiritual energy from their hands, forcing the black-robed men to retaliate. The barrier slowly healed, and the beam of light from Feng Yunqing gradually faded. Looking at the successful formation, Feng Yunqing smiled faintly. "All right, you all stay inside and don't go out." After speaking, she soared into the air and flew towards the outer formation. Outside the formation, Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan also returned. "Mother, Master." The 2 little ones rushed over like 2 small cannonballs, nearly knocking Feng Yunqing off her feet. Feng Yunqing touched one, and then the other, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you hurt?" Little Jiao shook her head. "Those nascent soul evil cultivators were no match for me at all." "What about Tuan Tuan?" Feng Yunqing was actually worried about Tuan Tuan. The little girl placed her hands on her hips and pointed behind her master. "I have many little brothers. I won't get hurt at all." Feng Yunqing looked in the direction she was pointing and was stunned. Behind them was a dense swarm of snakes, insects, and beasts. Looking up at the sky, she saw birds flying all around. She asked in shock, "Did you summon all of these?" Tuan Tuan immediately nodded. "As soon as I signal, all the little animals around will listen to me." Feng Yunqing hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. "Our Tuan Tuan is the queen." Tuan Tuan instantly smiled and said, "I'm the Beast King. Good, 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 my obedient Beast King." Feng Yunqing patted her head, feeling immensely satisfied. How wonderful these 2 little ones could handle things on their own, relieving her of worry. Little Jiao looked at Tuan Tuan hesitantly. "Sister, can you make those creatures go somewhere else? The people here are all frightened." Feng Yunqing looked around and noticed that not only were the commoners scared, but some soldiers had never seen such a large spectacle and were gripping their long swords tightly. "Tuan Tuan, let them go fight alongside the vines," Feng Yunqing instructed. Tuan Tuan nodded, then let out a strange cooing sound towards the group of small animals, which immediately scattered in all directions around the square. The evil cultivators, already troubled by the vines, were struck with dread at the sight of such a massive animal army. "Damn it! Why are there so many venomous creatures? Damn it! There are too many of them, we can't fight them all." One by one, the evil cultivators were bound by the vines, their spiritual energy inevitably misfiring, which gave the small animals a chance to climb onto their heads, burrow into their clothes, and gnaw at their flesh, with some even biting off their ears and pulling their hair. The large evil cultivator in the sky saw his subordinates being tortured like this and cursed fiercely, "A bunch of useless things." Feng Laozu watched the 4th-tier evil cultivator with a smile. "So how is it? Isn't my precious granddaughter impressive? What are you so proud of? Reinforcements will arrive soon." The large evil cultivator said angrily, "When they do, we will leave your Tianyin kingdom in ruins." Feng Laozu's expression suddenly turned cold as he hurled a fireball, his rough voice asking, "Where did you evil cultivators come from? Why are you here to harm our Tianyin kingdom?" The large evil cultivator laughed behind his mask. "Isn't it all because of someone named Feng Yunqing? Hand her over. I'll leave immediately." Feng Laozu gritted his teeth, his tiger-like eyes widening. "What did you say? You die? How dare he demand that he hand over Qingqing?" It was truly infuriating. The large evil cultivator was taken aback. This elder suddenly unleashed an even stronger force than before, attacking with reckless abandon. Previously, this elder would at least defend himself, but now he was solely focused on offense, completely disregarding his own safety. The large evil cultivator was pushed back, continuously unable to withstand the onslaught. He angrily shouted, "Old man, are you crazy? You dare to target my granddaughter? Today I will kill you." Feng Laozu's spiritual energy surged, his face reddening, and every strike he made aimed directly at the large evil cultivator's heart. Feng Yinqing was also listening to their conversation from below. After all, the large evil cultivator was speaking quite loudly, and her divine sense was strong. She was currently busy sending the commoners stranded outside into the chaos array one by one. The array could only be opened with her chaotic spiritual energy. Once everyone was sent into the array, she soared into the sky with little Jiu, leaving Tuan behind to deal with the surrounding evil cultivators. For the first time, she used little Jiu's ability, sprouting a pair of huge black wings from her back, which also burned with a ghostly blue flame. The girl in the fiery red dress contrasted sharply with the black wings behind her. A divine aura mingled with a hint of a fallen deity's presence, enchanting yet sinister. Feng Yinqing teamed up with little Jiu. The mother and son worked seamlessly together, quickly rescuing the other weak clan leaders. The evil cultivators at the transformation stage were the leaders, and as their bodies were pierced through by Feng Yinqing, the surrounding air filled with a strong stench. After being rescued, clan leader Zhao cursed, "If it weren't for them being so stinky, making me want to vomit, I definitely wouldn't have fallen behind." Feng Yinqing pursed her lips. "You're injured, go rest." As she spoke, she tossed out a bottle of pills, foundation stabilizing pill. Clan leader Zhao looked at the pristine porcelain bottle in his hand, then at the girl in red, who had already flown away with her massive wings, feeling a sense of admiration arise in his heart. Feng Yinqing. She is the savior of Tianyan Kingdom. Feng Laozu was locked in a fierce battle with the large evil cultivator, even circling around the square as they fought. Seeing that his similarly transformation stage subordinates had also died, the large evil cultivator was filled with rage. "You all will die today." He unleashed his spiritual energy, rapidly circling behind Feng Laozu, releasing murky black spiritual energy from his hands, flying straight towards Feng Laozu's back. This old coot was the leader here. If he killed him, wouldn't the others hand over Feng Yinqing? He. He laughed sinisterly, his already fearsome black mask appearing even more terrifying. When Feng Yinqing arrived, she saw that mass of black spiritual energy headed for her grandfather's back. "Grandpa." Her eyes turned red as her cold voice, filled with anger, echoed throughout the square. The large evil cultivator looked on smugly, but the next second his laughter abruptly ceased. A burst of golden light suddenly erupted behind Feng Laozu, and the black spiritual energy hit the golden light, vanishing in an instant. The blinding golden light appeared in midair, and everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. When the golden light faded, a massive golden-scaled dragon emerged in front of everyone. The golden-scaled dragon, its enormous body towering above, looked down at the large evil cultivator. Roar! The dragon opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, a strong bloody wind spewing forth, carrying a heavy stench of blood. Feng Laozu reached out to stroke the golden-scaled dragon's neck. "Well done, little Jean. I'll get you some meat when we get back." The golden-scaled dragon's golden vertical pupils lit up, flicking its tongue. "Then I want big chunks." After the contract, they could communicate freely. Looking at the large evil cultivator, he was already trembling with fear. The great evil cultivator trembled as he pointed at the golden-scaled dragon, shouting, "Dragon! Dragon! It's a dragon!" Old Master Feng nodded along with the golden-scaled dragon, saying, "That's right, you are correct, little Jean is indeed a dragon." You cheated. How do you have a contract beast? And a high-level contract beast at that?" The great evil cultivator was on the verge of tears as he prepared to flee. A pair of gigantic black wings appeared behind him, and against the backlight, he vaguely saw a stunningly beautiful face. Trying to run. A chillingly pleasant voice carried a strong intent to kill. You? Who are you?" The great evil cultivator was still reeling from the shock, but upon turning around, he was frightened half to death again. "Aren't you looking for Feng Yinqing? How is it that you can't recognize me when I'm right in front of you?" Feng Yinqing's pink lips were tightly pressed together, and her purple eyes radiated a cold, murderous intent. The great evil cultivator shouted anxiously, I don't have. It's not me." After saying that, he turned to run, but to his surprise a pair of black wings appeared behind him. However, it was evident that this was a small boy. The boy's youthful features were accompanied by a pair of cold black eyes that were highly incongruent with his age. Those deep black eyes resembled the most profound and heavy sea, hiding an unsettling ferocity and brutality. The small voice of Xiao Jiu sounded much more mature. "Who sent you to kill my mother?" He didn't care about the citizens of Tianyan Kingdom. He only cared about who wanted to kill his beloved mother. The great evil cultivator's body went limp, and he forgot even how to fly, plunging straight toward the ground. Feng Yinqing and Xiao Jiu hurriedly dove down. The great evil cultivator's body crashed toward the chaotic formation, but when he touched the barrier of the formation, he slid down along the half-circular shield. Tuan immediately appeared at the spot where the great evil cultivator landed, holding a green bamboo rod directly against his throat. Feng Yinqing walked over slowly, retracting her wings, and asked coldly, "Who sent you?" The great evil cultivator's eyes hidden behind the mask flashed with ferocity. He looked at the little girl pointing the bamboo rod at him, clearly no cultivator, yet so cute and endearing. What he didn't know was that, because Feng Yinqing was wearing the ring given by Mo Yuan, not only was her cultivation hidden, but even her contract beast's cultivation was concealed. The great evil cultivator calculated for a moment and immediately reached out toward Tuan, trying to use her to threaten Feng Yinqing. "Kik. Today I will capture." Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the great evil cultivator's mouth. Feng Yinqing had long since seen the spiritual energy circulating within him and had already calculated that he was about to make a move against Tuan. At the moment the great evil cultivator extended his hand, the ice dagger in her hand had already pierced into the palm of that evil cultivator. Tuan was protected behind Xiao Jiu, saying, "Don't get too close, he smells terrible." Tuan quickly nodded and then took a step back. "It really smells bad." The ice shards rapidly spread from the great evil cultivator's palm, freezing one of his hands solid. Feng Yinqing withdrew the ice dagger. Fortunately, the ice dagger didn't stain with blood, otherwise she would truly feel that it had become dirty. She flicked her fingers, sending a cluster of 9 underworld mystic fire into the great evil cultivator's palm. In an instant, the great evil cultivator began to wail in pain. The 9 underworld mystic fire rampaged through his body, burning his meridians painfully. "What have you done to me?" "Ah." Feng Yinqing smirked slightly. "Consider this a reward. This thing is quite precious." The great evil cultivator had no time to care about Feng Yinqing and could only exert all his effort to suppress the flames raging within him. Taking this opportunity, Feng Yinqing extended her slender finger to rest on the top of the great evil cultivator's head. Soul search. The great evil cultivator's eyes widened, trembling all over, yet he couldn't utter a single sound. Feng Yinqing closed her eyes and a series of images flashed before her. The names of various countries appeared: Feishue Kingdom, Bi's Kingdom, Tian Yin Kingdom, Xuanyun Kingdom. In the images, figures in black robes were rampantly slaughtering the citizens of these countries, most of whom were mortals unable to even scream before becoming souls beneath the blade. The evil cultivators frantically consumed the essence blood of the citizens, enhancing their own cultivation. Feng Yinqing frowned tightly, carefully searching through these images for any clues, until she heard the sound of a bell ringing, followed by the sight of a silver bell exposed at the waist of a black-robed figure. "You are the most valuable talents. You are the top power of my clan. To strengthen our clan, you must cultivate even harder. One day, our clan will dominate the eastern region, even this Xuanyun Continent." The black-robed figure with the bell spoke in a deep voice, indistinguishable as male or female, each word resonating powerfully, inspiring the heart. Below, a group of black-robed figures knelt, all bowing down, their hands reverently touching the ground, shouting loudly, "Strengthen our clan! Strengthen our clan! Strengthen our clan!" Subsequently, Feng Yinqing saw that silver bell more than once, and countless black-robed individuals wore a silver bell. Feng Yinqing recognized this bell. "Jialan, you also had one." She withdrew her hand, the bloodlust in her purple eyes not yet dissipated. "It's from Jialan Kingdom." She looked at the already fallen great evil cultivator and said to Xiao Jiu, "Lift his black robe, and let's see if he has a bell at his waist." Xiao Jiu pulled open the black robe, and underneath the layers of black a silver bell was indeed hanging. The bell was exquisite, engraved with intricate ancient patterns. It was identical to the one on Jialanyu. Old Master Feng had just been helping the vines deal with those small evil cultivators, but he had been paying attention to this side. Seeing that Feng Yinqing had acquired a silver bell, he left the golden-scaled dragon behind and quickly flew over. "What is this bell?" He had already vaguely guessed something. Feng Yinqing handed him the bell. "This is from Jialan Kingdom. The leaders of these people are all from Jialan Kingdom. No wonder they wanted me to hand you over. This is likely a retaliation from Jialan Kingdom after Yun Chushue returned." Several clan heads also approached, and Feng Yinqing recounted what she had just seen. Despicable. They actually slaughter civilians of other countries to strengthen themselves. This method of consuming people's essence blood is truly evil. Too wicked. We should inform the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom. Let them send troops to wipe out Jialan Kingdom. At this moment, Old Master Feng asked, "How do you know about these matters?" Feng Yinqing replied, "Soul search." "What is soul search?" Everyone asked in unison. Feng Yinxing was astonished. Did they not even know about Soul Search in Xuanyun Continent? Just then she saw a group of dark figures flying over in the distance. They were all black-robed figures. The reinforcements have arrived. They are our reinforcements. The evil cultivators surrounding the square erupted in joyous shouts. You are doomed. Your Tianyan nation is finished. Ha! You are all dead meat. Old Master Feng looked seriously at the dark menacing crowd and turned to the other 3 family heads. With so many of them, relying solely on ourselves will only lead to mutual destruction. It's time to summon allies from other nations. Feng Yinxing asked, who will come to help us? As the Tianyan nation has just recently upgraded to a middle-tier nation, most lower-tier nations are merely watching the battle unfold. They must all wish for the Tianyan nation's downfall, so they can share in the spoils. Old Master Feng took out a small signal flare from his storage bag. This signal flare is called the Qi Ming Lantern. Once released, it signals that this nation is being violently invaded by evil forces, prompting all nations to send reinforcements to combat the evil. Feng Yinxing nodded. Now I understand. They all comprehend the principle of mutual destruction. If they do not help us, their own nations will be the next to fall. Don't hesitate, Master Zhao urged. Master Sun nodded. Those vines can no longer restrain the new evil cultivators. Old Master Feng did not hesitate. He soared into the sky, launching the signal flare straight into the heavens, followed by a clear, crisp sound. It sounded like a bird call, and as the sound faded, a giant character for danger appeared in the sky, radiating a strong golden light, glaring against the azure backdrop. Damn it! How dare you launch the Qi Ming Lantern? Beat him to a pulp. A newly arrived evil cultivator cursed angrily and charged towards Old Master Feng in the sky. Countless black-robed evil cultivators followed him into the sky. Little Jean. Old Master Feng summoned, and the golden-scaled dragon on the ground suddenly soared into the air, scattering the group of black-robed individuals. The black-robed cultivators were cut by the dragon's hard scales, revealing silver bells inside their garments. Old Master Feng hovered in the air, his eyes filled with fury. Jialan Nation. Are all of you from the Jialan Nation evil cultivators? A higher-ranked evil cultivator laughed sinisterly. Oh, you've recognized our identity. But it doesn't matter, soon you will be a dead man. Attack him. Tear him apart. The blood of a 4th-tier transformation cultivator will surely be nourishing. And that dragon too. Tear it to shreds and drink its blood. The golden-scaled dragon, having formed a contract, was now able to understand human speech. Hearing these words, it was infuriated and opened its mouth, releasing a roar resembling a dragon's cry. A thick golden beam shot forth from its mouth. Wherever the golden beam reached, the evil cultivators were instantly blasted away, the golden light embedding itself into the ground. A deep pit appeared, filled with countless evil cultivators. Well done. Old Master Feng patted the golden-scaled dragon's head, his spiritual energy surging. Charge. Smash these bastards. Charge. We cannot coexist with the evil cultivators. Kill the evil cultivators. As the family heads shouted, the commoners in the formation were also inspired. They all shouted slogans in the formation. Kill the evil cultivators. Kill the evil cultivators. Kill the evil cultivators. The shouts echoed one after another. The clamorous voices were deafening. Feng Yinxing watched the battle in the sky between Old Master Feng and the golden-scaled dragon, and then glanced around at the blood-soaked square filled with corpses as her black wings suddenly appeared behind her. Little Jiu Tuan, follow me into the fray. Little Jiu spread its tiny wings. I've been waiting for this. Tuan transformed directly into beast form and howled at the sky, instantly causing a chorus of bird calls to erupt. The sound of flapping wings came from afar. Even the chickens raised in the commoners' homes flew over. In the Beast Kingdom. Report. The Qi Ming Lantern has lit up in the southwest direction. We have confirmed it is the Tianyan nation. The Emperor of the Beast Kingdom, sitting on high, was meditating with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, he suddenly opened his eyes. What did you say? Your Majesty, the Tianyan nation is being attacked by evil forces. The Emperor of the Beast Kingdom immediately stood up, his hands clasped behind him, and the small beads on his golden crown trembled. He pointed outside the hall, his voice urgent. Quickly send the most elite army over. They must all be above the 5th tier of transformation. Yes. The young messenger left, and the Emperor of the Beast Kingdom sat back down on the dragon throne. A seductive concubine leaned in. Your Majesty, it's just a newly promoted middle-tier nation. Why are you so devoted to its protection? The Emperor shot her a cold glance. Ignorant woman. He was not trying to protect the Tianyan nation. He wanted to protect the Beast Kingdom and his own throne. The esteemed one had given him orders that he must do everything possible to handle matters concerning the Tianyan nation, or else he would be waiting for the throne to change hands. He knew well how much he feared that esteemed one. Even the 2 guards beside the esteemed one were tribulation-level powers, and the Beast Kingdom had no means to retaliate. Although he did not understand why the esteemed one wanted to take care of an obscure Tianyan nation, he had no choice but to comply. At this moment in the Feishuan nation, Fan Mubai looked at the illuminated danger character in the sky. His heart suddenly startled. It's the Tianyan nation. He immediately soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the imperial palace. The Fan family was a prominent family in the Feishuan nation, and the current emperor was Fan Mubai's cousin. He entered the emperor's study without any obstruction from the palace servants and guards. The emperor of the Feishuan nation, not yet 30, had a handsome face with kind eyes. He was processing memorials when he saw Fan Mubai enter and immediately smiled. Little Bai has come. Sit down quickly. Elder brother, I have something to report. Fan Mubai, acting out of character, immediately bowed deeply. The emperor looked surprised and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to be so formal with your elder brother. Fan Mubai straightened up his refined face, filled with urgency. Elder brother, the Tianyan nation has been invaded. They have lit the Qi Ming lantern. You should send troops to assist them immediately. The emperor's face showed a look of confusion. In the past you were indifferent towards other nations. Why are you so concerned about the Tianyan nation's affairs? He paused and added, although the Qi Ming lantern has not been lit for a century, you seem to be overly concerned. Fan Mubai bit his lip, and the image of that fiery red figure appeared in his mind. Because my beloved is in the Tianyan nation. The emperor's expression turned curious but soon became serious. Rest assured, elder brother will definitely save your beloved. Someone summoned the general. He commanded, and a palace servant immediately went out. Fan Mubai's eyes remained anxious. Thank you, elder brother. Meanwhile, in the Jialan kingdom, the emperor and empress also saw the beacon of enlightenment. The empress, worried, clutched the emperor's arm. Your Majesty, the Tianyan kingdom has actually lit the beacon of enlightenment. Could this expose us? The emperor shook her off, fiercely displaying a ruthless expression. Are you afraid too? Were you not afraid when you sent people to the Tianyan kingdom behind my back? Your Majesty, I only wanted to help our daughter avenge herself. I was just anxious for a moment. The empress became flustered, as she had always feared this husband and never dared to defy him. This was her first decision, made secretly without the emperor's knowledge, to send hidden subordinates for Yunchushua. The emperor left the window and sat down on the wide chair, lifting his robes. At this point, discussing this is useless. After all, we are husband and wife. Call Xuanyun over. Summon Elder Xuanyun. Xuanyun arrived quickly, kneeling and greeting. I pay my respects to your Majesty and the Empress. You take a team over there and let those black-cloaked figures leave the Tianyan kingdom immediately. Remember, they are not to return to the Jialan kingdom until the situation calms down, then they can come back. The emperor issued the command. Yes. Xuanyun accepted the order and left. The empress thoughtfully served a cup of tea. I knew your Majesty would have a perfect plan. The emperor turned his head and drank from the cup of tea held by the empress, saying, You, relying on my favor, actually dared to issue orders behind my back. There must not be a next time. Thank you for your Majesty's affection. The empress moved closer, sitting directly in the emperor's embrace. When Fan Mubai appeared in the sky above the Tianyan kingdom, he was almost overwhelmed by the shocking scene before him. In the Tianyan kingdom's cities, beneath the blood-stained high walls, lay countless severed limbs in a sea of blood. Citizens ran about wailing, while children cried, clutching the bodies of their parents, and the elderly died with their eyes wide open. Mother, woo-woo, don't leave me, Bauer, woo-woo. A boy around 10 years old cried breathlessly, holding a woman who had only half a head left in his arms. Her face, bloody and mangled, still showed the last traces of fear she had seen. Quick, hide. Don't come out, understand? In a courtyard, a man shoved a child into a water tank, sternly scolding him. In another courtyard, a little girl was held in the arms of an old man, crying out for her parents, who had walked out without looking back. Woo-woo. Father, come back quickly. Mother, don't go. Fan Mubai felt his eyes welling with tears as he raised his arm and shouted, Charge. These black-cloaked figures shall be slain on the spot. Not a single one shall remain. Charge. Kill them all. The soldiers could no longer hold back, each leaping down from the sky, plunging into that crimson sea of blood. All of them were at the transformation stage, making it exceedingly easy to deal with these small, fry black-cloaked figures from the border towns. As blades flashed, one black-cloaked figure after another fell. After killing several, Fan Mubai, worried about Feng Yunqing, said to the general leading the troops, General, you deal with the black-cloaked figures here. I will go check on the situation in the imperial capital. The general nodded, wielding his long knife into the fray. When Fan Mubai arrived in the imperial capital, the sight before him left him even more shocked. The square was filled with people, as the citizens were protected within a massive formation, while outside the formation were all black-cloaked figures. In this pitch-black scene, he spotted a striking splash of red at a glance. Feng Yunqing. Fan Mubai called out excitedly, then swiftly dashed toward that figure. Feng Yunqing heard someone calling her, and after slicing a dagger across the neck of a wicked cultivator, she looked toward the source of the voice. The newcomer was dressed in white resembling fresh snow with an air of refined elegance about him. At this moment, however, the joy on his face was even more pronounced. "Who are you?" Feng Yinqing was surprised finding the person somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall his name. The joy on Fan Mubai's face froze momentarily as he arrived before Feng Yinqing. He smiled, gently introducing himself in a soft voice. "I am Fan Mubai from the Feishue Kingdom." Feng Yinqing's eyes brightened. "So Feishue Kingdom has sent reinforcements?" "Yes," Fan Mubai nodded, but suddenly he took action, sending a surge of spiritual energy toward Feng Yinqing's back. "Ah!" A scream sounded from behind Feng Yinqing. Feng Yinqing turned to see a wicked cultivator lying on the ground. "Thank you." She smiled slightly at Fan Mubai. That smile was like a mesmerizing flower blooming in the boundless night, suddenly bursting forth in Fan Mubai's eyes, radiating dazzling light. Fan Mubai lost his train of thought for a moment, but quickly realized he was losing composure. He said, "Right, the general of the Feishue Kingdom is currently leading our troops in other cities of the Tianyan Kingdom. The black-cloaked figures there are not very strong, so I came to the imperial capital to inform you. Thank you for the support from the Feishue Kingdom. In the future, if the Feishue Kingdom is in danger, the Tianyan Kingdom will not stand idly by." Feng Yinqing immediately clasped her fists and bowed solemnly. Fan Mubai wanted to assist Feng Yinqing, but she had already straightened up, so he had to retract his hand. "Do you know where these black-cloaked figures came from? Their methods do not resemble those of true Taoist cultivators. They are wicked cultivators, and I have already traced their origins, but need further confirmation." Feng Yinqing's violet eyes were tinged with frost. "Where is the source?" Feng Yinqing coldly uttered 3 words, "Jialan Kingdom." Fan Mubai was puzzled. Has the Jialan Kingdom also been attacked? No, Feng Yinqing shook her head slightly. These people are all from the Jialan Kingdom. They have raised a large number of wicked cultivators. Such a thing exists. Fan Mubai was astounded. He usually did not inquire about national affairs and paid little attention to other countries, so he had not expected the Jialan Kingdom to have fallen to such a state. Any wicked cultivator with a slightly higher cultivation will wear a silver bell. This is the symbol of the Jialan Kingdom. As Feng Yinqing spoke, she unleashed another surge of spiritual energy, striking down a wicked cultivator behind Fan Mubai. "You must have seen Jialan Yue, right?" "Yes," Fan Mubai nodded. "The envoy from the Jialan Kingdom. She had a confrontation with you that day." Feng Yinqing nodded. "That's her. She wears the same bell as these people, so I have reason to suspect this." She had initially wanted to directly mention the soul-searching technique she had seen, but upon realizing that there was no such technique in the Xuanyun Continent, she refrained. It was better to avoid trouble. She did not have time to explain so much now. Fan Mubai lowered his gaze for a moment, then raised his head. "I understand. Once this matter is resolved, I will report it to our emperor when I return." "Good. First drive these wicked cultivators out, and then I will explain it to you in detail." "All right." The two advanced, one in white and one in red, charging into the black crowd. At this moment, the people from the Beast Kingdom also arrived. A group of people appeared in the sky above the square, each possessing cultivation levels above the 5th stage of the transformation realm, and they were all quite aged. Upon their arrival, they immediately summoned a number of contract beasts and charged into battle against the evil cultivators. Feng Yinqing paused amidst the chaos, spreading her wings and soaring towards an elder who was still suspended in midair. This elder was the leader of the reinforcements from the Beast Kingdom and also one of the 5 royal elders, Xuanyun. Xuanyun was also searching for the person in charge from the Tianyan Kingdom, preparing to inform them that the Beast Kingdom had sent reinforcements. A shadow appeared before him, and Xuanyun, not sensing any killing intent, did not make a move to attack. "Senior, are you the reinforcements?" Feng Yinqing politely inquired. Xuanyun felt a brightness in front of him as a flower-like, beautiful face came into view. He asked sternly, "Who are you?" Feng Yinqing introduced herself, saying, "I am from the general's office of the Tianyan Kingdom. Are you from the Beast Kingdom?" She had already noticed that this group of people all had contract beasts. In the eastern region, she was familiar with only the Beast Kingdom possessed the most contract beasts. The reason the Beast Kingdom was called such is that they have a particularly unique group of people known as beast tamers. Beast tamers have an affinity for animals and possess an ancient beast taming technique. They can help themselves contract demonic beasts and assist other cultivators in contracting suitable demonic beasts. This was well known throughout the Beast Kingdom, making it easy for Feng Yinqing to access the information. Xuanyun nodded. "Yes, we are all reinforcements from the Beast Kingdom. May I ask who is currently in charge of the Tianyan Kingdom?" The old man wanted to meet him. Feng Yinqing turned to look behind her, where old Master Feng was bravely fighting alongside a golden-scaled dragon. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she pointed in that direction. Over there, that's my grandfather, also an old general of the Tianyan Kingdom, and he is currently one of the people in charge. Xuanyun nodded, no longer speaking to Feng Yunqing, and directly flew towards Old Master Feng. Feng Yunqing followed closely behind. Old Master Feng was engaged in a fierce battle alongside the golden-scaled dragon. Grandpa. The fighting Old Master Feng quickly turned around and saw his dear granddaughter approaching with someone. Xuanyun's eyes revealed surprise as he bypassed Feng Yunqing and approached Old Master Feng. Is this golden-scaled dragon your contract beast? Old Master Feng nodded. And you are? I am Xuanyun from the Beast Kingdom. Please answer my question first, Xuanyun said, appearing quite eager. Upon hearing that he was from the Beast Kingdom, Old Master Feng instinctively showed respect. Yes, little Jean is my contract beast. Xuanyun's eyes widened in disbelief. This golden-scaled dragon is a 9-star demonic beast, and you are at the 4th stage of the transformation realm. How did you manage to tame it as your contract beast? Old Master Feng glanced at Feng Yunqing and then looked at Xuanyun with a hint of vigilance. May I ask why you are inquiring about this? He certainly knew that with his cultivation level, he could not possibly contract a golden-scaled dragon, but he was even more concerned about exposing Feng Yunqing, even though the other party was a person of high standing from the esteemed Beast Kingdom. Seeing Old Master Feng on guard, Xuanyun softened his tone. Let's not discuss this for now. We should first eliminate these black-robed individuals. Old Master Feng nodded. Thank you to the Beast Kingdom for coming to our aid. In the future, the Tianyan Kingdom will also unconditionally support the Beast Kingdom. Xuanyun said nothing further and summoned his contract beast, a white lion-tiger beast. Feng Yunqing examined the lion-tiger beast, which had a strength equivalent to a 5-star 7th-stage cultivator, while Xuanyun was at the 9th stage of the void refining realm. Xuanyun's cultivation was only a level and several stars apart from the lion-tiger beast, making it indeed within the range of being able to tame it. With the addition of the Beast Kingdom, the newly arrived evil cultivators gradually began to lose ground. Before long, Xuanyun Ming from the Northern Zhe Kingdom also arrived, having been to the Tianyan Kingdom before he was sent here once again. With the joining of the other 3 kingdoms, the cities of the Tianyan Kingdom received effective protection. Xuanyun Ming approached Feng Yunqing while fighting. Beautiful lady, have you seen anyone from the Jialan Kingdom? Feng Yunqing stepped back a bit. The Jialan Kingdom hasn't arrived yet. Xuanyun Ming spat, then said, I knew it, the Jialan Kingdom has a grudge against you. They definitely won't come to help at a time like this. The Jialan Kingdom has arrived. Fan Mubai suddenly appeared beside them. Feng Yunqing's expression turned cold as she immediately looked around the square and indeed saw a group of blue-clad individuals approaching. There were both men and women among them, all adorned with intricate beaded drapes on their heads and uniformly wearing a silver bell at their waists. The members of the Jialan Kingdom did not have high cultivation levels, with the highest being at the 9th stage of the transformation realm. The leader was Jialan Yu. Upon seeing Jialan Yu, Feng Yunqing's heart surged with killing intent. She couldn't help but wonder how Yin Shushue was faring since being taken away by Jialan Yu. It would be best if she was still alive. She needed to kill Yin Shushue herself to avenge the original owner. Jialan Yu signaled to the group of blue-clad individuals and then soared into the sky. She directly engaged in combat with a black-robed individual, and the fight was back and forth. Feng Yunqing sneered, then said, You all keep an eye on these people from the Jialan Kingdom. They seem suspicious. Fan Mubai nodded while Xuanyun Ming, confused, asked, Why is that? Hey, don't walk away. Fan Mubai pressed down on his shoulder. Let me explain. Feng Yunqing had already flown towards Xuanyun of the Beast Kingdom. Senior, I have something to discuss with you. Xuanyun patted the lion-tiger beast's head, and it began to battle a black-robed individual. Feng Yunqing informed Xuanyun about the bells, and upon hearing this, Xuanyun furrowed his brow. Senior, look over there. That is the leader of the Jialan Kingdom, Jialan Yue, at the 1st stage of the transformation realm, yet she can fight evenly against a 5th stage transformation realm cultivator without any apparent effort. Isn't that strange? Feng Yunqing indicated to Xuanyun with her eyes. Jialan Yu's combat with the great evil cultivator appeared soft and weak. Although her spiritual power erupted, it showed no lethality. If it weren't for her focusing too much on Jialan Yue, it seemed no one would have noticed their feigned attacks. Xuanyun's serious expression became even more grave, and he coldly snorted. From your words, it does seem that Jialan Yu is indeed quite peculiar, but it cannot be ruled out that the royal family of the Jialan Kingdom is unaware of these matters. Feng Yunqing replied, What you say is true, but I have a method to determine whether the Jialan Kingdom is connected to these evil cultivators. Oh, then please tell me about it. Xuanyun moved a bit closer to her, nodding in satisfaction as he listened while stroking his beard. Jialan Yu engaged in a fierce battle with the man in black for quite some time, when suddenly she let out a cry of alarm and fell from the sky. Immediately someone from the Jialan kingdom flew over to catch her, preventing her from crashing to the ground. The man in black called out loudly from midair retreat. At his single command, countless people below responded instantly. Feng Yunxing glanced at the surrounding evil cultivators, noticing their intent to flee, and nodded towards Xuanyun. At Xuanyun's command, the area around the square was surrounded. Experts from Bi's kingdom and Wanshou kingdom positioned themselves 10 steps apart, completely sealing off the square, with even a circle of people standing in midair. The man in black grinned ominously. What? Do you want more people to die? Laughter sinister and mocking echoed across the square, making it quite uncomfortable to hear. Xuanyun's imposing voice boomed far louder than that of the evil cultivator. I am the 5th elder of the royal family of Wanshou kingdom. You have invaded our medium-sized eastern nation today, and I cannot let you leave easily. The major evil cultivator was stunned, his eardrums ringing painfully. He inadvertently exchanged glances with Jialan Yue before speaking again. Retreat. A large group of evil cultivators turned to flee, only to be momentarily blinded by the sudden appearance of a barrier. The barrier burned with a ghostly blue flame. Once it touched a person, it would burrow into their body, igniting their meridians with excruciating pain. What is this? Why can't I get out? Use spiritual power to break it. A crowd of evil cultivators began unleashing their spiritual energy against the fiery barrier. Feng Yunxing soared through the air, accompanied by Xiaojiu. They had split up earlier, and now they had circled around the square, infusing the surrounding vines with 9 nether fiery flames. The 9 nether fiery flames would not burn Feng Yunxing's vines. Instead, they clung to the vines, forming a fiery barrier. The vines grew taller and taller, stretching into the air and casting a shadow over the entire square. The evil cultivators trapped in the flames were utterly unable to escape. This is demonic magic. Demonic magic. One of the cultivators shouted, his face flushed from the burns of the 9 nether fiery flames as he rolled on the ground. Xuanyun raised a hand and pulled the major evil cultivator who had just fought with Jialan Yu towards him. Jialan Yu's expression tightened, yet she couldn't make a sound at such a moment. Xuanyun trapped the major evil cultivator, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Speak. Who sent you? The major evil cultivator remained silent, snorting coldly. We are merely rogue cultivators. Do as you please. Xuanyun snorted coldly and then ripped open the man's black robe, revealing a silver bell hanging from his waist. Where did this bell come from? Xuanyun removed the bell from the man's waist, but his sharp eyes turned towards Jialan Yu. Jialan Yu quickly averted her gaze, thinking what a fool to hang a bell on their waist. What a fool. I have warned these people countless times not to hang bells on their waists. This is a symbol of the Jialan clan and signifies their status. I never expected these fools to openly flaunt their status by hanging the bell on their waist. Truly foolish. The major evil cultivator was suddenly alarmed. His cultivation was not as high as Xuanyun's and was being thoroughly suppressed. He never expected the exalted Xuanyun would dare to tear open his black robe. If it weren't for the battle, he would have doubted whether Xuanyun had some hidden perversion. The major evil cultivator stammered, what does it matter to you? I bought it myself. Why does your bell look exactly like the one on Jialan Yu? Xuanyun said as he dragged the man in black down to the ground right beside Jialan Yu. Jialan Yue, in a panic, instinctively covered the bell at her waist, urgently saying, what do you mean by this, senior? After saying this, her usually stern face displayed a weak and aggrieved expression that was quite at odds with her age. Xuanyun raised his hand, and the bell on Jialan Yu was uncontrollably pulled away. He shook the 2 bells. Both bells made no sound. Identical, and they don't ring. Xuanyun snorted coldly. What do you have to say about this? Old Feng snorted, humph. She probably can't explain herself. Fan Mubai frowned at Jialan Yue. What connection does your Jialan kingdom have with these evil cultivators? Jialan Yu was surrounded by these few people, each of whom was more powerful than her, causing her heart to race and feel utterly flustered. At that moment, a rabbit flew over from a distance and fortuitously landed on Jialan Yu's face. Oh, what the hell? Jialan Yu screamed, then abruptly swatted the rabbit away, and then she touched her throat, feeling as though something cool had just slid down her throat. Tuan ran over from a distance, and she immediately jumped up to catch the rabbit. Ow. The black and white panda roared angrily at Jialan Yu before carrying the rabbit and sprinting back towards the battle. Jialan Yu stared with wide eyes, screaming in frustration, what is that beast roaring at me for? Who are you calling a beast? Feng Yunxing narrowed her eyes directly, using spiritual power to form a hand that slapped Jialan Yu's face. Slap. Instantly 5 finger marks appeared on Jialan Yu's face, which also swelled up. You little slut. What right do you have to hit me? Do you believe our Jialan kingdom can eradicate your Tianyin kingdom immediately? Just as she was about to unleash her attack, a powerful pressure immobilized her. Xuanyun frowned slightly, his aged face showing displeasure. I am speaking with you, do not look elsewhere. Jialan Yu abruptly turned her head, angrily cursing, you old lecher. Relying on your status as an upper-tier nation, you flaunt your power. Wait. Once our Jialan clan eradicates these surrounding nations, we will make your Wanshou kingdom serve as dogs for our Jialan clan. His Xuanyun gasped in disbelief, staring at Jialan Yue. You old woman, I initially thought you were just jealous. I didn't expect you to have such a big mouth. What capability does your Jialan clan have to eradicate Wanshou kingdom? You really know how to brag. Feng Yinxing chimed in. Exactly how many people can the Jialan clan muster? Stop bragging. Jialan Yue, with half of her face swollen, was so furious that her eyes nearly bulged out. You are the one bragging. What I said is true. Look at these people. They are all members of our Jialan clan. As long as our Jialan clan's secret methods remain intact, our members will only increase. Xuanyun coldly questioned, which of these people are your kin? He said as he tossed the man in black next to Jialan Yue. Is he one of them? Jialan, you cursed, you old lecher. How dare you treat my kin like this? The major evil cultivator gritted his teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not your kin. Jialan Yu delivered a fierce punch to the black-cloaked evil cultivator. How dare you distance yourself from me? Have you forgotten that it was I who gifted you that bell? The black-cloaked evil cultivator wore a look of utter disbelief. You foolish idiot. He never expected that Jialan Yu would be such a foolish woman. He truly did not understand how the Jialan kingdom could send such a foolish woman here, directly exposing their identities as black-cloaked individuals. Jialan Yu continued to scold. What are you still dawdling for? Why aren't you killing these wretches? Help our people flatten the Tianyin kingdom. Help the princess take revenge. This is simply unreasonable. The black-cloaked evil cultivator feigned death, turning away and no longer looking at Jialan Yu. He knew that even if he said nothing, these people had already learned the secrets of the Jialan clan. Currently, he could not defeat that old fossil and could not escape this square. He could only wait for death. Feng Yinxing keenly grasped the key point in Jialan Yu's words and coldly asked, You mentioned helping the princess take revenge. Who is the princess? Upon seeing Feng Yinxing, Jialan Yu became furious, especially when the princess she mentioned was brought up. She immediately glared fiercely at Feng Yinxing. You little wretch. You imprisoned our princess in the dungeon to torment her. Just wait. My clan will make you wish you were dead. The princess you mentioned, could it be Yin Xuxue? Feng Yinxing raised an eyebrow. It seemed Yin Xuxue was quite fortunate. She was rescued by her family when she was young, taken under the wing of an elder from the Feng family, and was even valued by the Tianyin kingdom's royal family. Now, even with her spiritual root taken, she was recognized as a princess by the Jialan kingdom. Given this experience, Feng Yinxing couldn't help but be impressed. It was truly inspirational. Jialan Yu nodded vigorously. That's right. She is our Jialan Bing princess. Upon hearing this name, Feng Yinxing clicked her tongue. Jialan Bing, I understand now. This time she would not let Yin Xuxue slip away. She looked towards Xuanyun. Senior, you also heard Jialan Yu's words. I'm sure you have made a judgment about this evil cultivator's sudden attack on our Tianyin kingdom. Xuanyun stroked his beard and nodded. I have already learned of this. We will first deal with these black-cloaked individuals, then set off for the Jialan kingdom to clarify this matter. Feng Yinxing nodded and Fan Mubai and the others had no objections. Everyone once again plunged into the battle. However, this time, due to the confinement array set up by Feng Yinxing, many of the black-cloaked evil cultivators were scorched by the Nine Nether Inferno, making it much easier for everyone to deal with them. The people from the Beast Kingdom were all experts above the 5th level of transformation, and their contracted beasts were also of high rank. With the addition of these powerful beings, those evil cultivators were quickly dealt with. As for the reinforcements from the Jialan Kingdom, Xuanyun decided. I have already sent someone to the Beast Kingdom to relay a message to the Emperor, and I believe someone will arrive soon to assist. At that time, these individuals from the Jialan Kingdom will be escorted to the Beast Kingdom for the Emperor to judge them. Xuanyun asked, So are we to wait here? Xuanyun nodded. Let's wait a bit. I'm uneasy until they arrive. If we go to the Jialan Kingdom together and uncover the truth, what if the Jialan Kingdom really supports the evil cultivators? Fan Mubai asked, as he also loathed evil cultivators and would prefer to eradicate them entirely. Xuanyun slightly nodded. The Emperor will likely send someone with decision-making power. We just need to follow their lead. Everyone nodded and voluntarily began to clean up the square. Feng Yinxing used her water spiritual power to wash away the blood and filth from the square, while the corpses of the evil cultivators were left to Xiaojiu to turn to ash. A stench of decay filled the square, making her nearly retch several times. I really don't know how these evil cultivators smell so bad, it's making me nauseous. Xuanyun burned away the vines and corpses while covering his nose, complaining. Fan Mubai, dressed in pristine white, effortlessly conjured an ice pillar that froze the corpses into ice sculptures, then slightly clenched his fist, causing the sculptures to turn into powder. His gaze flicked over to Feng Yinxing, who stood before the sea of blood and mountains of corpses in her red attire, resembling a red spider lily blooming in purgatory, sharp and beautiful, alluring and captivating. What are you staring at? Xuanyun Ming approached and lightly patted Fan Mubai on the shoulder. Fan Mubai immediately snapped back to reality. He had been lost in admiration of Feng Yunqing's profile. His ears inadvertently flushed with a rosy hue. Nothing, let's quickly deal with these corpses. When everyone had nearly cleaned up the square, a new batch of people arrived from the Beast Kingdom. Leading them was actually the prince of the Beast Kingdom, Xuanyun. Beast Kingdom Xuanyun. The newcomer wore a light golden robe and a golden feather crown, and his handsome features carried a sharp beauty. His voice was deep, carrying a clear melodious quality as he slightly nodded towards everyone before turning to Zhua Hongguang. Elder 5, I have a general understanding of this matter. May I ask where Jialanyu is? Zhua Hongguang raised his hand, and immediately two people brought Jialanyu over and unceremoniously tossed her in front of Xuanyun. Xuanyun looked at Jialanyu expressionlessly from a higher vantage point. Are these evil cultivators all from your Jialan kingdom? They are not from the Jialan kingdom. Jialanyu snorted coldly, addressing Xuanyun. Don't think that just because you're the prince of the Beast Kingdom, I will regard you highly. In the eyes of our Jialan clan, you people are nothing but trash, easily crushed. Xuanyun slightly nodded, seemingly indifferent to Jialanyu's insults. Zhua Hongguang became furious and kicked Jialanyu in the back. How dare you disrespect His Highness the Prince? Enough, I am asking her questions. Xuanyun raised his hand, and then asked again, if these evil cultivators are not from your Jialan kingdom, why do you support them? They are my Jialan clan. They are noble Jialan people. How can the commoners of the Jialan kingdom compare to them? Jialanyu spoke with great pride. So you admit that these people are from your Jialan clan? Exactly. Jialanyu raised her chin proudly, as if this were a great honor. Xuanyun Ming leaned closer to Fan Mubai and whispered, I think this woman Jialanyu is probably insane. Associating with evil cultivators is not a good thing. He then nudged Feng Yunqing with his elbow. Beautiful lady, what do you think? Is she foolish? Feng Yunqing turned her head and smiled softly at him. She is indeed quite foolish. After consuming her truth pill, Jialanyu will certainly speak without reservation. Indeed, the rabbit that had just been thrown was deliberately sent by her. The little bunny held a truth pill, and when it leaned on Jialanyu's face, it conveniently dropped the pill into her mouth. Fan Mubai was momentarily dazzled by that smile, and quickly looked away, somewhat sternly telling Xuanyun Ming, the prince is speaking, you should be quiet. Xuanyun asked Jialanyu several questions, to which Jialanyu answered without exception. In that case, I will have someone escort Jialanyu and the others to the Beast Kingdom. A hint of anger appeared in Xuanyun's eyes, yet his expression remained impassive. He raised his hand, and a group of soldiers immediately approached with the leading general holding a rope. Feng Yunqing recognized it at a glance. It was the Binding God rope. Although it sounded impressive, it was merely a 7th-grade spiritual treasure. Any cultivator below the Great Ascension stage, once ensnared by the Binding God rope, would have their cultivation sealed, unable to cast any spells or summon their contracted beasts, and would be forced to surrender. Truly, the Beast Kingdom uses 7th-grade spiritual treasures merely to transport prisoners, and the general's strength was unexpectedly at the 9th stage of transformation. It seemed she still did not stand high enough and knew too little about the entire Xuanyun Continent. She wondered if the old beggar had obtained the examination jade token. Once she went to Xuanyun Academy, she would surely witness a broader world. The reinforcements from Jialan Kingdom, led by Jialanyu, were tied together by the Binding God rope, forming a neat line of nearly 100 individuals. Xuanyun raised his hand, and the ring on his finger flickered slightly, a white light sweeping across, revealing a massive flying ship on the empty ground of the square. He nodded at the general, who then led a long string of people onto the flying ship. The ship slowly ascended and flew away into the distance. Xuanyun withdrew his gaze this time, looking at Feng Yunqing and the others. Who is the current ruler of your Tianyin Kingdom? The Tianyin Kingdom's royal family was embroiled in infighting, and Jialanyu was also involved. The Beast Kingdom was aware of these matters, but they did not intervene in such conflicts between nations. The 3 family heads unanimously pointed at the old Master Feng. This is our general from Tianyin Kingdom. We all follow his lead now. Xuanyun looked at the old Master Feng. Regarding the plight of Tianyin Kingdom, we as upper-tier nations bear some responsibility. After we handle the matters of Jialan Kingdom, my father will give you an explanation. The old Master Feng clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. All right, prepare yourselves. We are setting off for Jialan Kingdom now. Xuanyun turned to Zhua Hongguang and the others. Have the people from Shui Kingdom and Beizhe Kingdom arrived? Xuanyun Ming nodded. They have arrived. Fan Mubai also said, all present. The old Master Feng then remarked, our citizens need to be settled. We need to leave some people behind. Xuanyun had no objections, his voice still calm and expressionless. You can arrange it as you see fit. The old master Feng retained the 3 family heads to assist Feng Zhongming in managing the citizens. Even the 3 elders of the Feng family only brought along the eldest elder with the highest cultivation. For this trip to Jialan Kingdom, the old master Feng only took the elite of the Feng family army, leaving all the lower-ranking soldiers behind to manage the populace. Feng Yunqing released the citizens trapped in the chaotic formation, saying, "Everyone go home and rest well. We will discuss everything upon our return. Thank you, Miss Feng, for protecting us." "Thank you, Miss Feng. We are waiting for your return. You must come back." Feng Yunqing smiled and nodded, then turned and walked back into the main troop. Xuanyun slightly tilted his gaze, his calm eyes resting on a flash of red clothing. Feng Yunqing was quite perceptive. She pretended to look casually upward, meeting Xuanyun's gaze. Their eyes met in the air, and a fleeting look of astonishment passed through Xuanyun's otherwise tranquil eyes, although his well-bred demeanor kept it from showing. Feng Yunqing gave him a slight nod, and then withdrew her gaze. To reach Jialan Kingdom faster, the Beast Kingdom suggested traveling on their contracted beasts. Many who owned flying beasts summoned their contracted beasts. The old master Feng looked at their contracted beasts and raised an eyebrow at Feng Yunqing. "Qingqing, we can ride on Xiaojin." The little golden snake transformed into a small golden serpent coiling on the old master Feng's shoulder, hissed and flicked its tongue. Just as Xuanyun was about to call the old master Feng over, a massive golden dragon suddenly appeared in the spot. The pressure of a 9th-grade demon beast exploded, causing the surrounding contracted beasts to cower on the ground. The old master Feng quickly clasped his hands in salute. "We also have contracted beasts, so we will not trouble your highness. Besides, since we are many, it is rather embarrassing to all ride on the Beast Kingdom's contracted beasts." Xuanyun's astonished expression quickly faded. "That's fine. Our contracted beasts cannot carry too many people either. Having your own contracted beasts instead lightens the load." The golden-scaled dragon grew even larger, accommodating all the elite of the Feng family army. Feng Yunqing did not board it. Instead, like Xiao Jiao, she spread her black wings. Xiao Jiao was strong enough to hold Tuan Tuan in her arms, whose little face was blooming with smiles, laughing incessantly as she clung to Xiao Jiao's neck. Feng Yunqing flew beside them, a gentle smile on her lips. At night, when everyone arrived at Jialan Kingdom, they saw the royal palace in the Jialan imperial capital illuminated by countless lights, serene and tranquil. Zhua Hongguang stood in midair, unleashing the pressure of his 9th-stage void refinement, his voice echoing throughout the entire imperial capital. "The Prince of the Beast Kingdom has arrived." The Jialan royal family come out to welcome him quickly. Upon hearing this voice, the Jialan Emperor and Empress still in the palace were both shocked. The Jialan Emperor frowned. Why has the Prince of the Beast Kingdom come? Could it be that the matters of Tianyang Kingdom have been exposed? He had indeed guessed correctly. However, he and the Empress were still completely unaware of the situation. The two hurriedly adjusted their appearances and rushed out of the main hall. As soon as they came out, they saw swarms of demon beasts in the sky, and they quickly arrived at the palace gates, standing beneath the group of demon beasts. "We welcome your highness." The Jialan Emperor immediately bowed in respect. This is the pressure of upper-tier nations. Upon seeing the royal family of an upper-tier nation, all middle and lower-tier nations must pay their respects. While the Jialan royal family was trying to make small talk with Xuanyun, the entire Jialan imperial capital had already been surrounded. Xuanyun brought many people, all of whom were above the transformation stage, making it very easy to encircle a small imperial capital. Xuanyun stood on the back of a giant eagle, looking down at the Jialan royal family. His voice was clear and carried an undeniable command. "The Jialan royal family has committed grave sins. They shall be executed on the spot." "What?" The Jialan emperor's eyes widened. "What does the prince mean by this?" Xuanyun coldly replied, "The Jialan royal family practices dark arts. They consort with evil cultivators. Execute them on the spot. Leave not a single one." The Jialan emperor's face immediately darkened, and he shook off the emperor's hand. "This is your doing." The emperor of the Jialan looked serious, yet he still refused to admit. "What crime has my Jialan royal family committed? Please present the evidence." Xuanyun said as he took out a recording stone, using his spiritual power to activate it. A massive image appeared in midair. Jialan Yu was aggressively cursing Xuanyun, claiming that the evil cultivators were her kin, and that the Jialan royal family would surely flatten the 10,000 Beast Kingdom. This scene was witnessed by many commoners. Their expressions varied, some helpless, others excited. "It seems you all are aware of this," the Jialan emperor sneered. "I never expected Jialan you would actually betray me." Xuanyun replied, "Since the evil cultivator is your kin, I must ask you, are you also an evil cultivator?" The Jialan emperor laughed heartily. His previously humble demeanor changed, and he stood tall and proud. "So what if I am?" Prince of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, do you not realize that you have already entered the territory of my Jialan Kingdom, yet you still maintain such an arrogant posture? Soon you will have to kneel and beg me." As he spoke, he suddenly slammed his palm onto the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. Xuanyun faintly sensed a fluctuation in the formation. This is bad. He is activating the formation. Feng Yinqing also sensed it, her purple eyes flickering as she watched a massive light dome descend from above. On the ground, blood-red runes appeared in circles, and a strong, rancid smell suddenly arose. Everyone in midair could hardly suppress their retching. Even the contracted beasts felt uncomfortable. Feng Yinqing quickly stored Xiao Jiao and Tuan in her spatial realm to spare them from suffering outside. Xuanyun frowned as he looked at the Jialan Emperor. "What are you doing?" The Jialan Emperor stood upright, hands clasped behind his back. "This is the Bloodstone Great Formation. You are currently standing within it. Within 6 hours you will be turned into blood water, becoming the cultivation resource of my Jialan clan." Xuanyun immediately became furious, unleashing his spiritual power toward the Jialan Emperor on the ground. The Emperor's spiritual power erupted, revealing a strength at the first level of the refining void stage. "Use spiritual power to break the formation," Xuanyun commanded. Then he was the first to leap down, engaging with the Jialan Emperor. The crowd landed on the ground, working together to break the formation. Countless streams of spiritual power struck the massive circular light dome, yet it was like a stone sinking into the sea, causing no ripples. As more and more black-robed figures appeared around, they attacked with vicious and ruthless moves. Feng Yinqing also clashed with the black-robed figures, while Xiao Jiao and Tuan reappeared by her side. On the large palace square, a group of people was embroiled in battle. Even many commoners joined the fight, their targets all being Feng Yinqing and her companions. As time passed, the night grew even darker. Feng Yinqing frowned as she looked at the increasingly brave black-robed evil cultivators, feeling suspicious. Whenever the black-robed evil cultivators became tired, another would step up to fight her, while the previous one would retreat to a safer area and sit cross-legged to recover. The scene of the evil cultivators meditating appeared repeatedly. They would soon rise and rejoin the battle. It seemed that this Bloodstone Great Formation not only trapped them outsiders, but also provided spiritual energy replenishment to the Jialan clan. Old Master Feng punched away the evil cultivator beside Feng Yinqing, saying with concern, "Qingqing, had I known the Jialan clan was so treacherous, I would have kept you at home. Grandfather, I am no longer the same as before. I need to grow to train. Besides, with you here, I am not afraid," Feng Yinqing said with a smile. "Good. You truly are the granddaughter of Feng Peiyuan." Old Master Feng exclaimed, then charged toward the Grand Elder with the golden scale flood dragon. Feng Yinqing sprouted black wings from her back, soaring up to the highest point. The people below seemed tiny, and the circles of blood-red runes became clearer. Xuanyun did not participate in the battle, as it was Xuanyun's request. Although Xuanyun was a prince, in a critical moment the fifth elder, Xuanyun, still had authority. He stood alone on the back of the eagle, and no one came to attack him. Anyone who attempted to attack him was driven away by Xuanyun. Feng Yinqing had never heard of this Bloodstone Great Formation, so her illusory world required time to comprehend the operation patterns of the formation. During this time, several black-robed figures attempted to attack her, but were driven away by Xiao Jiao. The little fellow's 9 Nether Ghost Fire caused those black-robed figures to scream, needing a long time to recover before they could rise. The Jialan Emperor frowned and said to the Jialan Empress, "Look over there, that woman and that little boy, their fire spiritual power is very strange. Once our kin are hit by that blue fire, it takes a long time for them to continue fighting." The Jialan Empress looked at Feng Yinqing, revealing hatred in that instant. "She is Feng Yinqing. How do you know?" Binger showed me her portrait and said that she has a little boy by her side who is a divine beast. The Jialan Empress gritted her teeth. "Your Majesty, please immediately send our kin to surround and attack her. We must capture her alive." The Jialan Emperor immediately waved his hand, and a group of black-robed figures flew toward Feng Yinqing. Xiao Jiao saw the increasing number of enemies and could no longer hold his own, immediately shouting to Tuan, "Come protect mother." Tuan, riding on Xuanyun's lion tiger beast, pointed her bamboo pole at the ground, directing the small animals to attack accordingly. Xuanyun was also puzzled as to why his lion tiger beast allowed a little girl to ride and charge around. Fortunately, he didn't need the beast to fight for him, so he let it be. Hearing Xiao Jiao's call, Tuan waved at a vulture in the sky, which immediately swooped down. Tuan jumped onto the vulture's back and blew a loud whistle with her little hand in her mouth. Instantly, a flock of birds flew in from all directions. They fearlessly charged toward the black-robed figures, undeterred by their attacks. Feng Yinqing was deeply immersed in breaking the formation, her entire being in a state of oblivion. Xuanyun observed the two little children and then looked at the motionless Feng Yunqing in the sky, his eyes showing some fluctuations. He certainly did not think these two children were Feng Yunqing's offspring, as he had seen divine beasts transforming into humans. He never expected that in a previously lowly nation there would be someone capable of possessing two divine beasts each with fierce combat prowess. If he guessed correctly, that little girl should be able to tame beasts, even commanding contracted demon beasts to obey her orders, which was simply against the heavens. Feng Yunqing came back to her senses amid the chaotic sound of battle. I found the formation's core. As these evil cultivators continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the formation, a red thread would emerge within their bodies, a thread invisible to ordinary cultivators, yet particularly vivid in Feng Yunqing's eyes. Moreover, each of those red threads was connected to a blood-red stone within the formation. Emperor Jialan and the Empress stood upon that stone. They too had a red thread entwined around them. However, the Emperor Jialan's thread was notably thicker, resembling countless red threads intertwined together. Feng Yunqing flew down from above, landing directly beside Xuanyun. Xuanyun gazed at the red-clad girl who had suddenly appeared beside him, his black eyes quivering slightly. "Miss Feng, have you discovered something?" "Your Highness is astute. I have found the eye of the formation." Feng Yunqing was not surprised. After all, Xuanyun was already at the 9th level of the God transformation stage. At such a young age, his mutated wind spirit root was indeed astonishing. "How do we break the formation?" Xuanyun's face showed excitement. Feng Yunqing noticed the slightly raised corners of his eyes and raised an eyebrow. "So your Highness can show other expressions too. I thought you only knew how to keep a serious face." Xuanyun pressed his lips together, the slight lift in the corners of his eyes, adding a touch of color to his face. "I am the Crown Prince. Naturally, I cannot show joy, but Miss Feng's news is indeed a pleasant surprise." Feng Yunqing ceased her teasing and became serious. "The key to breaking the formation lies with Emperor Jialan. We must find a way to make him leave that position." Xuanyun looked down at Emperor Jialan, and the Empress indeed remained in the same position, protected by men in black robes. "I have a way to make him leave. How will you break the formation next?" "I have my own methods. Just lead him away for now." Feng Yunqing said, "I will go help my dear child fight, and will keep an eye on Emperor Jialan's movements." Xuanyun nodded. "All right." Feng Yunqing flew towards Xiaojiu. The little one was already sweating profusely, yet still protecting Tuan. Tuan's expression was not good either. Her small face was very serious, filled with concern. "Tuan, are you feeling unwell?" Feng Yunqing flew beside the vulture, looking at the little girl's serious appearance. Her heart ached. "Master, they died protecting me," Tuan pouted, pointing at the scattered animal corpses on the ground. Currently, little Tuan still did not realize that these small animals protecting her was both a duty and an instinct. Dying for her was also a form of gratitude. Feng Yunqing patted Tuan's head. "Don't be sad. Then you must kill a few more evil cultivators for them." "Okay." Tuan nodded vigorously. "Master, take me to the ground." Feng Yunqing lifted her from the vulture and set her on the ground. Immediately, she transformed into her beast form, a black and white panda that grew larger until its head touched the protective dome above. "Oh my goodness! What is that?" The evil cultivators screamed one after another. "I've never seen such a huge beast. It seems to be growing bigger. It's even larger than that dragon. How outrageous!" Xuanyun's pupils trembled as he watched the enormous black and white divine beast, something flashing through his mind. He turned to look at Emperor Jialan, who stood there in his dragon robe, seemingly indifferent to the world. Xuanyun gazed at Xuanyun, who was battling with the men in black, and quietly left the eagle's back. He flew down towards Emperor Jialan. The emperor was observing the people from the Beast Kingdom and the Tianyan Kingdom, his eyes filled with pride at their exhausted yet relentless struggle. At that moment, a figure cloaked in light gold flew towards him. Every aspect of the face as beautiful as jade, and the proud expression on it was utterly detestable to him. The Crown Prince of the Beast Kingdom, Xuanyun. Emperor Jialan sneered. "Crown Prince, why are you not staying within the protective circle? Have you come to seek death by approaching me?" "Seek death?" He emphasized the words heavily with a gritted teeth feeling. Xuanyun wore a poker face with no expression, lightly saying, "As the leader of the team, I naturally must duel with you." "That sounds good. I also want to experience the strength of a top-tier Crown Prince." Emperor Jialan said, pulling the Empress behind him. "You should return to the palace." However, the Empress was very worried. "Your Majesty, I cannot leave. I cannot let you stay here alone. Don't be a hindrance here." Emperor Jialan shot her a cold glance. Only then did the Empress leave, escorted by several men in black robes. Xuanyun stood face to face with Emperor Jialan, yet their auras were entirely different. One was divine, the other dark. Xuanyun struck first, but all his attacks were blocked by Emperor Jialan. Feng Yunqing watched them fight, from afar, admiration in her eyes. She did not expect Xuanyun's method to be to draw Emperor Jialan away himself. After Xuanyun fought with Emperor Jialan for a while, he was discovered by Xuanyun. "Crown Prince, Quickly leave. Xuanyun was surrounded by a group of black-clad men exuding a powerful pressure and was about to fly towards Xuanyun. Elder 5. Do not come over. I wish to duel with him. Xuanyun said, directly revealing a jade token. This is an order. Crown Prince. Xuanyun shouted anxiously, yet was powerless. Xuanyun exchanged blows with Emperor Jialan for a dozen rounds before finally revealing a flaw, and he immediately turned to flee. Emperor Jialan revealed a sinister smile. Wanna run? Today I shall kill you, and then go kill your father. Ha! He laughed heartily as he chased after Xuanyun, completely unaware of the red figure flying towards him. Feng Yunqing observed Emperor Jialan pursuing Xuanyun before appearing before the group of men in black. Shall we have a fight? Feng Yunqing raised an eyebrow at the group and swiftly attacked them. Meanwhile, Tuan also trudged heavily towards this side. Its massive size created small pits in the ground with each step, and a swipe of its claws sent many black-robed men flying. Several of the men in black were directly flattened by it. Countless streams of spiritual energy attacked Tuan, yet it appeared unaffected. Although the enlarged Tuan's body became incredibly hard, its movements were significantly slower. Thus, a group of small animals constantly flew around Tuan, helping to fend off the black-robed men who attempted sneak attacks. Feng Yunqing engaged with the group of black-robed men at the god transformation stage. Knowing she was not their match, she immediately unleashed a wave of Nine Nether Inferno. The black-robed men, aware of the power of this blue flame, had no choice but to dodge, while those unable to escape would directly sit down nearby. Soon the black-robed men surrounding the eye of the formation dispersed, giving Feng Yunqing an excellent opportunity to break the formation. Feng Yunqing gathered the power of chaos and infused spiritual energy into the bloodstone's array eye. The bloodstone had always absorbed the essence blood of cultivators to provide energy for the evil cultivators. Suddenly infused with pure spiritual energy, the balance of power within the bloodstone was instantly shattered. The bloodstone was activated by a strange force which immediately alerted Emperor Jialan. He halted his pursuit of Xuanyun and fixed his sinister gaze on the flash of red in the array. Damn it! You dare to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Emperor Jialan cursed at Xuanyun, then turned to head towards Feng Yunqing. Xuanyun swiftly unleashed a whirlwind, blocking Emperor Jialan's path midair, declaring, I will stop you today. His tall figure and commanding voice radiated authority. A sinister smile crept across Emperor Jialan's lips as he launched a sphere of black spiritual energy towards Xuanyun. Xuanyun watched as the energy hurtled towards Xuanyun, unable to intervene, shouting, Your Highness. Emperor Jialan soared into the air, his first-tier refining power delivering a significant impact to Xuanyun. Xuanyun staggered back a few steps as a burst of golden light erupted in front of him. Roar! A massive Qilin divine beast appeared in midair. It opened its gigantic mouth and unleashed a blade of wind that sent the approaching black spiritual energy flying. Qilin divine beast. Emperor Jialan's expression darkened as he turned to flee. It was impossible to kill Xuanyun. He could only aim to eliminate Feng Yunqing. Xuanyun jumped onto the back of the Qilin, shouting, Stop him. Feng Yunqing's Illusory, I was following the chaotic spiritual energy, searching for the most crucial link to break the bloodstone. Little Jiu called out, Mother. The Emperor is coming. Stop him. Feng Yunqing replied using her divine, since her eyes still closed. The Qilin moved swiftly, directly blocking Emperor Jialan's path, and Xuanyun attacked without hesitation. Emperor Jialan felt the connection to the bloodstone weakening and gritted his teeth, shouting, Get lost. He went mad, unleashing terrifying spiritual energy that surged towards Xuanyun and Little Jiu. Just then, Xuanyun finally broke free from a horde of evil cultivators. His face was filled with rage as he dealt a lethal blow towards Emperor Jialan, proclaiming, Do not harm His Highness. He arrived just in time, his ninth-tier refining strength overwhelming Emperor Jialan's ability to retaliate, causing him to roll on the ground several times from the force of the spiritual energy. Feng Yunqing listened to the continuous explosions of spiritual energy around her, finally locating the last link. The array is broken. She suddenly opened her eyes, her violet pupils shimmering with cold light, her lips curling into a slight smile. She sprang up from the ground, and the spiritual energy in her palm suddenly vanished. In an instant, the ground began to tremble. Circles of blood-red runes began to tremble violently, their color fading until they transformed into blood mist and disappeared. No. Emperor Jialan roared, his red eyes fixed on Feng Yunqing. You are truly damned. I will kill you. He lunged towards Feng Yunqing, but Xuanyun was there, not allowing him to act recklessly. In less than a second, Xuanyun's powerful pressure forced Emperor Jialan down from the sky, pinning him firmly to the ground. As the great array vanished, the light shield covering the sky also disappeared. The evil cultivators, deprived of their continuous energy supply, soon began to falter. Xuanyun acted decisively, issuing a lethal order: kill all evil cultivators on the spot. To his surprise, nearly 90% of the capital of Jiuzhou Kingdom were evil cultivators. Xuanyun pressed his thin lips together, a hint of sorrow emerging in his usually calm eyes. Many of the evil cultivators were ordinary citizens of Jiuzhou Kingdom, not from the Jiuzhou clan, yet they were forced to practice the evil arts that drained others' essence blood. Feng Yunting looked at the citizens willingly facing death, feeling a twinge of reluctance in her heart. No wonder she had previously seen expressions of helplessness and pain on their faces. Emperor Jialan had his cultivation crippled by Xuanyun and was bound with the divine binding rope. The entire capital was filled with a heavy stench of blood, and the foul odor permeated the air. Xuanyun gazed at the towering palace gates, saying, "The empress is still in the palace. Surely the royal family is full of Jialan blood. It is time to eradicate the roots. The blood of my Jialan clan is spread throughout the eastern region. You cannot kill them all." Emperor Jialan laughed arrogantly. Xuanyun replied calmly, "I know. Now it is enough to capture your bloodline." Emperor Jialan's expression froze you. A large group marched into the palace, splitting into 4 teams, quickly capturing all the servants and guards inside. Even the other concubines and princes in the palace were all taken into custody. In the empress chamber, they found the empress with tear-streaked eyes. Emperor Jialan looked at his bound sons and daughters, his eyes filled with a lifeless expression. His children were truly foolish, having all been captured. "Your Highness, should these royals be brought back to the Beast Kingdom?" Xuanyun looked at Xuanyun, waiting for his decision. Xuanyun surveyed the individuals before him, his disdain unhidden. "Those who are not evil cultivators can step forward. I will handle them at my discretion." As his words fell, the hall fell into complete silence. Not a single member of the Jialan royal family was a legitimate cultivator. They were all evil cultivators. "Execute them on the spot." Xuanyun exhaled, turning away. As the cries echoed, Feng Yunting still could not find Yunshuxi's figure. She approached the empress coldly, asking, "Where is Yunshuxia?" The empress, with her disheveled hair and smeared makeup, replied, "You will never find my Binger. It seems you know where she is." Feng Yunting smirked, turning to Xuanyun, "Can I handle the empress?" Xuanyun nodded. "You are the greatest contributor to capturing the evil cultivators. A mere empress is yours to deal with." Feng Yunting nodded, placing her hand on the empress' head. The empress, having lost her powers, was utterly defenseless as Feng Yunting searched her soul. Fragments of memories began to surface. Feng Yunting quickly found Yunshuxi's whereabouts in the empress' most recent memories. It turned out that at the moment the bloodstone array was broken, a mysterious person had arrived in Jialan Kingdom and casually taken Yunshuxia away. The face of this mysterious individual did not appear in the vision. In the vision, the empress knelt, bowing her head, pleading, "Senior, considering that our Jialan clan has saved you, please take good care of my daughter. Rest assured." The voice of the mysterious person sounded mature. With her talent entering the Xuanyun Academy, she will naturally receive the protection of the academy. In the final scene, Yunshuxia was taken away by the mysterious person as they flew off. Feng Yunting released her grip on the empress' head, her open violet eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. Unexpectedly, Yunshuxia was so lucky as to escape another calamity. Feng Yunxing chuckled coldly. She was also headed to Xuanyun Academy and looked forward to meeting Yunshuxia again. Xuanyun, upon seeing the fallen Queen Jialan, did not ask further, but turned to Xuanyun, who directly unleashed a surge of spiritual power, creating a bloody hole in the queen's body. Meanwhile, the sun rose. Xuanyun greeted the representatives from various nations and then departed directly on a Qilan. Feng Yunxing and the old patriarch also returned to Tianyin Kingdom. In less than a day, the Beast Nation issued a new territorial map. The Jialan Kingdom, which occupied a considerable area, had taken many small countries along the eastern border with the help of the evil cultivators under the Jialan Emperor over the years. In this battle, Tianyin Kingdom acquired half of Jialan Kingdom's territory, while the other half was divided between Bai's Kingdom and Feishua Kingdom. Tianyin Kingdom also became neighbors with Beast Nation, and Feishua Kingdom separated from Bai's Kingdom by a region of Feishua Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Beast Nation specifically inquired about the current situation of Tianyin Kingdom and whether a new monarch had been established. All the prominent families of Tianyin Kingdom jointly recommended the old patriarch Feng. Today is the grand ceremony for his enthronement. After more than half a month of repairs, the palace of Tianyin Kingdom has taken on a new appearance, and even the homes of the citizens in the imperial capital have received the best renovations. The representatives of the major families stood in 2 rows in front of the hall, with the heads of the 3 major families at the forefront. The current ministers were no different from before, nearly all being from prominent families. Feng Zongming stood at the very front, dressed in a golden robe and wearing a golden crown, exuding an air of vigor. "Long live our emperor." Immediately, all the officials on both sides of the road knelt down. A tall figure clad in a black and gold dragon robe appeared on the red carpet, walking steadily up the high steps. When he turned around, the old and stern face belonged to old Patriarch Feng. He raised both hands high, his voice much gentler than usual. "My dear ministers, rise." The ceremony was not complicated, it simply outlined the future of Tianyin and then entered the main hall. Feng Zhongming was conferred the title of Prince of Freedom. Originally, old Patriarch Feng intended to declare him the crown prince, but Feng Zhongming refused. Instead, Feng Yunqing was conferred the title of Imperial Princess, granting her the right to the throne. No one objected to old Patriarch Feng's decision, on the contrary, everyone supported it wholeheartedly. Feng Yunqing felt little about this, showing no interest in the throne. Moreover, old Patriarch Feng was still in his prime. As long as he diligently cultivated, the higher his cultivation, the longer he would live. There was no need to pass the throne to her. That evening the palace was filled with delicacies, and the entire imperial capital was brightly lit. The Feng family welcomed an uninvited guest. The old beggar swept into the Feng residence like a gust of wind, immediately surrounded by guards with long spears. Who dares to intrude upon the Feng residence? The old beggar stood in the encirclement, scratching his hair. "It's me. Where is that girl Yunqing?" One guard who had seen the old beggar recognized him and instructed his brothers to lower their spears. He stepped forward respectfully. "Oh, it's you, senior. The Imperial Princess is currently at the palace attending a banquet." "Imperial Princess?" The old beggar raised an eyebrow, a displeased expression on his face. "I'm looking for your young lady, not some Imperial Princess." The guard nodded. "Our young lady is now the Imperial Princess of Tianyin Kingdom. You can find her at the palace." The old beggar, somewhat doubtful, nodded. "All right, then I'll go." After saying this, he pushed off with his toes and vanished. At the palace banquet, Feng Yunqing sat next to Feng Zhongming, who blocked anyone who came to toast her. Feng Yunqing could actually drink, but seeing her uncle act like a protective hen, she let him be. Old Patriarch Feng felt quite uncomfortable sitting alone at a high position, so he also came down from the platform. As soon as he came down, everyone at the banquet immediately stood up. "Your Majesty." Old Patriarch Feng frowned. "You all eat your food. I, the Emperor, want to talk with my dear Qingqing." "Understood." The crowd slowly sat back down. Old Patriarch Feng sat down next to Feng Yunqing, a slightly tipsy expression mixed with helplessness on his face. "Qingqing, being an emperor is so troublesome. I just sat there by myself and felt very lonely." The tone surprisingly had a hint of an old man whining. Feng Yunqing filled his cup with wine. "Grandpa, you are now the Emperor of Tianyin. You can do as you wish, sit wherever you want." Now the entire populace of Tianyin Kingdom was loyal to her Feng family, so she naturally couldn't be too restrictive on old Patriarch Feng, her grandfather, allowing him to do as he pleased. "What nonsense royal etiquette! I need not comply." "Huh, here comes this old man." A strange laugh rang out from the entrance. "Who dares to intrude upon the Taiha Hall?" The guards outside immediately shouted loudly. Feng Yunqing quickly stood up. "Wait." She, dressed in red, floated lightly to the entrance of the hall. There the old beggar was peeking inside. Upon seeing her, he immediately grinned. "Ah, Qingqing girl, you are indeed here." Feng Yunqing smiled and nodded. "Please come in." The old beggar was led into the hall by Feng Yunqing, and the guests at the banquet did not inquire further. After all, this was a guest invited by the Imperial Princess. They, the ministers, did not dare to ask too much. Feng Yunqing led the old beggar to a seat and poured him a glass of wine. "You eat first, we will talk later." The old beggar nodded, knowing this was not the time for conversation with so many people around. Upon seeing him arrive, old Patriarch Feng immediately started chatting with him. "Old friend, drink a cup with me." "Me?" The old beggar looked at old Patriarch Feng in surprise. "How long has it been since I left? And you've already donned the dragon robe." This matter I must discuss with you properly." Old Patriarch Feng finally found someone to chat with and began clinking glasses with the old beggar. Feng Yunqing quietly sat aside, watching old Patriarch Feng animatedly recounting the disgraceful stories of the Morong royal family. Feng Zhongming chimed in occasionally, while Xiao Jiao and Tuan happily devoured meat. This scene surprisingly exuded a harmonious atmosphere. How wonderful! In the future, Tianyin Kingdom will flourish and the Feng family will prosper. The banquet continued until the full moon was high in the sky before it finally dispersed. Feng Yunqing had someone escort old Patriarch Feng to his chamber, and Feng Zhongming also returned to his palace. The old beggar, seeing that everyone had left, finally took out a jade token and handed it to Feng Yunqing. "Girl, this jade token allows direct entry to the second level without testing for spiritual roots." Feng Yunqing accepted the jade token with a smile. "You've worked hard. Please stay in the palace for this period." The old beggar waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Oh, it's not hard at all. How could it be hard to have a disciple?" As he spoke, his shifty eyes glanced at Feng Yunqing, and he even raised an eyebrow at her. Feng Yunqing chuckled, pulling Xiao Jiao and Tuan's hands towards her palace. As she walked, she said, "It's too late today. Tomorrow I will prepare a grand apprenticeship banquet." No need. Just calling me master is enough to count as an apprenticeship." The old beggar blocked her path, a rare flush of red clouds appearing on his face. Feng Yunqing widened her beautiful eyes slightly. How can that be? To be honest, your talent is truly extraordinary. It's a huge fortune for me to be able to take you as my disciple. Ooh, I wouldn't ask for any apprenticeship banquet. You have no idea those old folks at the academy have all taken in disciples. I'm the only one left without a disciple, being laughed at by them all day long. Every day it's either this one showing off their disciple in front of me, or that one doing the same. But I am not someone who takes in disciples casually. The one I accept must be someone I find pleasing and compatible with me. Unlike those people who just take a bunch of disciples. He glared at Feng Yunqing, suddenly realizing, girl, what did you just call me? Xiaojiu said, mother called you master. Tuan nodded, yes, yes. The old beggar's eyes turned red. I didn't hear, clearly say it again. Feng Yunqing ignored him and continued pulling the two little ones forward. The old beggar jumped beside them, saying, hurry. My good disciple, say it again. Master is getting old. I didn't hear clearly. Hurry, hurry. Feng Yunqing, unable to avoid him, stopped and smiled at him. Master, your assigned quarters are over there. You should go rest now. The old beggar immediately grinned from ear to ear. All right, Master will go rest now. After saying that, he dashed away, his figure radiating joy. Xiaojiu curiously asked, Mother, why did you want to acknowledge him as your master? Feng Yunqing led them into the chambers, and the palace servants closed the door. She directly entered the space of her ring, and then began to speak to the two little ones, because Mother thinks he is a very nice person. This was Feng Yunqing's true thought. She genuinely found the old beggar quite good. At such an old age, he still hasn't taken a disciple. Oh, it indeed sounds quite lonely. Moreover, since Feng Yunqing knew nothing about the Xuanyun Academy, having a master to guide her was something she welcomed. As for how their master-disciple relationship would be in the future, that was a matter for later. There were still 10 days until the entrance examination for Xuanyun Academy, and she planned to seize the time to cultivate. She wondered who the mysterious person who took away Yin Shushua was. Perhaps Yin Shushua was already inside Xuanyun Academy. Furthermore, from what the mysterious person said, it was clear that Yun Chux's current talent was impressive. This indicated that Yun Shushua had gained a new spiritual root, and it was of excellent quality. Feng Yunqing was very curious about how Yun Chux's spiritual root was regenerated. Could it be that the Jialan clan used some sinister technique to transfer it into her body, just like Empress Xuanyun did? All of this would become clear once she went to Xuanyun Academy and met Yin Shushua. The Tianyin kingdom began to steadily develop, and Feng Yunqing, in addition to her cultivation, refined many gathering spirit pills. These pills were primarily for the Feng family and the direct descendants of the three major families, followed by the elite of the Feng family, first enhancing the main force before considering others. The entrance examination to Xuanyun Academy was just a day away. Feng Yunqing stood with the old beggar in the imperial garden, surrounded by old master Feng Zongming and the heads of the three major families. Old master Feng, with tears in his eyes, held Feng Yunqing's hand. Qing, when you go to Xuanyun Academy, when will you be back? The old beggar stroked his beard and said, don't worry about this. The academy gives students 2 days off every month, and I'll accompany my good disciple back then. Brother, since Qing has acknowledged you as her master, you must take good care of her and not let her suffer any grievances at the academy. Old master Feng urged solemnly, patting the old beggar on the shoulder. Yes, Qing will trouble you to take care of her, senior. Feng Zongming also said. The old beggar raised his chin. As my own disciple, I will naturally take good care of her. Feng Yunqing pulled Xiaojiu and Tuan, saying, come say goodbye to everyone. Xiaojiu patted his chest, saying, don't worry. I will protect mother. Tuan also patted his chest, saying in a baby voice, I will protect the master too. After bidding farewell to everyone, Feng Yunqing followed the old beggar onto his wine gourd. The journey to Xuanyun Academy was long, and flying by herself was too strenuous. Besides, she didn't know the way, so taking the old beggar's wine gourd was the best choice. On the way, Feng Yunqing didn't let the two little ones stay out for too long. She only allowed them to play outside for a while before returning to the space. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. They arrived above Xuanyun Academy just before the entrance examination began. Through the clouds, Feng Yunqing saw continuous green mountains with 4 large mountains surrounding Xuanyun Academy, like 4 bodyguards protecting the academy. This is Xuanyun Academy. These 4 mountains are all top-quality spiritual veins, providing the best cultivation conditions for the students of the academy. As the old beggar spoke, he controlled the wine gourd to land on the massive square. They stood at the edge of the square, facing a large crowd. The entrance qualification for Xuanyun Academy is that candidates cannot be over 20 years old, so the square was filled with young boys and girls. The large square was bustling with energy, filled with all kinds of youthful faces. On a high platform in the square, there was a gigantic crystal ball used to test the grade of spiritual roots, with several middle-aged men in snow-white robes standing beside it. One of the middle-aged men in a snow-white robe stood up, walked to the table, and scanned the square with his eyes. Suddenly, there was complete silence. Now as I say, those who are 20 years old step to my left and line up. He pointed, and many cultivators began to walk out of the square. A group separated from the others on the opposite side of the square. Now line up in order. 18 years old, 17 years old. More and more people walked out of the crowd to form a line. Feng Yunxing looked at the line with the fewest people, the 16-year-old group. If she participated in the first round of the examination, she would be standing in that line now. Now starting from 20 years old, who will test first? A tall man stepped out from the front of the line saying, "I'll go." He stepped onto the high platform, placing his examination jade token on the testing crystal ball while pouring his spiritual power into it. Soon the testing crystal ball began to gather a rich red color, darkening to a deep crimson. The more intense the color of the spirit testing orb, the better the innate quality of that person's spiritual root. A line of text slowly emerged on the orb. Wanshou Kingdom Xuanyun Rui, 20 years old, possesses an exceptional fire spiritual root with a cultivation level of nascent soul 5th stage. The middle-aged man announced the results saying, "Pass. Please return to your original position." Feng Yunxing looked at the tall and sturdy man, recalling the delicate beauty of Xuanyun. With names so similar, it was likely that Xuanyun Rui was also a member of the royal family, possibly even related to Xuanyun. Soon the 20-year-old contestants gradually ascended the high platform, but only a few had passed the assessment. Many 20-year-olds who had not yet reached the nascent soul stage would be directly eliminated, and their contestant tokens would be taken on the spot. Feng Yunxing could not help but murmur, "A golden core 9th stage at 20 is already impressive. In Xuanyun Kingdom, that would be considered a genius." The old beggar chuckled, saying, "This is Xuanyun Academy, which only admits the elite among the elite. These contestants are geniuses from the 4 regions, far surpassing the talents from your small country." Feng Yunxing lowered her gaze and replied softly, "Indeed, one must aim high and not be confined to the present." The old beggar nodded. "There are heavens beyond heavens, and there are people beyond people. Master, I too emerged from the 4 great mountains of Xuanyun Academy before encountering you, a prodigy." With that he grinned proudly at Feng Yunxing, as if this bond between master and disciple relied solely on his own efforts. Feng Yunxing shook her head slightly, continuing to focus on the assessment. With her good memory, she could remember almost everyone who passed. Time passed slowly, and the crowd in the square had decreased by more than half. Many geniuses who could dominate in Xuanyun Kingdom were eliminated by Xuanyun Academy's rigorous standards. Feng Yunxing couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this was the most prestigious academy on the entire Xuanyun Continent, where only the creme de la creme could pass. Xuanyun Academy did this to solidify its position on the continent, always remaining at the pinnacle forever above all. "Girl, you keep watching. I have some personal matters to attend to," the old beggar said before quickly running away. Feng Yunxing watched his anxious back and smiled lightly. He had been drinking, so he must have gone to resolve that. In her red attire, she stood quietly at the edge of the square, arms crossed, her posture lazy and casual. With fewer people around her, standing there made her strikingly beautiful and hard to ignore. "Hey, why are you standing there?" A woman's voice interrupted. Feng Yunxing turned to see Ling Xiaoxiao from the 18-year-old group, a person from a top kingdom in the western region. She had already passed the assessment. Seeing Feng Yunxing's gaze drift past her without acknowledgement, Ling Xiaoxiao immediately became angry. She raised her voice and asked Feng Yunxing, "Hey, aren't you a contestant? Why aren't you in line?" Feng Yunxing frowned at her. "Do you have a problem?" Ling Xiaoxiao tilted her chin and pointed at the contestant token at Feng Yunxing's waist. "Why aren't you participating in the assessment? Or do you mean you have already been eliminated? Then why hasn't your token been taken?" Feng Yunxing pressed her lips together. Indeed, there were busybodies everywhere. She lazily replied, "It's none of your business." Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed. Her fierce gaze scrutinized Feng Yunxing. This woman was so beautiful, yet so arrogant. If she truly found her intolerable. Ling Xiaoxiao came from a top kingdom that revered women, and with her illustrious background, she had been pursued by various men from a young age. She had never looked favorably upon women more beautiful than herself. Moreover, Feng Yunxing was many times more beautiful than her. Everyone look over there at that woman. She has a token, but isn't participating in the assessment. Could she be someone with ulterior motives? Ling Xiaoxiao was clever. With just 2 sentences, she attracted the attention of many people around to Feng Yunxing. There was a considerable distance from the high platform, and there were no rules requiring silence, so the square was filled with indistinct chatter. The people on the high platform glanced this way but quickly shifted their focus back to the contestants standing before the spirit testing orb. One contestant curiously asked Feng Yunxing, "By the way, which region are you from? Why aren't you participating in the assessment?" "Could it be that she's really someone with ulterior motives?" a female contestant whispered, then moved a little closer to the man beside her. "I heard that there are evil cultivators in the eastern region. How could she be?" In an instant, Feng Yunxing became the focal point of attention, even drawing the interest of those who had been eliminated. "Have you already been eliminated? Why haven't you handed in your token?" Maybe she thinks she won't pass, so she simply didn't participate in the assessment. That's not acceptable. The assessment token belongs to Xuanyun Academy. She should hand it in. Hand in the token. These people began to jeer loudly, quickly drawing the attention of those on the high platform. The middle-aged man on the high platform used his spiritual power to ask, "Why the commotion?" Examiner. There's someone here holding a token, but not competing. Yes, she intends to keep the token for herself. Following the crowds pointing, the middle-aged man on the high platform spotted Feng Yunqing standing far at the edge of the square. Upon seeing her, curiosity flickered in his eyes, and he surprisingly could not discern this girl's cultivation level. He looked at Feng Yunqing and asked sternly, "Contestant, please participate in the assessment promptly. That assessment token belongs to Xuanyun Academy. If you do not hand it in, you cannot leave this square." What he said was true. Feng Yunqing had sensed the powerful array fluctuations surrounding the square as soon as she entered. It seemed that only those with tokens could enter, and those who wished to leave had to be eliminated, requiring them to have no tokens to exit. Feng Yunqing narrowed her eyes slightly, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the faces of these people, before finally landing on the instigator Ling Xiaoxiao, offering her a narrow-eyed smile. Ling Xiaoxiao felt a chill run through her body. She realized that the smile of this woman in red seemed highly dangerous, as if she were being targeted by a demon. "Contestant, are you listening?" The middle-aged man on the high platform asked again, this time clearly with some irritation. Feng Yunqing smiled faintly, her purple eyes shimmering with a hint of amusement. "Sorry, I arrived a bit late. I didn't know where I should stand." Immediately someone around said, "So she came late. I was wondering what was going on with her." The middle-aged man on the high platform's expression softened. "How old are you now?" 16. "Then you can stand in the line to your left front." The middle-aged man raised his hand, indicating the group for 16-year-olds. Feng Yunqing took a step forward, slowly walking toward the group with the fewest people. "Qingqing girl." The old beggar's voice suddenly rang out. Feng Yunqing turned her head and saw the old beggar rushing towards her like the wind, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. "Girl, what are you trying to do?" The old beggar quickly grabbed her and tried to pull her aside. However, Feng Yunqing resisted, saying, "Master, I must participate in the assessment now. Oh, everyone is watching." After saying this, she subtly gestured with her eyes, and all around them pairs of eyes turned to look at them. Especially on the high platform, the middle-aged man frowned upon seeing the old beggar's arrival. The old beggar snorted, "Ignore them. They are nothing." He pointed at the middle-aged man on the platform, hopping and shouting, "What are you looking at? Are you forcing her?" The middle-aged man, however, clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Elder, she holds the jade token and should participate in the assessment." Feng Yunqing stopped the old beggar from speaking further and softly reassured him, "Master, it's just a spirit testing ball. I can handle it." The old beggar wore a worried expression. "Really? Sigh, don't worry. Besides, you are my disciple. You can enter this academy whenever you want. No one can do anything to you." He looked around with pride, making it clear that he was Feng Yunting's support. A warmth filled Feng Yunting's heart. Having such a master backing her in front of so many people was truly not in vain. She quickly walked to the 16-year-old group and waited quietly. Soon the 17-year-olds finished their tests, and many had their jade tokens confiscated. In the 16-year-old group, the first to step out was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was tall, with black hair, standing upright, exuding a sense of youthful vigor and confidence. Feng Yunting gazed at that face from a distance, her heart giving a slight pang. This young man's face stood before the spirit testing ball. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting a strand of hair off his side face, revealing a dark red scar at the end of his brow. The scar was sharp like a knife, yet not ugly. Instead, it added a hint of bloodthirstiness to his otherwise fair and cold face. His appearance immediately sparked whispers among the surrounding female contestants. "Have you heard? He is an unparalleled genius who fought his way out of the cruel battlefield in the north through his own true abilities. He is at the peak of Golden Core at 16. TCH. Who asked you? I am also from the northern region. The northern battlefield is specifically for selecting geniuses. Although he looks fierce, he is really handsome." Some girls began to swoon. Feng Yunting listened quietly. It was her first time hearing about the battlefield. She knew nothing about the north. The spirit testing ball displayed a line of text: Lingyun Kingdom Lung, E16 years old, with exceptional quality of mutated lightning spirit root cultivation at Golden Core 9th stage. Passed. The middle-aged man's voice was exceptionally joyful. "Great. Indeed, a young genius." Lung E said nothing and directly flew down the high platform, returning to the front of the group. In the 16-year-old group, there were only about 10 people left. Soon it was Feng Yunting's turn. Everyone around focused on her, almost all looking at her with ridicule. Feng Yunting had long been accustomed to these gazes. The original owner had grown up under such scornful looks. She stepped lightly onto the platform and took the jade token from her waist. With her left hand, she pressed the jade token against the spirit testing ball, and her right palm also touched the spirit testing ball. She mobilized the gold spirit root within her chaotic spirit root, continuously sending golden spiritual power into the spirit testing ball. Soon gold appeared in the spirit testing ball, its color deepening until it approached black. Just as everyone thought it was over, a rich green emerged within the dense gold, the vibrant color quickly occupying a position, shifting from green to dark green. Is this a dual spirit root of gold and wood? On the platform, the middle-aged man said to an elder beside him, I didn't expect this old fellow's widely praised disciple to have such qualifications. The spirit root quality is exceptional. But the cultivation speed of this dual spirit root. Before they could finish speaking, a blue water-like color appeared in the spirit testing ball. 3 spirit roots. How can this qualification be considered good? Why is there still more? The middle-aged man widened his eyes, watching as a fiery red color appeared in the spirit testing ball, spreading rapidly until it turned dark red. Immediately after, a brown color also appeared with a yellowish hue, quickly spreading next to the dark green until it transformed into a charred earth color. Does this 5 spirit roots still count as mixed spirit roots? The middle-aged man swallowed hard, already unsure how to judge. The square had already turned into a chaotic uproar, with countless mocking voices rising and falling. So it turns out to be a mixed spirit root. Ha ha. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed wildly. I thought it was some remarkable genius. What a laugh. The old beggar listened to the mocking voices around him, his murky eyes revealing displeasure, but more so concern. He couldn't help but worry if Qing Tian could handle it. These people's words were really harsh. It's all his fault. Why did he drink so much without reason? It had only been a little while since he left, and his precious disciple had already been forced to participate in the test. Wow, what color is this? Someone exclaimed, and the old beggar focused on the spirit testing ball. He saw a silvery mist appearing in the spirit testing ball, continuously expanding, and the color gradually deepening, resembling a scorched silver carbon. Mutated wind spirit root. Before the crowd could express their amazement, they saw that the spirit testing ball once again sprouted clusters of ice-like snowflakes, which quickly climbed over the entire sphere, forming a layer of frost that soon covered the whole ball. My goodness! A mutated ice spirit root. How can one person have so many spirit roots? This is simply unheard of. All her spirit roots have exceptional qualifications. Indeed, she is an unparalleled genius. The middle-aged man, seeing that the spirit testing ball had finally stopped moving, could not hide his excitement on his face. It seems that this year's most. Crack. With a sound like thunder, the spirit testing ball appeared with cracks that hadn't been seen in hundreds of years. Crack. Another crack appeared. To everyone's surprise, purple lightning was dancing within the spirit testing ball. The purple lightning seemed unable to bear being trapped in the spirit testing ball, causing it to crack open. Feng Yunting frowned slightly. Why was the quality of the items from Xuanyun Academy so poor? Her lightning spirit root hadn't even reached its peak, and yet it couldn't withstand it. Forget it, passing the assessment is the most important thing. She focused her mind, pouring in lightning spiritual power, watching as the lightning power surged within the spirit testing ball, scattering the other colors. Stop! The middle-aged man shouted loudly, quickly rushing forward to pull Feng Yunting away. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. The 3% high spirit testing ball, which had been tested here for hundreds of years, was now covered in cracks. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted, launching a colorful firework into the sky from the high platform. The magnificent fireworks burst forth from the high platform, soon transforming into countless tiny orbs of spiritual energy scattering into the air. Feng Yunqing was sheltered behind the old beggar who had leaped to the high platform. Dear disciple, are you injured? I'm fine, it's just. Feng Yunqing shook her head, pointing at the shards scattered across the ground. Why is this spirit testing orb so fragile? The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his face filled with pain. That spirit testing orb was used for 800 years. How can you say it's not sturdy? The old beggar immediately put his hands on his hips and glared at him. Why are you getting angry? Wasn't it you who insisted that my obedient disciple come up to test her spirit? Now that the orb is broken, how can you blame her? The middle-aged man sighed. Senior, if I had known that your disciple was so extraordinary, I wouldn't have dared to let her come for the test. At this point, he casually glanced over at the square and shot a cold glare at Ling Xiaoxiao. He still remembered that it was this girl who had shouted the loudest, pushing the girl in red forward. The old beggar raised an eyebrow proudly and said, so how is it? My disciple passed, right? Of course. Not only does she possess exceptional spiritual root talent, but she is also a 16-year-old at the Golden Core 9th stage. Well, then I can rest easy. The old beggar smiled at Feng Yunqing. As expected of the disciple, I chose she is truly impressive. The old beggar did not ask Feng Yunqing why she suppressed her nascent soul's 2nd stage power to the Golden Core 9th stage. He believed that she had her own reasons for doing so. The two of them then descended from the high platform, and Feng Yunqing walked towards her team. The usually aloof Lung Yi's eyes brightened when he saw her coming. Seeing the boy looking at her, Feng Yunqing turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met, and a sense of long-lost familiarity blossomed in her heart. Feng Yunqing slightly frowned and politely nodded at the boy before walking to the end of the line. In the 16-year-old group, only 3 people remained, with a cold-faced girl in black standing in front of Feng Yunqing. The middle-aged man looked at the scattered shards and realized he couldn't delay any longer. He said, "Next, those who pass the test will enter the secret realm together. Inside the secret realm, there will be various types of demon beasts. The demon beasts are illusions, so as long as you defeat them yourself, they will transform into points and enter your jade tokens. The more points, the better. But what if someone tries to steal the demon beasts I'm about to slay? Right? What if someone of higher cultivation comes and takes our demon beasts? What do we do?" The middle-aged man raised his hand. "Everyone please calm down and listen to the competition rules. First, fighting is allowed, but you must not harm anyone's life. If anyone is harmed to the point of death, they will be disqualified from the competition. Second, higher-level competitors cannot compete for the prey of lower-level competitors. If a lower-level competitor is already battling a demon beast, you cannot interfere. Third, if you simultaneously encounter a demon beast regardless of your cultivation level, everyone has the right to kill that demon beast. As for who gets the points, it all depends on your ability. Fourth, if you encounter a demon beast you cannot defeat and your life is in danger, you can inject your spiritual energy into the jade token to teleport out of the secret realm. However, doing so will disqualify you from the competition. Fifth, competitors with contract beasts are not allowed to summon them in this round, as this is a test of your own strength. Contract beasts are considered external aid, so please keep this in mind." He laid out 5 rules in quick succession, and everyone began to feel excited. The individuals clad in snowy robes with silver threads on the high platform stood up, all raising their hands to channel spiritual energy into a massive water mirror at the center of the square. The water mirror soon lit up, its surface shimmering with misty ripples. Now contestants may enter the secret realm. You will be teleported to different areas. One by one the contestants approached the water mirror. Feng Yunqing looked at the old beggar. "Master, you can see me outside, right?" The old beggar nodded repeatedly. "Of course, this water mirror will display each of your images." "Good, then I'm going in." Feng Yunqing gave him a slight bow. Go on, no need for such formalities." The old beggar waved his hand dismissively, though his face was filled with a smile that revealed his teeth. Feng Yunqing followed the black-clad girl into the secret realm. Before entering, she noticed Lung Yi glancing at her. That glance carried an indescribable emotion. Ignoring the unrealistic thoughts in her mind, Feng Yunqing speculated that Lung Yi had fallen for her at first sight. Although she felt her thoughts were somewhat narcissistic, she also had the capital to be so. The original owner possessed an absolutely stunning face, strikingly similar to her appearance in her past life, yet even more beautiful by 3 parts. Truly, it was a face that would captivate men and incite jealousy among women. Upon entering the water mirror, she felt a lightness in her body, and the scenery before her changed. She found herself in a lush green forest. Looking around and probing with her divine sense, she discovered she was the only one present. It seemed that this secret realm was vast enough to teleport each person to different areas. Feng Yunqing reached down to her waist where a silver soft sword was coiled, a gift from the old beggar during their journey, said to be a meeting gift from the master to the disciple. If one did not look closely, they would not notice that the silver belt at her waist was actually an 8th grade spirit treasure, and a top grade one at that. The old beggar was an 8th grade artifact master and had a plethora of 8th grade spirit treasures. After examining them, Feng Yunqing chose this soft sword. Feng Yunqing walked slowly through the forest, feeling the wind and rustling grass around her. Soon she spotted a small snake hanging upside down from a branch. A 3rd grade 2-star electric snake, extremely fast. If one were even slightly slower, they would not be able to catch it. Feng Yunqing watched it leisurely lying on the tree, and its vertical pupils caught sight of her without any reaction. "Oh, it seems you think I can't catch you." Feng Yunqing immediately became interested and flew up the tree with the tip of her toes. The electric snake became alert, flicking its tongue at Feng Yunqing, then began to slither along the branch. The electric snake was not very large, thinner than the branch, but it was highly venomous. Once bitten, one would either die or be severely injured. Feng Yunqing raised an eyebrow at the little snake, not running away. As soon as she finished speaking, the electric snake dashed away at lightning speed, its purple body resembling a streak of electricity. Feng Yunqing threw a dagger, the ice soul dagger gifted to her by the old master. The dagger seemed to have predicted the electric snake's position and was faster still, moving so quickly that it left no shadow. Thud! It was the sound of the blade piercing flesh, followed by the noise of it embedding into wood. Feng Yunqing was like a spirit in the forest, lightly touching the ground with her toes as she landed on the branch where the dagger was. The electric snake was already pinned to the branch by the dagger, its body twisting continuously. You didn't run when you should have, now it's too late. Feng Yinxing shot out a blast of spiritual energy from her fingertip, striking the electric snake's head and severing it. At the moment the electric light snake breathed its last, its still bleeding body transformed into a ball of white light, flying into the jade token at Feng Yinxing's waist. Feng Yinxing pulled out her dagger and glanced at the jade token. 3 points had been added to it. It seemed that killing a third-tier creature was worth 3 points, so it was better to slay more first-tier creatures instead, as the points would be the same. Feng Yinxing leapt down from the tree, swiftly searching for nearby demon beasts. The demon beasts in this dense forest were mere illusions, so they did not exhibit their usual habitat behaviors. Various tiers of demon beasts could appear in the same area. Feng Yinxing had just seen 2 first-tier rabbits and casually killed them, earning 2 points. Whether it was her illusion or not, she felt as if there were eyes watching her from the shadows during the moment she slayed those 2 rabbits. She probed the surroundings with her divine sense, but found no one else. Thus she did not dwell on it, and continued walking through the forest. All the low-tier demon beasts Feng Yinxing encountered along the way were slashed down. Anything that appeared in her sight could not escape her grasp. Outside the water mirror, the old beggar watched Feng Yinxing's actions with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Yes. Not a single one should be let go. In the water mirror, Feng Yinxing looked at the 10 points on the jade token. I need some higher-tier ones. These points are too few. She frowned slightly, her expression becoming a bit dejected. Just then she felt that gaze again. As she turned around, the people outside the water mirror tensed up. A 5th-tier illusion wolf. How did Feng Yinxing encounter a 5th-tier demon beast so soon after entering? The old beggar immediately pointed at the people on the high platform, jumping in agitation. Are you still shouting? Did you tamper with it? My dear disciple encountered a transformation stage demon beast right after entering. How could she possibly defeat a transformation stage demon beast? The elders on the high platform quickly shook their heads. There really wasn't. Elder Een, you misunderstood. Elder Een, the old beggar snorted, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group. I doubt you dare. Little Ching, this is a free gift of points. I witnessed Feng Yinxing slay 3 5th-tier humanoid spiders at the bottom of the soul-breaking cliff. This mere 5th-tier illusion wolf posed no threat at all. Feng Yinxing turned around and saw a massive white wolf approaching her, its flowing fur gently swaying as it moved. Wow, she exclaimed, and outside the water mirror, everyone gasped. Run. How can a golden core 9th-stage practitioner possibly defeat a 5th-tier demon beast? Exactly. If you can't win, just run. Then Feng Yinxing said something that left everyone outside the water mirror dumbfounded. Feng Yinxing slightly parted her pink lips, revealing a row of neat little white teeth. Seems like what I say comes true. 5 points in hand. Then she patted the silver hilt at her waist, and the soft sword sprang forth like a silver dragon, twisting in the air and gleaming with a silvery cold light. Feng Yinxing tilted her head slightly, beckoning to the illusion wolf with her finger comb. The illusion wolf, perhaps not expecting Feng Yinxing to not run, immediately bared its sharp teeth, drooling. It moved at great speed, pouncing towards Feng Yinxing. The white wolf's fur left a trail of afterimages in its wake. Feng Yinxing's speed was also remarkable, aided by the wind spirit power in her shadow chase. Step, she flashed away. The illusion wolf lunged at Feng Yinxing, opening its mouth to bite, but the next second it clamped down on empty air. Oh, hungry. Feng Yinxing's voice sounded behind it, laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Oh, whoa. The illusion wolf spun in midair and landed, its green eyes glaring at Feng Yinxing, then pounced again. Feng Yinxing flashed again, and while her afterimage remained in place, she had already moved to another spot. After a few exchanges, the illusion wolf grew somewhat enraged. It slashed at the air with its claws, sending a powerful wind blade towards Feng Yinxing. Feng Yinxing couldn't even be bothered to draw a talisman, simply dodging and striking the ground beneath the illusion wolf with her spiritual power. The illusion wolf howled a woe. It seems to be mocking Feng Yinxing. Feng Yinxing smiled at it. Come, keep going. The drool from the illusion wolf's mouth dripped onto the ground, and it lunged at Feng Yinxing again. A whoa. Several urgent whimpers echoed through the forest. The illusion wolf was bound by the vines sprouting from the ground, leaving only its head exposed. Feng Yinxing couldn't be bothered to waste words on points. She directly drove her soft sword into the illusion wolf's neck. In an instant, the bound illusion wolf transformed into a white light and dove into the jade token at Feng Yinxing's waist. Indeed, 5 points. Feng Yinxing murmured. Outside the water mirror, the elders were astonished, turning to the relaxed Elder Een. Did you just say she couldn't win? Elder Een picked his nose. Oh, I just said that casually. Feng Yinxing, holding her soft sword, strolled leisurely through the dense forest, humming a little tune. Her ability to slay the illusion wolf despite the tier difference was entirely due to the varying intelligence between demon beasts and humans. If it had been a transformation stage cultivator, she certainly wouldn't have had it so easy. not long after she heard sounds of arguing ahead. Feng Yinqing walked over and immediately spotted Ling Xiaoxiao. The reason was simple. Her white clothing stood out against the greenery, making her hard to miss. In addition, there was also a 16-year-old girl in black. Yin Lingxuan, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. Ling Xiaoxiao said arrogantly to the black-clad girl, looking as if she would not tolerate any insolence. The black-clad girl named Yin Lingxian was also a cultivator from the Qidan kingdom, but she did not come from a family as esteemed as Ling Xiaoxiao's. Yin Lingxuan's black eyes showed no emotion as she coldly stared at Ling Xiaoxiao, her slightly hoarse voice carrying a warning. I was the first to discover the amethyst scorpion. You should leave. Ling Xiaoxiao sneered. Yin Lingxian. I am the young lady of the Ling family from the Qidan kingdom. How dare you speak to me like that? Yin Lingxian looked at her indifferently. I don't know you. You. Just wait. I will make sure you leave the secret realm on a stretcher. Ling Xiaoxiao huffed coldly, then immediately attacked the amethyst scorpion. Yin Lingxian naturally wouldn't let her have her way as she too was at the golden core 5th tier. How could she fear Ling Xiaoxiao of the same tier? Both of them struck at the amethyst scorpion simultaneously. The 3-star 5-tier amethyst scorpion raised its tail spike, watching the two approaching. You two are here to fight me after finishing your argument. Ooh, I truly thank you. It waved its tail spike, preparing to welcome the two attacks. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly turned and attacked Yin Lingxian. Yin Lingxian frowned slightly, immediately channeling her spiritual power and dodging to the side. She did not question why Ling Xiaoxiao attacked her, but retaliated in kind against Ling Xiaoxiao. The two individuals were engaged in a fierce battle, while the purple crystal scorpion remained dazed on the sidelines. These two humans are quite strange. Oh, why have they suddenly stopped attacking it? The purple crystal scorpion shook its stinger and then turned to crawl away. Seeing the 3 points about to slip away, Feng Yinqing no longer hesitated, directly leaping forward toward the scorpion. Yin Lingxian caught a glimpse of a flash of red from the corner of her eye, but she had no time to look closely as Ling Xiaoxiao was pressing her closer. Ling Xiaoxiao was not one to hold back. Her strikes were vicious, each sword aimed at Yin Lingxuan's waist, clearly intent on injuring her dantian. The clash of sword blades against a hard surface echoed in the air. Finally, Ling Xiaoxiao halted her onslaught and turned to look at the source of the sound. Upon seeing her purple crystal scorpion completely defenseless against the attacks, Ling Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, "Stop!" Without caring about Yin Lingxuan, she rushed toward the scorpion. Feng Yinqing glanced at the rapidly approaching Ling Xiaoxiao and decisively struck down the scorpion's stinger with her soft sword. In an instant, the purple crystal scorpion transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the jade token at Feng Yinqing's waist. This scene magnified before Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes, and she clenched her teeth, halting a short distance from Feng Yinqing. Ling Xiaoxiao glared at Feng Yinqing. It's you. On what grounds do you steal my demon beast? Feng Yinqing analyzed her leisurely. Do you have any evidence? High-level practitioners cannot steal low-level demon beasts. You violated the rules. Your competition qualifications should be revoked. Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to have grasped a flaw, her tone growing excited as she shouted to the sky. Feng Yinqing violated the competition rules. Quickly eliminate her. After saying this, she looked at Feng Yinqing with excitement, as if waiting for her to vanish from sight. However, after a moment, Feng Yinqing wore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Ling Xiaoxiao grew angrier. Don't think that just because your master has some skills you can violate the competition rules. I will report you to the elders of the academy. Mentioning the old beggar, Feng Yinqing no longer remained detached. She put away her smile, her tone turning slightly cold. I have not violated any rules, and moreover, if I truly did, my master would not cover for me. Please be mindful of your words. Yin Lingxian also approached. When we were fighting just now, we did not touch the purple crystal scorpion. Thus, this demon beast does not belong to you. Therefore, Feng Yinqing did not violate the competition rules. Yin Lingxuan, as a citizen of the Qidan kingdom, how can you help an outsider? Ling Xiaoxiao shot a fierce glare at Yin Lingxuan, then turned to Feng Yinqing with a mocking tone. I wonder what kind of skills you use to become a disciple with such a charming demeanor. Smack! A loud slap resounded among the three. Watch your mouth. If you say another word, I will tear it apart. Feng Yinqing's expression was cold, her icy tone striking Ling Xiaoxiao's face like frost. Ling Xiaoxiao covered her face, mouth agape, as she shrieked at Feng Yinqing, how dare you hit me? You shameless creature, how dare you hit me? Just wait. I won't let you off. In her heart, she was somewhat fearful. She hadn't even seen how Feng Yinqing had struck. Moreover, Feng Yinqing was at the 9th level of Golden Core. In an unknown fight, she was no match for her. But she couldn't lose face, so she hurled a few insults at Feng Yinqing before running away. Feng Yinqing watched as Ling Xiaoxiao ran, while glancing back at her with a vengeful look, and she made a gesture across her throat with her hand. This action startled Ling Xiaoxiao into running even faster. Only Yin Lingxian and Feng Yinqing remained together. Feng Yinxing nodded slightly. At Yan Lingshuan, I'm leaving now. Yan Lingxian also nodded politely, watching that bold flash of red disappear from her sight. If it weren't for the competition, she would have liked to accompany Feng Yinxing. As Feng Yinxing walked along the path, she occasionally encountered a few competitors, either battling demon beasts or fighting amongst themselves. She couldn't be bothered with these people and focused solely on killing her own demon beasts. Just as she was engaged in combat with a 4th-level sword-toothed beast, a disdainful voice came from behind her. Hey, I want that sword-toothed beast. That voice was lazy. Of Feng Yinxing sidestepped onto a tree, glancing down at the person. It was Xuanyun. If you want to violate the rules, feel free to come and steal it. Feng Yinxing ignored him and continued attacking the sword-toothed beast. However, Xuanyun did not leave, instead making a move toward Feng Yinxing. I'm not attacking the demon beast, so it doesn't count as violating the rules. Feng Yinxing had been handling the sword-toothed beast with ease and was about to gain points, but Xuanyun suddenly came to disrupt her. She looked at Xuanyun's charming smile, his white teeth truly dazzling. Hee, if you don't leave, I'll keep fighting you, and then you'll waste your time. Xuanyun spoke like a rogue, and his moves were all harmless. Even Feng Yinxing could dodge them with her eyes closed. However, it indeed affected Feng Yinxing's ability to kill the sword-toothed beast. Feng Yinxing smiled with annoyance. You really know how to exploit loopholes in the rules, but I have no intention of letting this sword-toothed beast go. She twirled her soft sword in an elegant manner, her movements fluid like flowing clouds. Then her figure flashed. Xuanyun reached out to grab Feng Yinxing's arm, but missed. Roar! A deep, beastly roar echoed as Feng Yinxing appeared on the back of the sword-toothed beast, her soft sword plunging into its neck. Xuanyun's eyes widened as he looked at his hands, then at the spot where Feng Yinxing had just stood. What happened? You were clearly here just now. How did you get over there? Feng Yinxing collected 4 points and beckoned to Xuanyun. Come here, I'll tell you. Xuanyun immediately strode over. What technique was that? I want to learn it. Before he could finish speaking, his stomach received a punch. Don't provoke me, or I'll make you unable to get up. Feng Yinxing blew on her fist, revealing a row of pristine white teeth as she fiercely warned Xuanyun. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts. Xuanyun clutched his stomach, his tall figure bending over in pain as he looked at Feng Yinxing with a pained expression. You say you're at the 9th level of Golden Core. Why didn't you run when you saw me? Feng Yinxing raised an eyebrow at him. Why should I run? Cultivators should face challenges head in, not surrender when at a disadvantage. Xuanyun frowned. Why do you speak like my brother with all these principles? Feng Yinxing smiled slightly. Xuanyun didn't seem like the type to bully others, more like a somewhat simple-minded big guy. She curved her lips and asked, is your brother Xuanyun? Xuanyun looked at her in surprise. How do you know? Do you know my brother? I guessed it. We met once, Feng Yinxing replied with a smile. However, you two look nothing alike and your personalities are different as well. Xuanyun rubbed his belly and snorted. Who wants to look like him? He appears so frail. This prince is strong and possesses the perfect physique of a true man. Are you biological siblings? Feng Yinxing became even more curious upon seeing his reaction. Xuanyun is such a refined individual. How could he have such a clumsy brother? Xuanyun nodded. Yes. Our mother gave birth to just the 2 of us brothers. You really don't look alike at all. Feng Yinxing muttered, her gaze scanning Xuanyun. Xuanyun didn't catch that clearly and asked, what did you say? Feng Yinxing quickly shook her head. It's nothing. By the way, how many times have you stolen someone else's demon beast? Xuanyun chuckled, extending a finger. First time. It's fortunate you ran into me. If it were someone else, you might have been eliminated. Feng Yinxing shook her head slightly. Considering we are both from the eastern region, I advise you to honestly catch demon beasts and not think of taking shortcuts. Why? If I encounter those with lower cultivation levels, wouldn't I just scare them off and the demon beasts would naturally become unowned? Seeing that he wouldn't listen, Feng Yinxing could only speak earnestly. What you are doing doesn't violate the rules of the competition, but you will offend many contestants. In the end, you won't get a single demon beast. Xuanyun slightly lowered his head, looking somewhat reluctant, but still nodded. Got it. Feng Yinxing softly responded and walked past him. Hey, where are you going? Xuanyun immediately clung to her. Feng Yinxing frowned. I'm going to collect points. Don't follow me. Oh. Feng Yinxing walked a distance ahead, turned back to look, and saw Xuanyun still standing there a bit dazed. No wonder this prince is left to Xuanyun. Having this clumsy giant as a prince is truly the end for the Beast Kingdom. Do you think Xuanyun violates the rules? Elder Yin glanced at the people beside him. Not really, he hasn't made a move against the demon beast, so it can only be considered as fighting. However, he is quite clever, he actually thought of this method. Elder Yin nodded. Their sparring is a good thing, preventing them from always thinking they are invincible. They should realize that the geniuses of the entire Xuanyun Continent are gathered here. They need to see the outside world. Most importantly, to witness the strength of his disciple. Feng Yinqing had been killing demon beasts for a while, but felt that the speed was too slow. She spotted a third-grade flame-tailed fox in the distance and had an idea in mind. The flame-tailed fox was very clever, so communicating with it wouldn't be difficult. Feng Yinqing pretended not to see it and walked past the bushes where the flame-tailed fox was hiding. Crack! A porcelain bottle fell to the ground, the cap jolted off, and a round white pill rolled out. In an instant, a rich aroma of the pill filled the air. The flame-tailed fox immediately looked over its fox, eyes rolling with suspicion. It glanced warily at Feng Yinqing, but couldn't help but stare at the pill on the ground. Feng Yinqing lightly exclaimed, then turned to squat down. Oh no! How did my pill fall on the ground? Then she pretended to just notice the flame-tailed fox. How is there a little fox here? Hey, you seem to really like my pill. The flame-tailed fox looked warily at Feng Yinqing, but couldn't help but lick its lips. Suddenly it froze. How can you talk to me? How could this human understand what it was saying? Because I am powerful. Feng Yinqing smiled brightly at it and reached out her hand, holding a round pill in her palm. The flame-tailed fox gazed at the tempting pill in the girl's soft palm. Unable to resist, it reached out to grab it. But it missed. Feng Yinqing quickly withdrew her hand, smiling at it. If you want to eat it, I want you to help me with something. The flame-tailed fox eagerly nodded. You say. This pill was too attractive to it. It was willing to do anything for it. I've heard that the fox tribe is the social butterfly of the demon beast world, able to chat with anyone. Can you call over the entire fox tribe? Then each fox will get a pill. Feng Yinqing waved the pill in front of the flame-tailed fox. This enticing action almost made the flame-tailed fox's eyes pop out. No problem. I'll go right now. Feng Yinqing smiled and nodded. I'll wait for you here. The flame-tailed fox ran a few steps, reluctantly looking back at Feng Yinqing, and finally gritted its teeth and ran away quickly. She wasn't worried at all that the flame-tailed fox would be caught. Foxes were the most alert of demon beasts, and few could catch them. Feng Yinqing looked at the empty space, quickly forming hand seals, and cast several talismans on the ground, but did not use spiritual power to activate the formation. This was an illusion formation. Once someone entered, they would be confused by the scenery inside, which was enough to deal with the not-so-smart demon beasts. Feng Yinqing didn't wait long before the flame-tailed fox returned, followed by two shiny white foxes. The white foxes were on alert, stopping far away when they saw Feng Yinqing. A 5-star white fox made Feng Yinqing admit she was a bit tempted, even wanting to seize these 10 points immediately. However, for the sake of a longer-term plan, she held back. After all, a small concession could prevent a big plan from going awry. Feng Yinqing looked at the flame-tailed fox ahead. Did you find just these few? The flame-tailed fox squinted its eyes. There are more. I had them help notify other clans they'll be here soon. In that case, let's not wait for them for now. Feng Yinqing said as she took out several pills, specifically raising them towards the two white foxes in the distance. Aren't you coming over? Big brothers, come over quickly. The flame-tailed fox wagged its tail at the two white foxes. It's a good stuff. In fact, the moment Feng Yinqing took out the pills, the white foxes were already tempted, but still hesitated. Now being called like this, they hurriedly ran over. Feng Yinqing took out a handful of pills, one for each of the 8 foxes. After consuming the 8 pills, the foxes' pupils instantly dilated. They could clearly feel the spiritual power filling their bodies. The sensation of comfort was simply indescribable. Feng Yinqing wasn't surprised that they didn't level up. After all, the demon beasts here were illusions, and their ranks were preset. No matter how many they consumed, there would be no substantial effect. After finishing their meal, the foxes looked at Feng Yinqing with lingering desire, their eyes revealing their unmasked longing. Feng Yinqing shook her finger, saying, "No more eating." As soon as she finished speaking, the leading flame-tailed fox appeared somewhat dejected. "However, if you are willing to help me with a task, I will give you another one." Feng Yinqing's tone shifted, and all 8 foxes looked up at her in unison. "Please tell us if we can do it." A white fox spoke up, its eyes no longer wary, but instead filled with expectation as it gazed at Feng Yinqing. "You foxes are good at making friends, so use your abilities to gather all the 5th-tier demonic beasts in this forest," Feng Yinqing said, lightly looking at them. "Can you do that?" "Yes." The leading flame-tailed fox nodded eagerly. Making friends was no trouble for this fox. The white fox nodded as well. Their kind was most adept at socializing and making friends. As they were speaking, more than a dozen foxes came running over. Seeing that the 5th-tier white fox was squatting by Feng Yinqing's side, they did not hesitate and immediately ran over. Feng Yinqing smiled as she watched the group of foxes giving a new arrival a pill, and then she issued her instructions. She even drew a shallow circle around the clearing, instructing the foxes not to step inside when bringing the demonic beasts. Watching the large group of foxes leave, Feng Yinqing activated the illusion formation and leisurely climbed a tree, lying down on a branch. Elder Yin furrowed his brow slightly. What scheme was his clever disciple concocting this time? Feng Yinqing was in a clearing, so demonic beasts rarely came here, and thus the competitors would not come this way either. Therefore, she leisurely nibbled on a spiritual fruit, tossing 2 pills onto the ground as she chewed. Traps naturally required bait to lure the enemies in. Before long, a white fox approached, followed by an iron-horned rhinoceros. The scent of the pill tempted the rhinoceros to continue moving forward, but the white fox stopped looking at the circle mark ahead, resisting the urge to be lured by the pill's fragrance, and turned to run away. Feng Yunqing watched as the iron-horned rhinoceros entered the illusion formation, but it just kept spinning in place, not even noticing the pills lying right in front of it, a smile gently curling on her lips. She could clearly see the situation within the illusion formation, while those outside the water mirror could not see anything. The moment the iron-horned rhinoceros stepped into the clearing, it was already out of sight. Formation Master. Feng Yunqing actually knows formations, an elder exclaimed in shock, then turned to Elder Yin. Aren't you an artifact master? How could your disciple know formations? Elder Yin rubbed his nose. What does it have to do with you? My disciple is a natural. Feng Yunqing is only in the golden core stage, yet she can set up a formation to trap 5th-tier demonic beasts. It seems she has already become a 5th-tier formation master. Could it be that she has another master teaching her? An elder, envious that Elder Yin had such a gifted disciple, quickly seized the opportunity to mock. Elder Yin immediately jumped up, pointing his finger at the elder. What nonsense are you spouting? My clever disciple has only one master. He was very certain of this. After all, Feng Yunqing had said before that she had no master. The rhinoceros, confused in the illusion formation, had been stumbling around for a long time before it finally realized it was trapped and began to charge wildly. But it was utterly useless. Feng Yunqing's illusion formation not only trapped, but also restrained. Unless one possessed chaotic spiritual power, it was impossible to break the formation. However, chaotic spiritual roots were extremely rare and demonic beasts were even less likely to possess them. Feng Yunqing lay leisurely in the tree, watching as the little foxes brought over the fierce 5th-tier demonic beasts one by one, nodding in satisfaction. Finally, after a white fox brought over a 5th-tier 6-star ghost-faced spider, it stood outside the circle and did not leave. After waiting for a while, all the little foxes stood outside the circle. Only then did Feng Yunqing climb down from the tree and walk up to them. She would not go back on her word, directly pulling out a handful of pills. Eat up, and after you're done, I have more to say. The white fox ate the pill, its eyes narrowing in happiness. Seeing the enchanting Feng Yunqing, it immediately wanted to be hugged and pampered. So she pretended to be casual, reaching out to pat the white fox on the head. Instantly, 2 voices echoed in her consciousness. Mom, why did you touch it? You can't touch other beasts. Master, don't touch it. These foxes look too enchanting. You can't like them. Feng Yunqing shrugged her shoulder and immediately withdrew her hand from the white fox's head. There was no helping it. After all, she had 2 caretaker beasts at home. So she should avoid touching other beasts. The white fox was also experiencing such closeness for the first time, enjoying the sensation of being petted and smelling Feng Yunqing's fragrance. It even wanted her to pat it a few more times. All right, now you all go find 4th-tier demonic beasts and continue bringing them over. I will keep giving you pills to eat. Upon hearing this, the group of little foxes' eyes immediately lit up, and they dashed away. Feng Yunqing then looked towards the illusion formation where the demonic beasts were crashing around wildly. They didn't even realize the presence of other demonic beasts, and were just recklessly charging at the barriers of the illusion. Feng Yunqing gazed at a corner of the illusion formation where the lightning talisman was located. She infused it with lightning's spiritual power, and soon the formation began to crackle with electricity, looking as though it was woven from bolts of lightning. The 5th-tier demonic beasts trapped within didn't even know where the lightning came from, trembling all over from the shocks. In Feng Yunqing's indifferent purple gaze, there was no trace of pity, only excitement. This was all points. Outside the water mirror, the elders looked at the formation barrier covered in lightning, their eyes filled with horror. Well done. As expected of my disciple. Elder Yin applauded, beaming with pride. She is killing dozens of 5th-tier beasts in one go. This is simply amazing. In my 100 years overseeing the examination secret realm, I have never seen such a contestant. Truly, her future is limitless. Elder Yin listened to these praises with satisfaction, feeling happier about Feng Yunqing being praised than being praised himself. Feng Yunqing looked at the groups of white lights in the formation that could not find an exit, and she stopped her actions with satisfaction. She leisurely stepped into the formation, and the drifting white lights immediately seemed to have found their mother, all diving into the jade token hanging at Feng Yunqing's waist. Feng Yunqing lifted her leg and easily exited the illusion formation. She held the jade token and checked with her divine sense, noting 250 points. This number felt rather ominous, almost like an insult. However, it was alright, and new points would soon come flooding in. Feng Yunqing returned to the tree only to discover a few low-level rabbits hopping towards her. The area around this clearing lacked high-level demonic beasts, making it a territory for low-level ones. These rabbits were likely drawn by the enticing aroma of the elixirs. Feng Yunque paid them no mind, and after all free points were free points. She smiled as she gazed into the distance where she could see the silhouette of a white fox. It was followed by 3 fourth-tier steel-toothed wild boars snorting as they ran. As they drew closer, Feng Yunque could hear the white fox's voice. It was saying, "Go on, there really are elixirs here. Do you think I would lie to you?" The wild boars sniffed with their snouts and said, "There really are. Thank you, Brother Fox." The 3 wild boars rushed into the array while the white fox raised its paw to lick and take a deep whiff of the medicinal fragrance in the air before leaving. Feng Yunque watched the agile figure of the white fox. Indeed, the fox clan was clever. No, it was cunning. Coupled with their appealing appearance, many demonic beasts were reluctant to attack them, instead preferring to engage in conversation. It was true that whether human or animal good looks could indeed grant one the ability to do as they pleased. A group of little foxes busily scurried about, finally filling the entire clearing after an hour. Feng Yunque jumped down from the tree and called out to the departing flame-tailed fox, "Go tell your companions that there's no need to search anymore." The flame-tailed fox nodded and left. Feng Yunque looked at the densely packed demonic beasts within the array, her purple eyes sparkling so many points. She activated the Thunder Talisman, and the entire array was gradually enveloped in lightning. This time, there were more 4th-tier demonic beasts than the 5-tier ones she had encountered earlier, more than double. Feng Yunque's Jade token increased by 400 points. When she walked out of the array, she saw a group of little foxes outside looking at her with fearful eyes. A smile appeared on Feng Yunque's face as she spoke softly, "You all saw it, but there's no need to be afraid. Ooh, I won't harm you. After all, you are my companions." The white fox, which had been touched by Feng Yunque, cautiously asked, "Are they all dead?" Feng Yunque nodded and patted her waist where the jade token was. "That's right, they've all turned into points. You really won't harm us." Feng Yunque took out a bottle of elixirs from her space and placed them one by one in front of them. "Of course, not. I never harm friends. You are now my friends." She was never a greedy person. These little foxes had helped her immensely. Although it was a mutually beneficial relationship, she decided not to harm them. The little foxes, drawn by the rich scent of the elixirs, forgot to ask any more questions and hurriedly bowed their heads to eat the elixirs. Seeing that they had finished eating, Feng Yunque smiled and said, "Since you're full, let's get back to work. There are still 4th-tier ones left to catch, so keep looking. I have plenty of elixirs, enough for your fox clan." Upon hearing that there were enough elixirs, the little foxes immediately chirped excitedly and turned to run, their tails wagging as they dashed off full of enthusiasm. Feng Yunque looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand and said to the 2 little ones in her space, "I wonder what kind of magic this elixir possesses that can mesmerize this clever group of foxes so." The round little one said sweetly, "Master, don't say them. Even I and Brother Xiaojiu drool when we smell it." Xiaojiu nodded repeatedly beside them. "If it weren't for the fact that I can't eat too much, I would want to treat this elixir like candy." Feng Yunque smiled and said, "Don't worry, when your mother has time, she'll refine some real candy for you to eat." She also had a recipe she had developed herself using spiritual fruits to refine candy that all beasts love to eat. It could quickly replenish their spiritual power while being sweet. However, it was not as miraculous as this white elixir, which could not help beasts to enhance their cultivation. Feng Yunque lay on the tree branch, her toes lightly swaying in the air. "Help! Help!" A sharp female voice came from afar, growing closer. Feng Yunque turned her purple eyes to look and saw a white figure rushing towards her. Ling Xiaoxiao's white clothes were already torn, and she was running in a disheveled manner, being chased by a 4-tier, 5-star furried spider. Whoosh! A white silk thread was spat out from the spider's mouth, sticking directly to Ling Xiaoxiao's dress. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately screamed, and with a swift slash of her sword, she cut off that piece of clothing. She found the reason for her tattered dress. Feng Yunque watched her with amusement, but suddenly became serious. Ling Xiaoxiao was running in the direction of the maze. In the next moment, she stepped into the circle. The furried spider followed closely behind. Feng Yunque immediately jumped down from the tree. This maze was an eternal prison for Ling Xiaoxiao. If she trapped Ling Xiaoxiao to death in the array, her qualification for the competition would be lost. She flew into the array and grabbed the disoriented Ling Xiaoxiao, disregarding her screams and struggles as she pulled her out of the array. Ling Xiaoxiao emerged, still flailing wildly, shouting, "Lecher! Don't touch me. They'll make you pay." Feng Yunque stepped back, watching her lose her composure with cold eyes. After a while, Ling Xiaoxiao finally calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a cold, beautiful face. The pair of purple eyes made her heart skip a beat. "What are you doing here?" Ling Xiaoxiao took a step back in fear, looking around in panic. "Where's that spider?" "Dead." Being trapped in the array was no different from being dead. Ling Xiaoxiao gulped, her eyes widening. "You stole my demonic beast. You really violated the rules of the competition this time. Hurry up and eliminate her." She was in a frenzy, pointing at the sky and shouting. Feng Yunque shook her head slightly, truly hopeless. "The people outside the mirror are not fools. How could they believe your nonsense? You stole my demonic beast, so why haven't you been eliminated yet? Did your master give you a backdoor? Ling Xiaoxiao, in her disheveled state, still spoke with conviction. Feng Yunque couldn't be bothered to deal with her and waved her hand directly, sending the noisy Ling Xiaoxiao flying. Ling Xiaoxiao was sent flying out of the clearing by Feng Yunque's slap, immediately feeling frightened. She knew Feng Yunque wouldn't dare to kill her, but she was afraid of pain as she didn't want to ask for a beating for no reason. She looked at Feng Yunque, who was quietly leaning against the tree trunk in her red robes, appearing serene amidst the chaos. Strange, why isn't she going to catch demonic beasts? In the next moment, she saw a white fox and 2 tigers approaching. The 2 tigers suddenly vanished, leaving only the white fox standing in place. Feng Yunque waved at the white fox, and it left. The unfolding scenes left Ling Xiaoxiao utterly shocked. One by one, foxes led different magical beasts to this place, yet the beasts all inexplicably vanished. These foxes were just like Feng Yunque's contracted beasts, completely obedient to her. Ling Xiaoxiao murmured, "How can one person possibly contract so many magical beasts?" In just a short while, many magical beasts had already disappeared. It was evident what unknown means she had employed. No, this woman must have used some sort of demonic technique. She had to tell others. Ling Xiaoxiao turned to run, but unfortunately, all her movements were sensed by Feng Yunque's divine sense. Perhaps due to Ling Xiaoxiao's good fortune, she had not left long when she brought over a dozen people. These contestants initially did not believe Ling Xiaoxiao's words. After all, how could magical beasts disappear without reason? However, upon witnessing the magical beasts vanish before their eyes, they were utterly astonished. Seeing that there were enough magical beasts in the array, Feng Yunqing gathered the little foxes together and distributed pills to them. What is she feeding those foxes? I don't know, let's keep watching. The next scene left them utterly in awe. Feng Yunqing infused the Thunder Talisman with Thunder spiritual energy, causing the entire illusion array to be enveloped in lightning. The dense current wove into a vast net, dyeing Feng Yunqing's red robe blue and purple. If I'm not mistaken, she must have set up an array there, and those magical beasts definitely all entered her array. This lightning must be slaughtering those beasts. An experienced contestant analyzed. Ling Xiaoxiao's lips curled in disdain. How could she possibly know array formations? The contestant, displeased at having his analysis questioned, retorted, "If you say it's not an array, then explain it yourself." Ling Xiaoxiao immediately fell silent. She actually believed this to some extent, but did not want to admit the fact that Feng Yunqing was indeed an array master. So she twisted the truth. She must have borrowed some external force. Perhaps it's an array set up by her master. This is a blatant violation of the competition rules. Elder Yin, overhearing Ling Xiaoxiao's words, slammed his thigh and pointed at her, scolding, "What nonsense is this brat talking? Since when did I learn array formations?" "Calm down, Ling Xiaoxiao is just making wild guesses. Someone try to mediate." Elder Yin puffed out his beard and glared, "This brat has a wicked heart." Feng Yunqing had already noticed that many people had gathered around, but she did not worry. She was earning points through legitimate means, so let them speculate as they wished. She stepped into the array and instantly vanished from everyone's sight. When she emerged again, everyone saw her smiling, looking at the jade token in her hand. Ling Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. It seems she has earned points. Feng Yunqing indeed earned points, adding 420 points. She turned around, her gaze landing squarely on the hiding place of that group. "Everyone come out." Ling Xiaoxiao was the first to step forward. "Demonic woman, what kind of soul-stirring potion did you give those foxes? Why do they all obey you?" Feng Yunqing glanced at her mockingly. "They are all my friends. Are you jealous? Tell me what demonic technique you used." Ling Xiaoxiao's face looked exceedingly sinister, clearly intending to press Feng Yunqing until she confessed. Feng Yunqing frowned slightly. "None of your business." It seemed she could no longer stay in this place. She casually shattered the array, causing several talismans to dissipate into the air. When the little foxes saw Feng Yunqing about to leave, they immediately followed her. The white fox rubbed against her leg and asked Sticky sweetly, "Don't you need us to help you anymore?" Feng Yunqing replied, "No need. Didn't you see that a group of people have come over? They are quite bothersome." Upon hearing this, the white fox's eyes widened in fury, looking towards Ling Xiaoxiao and yapping incessantly. The other foxes also began to yap, their cries exceedingly unpleasant. One contestant rubbed his nose. "Why do I feel like this group of foxes is cursing us?" "Indeed, and it's quite unpleasant." Feng Yunqing walked forward slowly, listening to the little foxes angrily berate that group. It was indeed very unpleasant. Seeing Feng Yunqing about to walk far away, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly had a plan. "What are you all waiting for? Don't you see the points right before your eyes?" Seeing everyone still dumbfounded, she quickly lowered her voice. "Those foxes. They are all points. Since the foxes obey Feng Yunqing, perhaps if we go over and talk to them, they will also listen to us. At that point, if we kill them, the points will be ours." "Exactly. These foxes are willing to befriend humans. We can just kill them. Hurry, chase after them." These contestants were at least at the Golden Core 3rd stage, and with a single leap, they could fly swiftly across the ground, quickly catching up to Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing keenly sensed the killing intent approaching and immediately turned around her palm, gathering spiritual energy into a protective barrier, enveloping herself and the little foxes within. Feng Yunqing, hand over those foxes. Feng Yunqing coldly regarded the group. Do you want to violate the competition rules? A male contestant laughed. We encountered these foxes at the same time, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules. Feng Yunqing's lips curved slightly, as she had forgotten that since she did not harm those little foxes, these people were fully qualified to compete with her for them. Fine, then I'll just beat them up now, Feng Yunqing said, gently tapping her finger on the head of a flame-tailed fox. Lie down and play dead. The flame-tailed fox, clever as it was, immediately lay down on the ground. Subsequently, Feng Yunqing tapped the heads of the other foxes as well, and soon a pile of foxes lay at her feet. Those people were instantly dumbfounded. Feng Yunqing smiled at them. Did you see that? They've all been beaten down by me, and do you still want to snatch them? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the group, furious to the point of hopping. Are you all idiots? Her cultivation is higher than ours. We can't violate the rules by snatching her magical beasts. Her words awakened everyone. Right? The competition rules do not specify that lower cultivators cannot snatch magical beasts from higher cultivators. They immediately went wild, unleashing their spiritual energy at Feng Yunqing's protective barrier. These people had cultivations as high as the Golden Core 9th stage, making it difficult for Feng Yunqing to withstand their attacks alone. The little foxes on the ground also got up, each waving their paws towards the barrier outside. Their spiritual energy easily pierced through the protective barrier and flew towards that group. Ling Xiaoxiao, standing in the front, was caught off guard by a paw print and instantly had 3 claw marks added to her face. She touched her hand to the blood, enduring the sting on her face as she howled loudly, "Ah, you beasts! I will kill you." After her shriek, she unleashed her spiritual power without restraint. A contestant, unable to bear it any longer, shouted at Feng Yunqing, how can you allow the demonic beasts to harm our people? Exactly. How can you protect these beasts? Can't you see that the demonic beasts have injured our academy members? You better hand them over. Feng Yunqing pressed her pink lips together lightly and said, these foxes are mine. If you know what's good for you, stay far away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately retorted, what do you mean by rude? Are you planning to kill us? Then go ahead and take action. Since you demand it, so I shall grant your wish. Feng Yunqing smiled gently at her like a blooming, enchanting flower. With a slight movement of her divine sense, she immobilized Lin Xiaoxiao, and with a flick of her finger, Lin Xiaoxiao slowly entered the protective barrier. Lin Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in terror and exclaimed, you violated the rules. Oh, you should be disqualified. Feng Yunqing grasped her neck and smirked, don't be afraid. You are not significant enough for me to violate the competition rules. However, your wish to be beaten can be fulfilled. Feng Yunqing said the latter part lightly, directly throwing Lin Xiaoxiao out of the protective barrier. Feeling the pressure on her body dissipate, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly scrambled to her feet, pointing at Feng Yunqing with one hand, while angrily cursing, what nonsense are you talking? If you have the guts, hit me. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed straight to the ground, her limbs twitching and foam at her mouth. What did you do to her? What you did is against the competition rules. Someone stepped back in fright, but still clung to Feng Yunting's wrongdoing. Feng Yunting replied coolly, don't worry, she will only twitch for a short while. It won't affect her cultivation or body. Killing her would only dirty my hands. If you all want to twitch for half an hour too, I can arrange that for you. The others took a step back in unison, as they certainly did not want to twitch for half an hour. It looked quite ugly. Aren't you going to leave? Feng Yunting said coldly. These people had no idea when Feng Yunting made her move. Moreover, as a formation master, it was a piece of cake for her to confuse them. The crowd had already been incited by Lin Xiaoxiao, so they all quickly fled. The examination was important, and there were many demonic beasts in the secret realm. There was no need to chase after this group of foxes. Seeing that everyone had left, Feng Yunting moved her divine sense, and Lin Xiaoxiao, who lay on the ground, stopped twitching. Earlier, her illusory world, I had pierced Lin Xiaoxiao's brain, which constituted a mental attack. Thus, there would be no scars on Lin Xiaoxiao's body. Moreover, a mental attack was hard to guard against. In an instant, it would cause a sharp pain in the brain, leading to a loss of control over the body. Feng Yunting was mindful that Lin Xiaoxiao was a girl, and that her reputation was important, so she did not cause her to lose control. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoxiao would have become infamous before even entering the Xuanyun Academy. Lin Xiaoxiao slowly regained consciousness, finding herself all alone. In front of her, Feng Yunting looked down at her while the foxes at her feet were barking loudly, their voices unpleasant to hear. Lin Xiaoxiao touched her sore ears and got up from the ground, not forgetting to point at Feng Yunting and shout, you wait. Once I enter the Xuanyun Academy, I will make sure you won't have it easy. Feng Yunting called after her retreating figure. "I'll be waiting." She was afraid her days would be too leisurely. This was an opportunity for fun that she welcomed. Feng Yunting removed the protective barrier and looked at the little foxes still surrounding her. "You all should leave. You just avoid encountering cultivators. Be careful, they turn you into points." The initial flame-tailed fox approached her. "Where are you going? Can't we follow you?" Feng Yunting had no resistance towards the fluffy little creatures and answered before she could agree. Little Jiu and Tuan chimed in no. Feng Yunting quickly coughed lightly and held back her words. "No, you will get into trouble following me." The white fox licked its paw and said, "All right, then we will leave." Watching the group of little foxes bounce away, Feng Yunting prayed in her heart, "I hope they can survive until the end of the assessment." Feng Yunting walked a distance forward only to find that she hadn't encountered a single low-level demonic beast. What was going on? Had she killed all the demonic beasts in this secret realm? There is still a tea time left until the end of the assessment. I urge all contestants to seize the moment. A middle-aged man's voice came from above. Feng Yunting picked up the jade tablet and checked it, finding 1,100 points. If calculated by the speed at which the nascent soul contestants killed the demonic beasts, she was already far ahead. Only a tea time was left. In just 5 minutes, she would leisurely wait for the secret realm to expel her. As expected, after a short while she felt a light and weightless sensation in her body, and the next second, she was pulled out by a strong force. The scenery before her changed, and she stood back in the square. The middle-aged man stood on the platform waving his hand, and countless strands of spiritual power coalesced into a massive light screen. The names of the students who participated in the assessment appeared on the light screen. Feng Yunting was at the very top. Feng Yunting, points 1,100. Lung Yi, points 358. Zhua Shirue, points 203. The names of the top 3 were bolded, making them easily visible to everyone. Oh my, how did this Feng Yunting achieve 1,100 points? I barely managed to scrape together 100 points with all my effort. How did she do it? Hearing the praises of Feng Yunting around her, Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed disdainfully. "Humph. It's just some clever tricks." She looked at her name at the bottom of the list, her fists clenched tightly. Clearly in the Qidan kingdom, she was also a favored daughter of heaven. How could it be that here she was suppressed to the bottom by these people? The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at the dazzling figure in red below. "Feng Yunting is undoubtedly the first place in the second round. We have been observing your every move in the water mirror, and she deserves this first place." With this statement, he put an end to the speculations of the crowd below. After a few polite words, he continued, "In this round, the ranking of points will determine your accommodation conditions and your classes. In our Xuanyun Academy, there are 5 levels: Tian Di Ren Xian and Huang, with accommodation and classes divided according to these levels. A total of 50 students participated in the second round: 5 at the Tian level, 5 at the D level, 10 at the Ren level, 20 at the Xian level, and 10 at the Huang level. The rankings will follow the order displayed on this light screen. Feng Yunting, you may enter the academy first to select your accommodation." Feng Yunting raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that the first place came with such treatment. She looked at the old beggar on the high platform, and he understood immediately, flying down right away. "Good disciple, come, let me take you to choose the best accommodation," Elder Yin said with a smile, then prepared to take Feng Yunting away. "Elder Yin, please wait a moment," a middle-aged man called out to them, then said to Feng Yunting, "Please hand over the assessment jade token. Yes, this item must be returned, otherwise you won't be able to leave this square." The old beggar scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. He had no experience with the entrance assessment and was accompanying his disciple for the first time. Feng Yunting stepped onto the high platform and placed the jade token on the table. The middle-aged man also handed over a brand new jade token, saying, "This is the student identity jade token. Once you imprint your divine sense onto it, you will have free access to the academy, and this token will also be used to record your personal points, which can be exchanged for spiritual treasures at the academy's Flying Immortal Pavilion." He said this to all the participants in the square. Feng Yunting took the jade token, infused it with her divine sense, and upon re-examining it, her appearance and name appeared along with the character Tian, and she had 100 points, likely a gift from the academy for newly enrolled students. "Thank you," she said, bowing slightly to the middle-aged man, and then followed the old beggar out of the square. The Xuanyun Academy was nestled between 4 mountains, and this square was set in front of the academy's main gate. The rising sun hung high, golden light pouring down, illuminating the scene before her. The majestic ivory-white mountain gate stood tall among the green mountains, exuding a sense of righteous vigor, with the 4 characters Xuanyun Academy inscribed upon it, glimmering in the reflected golden light. On both sides the mountain peaks rose and fell, waterfalls splashing, and the clouds at the mountain top, under the glaring sunlight, were dyed a golden orange. At the foot of the mountain, green waters surrounded with the river flowing vigorously, shimmering with golden waves. Such beauty would be part of her daily life from now on. As Feng Yunting reached the mountain gate, the old beggar said, Since it's your first time entering the academy, you need to place the Identity Jade token here, allowing the mountain gate to remember your identity aura, making it easier for you to enter and exit in the future. He pointed to a small groove on the massive ivory-white mountain gate. Place it here. Xuanyun followed his instructions and set the jade token in the designated spot. The mountain gate emitted a faint rumbling sound, and the jade token was lifted up. Xuanyun looked at the floating jade token in amazement and held it in her hand, saying, "Master, this mountain gate does not seem like an ordinary gate." Elder Ian chuckled. "That's right, this mountain gate is a divine artifact. It already possesses spirit." Xuanyun nodded, watching the mountain gate slowly open. She gently stroked it, saying, "It truly is a divine artifact. I can sense a very ancient aura from it." Elder Ian stroked his beard. Of course, this was left by the founder of Xuanyun Academy, and it's been thousands of years. As the gate opened, Xuanyun's view suddenly expanded. She took a gentle step forward, feeling as if she had passed through a barrier. The vast square before her was bustling with countless students, all eyes filled with curiosity towards her, but there were also many in different gazes. Xuanyun's gaze swept across these people, roughly assessing their cultivation levels. Most were at the nascent soul stage, with even some at the lower levels of transformation. However, they were all not young anymore. With such cultivation, it was considered normal. Elder Ian walked through the academy, yet no one approached to greet him, which puzzled Xuanyun. "Master, what position do you hold in the academy?" Elder Ian chuckled. "I have no position." Xuanyun raised an eyebrow. "But I saw that the few people assessing were quite respectful towards you." "Well, I am considered an elder, but I don't usually manage the academy's affairs." Elder Ian strode confidently beside Xuanyun. "Come, let's go to the eastern peak. The spiritual energy there is rich, and every morning the dawn shines there, perfect for you to bask in the sunlight and cultivate." Xuanyun nodded. She was unfamiliar with the place and decided to trust her master. The two arrived at the foot of the eastern mountain, and Xuanyun saw arrays and prohibitions on the mountain. Each door was a spiritual treasure with formations and prohibitions on them, indicating that no one could enter except for the room's master. The old beggar squinted at the mountain peak and finally pointed to an empty cave. "That one will do. It has ample sunlight, and it's convenient to go up and down the mountain, not troublesome." Xuanyun nodded. "You know I dislike trouble." Elder Ian smiled with squinted eyes. "Of course, I've been paying attention to your every move." The two flew up the mountain. Xuanyun placed the Identity Jade token on the door, made of spiritual treasure, and the door was immediately marked. The door opened, and Xuanyun walked in with Elder Ian. Elder Ian patted the door. "This door is sturdy. In the future, no one can enter except you. There are formations and prohibitions set up outside this cave, so without your permission, no one can enter, and no matter how much noise you make inside, surrounding caves won't know about it. This is also to protect the students' privacy. Soundproofing is a must." Xuanyun nodded. Xuanyun Academy truly deserves to be the highest academy of Xuanyun Continent, offering students such excellent conditions. However, this is only the treatment of the Tian class. The other classes will have much lower standards, and there may even be 4 people sharing a dormitory. Elder Ian said, "This is also to motivate them, encouraging them to work harder to strive for a place in the Tian class, so they can change their accommodations." Xuanyun chuckled. "Why didn't you say this sooner? What if I don't get first place?" Elder Ian huffed. "Even if you don't get first, I will still find you a place to stay. However, I believe that with your unyielding character, you absolutely won't allow yourself to not be first." Xuanyun smiled and shook her head, thinking her master was overestimating her strength. In fact, there were quite a few people stronger than her in this assessment. It was just that she had the hidden helper Tuan. At this moment, Xuanyun still did not know that Tuan's willingness to acknowledge her as the master was entirely due to her charm, so all the subsequent events were truly deserved with no hidden helpers involved. Some people are born with certain blessings, because they have lost too much in the past. Elder Ian looked at the empty cave, pulling out a pile of items from his space. "These spiritual treasures aren't worth much. If you find them useful, take them. If not, it's fine. They can make a sound when detonated," Elder Ian said, pointing at the pile of spiritual treasures on the floor. Xuanyun looked at the suddenly piled up spiritual treasures, a bit taken aback. "Master, so many spiritual treasures are for me. How can I use so many?" Elder Ian raised an eyebrow. "You are my disciple. Who else should these things go to? Take them to play with. Otherwise, I won't have a place to use the spiritual treasures I refine." Xuanyun felt warmth in her heart as she accepted the spiritual treasures. In truth, she hadn't done much for Old Ian, at most saving his arm during their first meeting. Old Ian genuinely treated her as a disciple. This pile of spiritual treasures could fetch a substantial amount of spirit stones if sold. Old Ian left to meet the dean after returning to the academy. Xuanyun took a cursory glance at the pile of spiritual treasures and was surprised to find 2 7th-grade flying spiritual treasures among them. 7th-grade flying spiritual treasures are considered treasures even for powerful beings in the fusion stage. Xiao Jiao and Tuan Tuan ran out from the space, bouncing around her excitedly. Mother hug. Master hug. Feng Yinqing picked up both little ones sitting down by the bed. Is this going to be our home from now on? Xiao Jiao looked around disdainfully and said, It's too shabby. Tuan Tuan nodded in agreement. This place isn't as pretty as Master's room. Feng Yinqing smiled as she pinched their little cheeks. What kind of place do you like? They'll decorate it accordingly later. With these two little companions by her side, she felt truly fortunate. Xiao Jiao exclaimed, Yes, yes. However, Tuan Tuan rubbed her belly and said, I'm hungry, I want to eat tender bamboo shoots. Did we finish the bamboo shoots in the space? Feng Yinqing inquired. Tuan Tuan nodded, We finished them a long time ago. Feng Yinqing gently touched the small bag on Tuan Tuan's head and said, Just wait a bit, the academy should have arrangements soon. Afterward, we can go find bamboo shoots to eat, okay? Tuan Tuan nodded, she was quite obedient. Feng Yinqing waited for a while and indeed heard a booming voice echoing from outside. All new students please gather under the Monastery Tower. Feng Yinqing returned the two little ones to the space and opened the door to her cave dwelling. Standing on the narrow mountain path outside, she turned and met a pair of dark eyes. The 16-year-old boy had grown tall and slender, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at her with starry eyes. Feng Yinqing did not expect him to live next door, so she politely nodded at him. Are you going to the square? Lung Yi was the first to speak, his pleasant voice carrying a hint of youthful huskiness. Yes. Wasn't that a question already known? Feng Yinqing said no more, lightly pushing off the ground to fly down towards the foot of the mountain. Lung Yi followed closely behind, leisurely keeping pace with her. Feng Yinqing walked ahead, resembling a noble young lady accompanied by a dark-clad bodyguard. Are you from Lingyun Nation? Feeling his presence closely behind her, Feng Yinqing slowed down her pace and initiated a conversation. Just some casual chat to see what this young man was up to. Lung Yi saw her smiling slightly, his gaze somewhat dazed. Yes, I am from Lingyun Nation. Feng Yinqing noticed his lips moving slightly and asked, What do you want to say? May I ask where you are from? Lung Yi's tone was a bit cautious. Feng Yinqing responded, I am from the Tianyan Kingdom in the eastern region. When she tested her spiritual affinity for the first time, she had broken the testing orb, so her country and age did not appear. Lung Yi nodded upon hearing this, his expression somewhat joyful. Feng Yinqing expressed curiosity about Lingyun Nation. Does it snow all year round there? Lung Yi suddenly became more talkative. Yes, the northern part is cold. Lingyun Nation is built amid snowy mountains. However, there are many spiritual veins making cultivation easier. Feng Yinqing chatted with him, casually exchanging information about the environments and customs of their respective countries. Lingyun Nation is a top-tier nation and is known for its hand-to-hand combat in the Xuanyun Continent. The cultivators in the northern part are straightforward and prefer to resolve issues through fighting. Thus, there is a massive battle arena in the north hosting fights among cultivators. Lung Yi stood out in the battle arena, earning a test jade token from the Xuanyun Academy. The two walked side by side, both possessing remarkable looks which drew the attention of many. Feng Yinqing looked at the towering octagonal tower ahead. We've arrived. The square was already bustling with people, including new students and many senior brothers and sisters. These seniors stood with their arms crossed, their eyes scanning the newcomers with undisguised interest. A middle-aged man, the examination officer, appeared again on the high platform beneath the Monastery Tower. He smiled warmly. Let me introduce myself. I am Rin Yonghua, the steward of the outer sect of Xianmin Academy. From now on, if you have any needs in your daily life, feel free to come to me. He then began to introduce the basic situation of Xuanyun Academy. Our Xianmin Academy is divided into inner and outer sects. Newly admitted students can only stay in the outer sect. If you excel in this year's outer sect competition, you can enter the inner sect. The inner sect has better cultivation resources and offers more opportunities to enter secret realms for treasure hunting, so you must cultivate diligently to strive for admission into the inner sect. See that tower? That Monastery Tower will be your place for cultivation in the future, but you need to earn points to enter. You can check the notice board at the entrance for the specific entry rules. Now let's welcome our Vice Dean. He will personally award you the Academy's cultivation jade slips. The square erupted into warm applause. Amid the applause, an elderly man with silver hair and an ethereal demeanor stood up from his seat. His expression was solemn as he scanned the square, and everyone felt a powerful pressure emanating from him. Feng Yinqing also sensed it. This Vice Dean was indeed formidable, using his presence to intimidate everyone immediately. However, a strict teacher produces outstanding students, so this approach does have its merits. He cleared his throat and said, I am in charge of all matters concerning the inner and outer sects. If you face any grievances in the outer sect, you can come to me. However, before your classes officially start, you should familiarize yourself with our academy's rules. He raised his hand, and several beams of light flew from his hand, landing in the hands of the students in the square. Feng Yinqing found a jade slip in her hand. She immediately probed it with her divine sense, discovering it contained the rules of Xuanyun Academy, a map of the academy's layout with marked purposes and rules, and a basic cultivation method, sword flight. This introductory cultivation method was indeed novel. For most students, sword flight was far more interesting than any tedious meditative practice. Welcome to become students of Xuanyun Academy. You must practice diligently and never let your efforts today go in vain, the vice dean said earnestly in a few words. Having said that, he spun around and flew away. Rin Yonghua smiled at everyone. All right, you can explore the academy today, and formal classes will begin tomorrow. Rin Yonghua finished speaking and lightly flew away, leaving behind a crowd of students in the square. Feng Yinxing showed little interest in the academy. She prepared to return to her cave abode to study the jade slip thoroughly, hoping to find some bamboo shoots for her pet Tuan Tuan. As she turned to leave, Long Yi beside her said, "Do you want to get something to eat? The meals at Xuanyun Academy are infused with spiritual energy, which is beneficial for your spiritual root. Are there bamboo shoots?" Long Yi nodded in surprise. "Do you like to eat bamboo shoots?" "Not me, but my child loves them," Feng Yinxing replied, and followed the academy map towards the cafeteria. Long Yi hurried to catch up, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Do you have a child?" Feng Yinxing chuckled, "It's my contracted beast." Long Yi looked at her, his aloof demeanor contradicting his surprisingly simple thought process. "Oh, I thought you were already married." Long Yi nodded, occasionally glancing at Feng Yinxing. She didn't notice these looks, eager to check the cafeteria since Tuan Tuan was already clamoring for bamboo shoots. Upon entering the cafeteria, it was already mealtime, and many people were dining. Feng Yinxing looked at the menu at the serving window and finally found a dish with bamboo shoots, stir-fried bamboo shoots. "How many spirit stones?" Feng Yinxing reached for a tray ready to fetch spirit stones. She thought they probably wouldn't accept low-grade spirit stones here. She had plenty of mid-grade spirit stones, all collected from the bottom of the golden scale flood dragon's lake. The cook smiled at her. "Little girl, you must be new here." Feng Yinxing nodded. "We don't accept spirit stones here, only points. This dish costs 1 point." The cook pointed to the jade plate next to the window. "Just place your jade plate on top and deduct 1 point." Feng Yinxing understood immediately and added, "Then I'll take another plate." "It's just 1 point," as she had 100 points. Feng Yinxing deducted the point and, carrying 2 plates of bamboo shoots, looked at Long Yi. "Aren't you eating?" Long Yi shook his head. "Points are for cultivation. I have already fasted." "That's true. I want to eat either. This is all for my child." Feng Yinxing turned with the bamboo shoots and immediately sent them into her space. "Tuan Tuan, try the taste." She communicated with Tuan Tuan using her divine sense. The little girl immediately reached for the bamboo shoots, but was stopped by Xiaojiu. "You can't use your hands to grab food. You must use chopsticks." Xiaojiu, like a little adult, handed Tuan Tuan a pair of chopsticks. Tuan Tuan was somewhat reluctant, but still agreed. She used the chopsticks to pick up 2 strands of bamboo shoots and stuff them into her mouth, chewing quickly. "Delicious. It's a bit spicy. I like spicy food." "Good, then you can free up the plate. I need to return it to the cafeteria." Xiaojiu helped Tuan Tuan pour the bamboo shoots into a bowl, and Feng Yinxing placed the plate at the recycling area. She followed Long Yi outside, but suddenly seemed to remember something. A bowl. A golden bowl. She quickly used her divine sense to check her ring space, and saw Tuan holding a bowl larger than her face, eagerly devouring the bamboo shoots. "Xiaojiu, this is a Su Yao bowl, a 6th grade spiritual treasure. Why did you use it to hold bamboo shoots for Tuan Tuan?" Feng Yinxing facepalmed. "These 2 little ones were simply wasteful." Xiaojiu chuckled. "I couldn't find a bowl, and this looked like one, so I used it for my sister. This was given by their mother's master, so it should be fine for his sister to use." Feng Yinxing sighed. "Use it if you want to anyway. Master said it's all junk, so feel free to use it." As she spoke, she carefully examined the chopsticks Tuan Tuan was holding, and upon seeing them, she felt a mix of anger and amusement. 5th grade mother-grandchild hairpin, and you treat them as chopsticks?" Xiaojiu proudly asked Mother. "Am I smart? Am I amazing?" Tuan Tuan chimed in, "Amazing. Brother Xiaojiu is the smartest." Watching them sing in harmony, Feng Yinxing helplessly withdrew her divine sense from the space. Long Yi noticed her expression of helplessness and asked, "What's wrong? Is your contracted beast disobedient?" He had seen her take the plate away and guessed that the contracted beast had already finished eating. Feng Yinxing sighed. "It's okay, just a little disobedient." Long Yi didn't ask further and followed her out of the cafeteria. "Shall we go check out other parts of the academy?" "Sure, where do you want to go first?" Feng Yinxing, having taken care of Tuan Tuan's hunger, had nothing else to do, perfect for accompanying Long Yi for a stroll. "Let's go to the 90-year tower. We can take a look around." Feng Yinxing agreed, and the two headed towards the 90-year tower. There were many people at the base of the 90-year tower, as it was a popular cultivation spot among students. They were all wearing the uniform of Xuanyun Academy, and looked at Feng Yinxing and Long Yi with strange expressions as they approached. Feng Yinxing was unaware of their gazes and walked to the entrance. 2 young men were seated here, their expressions cold. They glanced at Feng Yinxing and asked, "Which tier do you want to go to?" Feng Yinqing hadn't yet thoroughly understood the 90-year tower and replied, I want to check the rules first. Behind the two men, the wall was engraved with the rules for entering the 90-year tower. First tier, 100 points can stay for 1 hour, 1-star spiritual pressure. Second tier, 200 points can stay for 1 hour, 2-star spiritual pressure. Third tier, 300 points. Feng Yinqing looked at these points and thought they were too expensive, only allowing a stay of 1 hour. Though she didn't know what the spiritual pressure was, for it sounded impressive. Looking at the 98 points in her jade plate, she said to Long Yi, do you want to go in? Long Yi shook his head. He knew Feng Yinqing didn't have enough points, so he didn't plan to enter either. He gently grasped Feng Yinqing's wrist and pulled her away from the crowd. Let's go check out the Flying Immortal building. That works. Feng Yinqing nodded and naturally withdrew her hand from his grasp. Long Yi's hand slightly clenched into a fist, and without feeling awkward, he said the jade slip mentions that there are many spiritual treasures in the Flying Immortal building, including holy artifacts and even divine artifacts. Feng Yinqing nodded. I guess it must cost quite a lot of points. When the two arrived at the entrance of the Flying Immortal building, it was completely empty, with not a single student lingering there. Many people laughed loudly as they saw them approaching. Look, these two newcomers actually want to enter the Flying Immortal building. Huh, that's just too funny. This woman can't possibly think that just because she got first place, she can exchange for some divine artifact, can she? Feng Yinqing listened to the laughter, but didn't mind at all. However, Long Yi became a bit angry, and a chill emanated from him. Feng Yinqing quickly patted his arm. Don't mind them. Let's go in and take a look. Long Yi was patted by her and instantly calmed down. The two entered the Fei Xian building, where various spiritual treasures were displayed, each encased in a protective shield. Feng Yinqing could clearly see the restrictions above. If anyone attempted to touch the spiritual treasures, they would immediately be detected by the person who set up the protective shield. Moreover, that person was a master in the tribulation transcendent stage. No wonder there was no one to guard this place. Feng Yinqing and Long Yi looked around, recognizing many of the spiritual treasures, with several identical to those given to her by Elder Yin. However, upon reaching the second floor, it was a different story. The second floor was filled entirely with 9th-tier spiritual treasures. Elder Yin was only an 8th-tier artifact master, so these 9th-tier treasures could not have been crafted by him. Feng Yinqing casually glanced at the price of a long sword and gasped. 50,000 points. She stared at the price repeatedly, incredulously saying, so expensive. Who can save up so many points? Long Yi, whose normally icy expression showed surprise, remarked, Indeed, if I had 50,000 points, I would definitely go to the Illusory tower to cultivate rather than exchange for a 9th-tier spiritual treasure. Although the higher the tier of the spiritual treasure, the more powerful it is. If one's cultivation is insufficient, even the mightiest treasure cannot be effective. Feng Yinqing agreed with Long Yi's perspective, saying, If it were me, I would also choose to cultivate in the Illusory tower. Weapons are merely auxiliary tools, not necessities for me. Feng Yinqing casually surveyed these items, each priced absurdly high, which explained why they remained untouched. Is there anything you like on this floor? Feng Yinqing asked Long Yi, but upon turning her head, she met his water-like black eyes. Long Yi, like a child caught stealing candy, blushed and hurriedly said, No, there's nothing I like. Feng Yinqing's gaze shifted to the staircase. Then let's go upstairs and take a look. On the third floor, it was astonishingly filled with holy-tier spiritual treasures. As expected, the points required on this floor were even more outrageous. Feng Yinqing said, Let's check the upper floor, it should be divine artifacts up there. Long Yi had no objections and followed her upstairs. As soon as they ascended, Feng Yinqing felt a powerful divine sense scanning her repeatedly. Long Yi felt the same sensation. Feng Yinqing also spread out her divine sense and quickly sensed the presence of others. Elder Yuan, with his graying hair, abruptly paused his hand that was waving a fan. The intensity of this divine sense made him feel completely suppressed. He instantly sprang up from his rocking chair, and upon standing saw a young man and woman. Feng Yinqing greeted the elder, bowing politely, Greetings, senior. Elder Yuan stared wide-eyed at Feng Yinqing, then glanced at Long Yi before returning his gaze to her. Was that your divine sense just now? Feng Yinqing did not hide it, saying, Yes, as you were examining me, I instinctively checked you as well. What cultivation level do you have? Elder Yuan looked at Feng Yinqing in astonishment. Such a powerful divine sense at such a young age seemed quite mismatched. Feng Yinqing replied, 9th tier of golden core. As she spoke, she revealed her deliberately suppressed cultivation level. The MOU ring could block others probing, but she could control it. Then how is your divine sense so strong? Elder Yuan was very curious. Could it be you have some technique for cultivating divine sense? Feng Yinqing couldn't just say her soul was approaching the true divine realm, so she nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, I have practiced a technique for cultivating divine sense. The strength of one's divine sense is related to a cultivator's ability to perceive dangers around them, a strong divine sense, can sense threats from much further away than others. Elder Yuan did not press further as matters regarding techniques are often personal privacy. Even as an elder of the academy, he could not inquire too deeply. He waved his fan and gently asked, "I see you are both new students this year. If there's anything you like, just let me know and I will hold it for you until you save up enough points to exchange for it." Feng Yinxing glanced at a hooking spiritual treasure which was priced at an astonishing 500,000 points. She thought to herself that the elder's words must be mere pleasantries. Perhaps everyone who came to Fei Xian building heard this same line. Feng Yinxing had to admit the truth. Elder Yuan's words were indeed just polite remarks. After all, for newly enrolled students, it would take decades to save up 500,000 points. Feng Yinxing smiled and said, "We are just browsing casually." Elder Yuan replied, "Then feel free to look around. I will continue resting." He swiftly returned to his rocking chair. Feng Yinxing and Lung Yi began examining these divine artifacts. Regardless of whether they could be exchanged, looking at divine artifacts required no points. Although there weren't many, each radiated a dazzling multicolored light. Feng Yinxing stopped in her tracks. Before her was a jade flute shaped like bamboo, a flying artifact. Not only could it allow flight, but it also served as a musical instrument capable of attacking enemies with sound. Additionally, its durability was on par with that of sword artifacts. Feng Yinxing asked her companion, "Tuan, you love bamboo the most. Do you like this artifact?" Tuan, lazily floating in the hot spring, immediately turned to look outside the space upon hearing Feng Yinxing's question. Upon seeing the bamboo jade flute, Tuan's excited little voice emerged, "I love it. Bamboo is my favorite." Feng Yinxing smiled and said, "After seeing you use a bamboo pole as a weapon in the previous battle, I guess you must like items shaped like bamboo." Master, is this a gift for me?" Tuan's little face radiated joy. Feng Yinxing glanced at the price tag below. "Oh no. 1,000,000 points." Feng Yinxing was shocked. How long would it take to save that amount? "Master, it's okay, or I can use an ordinary bamboo pole just fine." Tuan was very considerate, immediately realizing Feng Yinxing's predicament, pouting to comfort her. Seeing Tuan's thoughtfulness, Feng Yinxing's heart melted. "No, I must give you this." This bamboo jade flute also had a name called Fei Xian. Elder Yuan had somehow appeared behind Feng Yinxing saying, "What's this? Are you interested in my Fei Xian building's treasure?" Feng Yinxing nodded. "This building is named after this Fei Xian. Does it allow for exchanges?" Elder Yuan waved his fan, raising his voice a bit. "Of course. Everything in Fei Xian building is available for exchange." Feng Yinxing's determination grew stronger. "All right." Elder Yuan did not take her words to heart, saying, "This Fei Xian has already caught the attention of many countless students in the inner court are eyeing it. You should hurry and earn points." "Thank you, senior. May I ask how to address you?" "I am surnamed Yuan. Everyone calls me Elder Yuan." Feng Yinxing replied sincerely, "Elder Yuan, I hope you can keep an eye on Fei Xian for me. I will exchange for it as soon as possible." Elder Yuan did not take her words to heart. Any student who saw the flying immortal had uttered those words to him before. "All right, I will certainly make sure to preserve it for you." Feng Yinxing knew he was just saying that offhand. If someone truly came to exchange, Elder Yuan would definitely give the item to someone else. "Oh, I was wondering who had such a big mouth." A delicate female voice rang out. Feng Yinxing turned around to see Ling Xiaoxiao's refined face. Ling Xiaoxiao no longer appeared flustered. She was now holding on to a slightly taller girl. The girl had her hair meticulously arranged in a lingyun bun adorned only with a jade hairpin of aquamarine color, clearly a spiritual treasure. Every piece of jewelry the girl wore was indeed a spiritual treasure. Feng Yinxing glanced at her a few more times, realizing that this girl was either wealthy or powerful. Ling Xiaoxiao mocked, "Feng Yinxing, you should take a look at your shabby appearance. You want to exchange for the flying immortal? What a spring and autumn dream you are having." Without waiting for Feng Yinxing to respond, she affectionately shook the girl's arm. "Sister Biao, didn't you say you liked that flying immortal?" Biao nodded. "I do like it, and am currently accumulating points. I wonder how many points this young lady has." Her expression was proud, her eyes carrying the air of a superior. Feng Yinxing raised an eyebrow. Was this woman insane? What did it matter how many points she had? Seeing Biao not receiving an answer, her arrogance was almost bursting. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately barked like a mad dog. "Sister Biao is the crown princess of the Qidan kingdom. If we ask you a question, you better answer quickly." So she was the crown princess of the Qidan kingdom. No wonder she was adorned in spiritual treasures. Feng Yinxing chuckled lightly, teasingly looking at both of them. This is Xuanyun Academy, not the Qidan kingdom. What does being a crown princess matter here? Even if the emperor of your Qidan kingdom came, he couldn't do anything to me. Elder Yuan nodded from the side. "That's right, I detest those who use their mundane status to oppress students. This is the central region, not your southern Qidan kingdom." Ling Xiaoxiao opened her mouth about to speak, but was silenced by Elder Yuan's words. She muttered under her breath, "Little cheap girl." You will pay for this after leaving the academy. Feng Yinqing dug at her ear, taking in Ling Xiaoxiao's words word for word. How would she pay? She was waiting for it. Biao chuckled lightly. Elder Yuan is right. I have never used my identity as the crown princess to gain any convenience in the academy. That was merely my little sister's indiscretion. I apologize to you, and I hope Elder Yuan will not be angry. She rolled her eyes towards Feng Yinqing. You seem to have a connection with me, so feel free to come find me in the inner courtyard. If there's anything I can help you with, I will certainly assist you. In a single statement, she mentioned her status as an inner courtyard student adopting a high and mighty posture. Feng Yinqing glanced at Bio's cultivation level. She was at the first stage of transformation, which indeed allowed her entry into the inner courtyard. However, looking at this woman's age, it was understandable that she had cultivated to transformation. Feng Yinqing had only been reborn here for half a year, so surpassing Biao was indeed just around the corner. Forget it, I have had past grievances with the one beside you, so you should keep an eye on her. After speaking, Feng Yinqing bowed towards Elder Yuan. Elder, I will take my leave now. After saying that, she glanced at the cold-faced Lung Yi beside her. His gaze was icy as he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and Biao silently following her. The two of them went downstairs and exited the flying immortal tower. Lung Yi said softly, they are going to cause you trouble. Feng Yinqing nodded. That's right, but this matter has nothing to do with you. You should not get involved. I will leave first, and in the future you should keep your distance from me. She did not like involving innocent people. Moreover, this Lung Yi seemed quite immature. She was worried that he would be provoked by Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, leading to some irrational actions. Why? Lung Yi stepped forward, blocking Feng Yinqing's path. He didn't want to part ways with someone he wanted to get close to. Feng Yinqing looked at him helplessly. Ling Xiaoxiao dislikes me, and Biao is her sister. They will certainly keep finding trouble with me in the future. If you stay too close to me, they will definitely plot against you as well. So we should avoid contact. However, Lung Yi loudly declared, I don't care. Wherever my sister is, that's where I want to be. The slightly hoarse voice of the young man struck heavily on Feng Yinqing's heart. Feng Yinqing steadied herself, her voice trembling slightly. What did you just say? The word sister made her heart race. Lung Yi pressed his lips tightly together, not expecting that in his moment of urgency, he had blurted out the words hidden in his heart. Feng Yinqing's violet eyes locked onto his slightly evasive gaze. Did you just call me sister? Lung Yi nodded, speaking very softly. You look like my sister. Feng Yinqing glanced around. Many students were passing by, and this was not a suitable place to talk. Let's go back to the cave residence. Feng Yinqing pursed her pink lips, tightly quickening her pace. Lung Yi hurriedly followed her. After they left, Ling Xiaoxiao and Biao also came out. Before long, rumors about Feng Yinqing spread throughout both the outer and inner courtyards. Have you heard? The new top student from the outer courtyard actually wants to exchange for the flying immortal. Really? She said it so confidently. It's simply too funny. Sister Biao has accumulated points for 10 years, yet she hasn't enough. This newcomer is spouting nonsense. It's truly laughable. I want to see how many points she can accumulate in a year. Feng Yinqing and Lung Yi were completely unaware of this. They were currently seated in Feng Yinqing's cave residence. From the moment she laid eyes on Lung Yi, Feng Yinqing had a strange feeling. However, she dismissed it as mere illusion. Lung Yi lowered his head, looking like a shy young wife. Can I call you sister from now on? Feng Yinqing extended a finger and shook her head. First, tell me how I look like your sister. You aren't trying to get close to me on purpose, are you? Lung Yi's gaze fell, his expression shifting slightly, as if he had plunged into distant memories. She isn't my biological sister, but she treated me very well. I was found by her, and have always been well protected by her. When she smiles, she looks just like you, very beautiful, like light piercing through the clouds, making one want to follow it. Feng Yinqing's expression was somewhat dazed as she raised her hand to touch her face. Do I really resemble her? Lung Yi nodded vigorously. You look very similar. Feng Yinqing then asked, where is your sister now? I can't find her anymore. I was too playful and accidentally captured by her enemies, and I haven't seen her since. Lung Yi raised a hand to cover his face, then suddenly looked up, his eyes red. Also, you and my sister are the same, both having chaotic spiritual roots. Feng Yinqing's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Before she could speak, Ling Yi's eyes had already turned moist, and his voice trembled as he choked out, my sister is also named Feng Yinqing, and her eyes are purple too. Feng Yinqing murmured, her delicate lips trembling uncontrollably. Are you from Jiuzhou? Lung Yi was instantly astonished. How do you know? Could it be that you really are my sister? He was so excited that tears began to slip from his eyes. Feng Yinqing's heart raced violently, even causing her to feel a sense of breathlessness. You are Xiao Tu. Xiao Tu was the nickname she had given her younger brother. When she first met Xiao Tu, he was small and thin with a pair of red eyes, looking just like a little rabbit. Lung Yi immediately got up from his seat and lunged toward Feng Yinqing's legs. Sister. You really are my sister. Feng Yinxing felt the heat of the boy's palm tightly gripping her hand, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet she remained hesitant, unable to believe that Xiao Tu had also come to the Xuanyun Continent. Prove to me now that you are Xiao Tu. Lung Yi knelt by her side, wiping away the tears on his face, his emotions gradually calming down. He smiled broadly, his eyes brightening. Sister, when you first met me, you threw away my rabbit doll. I didn't dare to ask you for it, but a few days later you gifted me a brand new rabbit doll, saying you made it yourself. And whenever I didn't take my training seriously, you would threaten to not feed me and say you wouldn't want me as your brother anymore. You liked red clothes, but never let me wear red, saying it made me look like I was getting married. Feng Yinxing interrupted him. That's enough. She gently lifted her hand to caress Lung Yi's thin face. Tell me how you came to the Xuanyun Continent. Sister. Hearing her refer to herself as his sister made Lung Yi's smile widen even more as he held Feng Yinxing's hand tightly. When I was in Jiuzhou. Get up and speak. Feng Yinxing pulled him to sit beside her. Go on. She looked earnestly at Lung Yi's face, observing his expressions and the gestures he made with his hands. His purple eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. At that time I saw my sister come to save me, but those people threatened you with my life, so I self-destructed. When I opened my eyes again, I had actually turned into a baby. Lung Yi briefly recounted the events of his past life, explaining how he arrived in the Xuanyun Continent. It turned out that he had opened his eyes as a newborn. Because he possessed a rare and exceptional thunder spiritual root, he had a smooth life in his family. Until his 16th birthday, when the family announced a decision to choose Lung Yi as the Holy Son. Lung Yi was not an ignorant 16-year-old. He already understood that the Holy Son was merely a human sacrifice, and he immediately refused. However, each elder in the family was at the tribulation transcendent stage, making it nearly impossible for him to escape. Fortunately, he encountered a kind person who helped him flee from the family's secret realm. In Lung Yi's eyes, this person was the only good person in his family. Indeed, in Lung Yi's heart, his biological parents were all villains. After escaping from the family's secret realm, he went directly to Lingyun country, where he learned that he could obtain cultivation resources at the battle arena, and he resolutely went there. After staying in the battle arena for 3 months, he received an assessment jade token from the Xuanyun Academy. Did your parents treat you badly? Feng Yinxing's expression turned slightly cold. Lung Yi nodded. Speaking of which, my parents never loved each other, so they were completely indifferent to me, but they never mistreated me either. However, they were very supportive of me becoming the Holy Son, which I found utterly unacceptable. Lung Yi clenched his fists, disappointment showing on his face. Feng Yinxing asked curiously, why does your family want you to become the Holy Son? What does the Holy Son do? My family is the Daylight Sacred Land, and our residence is in a secret realm where there is a forbidden area known as the Immortal Clan's Sacred Ground. Within the sacred ground there is a seal, and the clan has a long-standing tradition. As long as the seal is broken, the entire clan of the Daylight Sacred Land can cultivate to become immortals. The premise is that the most gifted boys and girls of the clan are chosen as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, who are used as human sacrifices to break the seals of the forbidden area. The clan selects a Holy Son and Holy Daughter every 100 years, and there is less than a year left until the next sacrificial ceremony. However, from what I understand, during the sacrifice 100 years ago, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter died on the spot, right in front of the entire clan, and 100 years before that the outcome was the same. Feng Yinxing's expression turned serious. Fortunately, you escaped. But will the person who helped you escape be punished by the family? Lung Yi nodded, then immediately shook his head. I don't know, but I don't think so. She is the daughter of the clan leader, the young lady of our family, and I heard the clan leader dotes on her, so she should be fine. He raised his tear-filled eyes. When she helped me escape, no one noticed, so she should definitely be fine. Feng Yinxing reached out to wipe the tears from his face. Since no one noticed, then she must be all right. Lung Yi nodded, feeling a bit dejected as he said, at that time, she said she would help me escape, and I agreed, without thinking, never considering whether she would be punished for my escape. Actually, I thought about going back later, but I couldn't return because she said that if I went back, all her efforts would be in vain. For her sake, I must live well. Feng Yinxing reached out to hold his hand, softly comforting him. She is right, you cannot go back. She must hope that you can live well, so you must live well to repay her kindness. When we become stronger in the future, I will accompany you to visit your family, so we can properly thank her. Lung Yi nodded vigorously. Okay. Feng Yinxing looked at Lung Yi, and the image of him self-destructing appeared before her eyes. The current Lung Yi was not at all like the one from his past life. In his past life, he was 18 when he died, but she had protected him so well that he always seemed somewhat juvenile. However, the current Lung Yi was different. His 16-year-old face bore eyes that were excessively mature. Feng Yinxing could not imagine what thoughts had occupied him during those 16 years in the Xuanyun Continent that made him so stable and mature. Feng Yinxing lifted her hand to cover the scar at the end of his brow. Looking at you like this, your face does resemble Xiao Tu a bit. This was also the reason she had experienced a moment of illusion upon seeing Long Yi for the first time. A blush rose on Long Yi's face. I think it looks very much like him too. He enjoyed the closeness with his sister. He was so happy to have his sister back. He suddenly remembered his question, by the way, how did you come here, sister? Upon mentioning this matter, Feng Yunqing suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. She had become accustomed to life in the Xuanyun Continent without knowing when it had begun. It seemed as if the events of her past life had not occurred half a year ago, but rather decades ago. Feng Yunqing's eyes slightly curved as she spoke softly. It's nothing. I was deceived, and then self-destructed. I have been in this body for half a year now. Who? Long Yi's dark eyes were deep like a cold pool. You don't know him. He is someone I befriended after your death. Although Feng Yunqing harbored resentment towards her past, she did not wish to dwell on it any longer. After all, she had already begun a brand new life. One cannot always live in memories, nor can one always dwell in hatred. She preferred to live in the present. Long Yi nodded his large hand, holding Feng Yunqing's small hand. It's all right. I will be by my sister's side from now on. Wherever you go, I will follow. Feng Yunqing gently nodded. All right. This was the first time since her rebirth that she felt a sense of belonging in this unfamiliar continent. It was the arrival of the little bunny that made her feel at home. Heaven had not treated her poorly. Feng Yunqing released the two little creatures from her spatial realm. Little bunny, no, I will call you Xiao Yi. After all, that is your name now. Long Yi looked at the two little children, who suddenly appeared, nodding in a daze. Sister, are these the contracted beasts you mentioned? Feng Yunqing pushed the two little creatures into his arms. Call him uncle. In her heart, Xiao Yi was like her own little brother. Little Jiu called out cutely, uncle. Xuanyun also chimed in, uncle. Long Yi's ears turned slightly red. He placed his hands awkwardly on his thighs, his fingertips moving as if he wanted to touch the two little creatures. Why is uncle blushing? Little Jiu, with her big round eyes, directly grabbed Long Yi's hand and shook it. Are you sick? Xuanyun also tugged at Long Yi's knee, leaning her little face closer. Yes. Is uncle sick? Master, please take a look at him. Feng Yunqing reached out and gently tapped each of their heads. She smiled brightly. Your uncle is shy and embarrassed to see you. In her memories, the little bunny was just like this, shy, kind, and few words. After being surrounded by the two little creatures for a while, Long Yi's demeanor relaxed considerably. He directly held the two little creatures on his lap, one on each side, inquiring about Feng Yunqing's daily life. Feng Yunqing then probed her divine sense into the spatial realm, selecting the best among the pile of spiritual treasures that Elder Yin had given her, which were all 7th-tier treasures. Xiao Yi, this is a 7th-tier flying spiritual treasure, and this is the 7th-tier Hanyu sword. This one is a 7th-tier protective treasure that can withstand an attack from a tribulation transcendence expert. Feng Yunqing presented the spiritual treasures in front of Long Yi. Long Yi hurriedly placed the two little creatures down, saying, Sister, you should keep these for yourself. I can protect myself. And I can protect you. Feng Yunqing pursed her lips and chuckled. I am now at the 2nd stage of nascent soul. I don't need your protection. You should recognize the owner of these 3 spiritual treasures. They are all top-quality, 7th-tier treasures. Long Yi appeared surprised, but showed a hint of disappointment. Sister is indeed stronger than me no matter where we are. You're not too bad yourself. You are already among the best on this continent. Feng Yunqing picked up the Hanyu sword. Recognize your master. Long Yi nodded. No matter what danger my sister faces, I will do everything in my power to protect her in this life. He could accept these items as it would help him better protect his sister. Feng Yunqing nodded. I will also protect you well. I will never let you be captured by others again. Long Yi actually has a long sword given to him by his family for practice. The sword's quality is not very good because he is destined to become the Holy Sun, and even the best spiritual treasures would be of no use. However, he does have a storage bag that can conveniently hold the 3 spiritual treasures. Feng Yunqing looked at his storage bag, pondering slightly. Your storage bag has too small a space. I will ask my master to refine a spatial ring for you tomorrow. Long Yi nodded. Your master seems very impressive. Yes, he is an elder-level figure in the academy and an 8th-tier artifact refiner. These spiritual treasures were all given to me by him for my free use. Feng Yunqing held a great respect for Elder Yin, who was very protective, a trait she found similar to herself. She took out a jade slip issued by the academy and carefully examined the rules for earning points inscribed on it. There are many ways to earn points. First, by hunting magical beasts and obtaining the crystal cores within them. Points can be exchanged in the Academy's treasure vault based on the grade of the magical beast's crystal core. Second, by taking on tasks listed on the Academy's bulletin board. Completing these tasks allows one to exchange them for points at the bulletin board. Third, by obtaining vocational qualifications. The higher the grade of the qualification obtained, the more points awarded. After reading through the 3 options, Feng Yunqing first chose the third one. According to the third option's description, vocational qualifications refer to alchemists, artifact refiners, array masters, and beast tamers. Coincidentally, she could do all of these. Long Yi also finished reading the jade slip. Sister, if you want to soar, I will help you hunt magical beasts and give you their crystal cores so you can exchange them for points. Feng Yinqing shook her head. You don't have many points either. Right now, it's most important for you to exchange points to cultivate in the Nine Tower. As she spoke, she took out a porcelain bottle. Take this nascent soul pill. I see you are now at the peak of the 9th stage of golden core and have not broken through. Is it because you have something on your mind? Long Yi remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. I often think of the eldest lady. I am a bit worried that she might be troubled by those in our family, so my Dao heart has been somewhat unstable. Feng Yinqing pursed her lips. An unstable Dao heart was not a good thing. Xiao Yi, she sent you out to ensure you can cultivate well and live well out here, not to have you constantly worry about her. If your cultivation stagnates, do you think she will regret sending you out? Will she feel that she hasn't saved you and has instead caused your Dao heart to waver? Feng Yinqing placed the porcelain bottle in Long Yi's hand, wrapping her hands around his large hand. Xiao Yi, if you cannot cultivate well when I return to your family with you in the future, will she be disappointed to see you? Not only will you feel guilty, but I will also feel I owe her a debt of gratitude. Long Yi suddenly looked up, his face slightly tense. Sister, I will cultivate well. You don't need to feel guilty. She won't be disappointed in me. His sister was the best sister in the world, and he would never let her bow down to anyone. Feng Yinqing looked at the glimmer in Long Yi's eyes and gently patted his hand. All right, go back and cultivate. I need to cultivate too. Long Yi nodded, stood up, and walked outside. Feng Yinqing opened the barrier on the door, sending Long Yi out. As she watched him soar to the door of the adjacent room, she turned and closed the door. Feng Yinqing had been cultivating in the space for an entire night until the jade slip beside her lit up. Xiao Jiu shook Feng Yinqing's arm. Mother, the jade slip is lit up. Feng Yinqing then stopped her cultivation, probing her divine sense into the jade slip, where a line of text appeared. The wood-type technique class will begin in 15 minutes. Students are requested to take their seats in the classroom as soon as possible. She exited the space and opened the door of her cave, revealing that the sky outside was already bright. Standing at the entrance, she basked in the abundant sunlight, looking down at the academy below. Although she couldn't see the entire academy, there were already many students moving about within her line of sight. Today was the first day of classes, and she still didn't know where the Tian class was located. She turned and called towards Long Yi's door. Xiao Yi, are you awake? Each cave's formation only blocks sounds from within. Noises from outside can still be heard inside, which is convenient for the academy to inform students of any matters immediately. Soon the door opened, and Long Yi raised his eyebrows with a smile at the corners of his eyes. Sister, I broke through. Upon seeing him for the first time, Feng Yinqing immediately sensed something different about him. You've reached nascent soul, very good. Now it's time to go to class. Long Yi nodded. Let's go. The two of them flew down from halfway up the mountain and landed in the square. The Tian class was not hard to find. According to the map on the jade slip, they quickly located its position. At this time, the classroom was already filled with people. Besides the 5 of them who were new, there were many seniors present. As Feng Yinqing and Long Yi walked into the classroom, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was still dressed in red, her cold and beautiful eyes slightly raised, scanning the crowd with her emotionless purple gaze before settling on an empty seat in the last row. She said to Long Yi beside her, let's sit there. Long Yi had no objections. His cold, handsome face looked back at the people in the classroom with indifference. Oh, the first place has arrived. A male student whistled, his tone quite mocking. Li Tang, how can you speak to the first place like that? Be careful, the first place might come and beat you up, another person chimed in. The classroom erupted in laughter. Long Yi's expression grew even colder, his voice like it came from between clenched teeth. You all are seeking death. Feng Yinqing hurriedly grasped his arm. Don't be impulsive. Since these people enjoyed mocking her, she would let them gloat for a while longer. Long Yi pressed his lips together, but Feng Yinqing interrupted him. It's not worth making a mistake on the first day of class for these trash. After saying this, she cast a faint glance at those who laughed the loudest, casually pulling Long Yi towards the back row. Oh, you two are holding hands now. Are you preparing to become Dao partners? Look at her looks. This guy must have been seduced by her. The crowd was chattering, painting a rather unsavory picture of Feng Yinqing and Long Yi's relationship. Feng Yinqing sat down, pulling the tightly clenched fist of Long Yi with her cold purple eyes faintly radiating a murderous intent. Not rushing, you still don't know what kind of person I am. Feng Yinqing patted Long Yi's shoulder. Long Yi silently nodded. Sister holds grudges quite deeply, as she would surely make the one who spoke so filthily pay dearly. Leaning back against her chair, Feng Yinqing wore a smile at the corners of her lips, appearing relaxed and languid, yet her fingertips gently tapped on the table. This was her habitual action when she was deep in thought. Long Yi glanced at her hand, also pursing his lips, slightly curling them up. His sister was still the same as before. Whenever she wanted to beat someone up, she would do this. Feng Yunqing looked around and noticed Yin Lingxian sitting in the corner, silently gazing out the window, as if isolating herself from the surrounding noise. At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside the classroom. Xuanyun was tall, his disheveled hair swaying with his movements. "Hi, Yunqing." Xuanyun, being tall, spotted Feng Yunqing's position at a glance. He directly came over to her side and sat down next to her. "You came early." Feng Yunqing glanced at the time on the wall. "If you come any later, the teacher will have arrived." As soon as she finished speaking, a light cough was heard from outside the door. Upon hearing this voice, it was clearly an old gentleman. Sure enough, an elder dressed in white robes walked in, his white hair and beard contrasting with his ruddy complexion, and his eyes shone with vitality. He walked to the podium with his hands behind his back, stroking his beard. "It's been a long time since I've seen so many students gathered here. I am surnamed Zhang. You can call me Mentor Zhang. I am the mentor for your entire Tian class. If you have any questions or troubles in the future, you can contact me through the Jade Slip. My spiritual root is Wu type, so besides being your mentor, I will also teach you Wu type techniques. As for other techniques, other mentors will come to teach you, and they will notify you through the Jade Slip when the time comes. In my class, attendance is not mandatory for every session, but once you attend, you must listen attentively and refrain from causing disturbances. If I catch you, your points will be deducted." He said this with a smile, his eyes squinted. "Do you know what points are? They are your most treasured possessions. All right, today is the first class for new students. I'm just here to get to know you all a bit." After saying this, he raised his head to look at the classroom. "Which 5 are new students? Stand up and let me have a look." Feng Yunqing and the other 4 stood up, all sitting in the last row. Master Zhang raised his hand and 5 streams of light poured from his palm, landing on the desks of the 5 students. "This is your new student attire. I almost forgot that you haven't selected suitable techniques yet. Now you should go to the technique pavilion and choose the techniques that align with your spiritual roots. As for classes, you can select instructors that suit your roots. You have free time for the rest of the day." Feng Yunqing looked at a set of academy robes on the table, made of pure white satin and embroidered with blue cloud patterns. "All right, you go ahead and choose your techniques," Master Zhang said with a smile. Feng Yunqing put away the clothes and left the classroom with the others. After they left, many other students also departed, as most were not of Wood's spiritual roots. They only wanted to see who the 5 new students were, and to mock Feng Yunqing a little. The 5 arrived at the technique pavilion, where the guard checked their identity jade tokens before letting them in. Standing before the closed door, Feng Yunqing looked at the others. "Who goes in first?" "Of course, sister should go first. You are the top student, Long," he said matter-of-factly. Feng Yunqing pursed her lips and chuckled. "You all go ahead. If I go in, I might be there for a long time." "That's true. You have an ethereal root." "No, you have an allurement root, so that doesn't count as an ethereal root," Xuanyun said, quickly correcting himself as he recalled the explosive spiritisting orb. In the end, the group entered in order of their rankings, with Long Yi going in first. He didn't take long and soon came out. "How did it go? How many books did you choose?" Feng Yunqing asked him. Long Yi nodded. 52 books. They are the techniques I selected, and they're now residing in my divine sense." "Impressive," Xuanyun exclaimed. "Now it's my turn. I wonder how many will choose me." Xuanyun had a top-tier fire spiritual root, perhaps due to the abundance of powerful fire techniques. 68 books chose him. Next was Qi Yin, who was chosen by 40 books. Ice spiritual roots are one of the most lethal alongside thunder roots, yet few possess them, resulting in a fewer number of techniques. It was normal for him to have less than Xuanyun. Yin Lingxian had a gold spiritual root and focused on physical strength, so she had quite a number of techniques suitable for her, receiving 65 books. Under the watchful gaze of the 4, Feng Yunqing stepped through the large door, which slowly closed behind her. The technique pavilion was vast and tall, with no light at the top, only a circle of night pearls at the bottom. Feng Yunqing stood amidst it, as if she were in an ocean of books. "Please emit your spiritual power. The techniques in the pavilion will determine their compatibility with you based on your power. If they choose you, they will automatically enter your divine sense. So please sit cross-legged on the central mat." Following the voice, Feng Yunqing walked to the central mat and sat down cross-legged. She activated her chaotic spiritual root, unleashing her chaotic spiritual energy, which floated lightly throughout the room. She looked around, and the circular walls were filled with books, many of which had already begun to glow. They emitted strong golden light, transforming into golden orbs that gathered towards Feng Yunqing. She frowned slightly. "So many." She slowly opened the gate of her divine sense, attempting to slow the influx of the golden light. One orb of golden light entered her divine sense, and a thin book immediately appeared in her mind, quietly resting within her divine sense, with the cover inscribed with the 3 characters Flame Palm. She did not flip through this book, as the next book entered right after. Around her, golden orbs had coalesced, surrounding Feng Yunqing, resembling a swirling sea of golden waves. The golden light before her was so bright that she could barely keep her eyes open, so she chose to close her eyes and focus on observing her divine sense. The divine sense is a place for storing knowledge capable of holding thousands upon thousands of pieces of information. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Yunqing looked at the books floating in her divine sense, forming a wall deep in thought. She had thought many books would choose her, but she never expected there to be so many. Opening her eyes, the golden light, so close, made her squint. Upon seeing her eyes open, the golden light danced excitedly. In an instant, the light became even more dazzling. Feng Yunqing lifted her head and saw that the gigantic library was illuminated. Golden light continued to fly down from above, merging into the circle of light around her. Feng Yunqing slightly loosened the gate of her divine sense, allowing the golden light to enter at a quicker pace. Half an hour later, Feng Yunqing rubbed her forehead. The sudden influx of knowledge had caused a slight pressure in her mind, making her head feel heavy. She shook her head, still feeling a bit dizzy. So this is what it feels like to have a mind full of knowledge. She looked around to confirm no other techniques were choosing her, and finally stood up. As soon as she stood, a beam of bright light fell from above, enveloping her. Immediately, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the technique pavilion record has been broken. Feng Yunqing 1,217 techniques. Only 1,217. I thought it would be 10,000. Feng Yunqing murmured softly. Feng Yunqing, do you wish to publicize your record-breaking achievement? Feng Yunqing pressed her lips together. If this were made public, it would surely cause a great uproar. She immediately replied, no public announcement. All right, you will be recorded as an anonymous individual at the top of the technique pavilion records. Feng Yunqing nodded okay. After that, there was no further sound. As she exited the large door, she saw that the others were all sitting cross-legged, each already in the midst of cultivation. The sound of the door opening pulled the others back from their cultivation state. Long Yi immediately stood up and walked over. Sister, why did you take so long to come out? Feng Yunqing replied calmly, I have too many spiritual roots. I absorbed a few books from each technique, which is a bit troublesome. Xuanyun quickly asked, how many did you absorb? 80 books. Feng Yunqing casually fabricated a number. That's good. If you have 10 books for each spiritual root, that should be enough for you to study. Xuanyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. And said, then let's leave now. The group exited the technique pavilion, exchanged farewells, and headed towards their respective residences. However, Feng Yunqing accompanied Long Yi to the foot of the East Mountain. She paused. Xiao, you should go cultivate. I'm going to take the professional qualification exam. I'll go with you. Feng Yunqing looked into Long Yi's deep black eyes, her brows arched with a smile. No need, you go cultivate. I'm going to take the qualification exam for a weapon refiner. You can't just wait outside for me. Long Yi nodded. When will sister come back? I'm not sure about that. I will definitely let you know when I return. Feng Yunqing replied, still unaware of the content of the assessment, thus unable to determine her return time. Long Yi's eyes dimmed slightly, his voice a bit hoarse as he softly said, I will wait for you. All right. Feng Yunqing squinted her eyes, tiptoeing to ruffle Long Yi's hair. Let's head back. Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave, completely unaware of Long Yi glancing back at her figure 3 times. Following the academy's map, Feng Yunqing arrived at the entrance of the outer courtyard's refining institute. Standing at the doorway, she felt waves of heat emanating from within. Clearly, there were quite a number of students refining items inside. As Feng Yunqing entered the courtyard, she saw numerous refining furnaces with bright red flames burning within, all of which were ordinary flames. This should be the fire seed provided by the academy. Better quality fire seeds are quite hard to come by, which is why many refining masters or alchemists can only use ordinary fire seeds throughout their lives. Upon entering, she was immediately noticed by someone. A mentor observing the students refining items approached her, saying, it's class time now. If you are not a student of this class, please leave quickly. Feng Yunqing politely cupped her hands. Greetings, mentor. I am here to take the qualification exam for a refining master. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of explosions erupted behind her, followed by bursts of laughter. Even the mentor standing before her widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, what did you just say? I am here to take the qualification exam for a refining master. Feng Yunqing cheerfully repeated herself. This time the mentor took a step back to scrutinize her. Seeing that this young girl was not very old, and having never seen her attend a refining class, he wondered how she suddenly came to take the qualification exam. Surely she wasn't just here for fun, was she? He asked with a stern face, what is your name? Which class are you in? What year did you enroll? Feng Yunqing answered each question one by one. Look, she is the one who dreams of flying to immortality. Feng Yunqing. So it's her. Only the second day after enrolling, and she's here to take the refining certificate. Is she mistaken? Don't speak like that. Oh, what if she studied before? What nonsense. At this age, what difference does it make if she has learned or not? Ha ha. The surrounding students stopped their refining and began to discuss. Feng Yunqing animatedly. Mentorly frowned as he looked at her. Have you taken a refining class before? Feng Yinqing shook her head blinking. Is that a requirement for the exam? Not necessarily, Minterly shook his head. The exam requires several mentors to come and assess. If you are not confident in passing, it would be better not to trouble the mentors. That implies everyone is quite busy, suggesting Feng Yinqing should go home. Feng Yinqing smiled slightly. I am confident. Seeing her unwavering confidence, Minterly didn't say anything more, instead turning to the students who were watching the spectacle. What are you all staring at? You get distracted at the first sign of trouble. When will you learn? The few students who just caused explosions will have their materials deducted from your points. No, please, Minterly. Instantly the courtyard filled with wails. Minterly shot them a fierce glare, and only then did they quiet down. He then looked at Feng Yinqing with a neutral expression. Follow me. Feng Yinqing walked behind him into a room. The room was quite empty, containing only a large furnace and a few seats. Minterly reached out and tugged on a rope on the wall, instantly ringing a bell. The bell echoed throughout the entire Xuanyun Academy, accompanied by Minter Zhang's voice. The qualification exam for refining masters is about to begin. Which genius is taking the exam for refining master? I remember the last refining master exam was quite some time ago. Go away, you talk too much. The mentors in their respective caves, upon hearing Minter Zhang's call, immediately headed toward the refining institute. Minter Zhang looked at Feng Yinqing, who was inspecting the refining furnace. Have you decided which level you want to take the exam for? Feng Yinqing estimated that since she was now a nascent soul, passing the 4th level would be no problem. 4th level. Minterly nodded. So you are already a nascent soul. I recall your enrollment information stated you were at the 9th level of Golden Core. It seemed that Minterly had just been checking her information in the Jade Slip. Feng Yinqing nodded. The academy has rich spiritual energy. I inadvertently advanced. Upon hearing this, Minterly smiled and nodded. Advancement is a good thing. You must work harder in the future. The two chatted politely, and Minterly even reminded her whether she wanted to switch to the 3rd level, since taking the 4th level might be somewhat challenging for a nascent soul. However, Feng Yinqing insisted on taking the 4th level, so Minterly did not press further. Not long after, 4 mentors walked in from outside. Which young genius is here to take the exam? A robust mentor entered, asking loudly. It's been half a year since anyone came to take the exam. Many students come to attend refining classes, but not everyone can learn it. Some even struggle for half a year without mastering the melting and shaping process. Moreover, many students refine items under the watchful eyes of these mentors. The mentors are well aware of their capabilities. Taking the exam, the mentors could tell with their eyes closed that they wouldn't pass. Thus, there is significant student turnover in various vocational academies. Some students study for a long time, realize they cannot learn at all, and simply stop attending classes. The mentors are not surprised by this. Instead of wasting time, it's better to focus on improving their cultivation. However, some are willing to persist, attending every class, believing that one day they will learn it. Minterly introduced her. This is Feng Yinqing, who enrolled in the Tian class this year. She is preparing to take the 4th level exam. The mentors examined Feng Yinqing and frowned slightly at first glance. The robust mentor said, 4th level. Wouldn't it be better to try for the 2nd level first? After all, we are all gathered here. If you cannot pass, it would be a waste of time for all of us. Another mentor nodded. You seem quite confident. If you take the 2nd level, you might pass. Feng Yinqing smiled, gently shaking her head. Thank you for your suggestions, but I have already decided to take the 4th level. At that moment, an older mentor stepped forward. Is your master Yin Lao? Feng Yinqing nodded. Did they recognize her so quickly? The robust mentor suddenly realized, so she is Master Yin's disciple. They only knew that Master Yin had taken on a disciple, but hadn't inquired further. Does your master know you are here for the exam? Feng Yinqing shook her head, wondering why she needed to inform her master of such trivial matters. How could master not be present at a time like this? Immediately, someone took out a jade tablet to contact Elder Yin. Feng Yinqing did not stop them. Even if master arrived, she still had to take the 4th level examination. Elder Yin, who was busy in the artifact forging room, impatiently opened the jade tablet while grumbling, which rascal is disturbing this old man? Upon opening it, he found it was the mentor from the Forging Institute. Elder Yin, your disciple has come to take the qualification exam for artifact forging. Would you like to come and take a look? What? Qingqing is taking the exam. Elder Yin immediately stood up, and as he flew out the door, he did not forget to cast a cleansing spell on himself. To meet his disciple, he had to go in a completely clean manner. Feng Yinqing and several mentors had only waited a moment when a figure in gray robes rushed in. It was Elder Yin. Good disciple, why didn't you tell master you were here for the exam? Elder Yin entered, ignoring the others, and went straight to Feng Yinqing. He smiled kindly and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear, when did you learn artifact forging? I never taught you. Feng Yinqing also whispered back, you never asked. Elder Yin was momentarily taken aback. He indeed never asked, thinking his good disciple only knew alchemy. After Elder Een arrived, the others wasted no time and immediately began the exam. You need to forge a 4th level spirit treasure within 2 hours, and its quality must be at least medium grade or above. The spirit treasure's characteristic is attack, and its appearance is according to your own design. Please proceed to the materials room to select your materials. Feng Yinxing turned and walked through a small door with Elder Een and several mentors following behind. She simply selected a few materials, and Elder Een enthusiastically helped carry them. The mentors looked at this strange scene, but no one dared to ask what was going on. Perhaps Elder Een found it hard to get a disciple treating her like a granddaughter. Little did they know this was the disciple Elder Een had begged for tirelessly. Feng Yinxing sat in front of the forging furnace. She still did not use the ordinary fire source next to her, but instead utilized the Nine Nether Inferno. After all, who would use an ordinary fire source when they had a top-grade one? Moreover, this was an exam crucial for her upcoming points. She skillfully used her spiritual energy to lift the materials and toss them into the forging furnace. Hey, why did she throw everything in? These are melting materials. If she's not careful, she could fuse several types into trash. I usually only put in at most 2 types, so what about you? The plump mentor looked at Elder Een. Elder Een, what about you? Elder Een squinted at Feng Yinxing, completely disregarding the others. He was intently watching the situation in the forging furnace, where 5 types of materials were enveloped in 5 pale blue flames, rapidly melting away the impurities on their surfaces. Feng Yinxing's mental strength was powerful, and she was in perfect harmony with the Nine Nether Inferno, so there was no chance of error. After a long time, the materials in the furnace had turned into a liquid state. This mastery of fire control is worthy of the title genius. Exactly unlike those students in the institute, no matter how they are taught, they just can't learn. This is clearly Elder Een's good teaching. The others began to flatter. After all, Elder Een was an 8th level artifact master, higher than the rest present. Elder Een pursed his lips. Oh, where did this girl learn these skills? Did he inadvertently gain a bargain? Feng Yinxing already had in mind what she was going to forge, and with a slight movement of her hands, the flames enveloping the materials disappeared. Several blobs of liquid began to gradually change shape under her control, eventually combining into the form of a longsword. An hour quickly passed, and Feng Yinxing picked up the longsword and approached Elder Een. Please assess mentors. Among them, her master had the highest rank, so naturally she had to show it to him first. Elder Een took the longsword and flicked it with his finger on the blade. Clang, a crisp, vibrating sound accompanied the tremor of the sword body. Elder Een nodded in satisfaction. Upper medium grade 4th level, the blade is smooth and sharp. Please introduce this sword. Feng Yinxing said. The sword is named Frostfire Sword, capable of unleashing fire and ice blades. Even if the user lacks fire or ice spiritual energy, it can still unleash its power in battle. Elder Een laughed heartily. Good. It's a fine spirit treasure. Then he handed the sword to the other mentors. The mentors also praised it repeatedly. Feng Yinxing looked at them expectantly. So does this mean I have successfully passed the exam? Yes. Mentor Li immediately replied. Come over here. I will grant you the Artifact Master Badge. Feng Yinxing followed him to the side, and they stood facing each other. A stream of light appeared in Mentor Li's hand, and soon entered Feng Yinxing's identity jade tablet. Feng Yinxing quickly picked up the jade tablet to check. She saw that a circular badge had appeared next to her name. The badge was enveloped in ancient runes with an ancient character for artifact in the center, and 4 stars lit up below it. At the same time, her points also increased, becoming 40,098. The 4-level qualification certificate was worth 40,000 points. Although it was considerable, it was still far from the 100,000 required for ascension. It seemed that the road to accumulating points was long. Feng Yinxing glanced at the sword resting on the table and cautiously asked, Do I need to leave the Frostfire sword behind? The plump mentor smiled and said, No need. After all, it's your first forged spirit treasure. You can keep it for yourself. Elder Een snorted and directly picked up the sword. You want it, but I won't give it. After all, this was forged by his beloved disciple. He wanted it too. Feng Yinxing took the sword and stored it away, nodding slightly to the mentors. Can I leave now? She still planned to go take the alchemy exam. Yes, take care on your way out. Elder Een, do come by here often. Elder Een led Feng Yinxing out of the Forging Institute, and questions kept popping out of his mouth. Disciple, who taught you this artifact forging? Your skills don't look like they're just 4th level. You don't really have another master, do you? Feng Yinxing recalled the location of the Alchemy Institute while answering his rambling. No one taught me, it's all by chance. I learned it just by casually looking at a book. Elder Een asked many questions and finally felt relieved. That's good. No one is competing with me for disciples. Master, do you have materials for forging spatial rings? I intend to forge one. Yes. Elder Een quickly replied, then immediately extended his hand. I have plenty of spatial rings here, take them all. As he spoke, he grabbed her wrist and placed several spatial rings in her hand. Take them to use, you can sell them too. Feng Yunqing hurriedly refused. No, I have space, I just want to forge one myself. Then you can keep these as I have no use for them. Elder Yin placed his hands behind his back, refusing to accept them. Speaking of which, you haven't been to my residence yet. Why not go there now to refine some pills? I probably don't have time now, I need to go take the qualification test at the Alchemy Academy. Feng Yunqing said as she put away several rings. These will be for Grandpa, and the others later. Why are you taking so many tests? Elder Yin was a bit puzzled. As long as you can do it, there's no need to prove anything to others. I need to exchange for points. Oh, just now the qualification certificate for the 4th rank gave me 40,000 points. Elder Yin suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I forgot that you students need points for cultivation. Don't you need to? Feng Yunqing asked in surprise. Elder Yin immediately puffed out his chest. Of course not, the instructors at the academy don't need them. Do you need points to go to the 9 Layers Tower? Or do you have your eye on some treasure? Feng Yunqing nodded. The Flying Immortal from the Flying Immortal Pavilion. Elder Yin stroked his beard and nodded. The Flying Immortal. He widened his eyes. 1,000,000 for the Flying Immortal. What do you want that broken thing for? Didn't I give you a lot of spiritual treasures, eh? Feng Yunqing replied, my pet likes it. But that thing is only somewhat good-looking, but it's nowhere near as useful as the spiritual treasures I gave you. Master, you don't need to worry about that. I must exchange for the Flying Immortal. Feng Yunqing said with a light smile. She liked it because her pet liked it. If she liked it, why wouldn't she get it? Elder Yin didn't say much further. All right, if you like it, then go ahead. I won't delay your exam any longer. Hurry up and go. The two were already not far from the Alchemy Academy, and Elder Yin watched as Feng Yunqing walked into the academy. Soon a clear ringing sound echoed from the Alchemy Academy. The alchemist qualification exam is about to begin. Alchemists were quite common at Xuanyun Academy, as refining medicinal materials was much simpler than refining materials. Therefore, such exam announcements would occasionally ring out in the academy. Feng Yunqing's alchemy level was higher than her refining level. She directly took the 6th rank qualification test and earned 60,000 points. As she walked out of the Alchemy Academy's main gate, several instructors followed behind, repeatedly reminding her, Yunqing, you must come to our Alchemy Academy for classes. Exactly. With your talent in alchemy, you cannot let it go to waste. You must come to study at our academy. You can browse the alchemical recipes here as you please. You absolutely must come. You must come. Feng Yunqing kept agreeing as she finally walked out of the main gate of the Alchemy Academy. Afterwards, she headed to the Formation Academy, where she excelled. Formation masters were even more favored by students than alchemists, as formations could be more helpful in combat. Hence, there were even more people at the Formation Academy. Inside, Feng Yunqing spotted a very familiar person. Ling Xiaoxiao was actually standing obediently among the crowd, watching the instructor on the platform draw formation symbols like everyone else. As soon as Feng Yunqing appeared, an instructor noticed her. Is this student here for class? Instantly, all the students turned to look at Feng Yunqing. Ling Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and snorted coldly. You're here to learn formations too. Nearby, someone immediately asked her, do you know this beautiful lady? What beautiful lady? Are your eyes blind? Ling Xiaoxiao immediately glared at him, then looked at Feng Yunqing with a jealous gaze. Feng Yunqing couldn't be bothered to talk to her and directly clasped her hands toward the instructor. I'm here to take the qualification test. The instructor became interested. Oh, have you studied formations before? I have. Then come with me. Without asking further, the instructor directly spoke a few words to another instructor nearby and led the way. As Feng Yunqing was about to leave, she raised an eyebrow at Ling Xiaoxiao, who didn't dare to act up in front of the instructor and could only grit her teeth and glare at Feng Yunqing's back. The exam for formation masters was quite simple. She needed to quickly arrange a complete formation based on the scattered formation symbols provided. Formation symbols are fundamental. If one has learned them well and memorized them, drawing symbols and arranging formations would be effortless. But if one cannot remember, then the formation cannot be completed. The instructor saw that she had reviewed them enough and waved his hand to collect the scattered formation symbols. This formation can be arranged from 1st rank to 9th rank. I wonder what rank qualification you are preparing to take. Feng Yunqing pondered slightly. Wait until I set it up, and then you can evaluate it. She had already noticed that this was a confinement formation that would have the effect of wind blade strangling. The formations at Xuanyun Academy were slightly different from hers. She had always followed her own methods to arrange formations and had never set a rank for her formations. So she also didn't know what rank of formation she would set up. Feng Yunqing quickly arranged the formation, and the instructors walked into the formation one by one. They entered to check the patterns and tried to see if they could break the formation. After each of them tried, they discovered they simply could not break this formation. Feng Yunqing could clearly see their expressions. They were already anxious inside the formation. Although those wind blades posed no threat to them, being trapped in the formation was uncomfortable for anyone. She hurriedly released the formation and asked with concern, Are you all injured mentors? No. The few of them looked at Feng Yunqing with astonished and excited expressions. What is this formation of yours? Why can't even those at the great ascension stage break out? Feng Yunqing shook her head. That should be my secret. I'm not sure what rank this formation is. One instructor looked at Feng Yunqing as if she were a treasure. This can be considered a 9th rank formation. Really? Feng Yunqing instantly brightened 9,000 points. Soon she left the Formation Academy with the instructor's numerous reminders. Following that, she went to the Beast Taming Academy. She thought she could at least achieve a 4th rank here since she couldn't give the beasts pills in front of the instructors. There were many students at the Beast Taming Academy, and everyone had a contracted beast. However, the outcome surprised her. She merely released a hint of aura from her small 9th rank, and she directly touched from a 1st rank beast to a 9th rank beast. The instructors at the Beast Taming Academy all stared at her with their mouths agape. Was she here to take a qualification test or to raise pets? She earned another 90,000 points. Feng Yunqing walked out of the Beast Taming Academy's main gate, and the sky was getting dark. She looked at the 28,098 points in her jade token, feeling overjoyed. She went straight to the cafeteria to buy a pile of bamboo shoots and small dishes, then returned to her cave dwelling. Just as she stood at the door next door opened. Upon seeing her, Long Yi immediately smiled. Sister, you finally returned. Long Yi inquired about the events of today from Feng Yunqing, who briefly recounted them. Great. I knew sister was the strongest, Long Yi said, looking at Feng Yunqing with admiration. Xiao Yi, I plan to go to the bulletin board tomorrow to take on a task. Come with me, Feng Yunqing said. With the examinations over, she was ready to exchange tasks for points at the bulletin board. After all, the academy's courses were of little use to her, and Long Yi didn't need to stay in the academy for learning if she could teach him herself. The purpose of coming to the academy was to access advanced techniques and various secret realms that ordinary cultivators couldn't enter. Most importantly, Yun Chuxue was here. Although she had yet to see Yun Chuxue, she imagined that Yun Chuxue was well protected, perhaps hiding in the shadows. She needed to make some noise to draw Yun Chuxue out. Exchanging for the Flying Immortal would be a sensational event for the academy. Long Yi was very interested in taking on tasks. All right. I will definitely protect sister. In front of the bulletin board, Feng Yunqing looked at the task listings. Tasks were rated by star difficulty, ranging from 1 to 9 stars, or ranged from simple to difficult. Feng Yunqing glanced at the most difficult task and gasped. 9 stars, decapitate the Notorious Trio. The Notorious Trio was a name she had heard before. It was rumored that the 3 were at the 9th stage of tribulation transcendence, committing all sorts of heinous acts, bullying small sects, and engaging in arson and looting. However, their movements were mysterious and no one knew their exact whereabouts. Feng Yunqing automatically disregarded this task. It was simply impossible for her. She and Long Yi picked a few 5-star tasks, all located in the Blood Mist Forest in the central region. Tasks could be undertaken in teams. Each team could take on up to 5 tasks at a time. The task deadline was 7 days, and completion would yield points, while failure would result in the deduction of points. Therefore, taking on tasks required a certain amount of points as collateral, otherwise one would not qualify to accept tasks. Upon task completion, the points would return to one's jade token. However, 1-star tasks did not require points as collateral. So many students started with 1-star tasks. Can you finish so many tasks? Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared from nowhere, looking at the task tokens Feng Yunqing had picked with a sarcastic tone. Don't let it end up that you lose your points too. A group of people stood beside her, with Bai Yao being surrounded by admirers. Feng Yunqing cast a cold glance at her. Why is there a crow cawing? Ling Xiaoxiao's face flushed instantly. Who are you calling a crow? Feng Yunqing. Just wait. You won't complete a single task. Long Yi walked past her and forcefully bumped her aside. Get lost. Feng Yunqing paid the points for 5 tasks and then left with Long Yi. Ling Xiaoxiao hurried to cling to Bai Yao. Sister, let's go to the Blood Mist Forest too, okay? You mustn't let that Feng Yunqing have it easy. Bai Yao patted her hand, speaking in a gentle tone to comfort her. All right, just as you wish. You all go take on a few tasks in the Blood Mist Forest. A few male teammates immediately went to the bulletin board to look for tasks. Riding on Long Yi's flying spirit treasure, Feng Yunqing and the others quickly arrived at the Blood Mist Forest. There were many people outside the Blood Mist Forest, mostly in small groups. Among them were many from the Xuanyun Academy, as well as members of various small sects and loose cultivator teams. The Blood Mist Forest was abundant with rare materials and many demon beast cores, making it the best place for many cultivators to exchange for spirit stones and cultivation resources. Upon their arrival, the striking appearances of Feng Yunqing and Long Yi immediately attracted the attention of many. Several men were eyeing Feng Yunqing with evident ill intent. A group of burly men approached, casually standing around the two and encircling them. A bearded man grinned at Feng Yunqing. This lady, are you here to venture into the Blood Mist Forest too? As he spoke, he lewdly licked his lips. Long Yi immediately stepped forward, shielding Feng Yinqing behind him. Mind your own business, step aside. Oh, this kid wants to be a flower protector. The bearded man laughed, the flesh on his face quivering with amusement. Big brother, look at this kid, so delicate and soft. Does he really think he can protect a flower? I could knock him out with a single punch. Before the underling could finish his sentence, he was struck in the face. He covered his left eye, trembling as he pointed at Feng Yinqing. You dare hit me? Feng Yinqing looked at him with cold, piercing eyes. What's wrong with hitting you? Do I need to pick a date? These few men were of average cultivation. The strongest among them, the bearded man, was merely at the nascent soul stage. She had no qualms about taking action. Big brother, look at her. The underling immediately reported to the bearded man. The bearded man frowned at Feng Yinqing. How can such a lovely lady speak like that? Even when hitting a dog, one must look at its owner. The underling nodded along. Exactly. Hey, big brother, what you said. Shut up. The bearded man shot him a glare, then leered at Feng Yinqing. Beautiful lady, what are you doing here? Why not team up with us? I can protect you. As he spoke, he reached out towards Feng Yinqing, trying to touch the hands she had crossed over her chest. Long Yi swiftly drew his sword, blocking the path. Remove your filthy hands. You brat, you really don't know your place. I hate being pointed at with a sword. The bearded man immediately became furious, his aura rising dramatically. Long Yi pushed Feng Yinqing out of the crowd. Sister, don't dirty your clothes. Feng Yinqing felt reassured. After all, Long Yi had emerged from the battlefield, and these few men were no match for him. The men surrounded Long Yi, each using their ultimate techniques. Such scenes of fighting occurred almost daily outside the blood mist forest. The surrounding teams had become accustomed to it. Some even lost interest and partnered up to enter the forest. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, Long Yi's strength increased significantly, and he quickly brought these men to their knees. Seeing the groaning men begging for mercy on the ground, Long Yi refrained from delivering a fatal blow, adjusted his clothing, and walked back to Feng Yinqing. Let's go, MM. Feng Yinqing also couldn't be bothered to argue with these little rascals and followed Long Yi into the forest. The forest was vast and intricate with many paths. Standing at the entrance, Feng Yinqing and the others were momentarily unsure of which direction to take. Do you need a map of the blood mist forest? A small man approached with something resembling a map in his hand.